When you bring in new players, you bring in new IGL, then you're going to be doing a lot of new things.
I think this is exactly what I would have done with the team myself. I would have gotten a European coach and a European IGL right away. I think these two solutions are the best way to improve the scene the fastest.
The goal is to field the most competitive roster. We have several competitive players. There are a lot of options for us if we feel like we need to try some different combinations.
Eventually, they have to win a tournament now. We have 15 players to choose from.
There's a lot of benefits to actual practice schedule. There's a lot of opportunity for players. Now bringing Hexed in.
Bringing up Hexed is a good sign because that's somebody that everyone in NA has been talking about for a bit. He's kind of like the Oboe or the Stewie of yesteryear.
I'm bringing excitement and a hunger to grow.
So every time I ask a player, hey, what's one person you chat out from NA, almost every single one has said Hex. Just super sound decision making, solid mid rounds, just a good rifler, really sharp, and I think people are excited about him.
The biggest reason why we wanted Hexed is that he talks a lot, he has a lot of energy, he wants to take initiative.
My goal is to be comfortable within the team and hopefully bring the team some trophies.
That's a shot and a half.
It's a big step for him, playing Tier 1 tournaments. He's not really afraid of anything, he's not scared. Milian comes from the Tier 2, Tier 3 scene in Europe, and he's been used to having to grind a lot. He's a pretty young IGL, and he's been in-game leading for some big names.
I think the combo of him and Vorborg might be cool, especially if they had Valence watching the demos and saw good ideas coming out of K23. Then I'm interested.
He's comfortable and he's used to taking charge no matter if they're like very strong opponents or he has very experienced teammates, so he's used to this. But he's also coming with in-depth knowledge of the meta of Counter-Strike. I think that's a lot of what he's adding to the team, some like new ideas, fresh ideas to some of the more experienced players that we have. So far I've been very impressed with him.
I'm rooting for EG. I think they made a couple of sensible moves. Unilan is a great stepping stone, IGL. Hopefully Vorborg feels comfortable directing people and telling them what to do. If those two things come through, I think it's going to be fun to watch EG play.
I think having that mix of experience but also that eagerness that comes from a more inexperienced player is a very nice mix.
Welcome to Blast Premier 2022. 12 Blast Premier teams will begin their quest for victory in a season group stage. Teams seed each other, creating 3 groups of 4. These teams then play out a BO1 rapid-fire round to set their place in a cross-group gauntlet. BO3 Gauntlet will see 6 teams automatically qualify for the season final. The remaining 6 teams will be cast into the showdown, where they must fight to survive in a merciless single elimination format. Whilst there, they will be joined by one top global team by way of exclusive invitation. A further 9 additional teams will enter the fray, thanks to Blast Premier regional qualifiers, making it a truly open tournament, where even amateur teams have a chance to unseat the pros. For the first time, each seasonal showdown will be split across 2 regional tournaments. 8 teams will compete within a European and CIS bracket, whilst the remaining 8 will battle with a North America and rest of the world bracket. Victors of the showdown, 1 team from the European and CIS bracket, and 1 from the North America and rest of the world bracket, will secure their place in the season final to join the 6 teams from the group stage. The 8 finalists will face off in a GSL format, leading into a single elimination playoff bracket with quarters, semi, and grand finals. The champions of both the spring and fall seasons will be joined by exceptionally skilled teams, including winners of the CSGO Major, ESL Pro Leagues, as well as the 2 teams who top the global leaderboard. The global leaderboard is a year-long point-scoring system that takes into account the performance of Counter-Strike teams from leading tournaments from around the world. Teams accumulate points by winning matches and progressing as far as possible in these selected events. Teams hoping to qualify through the global leaderboard will have until November 28th to claim as many points as they can in a number of events, including both Blast Premier seasons and several leading tournaments. In the event of any duplicate winners, spots will be opened up to those who have fought their way to the top of the leaderboard. These 8 champion teams will come together for one last clash, as they battle it out for a prize pool of $1 million. Join us in 2022 as victors are crowned and heroes are made.
For all the individual talent they have, we didn't kind of really see it shining. It wasn't really put in a position to succeed.
His structure did not really fit the play style we want to have as a team. I think we also just failed to create a foundation on how we want to play as a team. We never created our identity. The reason why we picked up Hoxie is I think he reminds me a lot of the style that Kerrigan is using in FaZe. He looks like the guy who is leading by the example.
I think it's more excitement and that I'm ready to go, and obviously there's pressure from the outside, but from the inside I don't feel like there's any pressure, so that's what makes me comfortable.
Look, it's a big task for a new in-game leader to come into a team with established personalities and established stars and be able to kind of set his philosophy in with the team. It's going to be really interesting to see if they can pull it off.
I've always wanted to play for a tier 1 organization. It's going to be a lot of challenges, obviously, speaking English all the time and new people, new ways of thinking.
I just feel like his style is gonna fit our play style, basically. I think he can utilize all the individuals in the team.
And I think with a young player like Monesi, it's probably a hard battle to grapple with when a coach kind of wants you to be more individual, and an in-game leader is kind of trying to rein you in and make sure you're not kind of making mistakes before he's ready for you to do something.
This move is really risky in the sense of roles and JKS's stock and Hoxie only calling for this one team. I want it to work because I like both those players. I like the lineup as a whole. I think they play exciting CS. I want Hoxie to be the caller to save G2.
We never had an anchor that you can rely on. We never had a pillar on the team that's gonna deliver no matter what.
He can just be like a turret.
JKS is spot on.
It was probably my best offer, and it's one that I actually really wanted to take just because of the roster. It's a really big deal for me, and whatever they need, I'm going to try and fill in, and of course I really want to play good myself and keep that individual up, and because I know that I still can. So
his skill ceiling's obviously incredible, but I don't think that's the reason he's been brought in. I think it's just that consistency and reliability that they're going to really, really enjoy. When I think of Hoxie, I gotta wonder, is he going to be able to straight up implement all of his kind of ideas that he wants to right out of the gate?
I definitely think that with such talented players that I have to work with now, that it's just about, we talk a lot about freedom. With freedom comes a lot of responsibility as well, and I think that's where we have to go. As long as a player like Nico gets to do what he likes to do, then he will be comfortable, and if he's comfortable, he will win the game by himself sometimes.
As I said, we are a new team. It's not going to be a huge disappointment if we fail at this one. It's going to take a lot of time, but it's just about being on the right path and keep learning.
For more than 1,200 days, we've waited. For more than 1,200 days, we starved for Blast to join us back in Portugal.
Lisbon, make some noise!
Today in Portugal, in Lisbon, a new king will rise.
Good luck, bro. Good luck.
Today, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
Saiwu peaks, stomps Alexi B, and Jax is dead! OG falling back, that's precise, and he gets another over the top. God damn. Filthy! Absolutely filthy!
It is the Dream Team versus the Super Team from Portugal.
Roman, you know you want to slice and dice!
It's time for the grand final! NAVI taking on Vitality.
Sumda Young turns his attention. Oh! All three! Sumda Young and Sumda again! And again! And again! Ah! Give it up for the Black Spring Final Grand Champions, NAVI!
SDY, did you imagine this moment?
Yeah, I imagine it almost every day of my life. It's a really good moment.
From being the #1 team winning a major to then losing your in-game leader, normally you'd have some kind of a drop-off, and that hasn't happened for NAVI at all. I'm super impressed with Electronics in-game leading, especially because it happened so quick. Coming in and winning his very first event in Lisbon was an incredible feat.
Но я считаю, что мне предстоит большой объем работы в любом случае, потому что роль ГЛ — это всегда сложная роль для любого. Когда проигрывает команда, чувствуется больше ответственности на тебе, как на капитане. Ты думаешь, что ты мог бы помочь тиммейтам разыграть лучше. Наша цель всегда — это постоянно побеждать на турнирах, показывать максимально хорошие результаты и радовать болельщиков.
I think he's still adapting. The amount of time he was being in the role of a player is too big.
Андрей старается во многом помогать мне, давать некоторые советы, как мне лучше скоординировать в ту или иную ситуацию.
When you consider that Blade is one of the first real mentor voices in Electronics' career, that's going to be a huge benefit for them moving forward.
И, соответственно, мы проводим с ним много бесед по поводу Counter-Strike и делимся мыслями между собой.
For myself, I see like perfect picture. The perfect image for me is having a player like Sumda Young doing a lot of important things in the game. My expectations of how good he must be is not satisfied at the moment.
He seems to have a very good mentality. Basically, all he mentions is Blade and some of the other players constantly pointing out the mistakes that he's making. And he seems very receptive to it. And I feel like if you're constantly talking about your team pointing out mistakes you're making, that could you off pretty quick. But SDY seems to have a very level head about it and a very good approach to it.
Но я думаю, что Вите стало гораздо комфортнее играть. Он чувствует себя увереннее во время игры и, соответственно, проявляет больше инициативы.
I'm not trying to be very harsh. I know that it's hard for him. He has a lot of time to reach his goal. The future is very simple. He is playing with us the major. I mean, this is a line at this moment, so we don't look further.
I have to think that this NAVI team could reach a higher ceiling. All the changes that were made coming into 2022 to challenge that NAVI team worked if you think of FaZe's perspective.
They are still like beatable, and the way how we beat them in Blast Lisbon was also a sign for us.
I don't think NAVI needs to change anything. I think they're going to be just fine.
I think if we would play like 2 more months with SDY, we could beat them in the grand final.
For NAVI, it's just a matter of sitting tight, keep incorporating SDY into the team, and start looking towards building up towards the Rio Major.
So for me, CS has always been about getting connected with other people, having the same goal, overcoming hardships.
I think I love to play Counter-Strike so much because I'm a really passionate guy.
It's like an accidentally perfect game on some sense.
I think Counter-Strike is the balance between having the possibility of winning on your own, and on the other hand, you have this whole team spirit experiment where you bond with other people. You create something that is bigger than just yourself.
As a sport, it's competition, it's camaraderie, it's legacy. It's about accomplishing.
There's incredible moments of build-up and incredible moments of action. There's incredible moments of achieving something that seems like it should be impossible.
There, Bonnicy is in a lot of trouble. He no-scopes one of them. He keeps going. 10 seconds. He fakes the bomb, spins around, running up close and personal. Oh, what a flick!
They say you have 2 deaths, and the first time is when you die. The second is when people stop talking about you. And it's for that reason that I don't think Counter-Strike will ever die.
Is the love of the competition. It's the competitive drive.
I think we wouldn't be here if it weren't for the community.
I love competing, I love winning, and Counter-Strike gives me the motivation to do so.
I'm living and breathing this game from the moment I touched the game to now.
There's a million games. There's nothing quite like CS.
Let's roll.
The day of second chances showed us that FaZe do more than just bleed. With the new OG coming in hot and igniting Flame's path across 3 maps. OG certainly showed us positive changes coming into Ancient, with Neofrag alongside Dexter coming out stronger than the major winning side. Though this certainly angered the champions as FaZe came through on Mirage with full force, as young gun core of Rops, Brokey and Twist wanted to push with a vengeance. Everything would be decided in the flames of Inferno. The humidity was rising, but FaZe were falling as they found themselves down and out to the young guns of OG. The second series of the day would see North America's last hope look to take on the Vikings disguised as ninjas, who need to fight like ninjas and remove the pajamas. The opening map was a battle of the CT sides, but OC was not going to stop showing who the real AWPer on the server was. Mirage came round next, and the back and forth affair saw the game start to slip away from Liquid's Dream 2-0. Despite the best efforts from Rez and Plopsky, the aggression and decision making from NAF, as well as the razor-sharp aim from Elysian Yakinda, would see Liquid gain another victory here at the Full Groups. A back and forth one-sided clash saw G2 and Vitality close out the day. G2 riding high with confidence after their Vertigo game versus Big came in with very little to offer. Even with winning the opening duels, the entire team of Vitality were able to win it out with a fast 16-4 scoreline. Moving on to Nuke, Zonic believed he had surprised G2 with this pick, but Hooksy laughed it off in and out of the server. The speed continued with another 16-4 scoreline, this time to the Samurais on G2. It had to be Inferno to end the series in style, a map that had been a strong choice for Vitality since the Danes came into the roster, and it showed from start to finish. Vitality cruised past their opponents, looking like they completely outclassed them in the end.
The second day of the Gauntlet wrapped as we edge ever closer to Copenhagen's Royal Arena. We're back with more Blast Full Groups action, and joining myself, Freya Spears, to see exactly how it's going to be going down. I've got Pimp, I've got Maniac down on the floor once again. Gentlemen, an absolute marathon day of CS yesterday. I want to get your favourite moments.
I'll keep the Vitality game in mind. That barn burner of a game against G2, three maps. What was that?
On brand for you.
Yes, I was. I know. I'm trying to stay in my own little box, you know. I think Vitality delivered, but today is a great test going against them. It's NAVI.
I used to play in Liquid, so obviously I'm going to play the Team Liquid game, right? We had to get it out of the way.
I didn't know that.
Note it down.
Yeah,
now you do, Freya. Now you do. That was a good game against NIP, 2-0, yeah, but a close game, so that's definitely the highlight for me out there.
Yeah, of course, so you guys are voting at home for your highlights in our CS Money Play of the Day. So what is coming up as play number 3, Matthew?
Well, as a play number 3, we have our buddy Spinks with the Glock on Vertigo, showcasing his mechanical prowesses. The flicks that he's had in that series was mental, and that was the best way possible to start this second half, closing the clutch with the USP.
Ever since Rain became the MVP of the major, he's been going down a little bit in level, but yesterday we saw glimpses of what Rain can do on a server. Starting off with a nice wallbang, this double kill you're going to see right here, the control of this Freya, the second kill right here is absolutely astonishing, and then coming into it, he's going to finish off with an ace. Good to see Rain back in form.
Play of the day will be awarded to m0NESY with yet another one of his legendary clutches coming out on Inferno this time. I feel like it's a map that he aficionates quite a lot when it comes to clutches. That shot is just a freak of nature. I don't even know what that is, but we all know watching this that from the moment he gets to the 1 versus 2, he has a way to close the round. Great positioning, map awareness, flicks. It's all in the package, all the way to the bank.
So many incredible highlights going down yesterday, and it's only going to get hotter today, as now it is time to find out our first 3 teams making it to the Royal Arena.
I was always excited to play against them because of their legacy.
Flames, again, a triple kill from him.
As a Danish player, you want to play in front of a Danish crowd always.
Farley has been impactful from a 4v5.
Okay. It's been a while since Liquid's been a team that's been on top. We have like a lot of hunger, a lot of fire. We want to win.
8 seconds, tries to pre-fire the corner. Yikinder lines him up.
But the confidence is very much up, and we're gonna destroy everyone.
Searson caught with a nade out. Oh, down through smoke.
I've never been in the Royal Arena before, and I hope I will get this chance.
Bit there with the AK, chewing them all up. It's a nice quad kill.
Walking into Dupree, who lines up the double kill. Dupree shuts it all down.
My goal is to lift trophy with my team, and we are hungry now to beat everyone.
The Royal Arena beckons, and today the first team's cries will be answered. 3 teams will be making it to this grand stage, the coveted stage here in Copenhagen, and it is not an understatement to say the atmosphere in this arena absolutely unmatched as we saw last year.
It has to be a destination if you're a Counter-Strike player where you want to be. And this is a reminder for everybody that the season might have just started now, but some teams are already putting their pawns in the right places. You make a top 6 here, you guarantee yourself a spot at the fall finals, you're going to play in front of the arena, and that's a great opportunity to lift a trophy.
Not only for the players, not only for the teams, but for the fans as well. You want to see the best possible Counter-Strike inside Royal Arena. You want to see all the potential teams qualifying for it as well. There's going to be a total of 8 teams, right? And I think the last couple of years we've been gifted with some of the most amazing Counter-Strike inside that arena. So if you, as an attendance as well in form of the crowd, want to get in there, there's still some tickets left. So make sure you book a spot. It's
I would definitely sell those ASAP. But as you can see on our screen, this is exactly how the teams will be qualifying. 3 will be awarded a place today, 3 more tomorrow, and that last chance qualifier, of course, moving into the showdown as well. The final 2 teams from both EU and the NA side of life will be sealing a spot there. But yeah, that's definitely the tough route to be going in. Today, we're focusing on that third column over on the right. That is the finals. Of course, OG taking on Astralis, Vitality taking on NAVI, and then Team Liquid taking on Heroic. All of these teams, if they don't net a spot, they will get a spot in that last chance qualifier as well.
Yes, they absolutely will, but I think that has to be the caveat for the last 2 days of Counter-Strike we will play. We have 9 excellent teams in Counter-Strike still in the running and only 6 spots. It might sound like it's a lot, a tournament's going to give away 6 spots. It's actually not when you have so many high-level teams. And teams who make it to the showdown usually turn out with a nightmare out of it. We've had plenty of big names just completely breaking their teeth in that tournament. You want to secure your spot right here, right now, at the full groups, not through the showdown.
It's arguably easier. It's easier to qualify from this stage of the tournament than it is going into the showdown. So you're right, there's a lot of stake already. And as you said, we're coming out of the break. So some teams is a little bit rusty, but some of them have been power packing coming into this one because they see a great opportunity of qualifying.
I want to throw a tough question, both your gentlemen's way. If you can bring up the gauntlet just once again, I want to ask you guys who you think is going to be making it from these. Of course, we've seen a couple of upsets going through so far in the tournament. tournament. Who are your kind of top hot 6 names going through?
Oh, you want 6 names?
Yeah.
You know what? Let's flip the script. I mean, let me tell you who's not going to make it.
Okay.
That's only 3, right?
That's fair, yeah.
If I had to say, I'd probably see NIP miss on that. NIP hasn't really given me a lot of insurances. I think Astralis is in a tough spot as well. And G2 is probably at the beginning of the road. So I'd say NIP, G2, Astralis, but I could be mainly wrong.
OG, G2, and NIP is unfortunately not going to make it
on
this
G2.
time around.
Damn, okay. Why? Any particular reason for that, Pimp?
It's too early for G2. We saw the limitations in a best-of-3 scenario yesterday. The map pool hasn't really involved yet. They've shown some decent Counter-Strike so far. I would have more confidence had it been in a week or 2 from now on, but it's still a little bit too early for G2.
Well, we are going to be seeing exactly how that does play out. Of course, G2 will be in that last chance qualifier that will be coming up tomorrow. But let's take a look at what is on the cards today. Obviously, our last match of the day, we're going to see NAVI returning with Simple at the helm, taking on Vitality to tussle for the spot at the 4 finals. Not before Heroic take on Team Liquid, but first, we are kicking things off with the Danes of Astralis taking on OG.
It has been tough times for Astralis outside of Blast. Can they keep the good times rolling as they fight for their spot on home soil in the Royal Arena?
So, I mean, he's been impactful towards OT. He's getting 2Ks from a 4v5.
OG shocked the world with a win against the major champs, but can they also take down the champions of old?
Ooh, and jumping through. Good double peek Flames.
This is their chance to dash the Danes' full final dreams.
A clash for Copenhagen's coveted stage. It's Astralis taking on OG in our first matchup of the day. A chance to claim their hands firmly on a spot at the full finals. OG obviously submitting an upset victory over the world number ones of FaZe just yesterday to net them a spot here. But the main narrative coming into this matchup has to be Astralis, and it has to be a marathon day of Counter-Strike that they're going to be ensuing.
Yeah, listen, if this was a weather forecast and we would be talking about those teams, you'd have a sunny side by the beach, OG, and the absolute storm and the torment of Astralis right now. We have to take a moment to realize where they are in their situation today. Astralis is trying to survive in the RMR cycle while at the same time qualifying for fall finals. Today could determine their future in midterm so much. It is actually incredible how much there is on the line right now, and they find themselves in a very unique scenario as players.
You get to see the schedule in front of you right now, starting off with a game against OG, a best-of-3 game that could potentially net them a spot at the fall final. And let me just put it into context for people who may not be that involved in Astralis, who may not be a Dane like myself. This is a team that has had Denmark under their spell for a very long time. This is a team that has done everything you can do in Counter-Strike. They won 3 majors in a row, 4 in total. We're talking about a team that in Denmark, if there's 100 Danish Counter-Strike fans, 99 of those will be rooting for Astralis still to this day. If they were not to qualify for the finals, if they were not to be in Royal Arena, that would be a massive blow, let alone talking about the major. What could happen to Astralis if they would miss out on the fall finals and miss out on the major? We're talking a paradigm shift perhaps in Danish Counter-Strike. We're already talking about Astralis being a team that can't really attract the best talents anymore. People are saying no to join the squad. People are saying no to join the project. So we're looking at an Astralis right now that could have one of the most important days in the history of their Counter-Strike lineup at hands for them. They need not only 1 win, but 2 wins today.
And just to reiterate the importance of the RMR matches that we saw, or the qualifier for the RMR matches, this is the final chance the Danes have to make it in that road to Rio. That is absolutely huge. Just reiterating once again, these guys have 4 major trophies in that Astralis cabinet.
I know, and we cannot even comprehend, we can't even imagine that Astralis would be missing out on the RMR. We're not even talking about the major, we're talking about the RMR. And people might think that there is an obvious, I guess, hierarchy in what's happening today. You might say that the major is obviously way more important than fall finals. I'm not going to argue with you. I know the major is more important. But if you're Astralis, you really think that the practice you want to have into this RMR qualification is losing to OG? Is this how you picture your day? Do you think you come into these games, these qualifying games, which are going to determine your future, by getting spanked by OG? That's the way to go? Absolutely not. There is only one scenario in which they come out today by being winners, is by winning everything. That's the only scenario that works.
Yeah, and that was a scenario that we were kind of talking about, I guess, theory crafting in the green room. You know, is their focus just going to be in the RMR going forward? And I was saying, you know what they need to come out of today? Having some confidence, having that OG victory under their belt, making sure they get to the full finals, get to the Royal Arena, and then move on to the RMR and make sure that they actually make it in the road to Rio.
I agree with you. I'd say both are equally important. Of course, missing the major would be a disaster, and that would be a massive blow.
Major remains the major. It'll always be the major.
Of course, right. Financially speaking as well, you miss out on the stickers, you miss out on the opportunity to attract new talent that hopefully could help the project to go in the right direction. But for fall finals as well, you know, to be inside Royal Arena as a Danish team, as a team who's, again, had Denmark under their spell for such a long period, it is very, very important. And I agree with you, Freya. Getting a win here against OG could give them enough confidence to get it done in the major qualifier.
Absolutely essential. We just had some pretty good vibes from the camp of Astralis, having a little bit of a sing-song coming into this series. But let's turn those lyrics into words with Glaive.
So, Glaive, positive signs at Blast when you managed to top the group, then the RMR things have been a little bit more difficult. I want to ask you just what's the difference for you guys playing against these teams that are obviously lesser known? I know best of one side, but you also played best of ones at Blast. So how is it? Can you quantify this for me of why it's so much more difficult?
I mean, first of all, it's different kind of teams because they are lesser experienced and they do things that you don't expect them to do. And I mean, a lot of pro players aren't taking those risks because the risks aren't really necessary to take, you feel like, as a pro, and you talk a lot about we shouldn't do that, but I think they have more kind of a loose play style sometimes. And I think also the pressure is a bit bigger on us as well, because you really want to qualify for the RMR if you want to go to the major. So we can really feel the pressure, and that can sometimes haunt us, but we've been having a lot of talks about it, trying to figure out how we're going to take the pressure away or just be okay with having the pressure. So that's what we're working on.
And in terms of that balance, right, with not just the pressure but the games, you've obviously got here for now for Blast going into a best of 3. You've got RMRs as well. How have you found that balance in time? Like, how have you prepared for OG while also going through this? This must have been a very difficult task.
Yeah, it has been very difficult because we have a lot of games in the evening in the RMR qualifier, and we also have this game against OG now at 1. So yeah, it's a long day ahead of us. We're trying to prepare the best we can against OG, but still don't prepare too much so you're exhausted for the evening, because we have another important games, hopefully games later. So yeah, it's about finding the balance.
Yeah, this really is a true test of stamina for Astralis coming into today. And both in-game leaders on each side of the equation, we were super impressed with what Nexa was delivering in that game versus FaZe yesterday. Actually, the highest rated player on the side of OG in that series.
He had a great performance, but I almost want to throw the graphic to the bin and say today is not about the numbers. None of the numbers matter when it comes to Nexa and Glev. I think what matters is their psychological environment. It's night and day completely. On one hand, you have Glev who's trying to survive in this hellfire that Astralis currently is, and on the other, you have Nexa who's riding a high with OG, just fresh off a victory versus FaZe. Top fragment player as well, finding some individual space and groove in there. I think they're just diametrically different today.
Two very different philosophies as well when it comes to being an in-game leader. Nexa, as we spoke about, he likes the simple Counter-Strike, he likes the clean Counter-Strike, doesn't overcomplicate things. Whereas Glev, I still to this day think he's one of the smartest minds ever to touch Counter-Strike, but he's lost it a little bit as of recently. You know, his individual output is not up there where it's supposed to be. The way he reads the game, the way he clutches, which used to be one of his strengths, not up there, right? So you're definitely spot on when you're saying Nexa right now is trending upwards, where unfortunately for Glev, it's trending a bit downwards.
Well, speaking of both sides of the equation, James has actually managed to grab both coaches coming into this series.
We've got a special kind of interview to be had here. We've got the coaches going head-to-head in this one. And Trace, one thing we'd always say when it comes to Astralis, right, is tactically you guys are more sound when it comes to it. But the map pool's the thing I have the biggest question around, and also the fact you match up so well in the map pool against OG. So how do you plan to get the victory in this one?
Well, we've obviously figured out the veto. Played the maps we kind of expected as well. We've had some issue with the RMR, so obviously our preparation isn't what it used to be for this day, but we're still decently prepared and we're ready for the maps.
And for you, Rugger, your map pool at the moment looks really good in terms of what we've been seeing from Ancient. We look at the FaZe games yesterday as well, right? Okay, Mirage maybe could have done a bit of work, a key map for Astralis. But overall, do you feel like Astralis will be an easier opponent for you guys than FaZe in this one?
No. I think we hit FaZe on one of the famous off days. We also played a bit better than we used to, so I think that kind of had something to do with how the score ended out. Astralis might be a wounded animal from the RMRs, but we still know the quality of the players, so we go in with a deep respect for the opponent, but also with a great feeling of winning.
Would you say that you guys would be the stronger team firepower-wise right now? Because your young guns seem to be even popping off really strong, and Nexa's game yesterday looked phenomenal.
I think we match them quite well on firepower. What they have is maybe like a tactical advantage of being together for a bit more, but I think we have the edge on the individuals.
And in terms of that edge individual, like he's talking about when it comes to that, right, for you guys, we can definitely rely on Blame F, config sometimes up and down there, but how important is it to get like Farley, to get Glev activated a bit more in order to put up the numbers in this fight?
It's very important. Like obviously we need almost every player in the team to step up. They don't have to step up like Blame does with the numbers. We all have different roles, but it's important that we have a few players who can manage to clutch out some key rounds, and obviously Farley as well. He's been doing well lately, so just looking forward to it.
And how's the mentality and how's the confidence for the guys right now, given the fact, obviously, the RMRs and all the stress you guys are going through? Are you worried about that?
Of course we're worried about the RMR. Of course it's the major and we're Astralis and there's a lot of pressure, but we also try to remember that BO1 in the qualifier is not like in a typical tournament environment, so we also just won our group here at Blast, so we feel confident going into these like pro games with preparation and stuff. So we just try to keep remembering how good we are actually, and we can fight in these games. That's what we try to focus on.
And for you, Rugger, do you think like the pressure's all on Astralis in this one, given the situation for them over you guys?
Yeah, I think so. I think we have nothing to lose in today's matchup. We showed yesterday we can play great CS, and when there's no pressure on us, we are very dangerous. So yeah, the pressure is on them.
And how's the confidence after yesterday?
Oh, it's sky high when you take down the defending champions. Then of course, the defending major champions. But of course, then you have sky high confidence, and that's what we are trying to take advantage of today.
Well, guys, thank you very much for your time. I'll let you shake hands.
Thank you.
I love it when we get to hear from both sides of the server. Both coaches keeping it very civil coming into that interview as well. I do want to throw it back to the question of firepower that James kind of proposed for both sides of the equation, because somebody for OG that we were really putting under the spotlight coming into this tournament was Flames. How were you feeling after his game versus FaZe yesterday, Matthew?
I think that the Inferno changed the whole narrative just a little bit. I think he impressed, he surprised a few people. He reminded everybody of what kind of impact and influence he can have, but this is just it. This was just that Inferno that really impressed me. The rest has been relatively calm and neutral, so I'm not exactly in the FaZe fan club quite yet, but it was great for his confidence to have that performance on Inferno versus FaZe.
He did exactly what we spoke about coming into the game against FaZe, right? We highlight him as a player that has X factor. We highlight him as a player that when he's playing well, he can take over the server, he can dictate the game, which he did against FaZe, but inconsistency-wise, it happens far too often that he's not showing up, right? Just an average game here and there. So I'm not bought on the Flame C train yet. I think there's a lot of potential with him, but he reminds me a lot like Config, you know, if you want to make the comparison to Astralis. When he's taking over the server, when he's playing well, he could be one of the best riflers in the world. We just don't see it often enough.
What really struck me on that Inferno game when he was finding all these multi-kills is his movements and his timings. And at this day, I cannot tell you whether it's a matter of his own thinking or if it's because the communication was on point for OG. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe that's a question we can ask them at a later stage, because he was almost always in the right space. In the CT side, rotationally, he was always there. He got opponents in the back. He was being that +1 in the backup situation. If we can see a Flames that's one step ahead of the music today again and can surprise his opponent, then we'll see the real impact.
Just speaking about the man that we just saw standing behind, obviously Dexter, new addition to OG, very exciting. We've been very excited to see what he's going to be delivering on the server. And when we're looking at opening kills, actually, there's a lot of AWPers names in the mix there. Dexter being third, and of course, Farley being second.
Yeah, it's the signs that time that passes, times that change, Freya. We have the 5 best entry fraggers of the tournament so far, and surprise, surprise, we have 4 new generation AWPers, what I like to call new generation AWPers. Monacy, of course, Dexter and Folly, who's going to be on the server right there, and OC later on with Liquid. Both of them, maybe one of these names is a little bit more surprising than the other, I gotta be honest. I didn't expect Farley to be up there, and maybe we just have to give him the praise for what he's been doing, at least in a microsphere here at Blastful Series.
I was just about to say, spot the odd man out in that one right there.
Where's Charlie?
Yeah, exactly. But you're right, you know, one of the reasons why Astralis ended up winning that group was that Farley found impact. He was actually playing well. He was finding openings. He was, I wouldn't say dictating the game with the AWP, but he was part of the squad, part of the game, and had more impact than we've seen in a long, long time from Farley. The problem for him as well, it comes in small glimpses, right? We haven't seen him find any sort of consistency within Astralis, but I'm sure that if this guy on your screen will show up like we saw in the group stage, that adds another layer to Astralis, and that's something they really, really, really need right now.
If you talk about pressure, I feel like his last few months have been nothing but pressure if you're Farley. The entire community has been waiting for someone to replace you. Everybody's just been trying to find who in the hell can save this Astralis lineup. Would Device come back? I don't know. Where's Nikodos going? He's going to Fnatic. Isn't there any other AWPers out there? Meanwhile, he's just quietly doing his job. Cologne was an absolute abyss. It was an abyss for Falik. That wasn't great. But the point that I want to make is that every single game he spends in that Astralis jersey is an occasion, an opportunity to shut everyone's mouth. What if he starts playing better Counter-Strike? It's a bit more of a lifetime, and maybe one day we'll be convinced, but we are just at the very beginning of that path.
He's playing for his life, as simple as that.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I just want to go back to the map video that we saw rolling out during that coach's interview. Of course, Ancient actually coming into the mix once again for OG. They really like picking into that. Mirage into the mix for Astralis. Makes sense because they won a 16-9 last time these two teams faced. But yeah, this Ancient conversation, I don't know, how are you feeling about that?
I feel good on behalf of OG. I think they've shown some great promise on Ancient, especially their T-side. We've seen them against some top teams so far in this tournament. Both times they've won their T-side against FaZe and their other opponents. So good to see them, you know, finding consistency on Ancient. On the other hand, Astralis used to be good on Ancient. It used to be one of the maps they felt comfortable on, but not anymore. Last time they played in the major qualifier, they lost 16-8 to a Polish squad I never heard about before.
Forget about that.
Yeah, forget about that. But no, you know, that strikes not a lot of confidence in that map. So we spoke about it, Matthew. You know, the new iteration of Ancient, Astralis haven't really adopted to it just yet.
Well, I'm still a believer, Freya, and that's why I went for Astralis in my prediction as well. I thought that the map will slightly favor them, and I believe in their Ancient. I believe they can put up a wall against Nexa, and then if we get Inferno, then all the cards are shuffled.
Astralis for the win.
Well, let's speak of the Betway predictions. Let's bring them up just to see exactly what the talent are predicting coming into today, because at the WhatsApp group, there was a lot of different opinions.
I don't think I've ever
today.
seen so many different picks.
So many different colors, so many different logos.
The green room
like
is about to turn into a war room.
Okay, so we are on the Astralis train. Launder's actually gone back to OG.
Of course he has. I mean, he missed the one time he had to be an OG fan. The one time.
Yeah, no, a lot coming into today, and of course a spot at the Royal Arena up for grabs for all of these teams coming into the third day of the gauntlet here at the Blast Full Groups. Ancient on the cards, OG's pick coming into things. They are tantalizingly close to making it to the full finals, and maybe a victory on map 1 will help catapult them to success. We're going to see how it goes down with Anders and Moses in just a few.
OG!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. The first game of the day is about to start. We've got Astralis versus OG, and someone's going to have to try and qualify for that Royal Arena. You see the atmosphere, and it's a unique experience. It's going to be great. Odds are kind of almost even. Jason, how are you feeling on this fine fine Saturday morning?
I'm great. I started my day with a double espresso latte, so I'm fired up. I'm ready to go. Astralis better be fired up. They got a long day today. They got a lot going on. They got a lot on their minds. They got a lot on their shoulders. They better forget all about it heading into this game because they need to focus up right here. Obviously wanting to avoid having to try and get into the last chance qualifier coming tomorrow if they were to drop down and lose this. And they've obviously got a major qualifying match coming up later today against the Roosters, who beat them in the third qualifier.
Yeah, big day for Astralis in a lot of different ways, you could say. So they're going to be starting on the CT side with OG on the T side. So let's just see what happens. OG have looked like a great team. Everyone's surprised. It's been a really wonderful trip for them so far. Let's see if they can take down Astralis. They're rushing the B-bomb side already. And Flames with the opening to drop. Fowler gets a nice start. Sip getting overwhelmed as well. But the duelie's back here on Blamef doing some work. He hasn't bothered to reload yet. He doesn't need to. 3 quick headshots. And that should win the round. Next back here, probably horrified at what's happening on that scoreboard. Blamef looking for the quad. It's going to be stolen by Glaive, but they're ready.
All right, yeah, they are ready. Whatever it takes. Look, maybe Blamef is the duelie's messiah we've needed all along. I don't think I've ever seen this out of him with the double pistol. This is a beautiful sequence, extremely accurate turning around as well, and he's getting wrapped upon 1-0. Blamef saving the day.
That's what you like to see.
Especially considering he's been the rock. He's been the one consistent factor of this team since this kind of roster came together, since its inception. So, I mean, you obviously want to see him starting out the day very well.
What are these shenanigans here?
I don't like them.
Little circus act going on.
Maybe they can jump on the bridge.
Now, that would be something.
That'd be cool.
Find like an entirely hidden path that no one's ever discovered before.
Yeah.
No, I think they're just faffing about, aren't they?
Yeah, that's one way to put it. I think they're just wasting some time over here in T-Spawn.
They're wasting my time, Jason.
They're wasting our time, and that is the true travesty.
It's a real disgrace. Anyway, probably just, taking a moment. Also, just, Astralis happy about that pistol win. Give them a little bit of room to cool down. Not that I think it's going to be, but...
ice the kicker.
Yeah, just take it easy a little bit. What a day for Astralis it could be, or it could be the exact opposite. It's a little bit too soon to tell, I suppose. But you're right. Blamef has kind of been the rock of the team, which is weird given the legacy of people like Sip and Glaive, and even to some extent Config, even though, inconsistency has been something that's been trailing his career in some sense, but still.
And he always felt like kind of like the prince of Danish Counter-Strike, right? That was like, that was always positioned, that we always knew that was fated to join this Astralis roster at one point, and now that we have it, we ain't liking what we see. So it's kind of a weird scenario to be in. He's certainly got to have a step up today. All of them do, if they want to qualify for the major, obviously, if they want to qualify for the fall finals.
Now, see, when you said Prince, you mean royalty, but I, for a minute, thought about the low-cut, like, open, I don't know, blazers.
Okay, you're thinking the artist formerly known as Prince type thing.
Yeah, great, too. It's great. What an honor, but still,
The player formerly
that's
known
where
as
my
Config.
brain went.
Yeah, of course
I had a whole Config Purple Rain mix in my brain.
Yeah, low-cut shirt on Config. That's what you had in your head. Wonderful.
Who doesn't?
Well, Flames had a wonderful day yesterday. He's going to start out here in the first gun round with the kill around the smoke. That is the aforementioned Config.
Speaking of artists, he really is working the middle in an extreme way from both sides. He's going to do the same thing on the CT side when they get there. But what a luxury to have someone that can open up so many rounds like this. All right.
I can't believe he didn't press all the way. He was halfway through that smoke and called it off, although I guess that's the smarter decision. You get yourself in a 4-on-2 and deleted.
Goodbye.
All right, Blamef.
What a shot.
Yeah.
1 versus 4. If he's in the right position, maybe the HE will get him on 1 versus 3 on Flames. If that's possible, you need a little bit of luck to try and win rounds like these. That would be at least a start, but now he's kind of moved pretty far away from it. Smoke's going up, and he might even hear that and just say, all right, that's it. Like, there's no point.
Yep.
Fair enough.
Out of position. You're right. Maybe spam through the smoke, maybe get a nade on the planter, Molotov to slow things down. Could have had some luck, but things would have had to have gone perfectly. Going to save the M4. Next round should be another buy from the Astralis team, and OG is going to be on the board early.
For those of you who missed it yesterday, when OG were playing on Inferno, Flames had on their T side maybe 3, 4, maybe even 5 rounds or something where he opened up with double kills to enter the B bomb side, where it was so crazy.
And then switching over to the CT side, he was good for a double kill every time they attacked either bomb site. He was there. He was the saving grace. Without Flames, they likely don't beat FaZe yesterday. That's another element to this. Who picked Astralis? How do you work out an Astralis pick after you just watch OG beat FaZe?
Yeah, that's a good question. We'll have to ask some of those people. I felt pretty decent about this OG pick, but it's not unfair to say either that we have seen out of Astralis some interesting games every once in a while. I mean, obviously the fact that they haven't qualified for the major is a big problem, but in Cologne they look like a tough team. They made it further than I was expecting. So they're not. Can't just write them off either. It's a weird.
Yeah, but as the body of work as a whole, that Cologne run felt like an overachievement.
Yeah, it did. I agree. So maybe you're nostalgic for that. You're thinking this is it. Like they could do it. By the way, speaking of Ancient and Flames and how well he's been playing, and blame him with a little bit of a start here, Config's one of those players on Ancient that usually does super well. So maybe that is something that could bring Astralis an actual win on the map here. They need him to be at a high level. Because once he reaches that, there are not many players in the world that can stop him, really, it's so much fun to watch. Probably one of my favorite players to sort of, cover in any match. Glaive was going to get one kill there with a 5-7, but good use of the Molotov and just a slow pace here from OG to make sure that they don't run into any kind of madness.
Yeah, not any kind of crazy overcommitment to run into that 5-7 that was boosted up from Glaive. He's 5-2 so far in these first 4 rounds. Shouldn't be a whole lot of danger. BlameF is going to prioritize the M4. Xyp9x might just try and get a weapon on the exits. But this is going to be the scoreboard all tied up at 2 when all is said and done. Yeah, that's a fair point to make. Config, despite his struggles, this has been like maybe the one map where he seems to feel the most confident and comfortable as an individual. So let's see if that has an impact on today's game. And like you said, going up against Flames in middle, going to be a tough affair.
Yeah, it definitely will be. His aggression is so wild, and it's coming. I mean, they've obviously been watching the demos. It's not like they're going to be surprised by what Flames is doing, but hard to stop.
Even his first gun round where he gets the opening kill in middle as well was the exact same thing he kind of did yesterday against FaZe. You kind of turn left and hide in the smoke for a second, follow up flashbang, and then you kind of swing around the corner. So we'll see if Config and the rest of Astralis is going to be prepared to neutralize and slow that down.
AKs. AWP on Dexter. That is another obvious super weapon for the side of OG. We've seen in the past some games where Farlig actually has done an enormous amount of work. I can't remember which game. There was one recently where he was top fragging and carrying the team for a long stretch there, Farlig. But up against Dexter, it's hard to pick Farlig over Dexter the way that he's been having an impact on the game. So might be worse. Nice Molotov to force Dexter forward. Almost getting the kill right there. That is so scary. But Dexter sticking around. Is he just trying to no-scope him? Oh, and he's going to get what he came for. That's great. A little bit of a return for Config, so it's still a 4-on-4, but he's so aggressive.
I love this. I love this. Keep moving forward, baby. Go for more. This is when Dexter gets to be his most exciting, when he's on the hunt. He's going to be smoked off and neutralized for the moment. Counter smoke as well. Some spam coming into the boards, and Dexter's going to back away in the stalemate. Still, most of OG is lined up towards this B bomb side. Look at Glaive's push outside of A. He's really starting to shrink the map. 3 defenders passively set up for Astralis at B. They're going to be there to buy time, harass, and cause problems as Glaive's flank comes in.
And what a smoke down on that B ramp to give Glaive even more time and probably put a lot of pressure onto OG. That's the last smoke and last grenade they have at all in the B bomb site. So still, when it fades, either Glaive needs to kind of be close enough to help out, or they need some really great shots. Because on the OG side, they have still some nades left. They have a smoke and a Molotov and plenty of flashbangs.
Yeah, but Astralis is going to be really happy with the knowledge that it's coming to this bomb site, right? Glaive has all the information for him. He's covering middle. He's covering the long route back through T-spawn towards the A site. Now he's going to start going on a big flank with 22 seconds left on the clock. Here comes Fiku. Utility being spent. OG moving up into the site. Spam not connecting through the smoke whatsoever. A little bit there onto Fiku. Config's got one. The trades, but Glaive is so close.
Yeah, he ran the whole way just knowing that they weren't ever going to hear him. That's great. And he's already on the ramp. There's no way they know. Nice shot there to take down Fiku, and Farlig's going to be dropping next and next. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. The information worth way more to Astralis. Dexter here smoked out, and that AWP might not be worth losing to this. Going to try for it, but he was already low on health and gets wallbanged down by Farlig. So there we go. Astralis early to shut down OG. Good move.
Yeah, really nice move. Round 1 by Glaive, you have to say.
Definitely.
That information is huge. This is a good opening kill from Dexter. Traps BlameF along the wall. But then in the retake, after the bomb goes down, that flank from Glaive makes it so difficult for OG to handle anything. So 1 round up for Astralis. Game face is on today.
Yeah, surviving that round is absolutely huge. Means they get the AWP on Farlig as well, so maybe we can get some Dexter versus Farlig AWP. That could be fun. Little battle going on. BlameF very aggressive, pushing all the way out of that Jaguar tunnel, but they're right, they're coming through at the same time. Good timing between those two. Neofrag to pick up the kill, and it's a 4-on-5. They could find Config. He's on a weird island here.
Yeah, he is. Flames looks like he wants to go for the hunt. At some point up over the top, it's Nexa. So much pressure put on Config. Takes a rough fight. Glaive, he's going to stick around. He wants to find the equalizer. I can't believe he continues to go back, and the nade's going to clean him up. He really wanted to turn that into a 3-on-3. And now Astralis has some decisions to make. AWP in the hands of Farlig. Xipix as well over towards the B bomb site. Everyone's going to be smoked off, and they're going to call the save right out of the gates. 3-3.
That escape plan for Config there. I could understand why he doesn't want to stick around. I mean, that's possibly even more risky.
Yeah.
But when he tried to run back, one of the issues is that Glaive is behind him in middle, but Glaive only had a smoke. He had no flashbangs. I bet you if Glaive had a flashbang, they could have helped Config escape in a completely different way, right? It would have been way harder. Maybe even just turned it around to a kill, but the lack of flashes on anyone there kind of made that mid situation kind of sticky. So, unfortunate. But a good win for OG, tying it up already.
Yeah, really good win. Really grinding battle in middle for control, and once they get that, it's all over. So 2 weapons saved. Farlig and Xipix will both be able to drop some rifles over to teammates. I imagine we'll see another buy for rifles for the Astralis side of things. Fist bumps all around.
I like it. Still just makes me happy.
Yeah?
It's like a...
Simple pleasures for a simple man.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a kind of ASMR that I didn't even know existed. But like hearing like a really good... It's not even... It's like a really good slap. Like a really good, you know...
Okay.
It's a very sound.
Yeah.
Can we get that in slow motion? Can production give us that? Like the sound in slow motion too? I feel like I could. I feel like it'd be good.
All right, we'll wait for the perfect Dexter high five. We'll call it out. All right, here we go. I like this. We've seen this before.
That's extreme.
Yeah, but look at the way he's got to manage the way he moves on top as the third player blinds it as well. Hasn't seen anything just yet. And how long do they want to keep this stack up? This is a lot of resources in one place. Here's the opportunity, and he's got it. Well done. Well done from Astralis to get themselves a 5-on-4, almost given back up. Little crack in that box gave away the information. BlameF down to 34 HP. Mid is open. Mid is taken over.
Yeah, because you knew there were going to be 3 people up there, so at least you can try to get the space. If you have people in position, you could try and take some other part of the map quickly before they start to rotate out. But they're at the A bomb site once again. They kind of see it coming, so pretty good read from Astralis here as well to start to move over this way. And I don't think this can work, right? It's very tricky. At least Glaive is a little bit further away now, but they got to be real carefully OG.
I'm surprised that they actually smoked off this donut tunnel, considering they had the rotation to take advantage of any kind of push towards the A bomb site from middle. Config is, yeah, you ride or die on that play. There's no plan B. Glaive going to start pushing and flanking around donut, but Dexter is waiting with the AWP. There's the timing, there's the kill. OG, so patient, and everyone being deleted. Astralis was in the perfect position, and OG negates everything. I think that smoke was maybe their undoing.
Could have been, yeah. And also, it feels like it might even be hard to blame Astralis for losing the round the way that they did, because they had the aggressive push out of A with Glaive earlier, and it worked. So that might also give them sort of a sense of, you know what, if we hit the timing right, we flank them through donut, it could work out. But you're right, they did slow it down, and OG were like, all right, since we're slowed down anyway, let's see if you're actually going to be aggressive. And they were. So perhaps a little bit confusing.
Not sure what the plan is for Xipix, but he's going to get shot from behind. Neofrag finds him 4-3, and that's the money taken away out of the hands of Astralis.
He was just enjoying those candles in there.
The new candles, the buffed candles. They're a little bit brighter.
People forget about that a lot.
People do forget about that.
But you're right. You a candlelight type person? You like light a little candlelight night? Do some late evening reading, maybe?
I do enjoy candles, I guess, as much as one can enjoy candles.
Yeah?
They're a bit of a pain in the ass to get going, though, you know?
I don't know. That's
Okay.
never been. That sounds like one of those like TV infomercial things, like where someone's like trying to light a candle, but they light the curtains on fire instead, and that's why you need like some product to help you.
I've never had those issues.
All right.
Just the idea that you have to like go by candlelight. You got to light a lot of candles for that.
Yeah, that's true.
There's a lot of setup, it feels, and cleanup for that matter.
Yeah. Okay.
But it is fun putting melted wax on your fingertips.
That's actually, yeah, even as a grown-up, that never gets boring.
Never gets boring.
Nice.
4 of the last 5 rounds won by OG. Out of the timeout here, huge advantage against pistols. Dexter 5-3, Flames is 6-4 to lead the way for OG's attack. And a lot of aggression from the low-buy defense of Astralis is getting shredded, ripped apart by some taps from Fiku. Add in 2 kills on Dexter and it's all over.
Fiku is one of these people on the OG team that I had almost, I think, 0 knowledge of before seeing. But I knew his name, but I'd know if someone were to wake me up in the middle of the night and say, "Tell me a little bit about this guy," I'd be like, I'm not actually sure. And he's been consistently, I think, putting up really good games.
Yeah, I had the same kind of sensation. I casted this OG roster pre-Dexter with Neofrag and Fiku coming in at their like inaugural show match out in Lisbon. They did a small event there right before Dallas. And even then, I was just kind of like, well, this will be a good way to get a first glimpse of these guys.
Yeah, just interesting sometimes how people can come from not that much fame.
And that was when all the conversation from Nexa was just, remember, that was like when the big quote came out that he was like, look, we need to get grinders in this team. We need to get people who just want to play Counter-Strike and just want to frag out and just want to grind the game. And they're looking very comfortable with these additions. And you add Dexter into everything, and they've become a pretty dangerous team, as we witnessed yesterday in the series win over FaZe.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing to think about. Maybe something that a lot of people who don't maybe play at a really high level will ever experience. But having, nice, that little boost there. Such a cool addition to the way that this played out. With the changes to the B-bomb side, it's a little bit easier to do because you've got more coverage on the other side. So it's pretty nice. But if you have even one person on the team who is, only willing to put in 80% of the time and the other are all at, close to 100, that can create a huge imbalance in the team, right? So if everyone mentally is all on the same page for OG and they just want to keep working at it, that's great.
Back to the A-bomb side again. Astralis lost the round last time. They got a 5-on-4 advantage. That was from the triple boost with Farlig's AWP towards the B-bomb site. They'd lost Nexa in that affair. Now they lose Dexter, but OG looking to recover again. 20 seconds on the clock. Farlig's going to start moving into position. He's grabbed one. He gets away as well. 15 seconds now on the clock. And OG, they're stopped cold. Flames trying to cut off rotations. The rest of his teammates have to create the opportunity, have to get the bomb planted. But now he's gone down. 2-on-5 in the post plant. And Astralis, this should be a win. The question is how many numbers are going to get cut down? And it might not be anything. Good grab from Config. There goes Nexa from behind. And all 5 players survive for the Danes.
Yeah, well done. Not losing anybody. That's a huge victory. Also, in the end here, when they're actually close to the bomb site, when they run it to Farlig, I think they had maybe one smoke. They had one smoke basically by the time he takes the shot. If they had a lot more, if they had smokes and Molotovs, they could have cleared way more of a way to get there. They maybe wouldn't even have to face the AWP to begin with. They could have had, 3 versus 5 after plant or something like that, but they just didn't have the utility on the T side at all. So a little bit unfortunate. Cost them, some more players even getting to the bomb site.
Yeah, cost them the round at the end of the day. Timeout taken. Fixing a microphone. Closer to the mouth, young man. Farlig's got it.
Yeah. Just get it as close as you can. There's no,
Put it about a fist away from your face.
I think that's, for broadcasting purposes, right? But some of these players, I don't know, I guess there's always like a volume difference, right? How much people project their voice, but if someone's like a quiet talker, they're just whispering in your ear, like, there's people at the B-bomb site. That's not going to work.
No, that doesn't work. I mean, that's like one of the unspoken factors of in-game communication as well, right? Is not only what you're saying, but the urgency you're putting it into.
Yeah.
Like, and if you're just like whispering the whole time, there's no urgency in that.
Although the other end of the scale could be horrific too. If someone's like yelling like, "They're B, they're," and you come there and it's like 3 people. Wait a minute.
Yeah, you're like, wait, you were lying.
Not all B at all. Hopefully they can figure it out ASAP and we can get back into it. Got a lot of Counter-Strike coming up today. I'm excited for it. Obviously, it's the first best of 3. We got 2 more coming up throughout the day. So I think that's going to be exciting.
Yeah.
Want to see Liquid make it through? I've been...
Yeah, you've joined me on the Liquid train.
Yeah.
Liquid taking on Heroic as the next series of the day, and to end things, our third best of 3 is going to be, why can't I find it? NAVI taking on Vitality.
Oh yeah.
Which is going to be a real nice banger for everyone to tune into. Simple's back.
Simple is back. We'll see if that's going to make the difference. Although in that game yesterday, Spinks was out of control.
Yeah, he went a bit wild, didn't he? That addition for Vitality looks like it's paying off real well, real early.
Yeah.
5-on-3 for Astralis. Some good aggression in middle, some good aggression from Glaive outside of the 8 bomb site. And this is, I mean, I think in the last 3 rounds, Astralis has been able to get, or excuse me, I should say 3 of the last 4 rounds. One of them was an eco from Astralis. Astralis has been able to get the opening kill.
Nice little shot there to take down Flames. So 3 openings, none of them returned by OG. And this is a big problem. Money for Astralis is not yet that crazy, but with a round like this, if they win this one flawlessly, it will be very fast.
Back-to-back flawless rounds is going to be real nice for Astralis. I don't think they're going to want to hunt a whole lot right now. Nice thing for OG is they went on a bit of a run themselves, a bit of a clean run themselves, and look at the bank they've got built up. Dexter with 6,200, Nexa with 2,900, Fiku's dead with 6,300 as well, so it's all there. Good opening kill from Config, good push from Glaive as the Molotov clears. Fiku even waiting for it, but couldn't get the clean fight, and this one right here really sealed the round. Yeah, you don't like that. 5-5.
Technically, he activated all the facial muscles that you need to smile, but it wasn't a smile.
It definitely wasn't a smile.
This happens. Yeah, not great when that happens. I always feel like it could be maybe a little bit upsetting if you run around like this and whatever plan you had, you don't even get to execute it. You're like, oh, we don't even know if it worked or not because we just, you know, we didn't even get to that part.
Yeah.
But good stuff.
Really good stuff.
All quiet on both camps, really. You could feel that it's a match that started out close enough that no one's feeling really celebratory yet. No one's feeling like, yeah, this is it, we're winning.
A little bit of tension.
Yeah.
Well, Blame F, remember, had that triple kill in the pistol round with the dualies. He's at 4 kills right now. So in the past, 10 rounds, he's only had, or 9 rounds, I guess, he's only had 1 kill. Config pressured heavily. The only one here. No one to slow down that push from everyone. Now it's Glaive. One and done position from him. Wasn't able to double up on a Neofrag. There's the smoke down. Zipix lines it up, gets one through the smoke to bring it into a 3-on-3. A doable scenario. And Dexter's got a deep angle in towards Ruins.
That's a very, very important smoke right there to try and block him off. Flames is going to be picking up Sip, and the bomb is still not planted here.
That's a very important kill from Flames.
Oh my god, yes it is. But unfortunately, he forced the Molotov. Finally able to put it down, so still a 2-on-2. I was going to say, if they would have had the bomb plant immediately, they had so many nades left on the OG side, but now they're slowly getting whittled away and also losing players. Blame have to take down Dexter. It's Fiku on his own with a minute left though, but he's about to get shot in the back. Finally, just waiting for him at the off angle. And that looked like the whole start of this, the way that Flames was hunting Config in the middle. He heard him running. He knew the fight that he was going to have. And the way that they traded Glaive, that's a great setup to win a round if you're OG, but it didn't work out that way.
No, but I mean, everyone from Astralis just does a really good job of just chipping away at this attack. This kill from Zipix to bring it into a 3v3, coming through the smoke to make it a 2-on-2. Blame F gets obviously very lucky through the smoke to bring it into a 2-on-1, but just slowly but surely, Astralis chipping away the OG forces. They're up by 1 round. Config's in middle with an AWP. He wants nothing to do with that duel from Flames moving forward. And OG's going to head in a different direction. All of them lining up outside of the B-bomb site.
Could be an aggressive play. They don't have that much utility. They have some Galils in play here. Maybe you just try and go for it. Yeah, that's a nade.
That's an orc nade.
Nice reference. When is that game mode coming back? I want my life leeching AWP or AK. Oh, Sip. Nice spray. Crossfire with Glaive as well, and they get absolutely mauled coming up the B ramp.
Yeah, that smoke was almost like, it was almost like a trap. It was like the OG players saw it coming and were just like, we can beat this. We can get ahead of it, and then it blooms a little bit deeper than they would like, and no clean fights coming through on the other side. Defense for Astralis has really started to hit lockdown mode. 2-on-3.
Yeah, it is. No bomb plant, finally with a couple of clean AWP shots at the end. And they're starting to look really fresh right now on the, I mean, again, It's so crazy because if they ended up losing this match, or if they just came off like really weak at the start here, Astralis, you've got to think that's also going to impact them later on, right? They've got to qualify for the major at some point, so you want the momentum to keep rolling all throughout the day if you're Astralis.
Yeah, you at least want to go into that match at bare minimum with the positive atmosphere of coming off of a victory.
Yeah, you got to. Timeout and
Braga being verbal.
Yeah, I was going to say a chance now for OG to start to get themselves back into the mix of things a little bit more. And they need to. They've given up some unfortunate rounds.
This happened yesterday against FaZe, though, remember? They had like a pretty okay start, and I think actually not really that okay. I think they went up 2-0, and then it was 7 in a row for FaZe on the CT side, and then they were able to grab like the final 6 rounds of the half to actually take a lead. So, I mean, there was a little bit of a drought yesterday as well against FaZe. Here again, they're going to have to find the solution in the waning moments of this half. Half by. Armor and Tech 9s, light on utility.
Oh, flashbang right through, but he actually gives it up, and maybe heard the footsteps just a bit. They're so low because they ran through the Molotov, so 2 of them were almost already dead by the time they make that Jaguar tunnel. 3 versus 4 now, and Dexter is practically out of the round. I like the attempt at the speed change there, but the nades for Astralis outside of the B-bomb side have been really powerful. Hard to shut it down. Glaive is having himself a good game. He's up to 12. Farley is there at 11.
I was just going to say that. Normally, you'd think on this map that Blame F and Config are kind of the guys you'd look to, but Farley's been solid with the op, and Glaive's had some very, very timely, aggressive pushes to get kills and to find information. He's had good impact on this game so far. No reason for Fiku not to duel.
Yeah, he might as well.
And, I mean, they even left the bomb all the way back outside the B-bomb side. They're not even thinking round win. At this point, they're thinking kills. There's a good shot from Fiku. Timing on this flank could be amazing, but Xyp9x is peering up towards the stairs. So I don't know if Dexter realizes how boxed in he actually is.
Yeah, definitely did, but still gets a kill. That's interesting. Another headshot. Oh, 30 seconds. He could probably make it there to pick up the bomb, but is he going to go and hunt Config instead? Config started to make a little bit of a move. He moves too quick. Oh, this could be huge. Fiku, oh, what a headshot. And they're going to win the round. They weren't even playing to really win it. They were just playing to do some damage.
That was a 2-on-4?
Yeah.
With a Deagle and a 9 HP player. That is so unreasonable. This shot started it out. That was disgusting, but you think that might be it. Dexter gets 1 kill on timing, but it's all Fiku.
I don't even know what to say.
I don't think they know what to say. Those are the high fives that we want in slow motion.
Yeah.
That's the slow motion audio.
Good slap.
Yeah, do you really want a fist bump after that round? I don't know.
Probably not.
Nah, it's not feeling good. That's crazy. Those are the rounds you have to win if you're going to qualify for the major.
Why are you being a dick? Because it's just funny, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Man, what a shocking turn of events, because I mean, honestly, too, I don't think even OG were thinking this is like a winnable round. I think the bomb was outside of B. Fiku was out with the Eagle just having a good time. Dexter was hanging around the middle, and eventually, they find themselves in a one-on-one.
Yeah, at that point, they're just like, you know what, let's just get a couple of kills. We're obviously probably not going to win this round, but then they end up just hitting some bangers. What a round from Fiku. Flames calls off the mid play. He was in position, as we've seen him enjoy it. Flashbang over. There is an AWP in mid. That's Config. Or, excuse me, that's Farlig. He's sticking around. He wants to challenge. Missed the shot. He's done.
Yeah, can't really afford to do that. Glaive, a little bit of a lineup here. Maybe could have had the 1 kill. But it is another good double opening for Flames. Going to be taken down next to Config. He is completely surrounded. I don't know how quick he would have had to have been to win that fight against Fiku, but that would have given him a way out at the very least. Bomb is going to be planted quick this time, and OG are going to be tying up the scoreline, 7-7. There's not much Astralis can do about it, and especially look at the weapons. They have to save the 2 M4s here.
Yep, exactly. They have to prioritize the weapons for the final round. It's basically all they've got. I wonder, I feel like if I'm OG, I might actually go on a little bit of a hunt here. See if you can take some of these guns away. Even though your money's not all that impressive going into the final round, if you can take one of these M4s out of their hands.
Yeah, at least 2 of them could probably justify it, right? You could try and throw something in there. Doesn't seem like they're going to do that, but no. But yeah, they could have. It would have been really painful for Astralis if they had lost anything else.
Terrorists
Wow, $2,000 on their players as well after this round. No chance of getting away after that shot. Farlig was being very aggressive. Same with Config. This position from Glaive probably should have had at least one, and who knows what you get from there, but even Config in a one-and-done position as well. So both Oppers not able to build anything off the initial shot.
You've got to think, even if Glaive just gets the one kill, even if he gets traded, he buys time for Config with the AWP to get into either a safe position or an aggressive position to try and revenge a kill on Glaive, right? So, yeah, sometimes just buying 1 or 2 more seconds could have a big impact. Round number 15. Flames, yeah, he's not fully committing to it like he sometimes does, but he does get flashed through to take a peek, and when he doesn't see anyone, he's like, all right, cool. We'll wait and we'll recommit again. They're running him down.
This reaction from OG has been happening throughout this half, right? Whenever they're noticing like pressure and bodies over at the B bomb site, they're taking mid very, very quickly and attacking towards Donut, and it's been really successful a number of times.
Yeah, what a aggressive style that they're bringing in. Astralis have committed almost 4 people to the A bomb site. Blame F in middle. Sip was actually outside the Jaguar tunnel looking into the middle and probably called it out that a fair few people made their way into Donut. So I guess the Astralis have a decent read, but they're going to lose config early on here. And Dexter slowly creeping in. AWP at this range definitely going to have the advantage, but gets beat by the MP9, and that's a massive double. I didn't even know where that comes from. Blame F with 1 more, and just like that, 3 versus 5 into a 1 versus 3. Nexa on his own with 40 seconds. That's an odd victory there for especially Glaive with the MP9. I don't know how he wins that fight. Nice little pick off there for Nexa. Going to be finding Sip, still 30 seconds, and he's got a huge health advantage.
Yeah, but if he can get the bomb, maybe that changes things, but he knows the AWP is in this A main. He swings. That's a good kill. That's a great kill. Looking for Blame F next. 20 seconds on the clock. Bomb's in front of him. Doesn't see anything with the jump. There's the peak. Nexa takes damage. 12 seconds.
Yeah, and he realizes it might be a teammate that called it out for him there, saying, well, we know where he is. Ooh, but he fakes the bomb, and now Blame F is going to be right on top of him, and he doesn't know. He has no way to know exactly where Blame F is. He's already out, but he gets the aim back, and it's Nexa clutching a 1 versus 3 to win the final round of the half. What an amazing play that was. That's going to get them fired up into the second half, which is happening right after this.
I think my first thoughts when CSGO came out, it was
CSGO would never become a real game. And
why not? I just taking shots right out of the gate. We've made it 10 years of CSGO since its release, and obviously a lot to talk about over the years, over the decade that it's been with us. Let's get the first thoughts from you guys on CSGO's release, you know, back in the beta days.
I think my first thoughts when CSGO came out, it was I've been 1.6 for a long time, and I played the earlier version of 1.6. It just felt way better. Obviously, coming from 1.6, where there was never an update in the end. It was how it is, nothing changed. Whatever you did in the game was still the same. You tried to figure out new small moves.
My first thoughts when the game came out, played 1.6. Personally, I played it for fun with my friends, that's it. When the game got introduced and when it came out, I wasn't necessarily too hyped about it, but I did try it out.
I actually think I was reliving what happened when Source came out. So I'm like one of these die-hard 1.6 people. Yeah. And when Source came out, I tried it for like 5 minutes, and I was like, I'm never playing this game. This is stupid. I'm leaving. I'm back to 1.6.
I did the same thing.
Yeah.
It was 2014, and basically every 1.6 Israeli player was playing still 1.6, and no one moved to CSGO. And I was coming to my brother with I had no credit card, nothing. And I come up to him, yo, let's buy CSGO, let's play this game. It looks so much better than CS. And in my idea, I was like, finally a game that I could be better than him at.
I was like at a boarding school in Denmark when everything was like starting to be released and stuff like this. So I saw some videos, I saw that show match they played.
Oh yeah, like the mixture of like all the old school American,
yeah,
the European stuff.
Exactly, and I heard the comments afterwards and the famous Sonic tweet or whatever it was with that CSGO would never become a real game and stuff like this.
Aged like a fine milk.
Yeah, for sure.
I think the first map was released was Dust, which already to me was a huge warning sign. No one's playing Dust. Why are they releasing it as like the test map? It had
the fog
and particles and cars that were on fire.
I remember feeling like just playing against bots, like just to get a feel for the weapons.
Oh, holding me right now. Temple one. Do you have any nades? Nice. Dead. Wait a bit now.
Bomb.
Yeah, we know. Fuck it. Just wait a bit, Fico. They are holding you and me, I think. I will go play.
I'm picking, normal.
Oh, no. I'll kill him. Wait. Don't CC open, do not open. Do not open last. Bomb is spawn towards me.
Nice!
Let's
go!
Let's
Big,
go!
bro. Nice, boys. Good save.
What a legendary quote.
I know. Just even, yeah, shut up about the bomb. We know.
Oh, that's great. What a win that was. They turned it around, OG. They come up with 8 rounds in the first half after almost slipping that first half away from them. I mean, they were losing control quickly. It's a very even match, obviously, so anything can still happen. Astralis looking to claim something back here on the T side. Pistol round is coming up. Flames in the middle, as he always is, but he's going to get out-dueled by Glaive with a Glock, so that's interesting. Dexter decided to back off, a little bit worried maybe. They're close to the B-bomb side in the middle, but still, timing is everything.
Yeah, but the defense is going to need to get a little bit of a stop at the bomb site itself. There's a good start from Neo. Okay, that's perfect. That's everything they needed. I was going to say, you need to get some kind of kills to take the attention away from this presence in mid, from this flank. Xyp9x is never going to expect another player, but he still gets the kill. It don't matter. Neofrag comes from behind. What a round. What a pair of high fives.
He's so fired up. It's amazing. But you're right. They actually saw Dexter run away and escape, and they tagged him, so they knew, all right, we're going to hunt him down. You're not expecting for a second player to be there. And Neofrag, these 2 kills, but then also the presence to kind of push forward and be there in the perfect time to find a kill.
Ooh, yeah. Don't let him get away. Yeah, man, that does hurt. Jesus, calm it down.
No, dial it up.
Someone needs to have a conversation. That's my shooting hand.
It's all good. Don't worry about it. Keep the hype that level. I like it.
Oh, Flames loves this. Love this all day. 4 kills. That's a lot of bonus money racked up.
Yeah. Making some money. That's really nice.
Someone needs to interview Fico and be like, dude, do you need like a padded glove?
Yeah, maybe he does. Maybe he could bring like you know, like the ooh. He could bring like the maybe he brings like a mannequin arm to like push out.
Yeah, just hold up a fake arm every single time.
Just to get a little bit of relief.
I never thought I'd be analyzing high fives in my life, but here we are. Deep nades, deep utility. Neofrag gonna get an angle. Farlake burning is gonna have to step back into safety. Nexa's pushed up into the A staging area. Aggression down middle from Flames and Dexter, although one's taken down by Config through the smoke. That's a bit harsh. And still delay tactics towards the B-bomb site.
Yeah, even a man down, though, with this really forward position for Nexa, they're still a kind of an interesting position. Maybe they can keep this lean towards the B-bomb side. Obviously, very vulnerable in middle if anything happens, but if Astralis try to slink back to the A-bomb side, splitting it through the A hallways, then probably there could be some trickery coming out there from Nexa.
Do they have anything? They don't have a flashbang for this whatsoever. It looks like they almost want to cross to meet up in middle as Config starts to clear it out. There's a double setup here. Jump up. Neofrag going to dodge the Molotov. Wants to be the bait. Wants to stay in the open. He's got the bomb dropped. Gets the dink as well onto Blame F, who's going to be an easy cleanup for Dexter. We're back into a 3v3. Dexter can actually just kind of fall away. And look at this is the timing for Nexa. This is the perfect moment because Config's attention is elsewhere.
Yeah, and it has to be. There's 30 seconds. They don't even have the bomb picked up right now, so they have to be looking somewhere else. Ooh, man, don't recommit to it. Just wait. You've got so much time that's working with you now. 20 seconds here, and it's all on Astralis trying to do something, anything really. And Glaive now 1 versus 3 with 15 seconds. Just not doable. Maybe a miracle if he could save the AK, but still seems like he's moving forward, and I'm not sure if that's even a good idea. 5 seconds here, and he's going to run into Dexter. It's a win for OG, and they're on a really nice path at the moment.
Yeah, a really good one. This defense is starting out very, very strong. What a good round from Neofrag. The kill and the dink follow-up, the 1-2 punch. Never expected Dexter to be hiding in the corner still. Good adjustment, good rotation into the position. Flank from Nexa, absolutely perfect, even managing the sketchiness of the SMG at that range.
Yeah, but you could almost argue even shooting him onto the leg that's already mission accomplished.
And then peeking with the flashbang as well, yeah, is just brutal all the way around. Flame's blind, it doesn't matter. He's just gonna run and gun with no vision. He's gonna get the second kill as well, nice and easy. He's just gaming.
How does he tracked him so well, even flashed? He's like, his crosshairs is on him the whole time. He's up to 17 again, so currently top fragging in the server.
Those are the kind of kills that I think that just tilt a veteran.
Yeah. Like, come on.
There's just like, what is this idiot doing?
Why is he getting flashed and still winning? Why is that not working anymore? I come from an era of Counter-Strike where, you know, people have the courtesy of dying when they get flashed. But
yep.
Not these Zoomers.
Not these Zoomers. They don't believe in it. Nice kills from Glaive. He's got 7 HP, 1v3. Should be impossible, but you never know with timing. And does he want to save the weapon, or is he just waiting?
It's a nice spot, little waterfall back here, you know?
Yeah. You might as well, if you're Glaive, go and just try and get a plant. You have a losing bonus built up. You're buying in the next round. One more kill would be nice. Obviously, the plant would be excellent.
Whenever I see a little water garden like that, I always think mosquitoes. A lot of mosquitoes.
Mosquitoes suck. Do you guys have mosquitoes here in Denmark?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not like any kind of like water or anything. I just sort of think like, no, it's not worth the mosquitoes, is it? It's not a good idea.
Yeah.
It does look pretty, but next is going to be taking down Glaive at the end, not the mosquitoes, and they're on a straight trajectory to a map win here, OG.
Yeah, it's looking real solid. What, this is 4 now in a row to start out the second half?
Yep.
Astralis yet to find a solution. They've had some decent openings. They've done a decent job, just not able to really close the gap in any meaningful way.
No, they are starting to letting go of some very, very important rounds. And you have to think now back to that ridiculous 2-on-4 with the Deagle and Dexter low on health in the first half. Suddenly, those kind of rounds really matter a lot. They'd love to have that back. AKs and the AWP on Farley, so nice weapon to open something up with. Especially because, a minute and 20 seconds, and there's quite a few nades that have been used already from the OG side. If they use too many, it gives more space for Farley to do his work a little later on. He can do more work with the orb.
Really patient from Astralis this round. They didn't want to deal with any of the early engagements. Config now making his move in middle. Blame F and Zip taking over control of Jaguar.
There we go. Pleasing the Twitter crowd. Oh! That is sick. Oh, pre-fired that one for sure. What a payoff. Got to check close though, and he will. Crouching into the fight against Flames, ready for more. It's a triple opening.
There he is.
Blame F winning the round, no problem.
Yeah, but you can't really replicate that, can you? Just a triple kill from Blame F, just walking forward and never slowing down. So 8th round for Astralis, but they still haven't figured anything out. Still, if you're Astralis, you're obviously going to take that round every day of the week. Money's going to build up, get some breathing room. And actually, it's going to put, not this round, but next round, that economy for OG going to start getting a little tight as they rebuy after this loss comes in.
I spent one evening at 3 a.m., something like that, thinking about, you know, I guess night. What is it? What, if anything, is the difference? Like, if you're Glaive, like, if you're Blame F in that moment, right? What's the difference between, let's say, having the perfect knowledge? Like, let's say he can read the future and he knows that someone's going to be there, and so he steps into the shot and takes it, and because he has, you know, read the future. What's the difference between that and just making the assumption and just doing it? Like, the outcome is exactly, it looks like that's what's happening, basically. So if you have the confidence for it, you can...
Is there a point to this thought exercise that you have going on, or are you just...
I'm just saying that he's
Imagining a world.
For all intents and purposes, he's time traveling. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Maybe like a really short time, like only 3 seconds.
Well, it's also, I mean, it's not like you're giving up a whole lot of information with presence in Jaguar, right? Like,
no.
Everyone knows you're going to be there at some point. Doesn't really give away the game in any sense. So just going for that pre-fire doesn't really sacrifice a whole lot. Just going for it. Obviously, there it comes out on the good end.
It's a beautiful shot.
It was a beautiful shot, premonition or not. 12-8.
You don't know that he's not reading the future.
True. That's a good point.
4-round gap.
Although if you did know how to read the future, you think you'd be doing a little bit better than 8 to 12, you know?
Yeah, but you can't. You have to slow play it. Like you have to sandbag your way through that. Like otherwise, you're gonna know. So.
Okay. So you're trying to hide this gift.
Yeah. Wouldn't you?
No.
All right. All right.
I'd let everyone know.
Straight winning every lottery from here on out. Oh.
I wouldn't even feel bad. Good headshot from Xipix. I'll just sit there with my $700 million and cry myself to sleep. Fiku's going to step up to the plate next. But Zip and Glaive are tucked into the little alcove.
Yeah, what a dangerous move. Although Nexer is on the other side here, which makes it very, very interesting.
All three players from OG gambling towards this side of the map as well.
They could win this round so quickly.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Especially if Dexter had a flashbang back there, it'd be beautiful. Because he could have flashed Fiku into the fight, but guess not. A couple of steps being made. That's, yeah. Don't want to be making footsteps, I think, at that point in time. Glaive definitely ready for it, and I think that takes a lot of the chances away now. Maybe Dexter can still find some magic, but they do have nades to try and get rid of him. They can flash him and smoke him and molotov him out of that position, so...
One shot, though, from Dexter can take the attention away from Nexa. Now, what this kind of situation might actually force is Dexter to push through a smoke or be over-aggressive or overexpose himself. And Nexa can have some stopping power right here, right now. 30 seconds on the clock.
They've already lost 1-2 versus 4. They can't afford to do it again, and that is a wide swing. And that's a problem for Nexa. You know, if he wants to win that fight, or win both the fights, really, he kind of needs for the first one to be a shallow peek, instant headshot, and then he can follow it up. When Glaive runs that far out, really hard to do anything about. So nicely done for Astralis. They're going to get a bomb plant, and they're going to win the round.
Yeah. Opening kills, slow things down, wait for the re-aggression, wait for the information plays. Blame F is even waiting outside this B bomb site, knows everything that's happening. So Dexter's going to swap out to the AK to try and stay alive. And he'll want to get his hands back on that AWP at some point. Astralis hunting. Blame F wrapping around to the B bomb site up ramp. Xipix wrapping around the B bomb site from CT spawn. And Dexter has himself tucked into a corner, but remember, he doesn't want to go too far away from that AWP.
Yeah, he wants to stay in the area. Question is he going to be able to take anyone with him? They're definitely going to get him eventually. Finally there to pick up the kill. And it's a nice little recovery. Late in the map here for Astralis to start to wake up, but they are. 9-12.
It's a nice little judo move. Use the aggression of Flames in middle against him. Just post up with an AWP and grab it as he swings out wide. And OG's going to be back to pistols. Still got rounds to play with. Still got some money to play with moving forward. But Astralis is building back up into this second half.
Suspicious lack of grenades in the middle for from the OG side. I mean, Astralis probably know what the economy is anyway, but if they didn't, the fact that there's no bombardment of smokes and molotovs and HEs, they definitely realize, all right, something is up. And just... I mean, apart from not losing too many players here, don't lose any rifles over early. I like the fact that they're mostly grouped up here. Config a little bit deeper in middle now on his own, which again makes me nervous, you know.
Yeah.
What if he ran into the wrong deagle at the wrong time and gave over an AK?
Yeah, that'd be an issue. What does Flames want to push? He's being patient for the moment. Blame F already peering into the B bomb site. He might get some freebie kills from this position.
Indeed. Just get out of the way. There's the good headshot to start with. Sip with one in return, trying to make his way up inside the smoke, waiting his neo frag. Question is, it's kind of a wide smoke. You'd have to run through it for a while. 40 seconds, and they're clearing out the middles. They could even call it back if they wanted to, or they could just leave Config there to shoot anyone in the back that's defending. So a little bit of a choice to be made here. Dexter's going to be found by Farlig, and I think that's the opening they probably needed all along. Right now, they have isolated some of these fights a bit more, and they'll find Fiku as the last defender on the bomb site.
Yeah, I think Dexter just was a little too wide. I don't think he expected to be picked off by Farlig down at the ramp. Good shot from the Opera to open things up, busted up a kind of three-way crossfire setup.
And showing, I think, a little bit too, the difficulty, if you're Flames, of knowing when to commit to that, you know, push. If he does it early, he's going to get picked off every time because someone's almost always watching that. And late, well, yeah, you can't be part of the action. So I guess that's how it is. I think that's 21 kills on Glaive. I think he's back top fragging in the server.
Okay, good on Glaive.
Yeah, he's having himself a nice match at the moment. Opening map, and it's already a taxing game.
Yeah, it's a close affair. 12-10. Just a 2-round lead now for OG. 3 straight rounds for Astralis to come back into this. And off we go. Glaive heading towards middle, quickly past the Molotovs. And even he can't beat Flames. They've thrown everyone at him. The only one who's been able to find this kill on Flames has been Farlig with the op.
Yeah, what a champion he is right now, defending the middle of the map. And they need it here, OG. They're not that far away from a map victory, and this is their map pick as well. So you assume that they want to show what they've got here. 4 more rounds, and they'll be able to take it. Config slowly edging forward, but that is such a long range. Config just cannot see it. But at least he doesn't die, unlike Neofrag, who does get wallbanged down by BlameF. Nexa sneaking in, almost getting the timing down right, but the second person in line was Farlig with the AWP.
Hesitation from Nexa. Hesitation gets him killed. Oh, Flames, even he jiggles into a peek, gives away the game to Config, trying to find the fight. Good headshot. Important headshot from Config, and Farlig still has deep control. Don't need utility in the choke point because the op is covering everything. And look at the way Astralis is spread around the map. They're just chilling.
Yeah, waiting for anyone from OG to move forward. They've already got a couple of kills that way. At some point, because the bomb is so deep down towards the B-bomb site, they obviously want to make their move. Yeah, I was going to say, time to probably make a run of it here so that you don't want to leave 5 seconds for the bomb plant, just in case there's some crazy person showing up with a Molotov or something like that. It's an awkward way to lose a round, but they're going to win it, no problem here.
This is an annoying thing to play against as well for OG. Some of these engagements, you know, they obviously win the opening one, Flames onto Glaive, but then BlameF finds a kill. Then Config is challenging into the 8 bomb site, and from there, because everything is so spread across the map, your movement is so restricted on the defensive side. Dexter's going to be able to save the op, but they might want to take a timeout. They're having some real issues handling this Astralis offense. Oh, it happened like that. Okay.
One is Z, one was BlameF.
Yeah, not much else you can do. A little bit of frustration, but don't forget the calls. That'd be 11th round for Astralis. So almost closing the gap entirely at the moment. Dexter with the AWP. They're somewhat casually looking for him, not really invested into it, but they do have a lot of money on the Astralis side. They could, if they wanted to, have gone a little bit more aggressive.
Cool. Talking about money, look at it, what it's looking like at an OG. This is going to have to be a half buy around this AWP. Deagles and some armor, maybe a little bit of utility, some 5.7s popped in there. Astralis on the verge of evening out the scoreboard.
Yes, what a nice return. I was getting slightly worried. It looked to me like OG were just going to run all the way home.
They had that lockdown defense early. It's good to see Astralis finally batter it down.
Deagles to support the AWP with. And nobody in middle for the OG side. Not trusting that they can win any fight here without the utility, so instead going to be A and B. A little bit of a forward position again for Neofrag. Dexter quite far back with the AWP, which is a little bit interesting. Boosted up, but I was assuming maybe he would have tried to be even more aggressive to find something.
That's frustrating. Tag to the smoke as you cross over, but an early portion of the round for Config and Glaive to have this much control. No one from OG really concerned about the mid flank just yet. But call certainly coming in from Fiku that it's possible they're in that position.
Yeah, he's definitely going to realize that.
I will say, of all the oppers we've got, Dexter is one of the ones that I you know, if you have a lone op,
yes,
you're like, let's see Dexter with it. Let's see what he can do.
I agree. He's also one of the ones where I would expect for him to be a lot more mobile, running around the map looking for something, but maybe that's more difficult than we expect on the CT side of this map. Flames going to be found. Actually, a lot of damage. Oh, he finds the headshot on Glaive.
He almost got the follow-up blind as well. Oh, but this is going to force BlameF to maybe make a move here. This is going to put them right towards the AWP. And Neofrag stepping in. Oh, he's blocking the shot. There it is on a Farlick. Bombs down. BlameF. What do you do here?
He's going to throw the flashbang. Dexter's moved up forward, though. BlameF doesn't see it coming. He almost could get the quick scope there, but not quite. Fiku and Nexa 2 versus 3. Only 20 seconds left. If you would have found that kill, Fiku, on the SIP, what an awkward round it would have been.
I'm surprised to see Dexter go for such an aggressive play. He obviously almost found a timing to catch BlameF with a nade in his hands, but oof, you're really throwing up a Hail Mary there with that shot through that little murder hole.
And I think that might be one of those things where the kind of aggression that we associate with someone like Dexter, if your opponents know that you like to play that way, some of the surprise goes out of it. And BlameF definitely, you could see from the way that he was moving that he had a pretty good read.
I'm just surprised by just mostly because he still had his teammate in the B bomb site, like having information that nobody's rapping upon him. Like he didn't really need to feel the pressure to make that play. Although obviously when you're the one saved weapon, you are kind of feeling the pressure of making a play.
And they didn't have that much time either, so there's maybe a couple of reasons why he could have slowed it down. But either way, it's a close round.
Yeah. It's very nitpicky as well.
That's what we're here for.
Tied up.
It is tied up. What a nice rib. What is it, 12-8 at one point?
Yeah.
12-7 maybe even?
12-7. There's 4 in a row to start the half from OG, and now 5 in a row for Astralis to bring things to 12, and timeout's going to be taken.
That's well done. It's the kind of strength where, I hate to say it, but you sometimes wonder if this Astralis lineup has that in them. Yeah, so it's good to see. Good to get a little bit of a feel for the comeback maneuver as well from their point of view. You want to be able to do that. Timeout being called, and I guess we'll see exactly what they're going to be coming up with. A lot of input here from Rugger behind them. Just focus at the end. Oh man, we're down to a point in the map now where any little mistake here could cost you the opening of the game, and that's obviously not something anyone wants to supply. First map at a best of 3. You don't want to be off to a bad start here, even if you have a little bit of a margin to get back into the match. Flames pushing forward, very aggressive, spinning around, and again, he's just so hard to take down in the middle. He's ready for more, and he's going to get a double kill. You could see if there was a third man there, he would have been ready to fight too. What an absolute beast.
Yeah, I can't believe he's actually gotten away with 2 kills and surviving. BlameF going to step up next. He's got Neofrag. There goes Dexter. Neofrag falls as well. It's all on Flames one more time. Farlick missed the opportunity, but they know there's only one player at the B bomb site, but look at where the bomb is. They can't actually take advantage of everything. Or of anything, excuse me. Xyp9x has got to rotate all the way back around, which opens the space for this play from Fiku.
Yeah, I don't know if Fiku heard him running. I doubt it, but even then, just being able to call it out and saying, yeah, there's nobody here. Takes a little bit of a liberty here. Makes some noise, run forward, but no one's hearing him. I don't think he can. I think he might be too far away, yeah. Oh, almost catching Xyp9x. The timing is ridiculous. If he keeps this up, he should be able to find him, but he's going to divert into the middle. Even that might be worth it. He should be catching BlameF. There's no way BlameF is going to be checking this. And there's the kill. Xyp9x just passed him there, so BlameF must have been thinking, well, that's the one area of the map where I don't have to look. But because of where BlameF was moving, it's even possible that Fiku will say, well, we kind of know where they were going.
And like a little rat, he disappears. All the way back to the B bomb site. Xyp9x has no idea where he's gone. 18 seconds. Xyp9x, his options are basically eliminated. He's going to have to start running soon, which is going to give Fiku all the information he needed. Even caught, he doesn't have time to fake anything, doesn't have time to clear anything. Bomb out, easy kill, easy cleanup, 13-12.
That is such a nice move. You have to appreciate it. Fiku just finding the perfect time to be slow and to be quick, running it through to just get there in time. That is well done. Finally putting a break on Astralis, who've been winning 5 in a row.
Yep, 3 kills from Flames also. I mean, the man from yesterday who had all the biggest impact when OG needed it most delivers again here. A timely triple kill to stop the momentum. Money's still an issue for OG's defense, though. Farlick has done a good job negating Flames' aggression in the past, so let's see if he can do it again.
That smoke really helping him out. But the flashbang against him just Not able to flick, couldn't really see what he was aiming at there. So it'll be some mid-control for the OG side. And they're trying to be aggressive now, pushing Blameth. Wiz alone out here. He doesn't have any backup, but he does have a friendly flashbang. Sip setting it up, and it's a good wallbang in return. Fiku able to at least get the revenge, and now Dexter not getting caught by Config, and he's ready for more. He knows there's a second player there. Swings wide for it, and that could have been the end of him, but he's so fast, taking down Glaive. And now it's a 2 versus 4 that OG should not be losing. Farlik trying for the jump. He's trying to bait out the shot, and eventually he'll get what he asked for. Not what he wanted, though.
Yeah, no, he did get the shot, for sure. Fiku finds one jumping in the air, and Dexter with a fantastic round. This time it's a triple kill from the AWPer for OG to keep them in the winning ways. 14-12. Just like that, OG's got it back.
Still money on Astralis, though. They actually had just so much in the bank, so gonna keep fighting.
And look at the way it's kind of reversed as well now. OG fighting for mid, taking control of mid. That was somewhere that Astralis was able to really take advantage of when they were getting some opening kills during their run earlier. Now that there's no access to that, Config's not able to push up the stairs in middle, not able to get access to Donut, not able to really spread across the map and punish any kind of movements, any kind of rotations from OG's defense. So Flames playing a huge role in multiple ways for this OG team. Just not just the frags, but the map control they're providing is absolutely critical.
It feels like it's a very similar rhythm that we saw in terms of the flow of the rounds here in the first half, where, you know, OG doing something, then kind of disappearing for a bit, and then they come back into it again.
And by virtue of how dominant this 5-round run was from Astralis, look at the money they got. They buy again. They just lost 2 rounds, absolutely deleted. They're still buying back up into it. They still got another buy after this. So investing through the losing bonus building up. So OG's gonna have to close this game in a very difficult fashion against constant buys. They're not gonna have any easy rounds to get their victory here on map 1.
21 kills on Glaive, 23 on Flames.
He's been stuck on that for a while, though. You mentioned 21 kills on Glaive about 3 or 4 rounds ago.
Yeah, it's been some really difficult ones in there. And maybe especially against Flames in the middle. And they're not even going there, Astralis. Like, all right, whatever.
Yeah.
You can have it then. And as a result, OG can have pretty decent forward defense over at Donut. Yeah, now a little bit back in the middle with Dexter. Might have just run over to throw some more nades to Nexter, I'm assuming, behind him. We'll see.
Bombs here in middle, though. The support of Glaive to activate Config. Glaive's going to rotate back around towards the B site. Timing shot. About a 1.5 seconds off. And Config's going to get access to stairs with ease. They should know this is a possibility. How aggressive does he want to be on the backstab? 37 seconds. Time is running down. Dexter's at the B bomb site, and he's got a Molotov.
Config going through his own smoke. That's a dangerous jump. Did he hear that? I feel like Nexus surely must have, but you're right. The clock is really what matters at the moment here. 22 seconds. They're starting to think about it, but Config's timing is everything, and they're really slowing it down, Astralis. Maybe a little bit too much. This is getting really sketchy. They only have 13 seconds to try and get onto the site. Config's going to be going down, and they get absolutely stopped at the ramp. 7 seconds. This cannot be done. Dexter and Neofrag with a kill each, and they just missed a slight moment there where they had to get onto the site.
Oh,
they were never going to get the bomb plant. You're right, after the time as well. 15 on the side of OG.
Neofrag actually plays that really, really well, right? He stalled out BlameF's entire play through Jaguar trying to get into Cave. He shows presence, drops a flashbang, shows he's actually going to take the duel, and as soon as his teammate goes out, he just leaves. He just books it. So he knows BlameF is going to be slowed down and paused and has to be hesitant, ready for a fight. And Neofrag's in a position they just don't expect. Him and Dexter shut this down. 3 chances for OG. Okay, Flames.
You cannot not love him. You just have to. There's no choice.
It's like it's like they have all the, it's like the meme cheer.
I know.
Like that's something I would expect on like the HLTV forums. Let's go, Blea.
Yeah, well, listen. If he's come up through those forums, then you know he's made of diamond. You know, you can withstand anything. Just the 1 kill here, but it's on Glaive again, who's been playing very well, but slowing him down early. Look at this forward position. Neofrag, he might walk straight in. He might. Oh wait, they get the shot off first. Fiku with a couple, and that alerts Neofrag. Not that he's even needed. Next, we'll get one more. But I thought for a minute Neofrag was going to back straight into it and die. Instead, Fiku comes in with a crucial couple of kills, and it's going to be OG winning the opening map in this best of 3, taking down Astralis on Ancient.
Yeah, good showing. 16-12, strong victory. Both halves. OG is able to recover right at the end to close out the first half, take a lead into the second, then to close out the map entirely after a good run from Astralis. On the back foot in this series, OG's up 1-0, off to a break. The desk is going to take you through it, and then we'll be right back.
I have no idea where he is. He can go B.
20 seconds.
Oh,
you have to bomb.
Oh, you have to run.
Let's kill him. Let's kill him.
Kill him, guys. Oh, I didn't.
Do
we have time?
Kill him. No, I don't have time. I think. Just try to kill him though.
We're coming.
Oh,
I'm clearing B. I'm in tunnels. He's tunnels, I think. T-spawn, I think. Likely, yeah.
Oh. Yeah, right, I think.
Oh! I'll tap B. Just scout him.
Thanks, God.
It's okay. It doesn't matter. We win the round.
The bomb.
Ready? I smoke.
I will be able to resmoke fallen.
Smoke.
B minutes.
Mid. Maybe split.
Window.
Blind. Window, stand back.
That B.
Nice, that B1. Just go mid B.
Go B.
You have to go mid B.
That B
Nice,
second.
that B1 more. Let me one more mid.
Last mid.
AK window, nice! AK window.
Let's go.
Nothing
Nice
second
B.
mid. No, I'm picking.
Wait.
Let's go close.
Mid pushing.
I'm picking.
I'm a peek second mid.
Fallen 3.
Could be Vietnam. Second mid.
Boiler.
Pushing.
I need help.
Where? Yeah, Boiler. Boiler. Apps and second mid, guys.
Coming.
One more here. Slope.
Pull back now.
Apps one.
That's it.
Apps and second mid. Apps.
Banana.
You left too short. You left deep.
Guys,
Can be
I'm good.
boiler. You run way along.
I have
will follow. I can still do apps smoke, guys.
One more mid.
One more second mid. That far back. Careful, he's going mid.
I'm in boiler.
I'm good. I have smoke.
It was long corner, Jackie. I'm adventuring.
Boiler.
Yeah. I left apps, okay? I'm flanking holes. I'm peeking long now.
Want to go long?
Boiler. Boiler. Yeah.
Nice.
Good job.
I don't see anything.
Something yellow.
I don't see city. There's. I'm
Okay, jungle. Can I boost this Let's
Let's pick stairs together, guys. You ready?
Wait a bit. You ready?
Go. 3, 2, 1.
One more stairs.
Dead. Go city now. We have city. Third ramp. I'm only ramp behind.
Yeah, should be one
City dead.
episode.
I'm pushing city.
Upper
Oh,
jungle,
fuck.
upper jungle.
Nice, guys. I took
Don't
off.
take up, Madden.
Okay.
Take it.
Yeah.
One is I'm not sure. picking B ramp.
Out mid off.
Let's push banana. Yeah, he's in cave.
Banana dead up.
I'm pushing cave. I don't see anything in front of tunnel.
Should I go B or stay? Maybe they went on.
That mid.
That's a cave guy.
He was
He was
going
going.
Yeah.
I'm going back to B.
Yeah, perfect. I'm playing Exile. I'm waiting for you if I'm planting. 15 seconds. I'm going temple.
B. Sound.
Okay.
Nice, boys. Wait.
Nice, Machush.
Wanna take off?
Nice, good clutch, boys. Very important.
I got drop.
The OG reign of terror on Ancient continues. That map win nets them a 7-map in a row win streak and, of course, a victory over Astralis, getting them tantalizingly close to that spot at the Royal Arena. You were pointing out, Pimp, that they've had a lot of success on their T sides, winning out more often than not on that side. We saw that once again to open up this map.
They've done it 3 games in a row on Ancient now. We talk about the map being very CT-sided. We talk about the map, you know, having a... It's tough for many teams, I guess, to consistently produce good T sides, but we've now seen OG do it 3 times at the same tournament. Also want to highlight the fact that all the teams are watching OG now. They know that Ancient is coming into the mix. You bet ya Astralis were prepared for what was coming, and still they managed to replicate it. So very well done by Coach Rocker, and Nex, of course, as an in-game lead as well.
Look, to circle back on that mic the moment we just had, the clutches were a problem for Astralis. And very weirdly, very unintuitive to think that Astralis were the one actually dropping the ball in this moment. We have Zip in a very uninspired 1v2, which by the way was a 3 versus 2 originally. We have a 1 versus 3 as well from Nexa being won in the first half, a 1v2 for Fiku. So surprisingly, you know, Astralis, they fell flat as a pancake.
Yeah, we've also got to give some props to Flamesy as well. The can opening ability coming into this one too. What was it? 17 opening duels he was involved with? How many did he win?
He was involved in 17 opening duels. He won 12 of those. Absolutely stunning from Flamesy. The fact that he was able to replicate that over and over again. We talked about his consistency issues, but he's had 2 very good and very demanding maps in a row. I want to show you a couple of clips as well, just to give you an idea of what it is he does on the server. 2 different clips from 2 different sides. Starts out in the very first round. We had Mahone go over this exact play where he gets flashed out, and still it works out for Flamesy. Finds the opening already in round number 3, and that was kind of what powered him through it. You see it one more time right here, coming out into middle a little bit.
That's
lucky
ridiculous.
On the CT side, but he just continues to go to these opening duels left, right, and center. I talk about how not an AWP, but how a rifle player can dictate the game with the rifle. Flamesy was a great example right here. When you are involved in 17 opening duels, you win 12 of those, and you're playing with the confidence we saw right here, then you can do anything in the world.
It feels like Flamesy was doing his best config impression. In these moments, honestly, that's how he is playing. Like, they put him to bat every single time. Like, go first. Just trust in the system. Trust in the flashes, the utility. You are going to be fine. But you gotta commend, Flamesy for his courage. The way he's playing in a couple of these clips, that's madness.
One topping the scoreboard, and another one not really on the server.
Yeah, no, unfortunate for config as well. I love that you brought up those 2 particular clips, though, because it wasn't just the T side he was doing on the CT side as well. The fact that he has the cojones to kind of be bringing that aggression still coming into that second half, too.
Yeah, and they were struggling, you know, in the second half a little bit. Astralis were fighting back at the scoreline of 12-12. It was a complete open game. Felt like OG didn't have it in control, but as you spoke about again, the clutches kind of favored OG. It's a reoccurring problem for Astralis. We talk about, you know, Siblings being a clutch master. We also give it up to Blame F for being a good closer, but there's so much passiveness, coming out of Astralis. Whenever you see them in a 3v3, we even saw it in the 14-12 rounds, they do an execute on towards the B bomb side with 15 seconds left. I'm honestly getting a little bit sick and tired of this slow pace coming out of Astralis. It's only Config who's trying. Couldn't really show up today, but there's a severe lack of aggressive players within this lineup. Let's be honest.
That worries me. Yeah, I like that you mentioned this round 26. To me, that was a big red flag when it comes to Astralis. They had a couple of moments on their T side where I felt they had all the pieces in the right place. All they needed to do was to regroup, eventually maybe just leave one lurker on the side that could just put a nail in the final coffin. But the way they were kind of struggling, hesitating in these late moments, I don't really know why it comes down to. Why is it? Why is it that they execute with 20 seconds left instead of 30? I think the execute is fine on the B side. I think they have all the right pieces and the right utilities, but they just don't have enough time. As soon as the bomb hits the floor, that's it. It's over. The round is done.
Yeah, and the firepower discussion as well, I don't know, it kind of breeds some warning signs for me when we're seeing Glaive at the top of the scoreboard. Obviously, really good performance coming out from him, but the fact that it isn't your configs, it isn't your Blame Fs really, you know, shining bright coming into this map, that's worrisome for me.
Yeah, look, I'll never pass on an opportunity to praise Glaive. I think people know how much respect I have for this man, and I mean, he does deserve at times, and that was a game right here where he put his best foot forward, and on the CT side specifically, and Lord knows that the A side was under attack from OG. We see plenty of clips when he's being targeted, but yes, how many times do we need to talk about config shining or disappearing? How many times? The sun or the rain. It's Copenhagen weather in the last 2 days. We go from 30 degrees sun to it's raining, piss pouring on us. Config disappearing in that game one more time. I haven't figured it out. The enigma still stands.
The problem is it's config disappearing, but on his favorite map, Ancient, right? That used to be the one known quantity for config within Astralis. We highlighted him to be one of the best players in the world on the map of Ancient. Lately, ever since the update, we haven't really seen him play well on Ancient either. So it feels like the one few maps where we knew what he was going to deliver, he's not delivering anymore. It is a massive issue for Astralis.
Yeah, and of course, Mirage coming forward, obviously Astralis' pick coming into things. That's another map where we're really looking at config to be shining brightly coming into this one. Of course, he was last time around, obviously with a sort of double Danish duo going ahead with Blame F as well. This is the last time we saw OG taking on Astralis. And of course, there was a moment from that we do want to be breaking down with the wonderful Mahone. What have you got for us, Danny?
Yep, so config obviously really good at Mirage, but there's actually something I want to show that, you know, a lot of other teams are starting to do a lot nowadays as well. And it's this play here, and this wasn't against OG, it was actually against Vitality, but I'm just going to show what the play was. So what we're going to see here, I'm just going to run the play just so you know what it is. It's with config running all the way to the left side of this cubby here, and often you'll see teams, they'll have a player kind of hide behind this cubby, and this is actually a really underrated play nowadays where essentially it kind of gives CTs a false sense of security. You'll see here that Vitality, Sphinx, they clear mid, they don't see anything at all. And then for whatever reason, as soon as config peeks here, he gets 2 kills in the back. And I want to explain why this play exactly works and all the timings involved with it. So the first thing you're going to see here is they're going to throw the instant window smoke. And this is a smoke that's become a bit more common nowadays. And how it works essentially is that there's lineups for each spawn that land towards the window. So BlameF is going to use one of them. And this is the fastest smoke that you can throw for the window position. It pops extremely quickly. And for the CT's perspective, as they come through this window position, there's a very narrow time that they can actually see a player cross over. It pops very quickly. And because of that, Config here, he's actually going to take a slight pause using the fastest window smoke possible to ensure that he crosses while the window smoke is still up. So that's the first player here where he cannot see him cross. The second player, who usually comes towards this connector side, I'm going to discuss this here. What you see is that for Spinks, even though he has probably one of the best spawns towards this connector position, there's no chance for him to even see Config cross towards the right side. So what that means with both the window player and the connector player not seeing him at all cross towards this left side, they have no idea that he could even be here. They tried to Molotov him behind the boxes, but they have no idea that he's actually in this spot, and that's why Config is able to find these 2 kills. It's these timings that Astralis were able to set up for Config to get to that left side of Cubby and get these 2 kills, and hopefully this is something we'll also see from Astralis in this upcoming match.
Yeah, and I absolutely love that moment that we got broken down there from Danny, because Config, he's instrumental when we come onto a ground like Mirage. That unadulterated aggression, that confidence, that's what we want to see from him.
We didn't see it on Ancient, and we have to see it on Mirage. There's no doubt about it. But I can't help to feel that the ball is in OG's court right now. They've already lost once against OG. On the map of Mirage, there's always more learning coming into it. I feel like Dexter was playing well in that game. I feel Nexa was nowhere to be seen. I don't expect that to happen again. You're facing a wounded Astralis as well, who have a lot of other stuff on their mind right now with the major qualifier.
Yeah.
I can't help to feel that this is going to be a 2-0 for OG, unfortunately.
No, I disagree. We're going to map number 3. We just had it right here. Danny brought a very great example. That game versus Vitality had Astralis go through every single tools they had in the shed. That was such a hard game, so many different situations. They're warming on the map. We're going to 3.
Well, it is going to be coming down to that second map. Astralis pick coming into it, and not cut and dry for OG just yet. One more chance for Astralis to be bouncing back and making the comeback work, and it comes down to their pick of Mirage. We're going to see how it goes down in just a few.
Welcome back, everybody. It is the second map that is coming up here. We've got OG and Astralis, and it could be a really interesting game. The first one was already amazing on Ancient, really close game. OG ended up edging it out. Odds are now favoring them, which makes a lot of sense. Astralis will have to battle their way back to get to a third map.
Yeah, especially with OG's performance yesterday as well against FaZe. There's a lot of confidence swinging into this team at the moment. They seem to have a good amount of momentum, and obviously that closeout to Ancient can do well. Remember as well, Astralis has a huge matchup later on today in the qualifier to get to the RMR for the major. So going into that with a series loss is not the way you want to start the afternoon.
I really think it's not, so I'm sure they'll be fighting with everything that they've got here on Mirage. Starting on the T side, OG on the CT side. Seeing a smoke and some flashes. 2 smokes, so yeah, they're gonna be blocking off a couple of positions here, and then flashes going over the wall, straight for a Neofrag, trying to turn around, but he's not finding the headshot. Finally will. Oh, no! He just almost pistol whipped Config. That's ridiculous. And now Dexter's shown up as well, and they've been slowed down, and Astralis just not even finding the fights that they need here. They got some good timing on Neofrag. He had some low sensitivity going on. You could see the awkwardness, and he still won.
Yeah. He still gets it done. That's a sign. A lot of things are going your way. Yeah, this is magnificent, and just for whatever reason, no real reaction until it was a little bit too late for Config. Still just focused on making his jump and getting out safely. Good double kill.
All right. Soft little high fives.
Yeah. Starting it out slow.
But that is a good start for OG. They'll take it. Could see the pressure that Neofrag is under because he recognizes what's coming. He knows there's going to be a flashbang. So if he just swings wide and tries to go for the fight there, he could be blind and dead. So not an easy position to be in. 3-man peek at top mid. They get some dinks in. Neofrag still with the double, so didn't go down for free. And creeping up his neck. So not really scared to risk the MP9. Glaive back there. Yeah, there we go. Finding him out. A little bit of damage. They've all lost 2 people already. I guess it's slightly expensive for OG, but they'll take it.
Yeah, slightly expensive, but no big deal. Heading into round number 3. Astralis need a good little bounce back here on Mirage.
Yeah, that would be quite something. We started out the first map talking about the potential for BlameF and Config on that particular map especially to do a lot of work. Ended up being Glaive who was doing a lot of the hard lifting on that one, but you'd still love to see that duo of BlameF and Config do some work on a map like Mirage. They have AKs out already in the 3rd round.
Ooh, good shot from Blame. Neofrag had the chance. A couple bullets whizzed past, but Nexus slid into position now in his place. So at least the death of Neofrag has gotten Nexa into a strong position for an early flank. Especially it helps when Dexter finds a kill in middle.
Still over 1 minute and 20 seconds left, so
I feel like at some point BlameF is going to have to give away this position in B halls and fall back and get the bomb to meet up over at the 8 bomb site, and then hopefully that timing, if you're OG, is when Nexa decides to move. That's happening just now because they want to leave Config in middle to lurk and to be a force towards the end of the round in the post plant, so that's going to be the opening for Nexa to find a timing.
Well, and this defense is all in as well. With the double position at ramp like this, if they lose this fight, then I don't even think anyone from the B-bomb side can rotate over. They might just have to give it up pretty quickly, so a little bit interesting.
Yeah, it's actually a lot. I mean, having Dexter there almost seems a little bit redundant with the positioning of Nexa, especially because he's going to be so far away. They have no information at middle at the time, so Dexter's just there to worry about catwalk.
That is kind of a cool smoke, though. The timing on that actually does disrupt, I think, what Astralis wanted to do. And now Dexter is finally getting... Oh, sorry, Nexus starting to move out in that B hallway. And he's getting really close at the moment. I think everything right now rides on how long they can hold off on the A-bomb side. They probably can't win the fight entirely on their own, but just stay alive for 5 seconds, and maybe that's going to be worth it. Sip will get one of the early entries on Fiku, but there's 15 seconds left on the clock, and Flames is still back here. Oh, he drops one in the second. He is so good with the multi-kills, and Glaive just no time at all here. Nexa coming up from behind, and he actually has a Molotov that he's held on to all along, but not even going to need it. Out in the open, just the FAMAS will do the job. That's a nice round for OG to pick up there. Real close for Astralis, but they had such a good read with that push from Nexa.
And Mr. Double Kill himself, Flames, just, I mean, once again, delivering a round win. This is such a huge sequence for Flames to be able to get a double kill. They're even hard clearing him as well.
Yep.
I mean, what a showing he's having here at the fall groups.
Nice. I especially love it with the camera shot of Blamef.
I know, just head in hands. Just...
That's really one of the tragic sort of developments in Counter-Strike in general, is that we've sort of a lot of the time we lost the ability for people to yell at each other inside of a a studio or a LAN or something like that. So it's good to have it back here at the Blast Studio because it does make it just a little bit more fun, Config gets sprayed down, try to be quick with it in the middle. Not what Danny was talking about with the fast smoke in the window, which by the way is great. Danny does unbelievable work.
Yeah, great work. Xipix is dropped down. Fiku won't have that information. Blamef is going to follow it up with the AK-47. That smoke giving some cover for the cross. Farlig's in trouble. Just a lonely P250. Neofrag making his move. Easy kill. Timing shot for Fiku doesn't come through. Retake isn't going to be coming from Market either. It's going to be coming from Catwalk. So even though control of the bomb site is over to Astralis, that's a good find with the boost up. A little bit of damage done. Nobody's crossed over. Now Glaive gets in with the bomb. Another smoke comes down. This is going to be a really delayed retake. And actually a little bit of an X factor with Xipix's position in Market. If he can hit some nice shots with the Deagle, that might ruin a lot of things for OG.
This whole round they played it like they don't care about the bomb plant at all. Like they're just gonna play the retake and win it. So hopefully they will, because that was the plan from the get-go. It felt like a nice headshot. Glaive gonna keep going. Oh, is he ready for another one? Fiku's taking down Sip, so Glaive might have to step up and try and take another swing at it here. Fiku goes down, and there's Glaive, a third headshot. The Deagle doing all of the work in the round, and there's nothing Dexter could do about it. That is a stolen round.
Yeah, that is a nasty sequence from Glaive. I can't believe he just delivered 3 headshots in that fashion. So disgusting. Look at the power in that clenched fist.
Yeah, he's
ready to break somebody's fingers.
Man. I actually thought the fact that Fiku didn't try for the blind shot for the smoke, and the fact that there was no stress happening over at Catwalk, I thought, oh, it's fine. They know what's coming, but they're in a 3-on-5. They're just going to retake it. It's no problem.
I mean, I still felt like that was a pretty decent position to be in. What can you do? Glaive hits 3 one-bullet Deagle headshots.
It's a bit tough, isn't it?
And that might have been like the one weakness in the round that came to fruition for OG, is just not having anyone really in Market to prevent that aggressive stance in the window and in the doorway. What a turnaround. No money left on OG. They fully invest into this. The op is still in the hands of Dexter, but Nexa is relegated down to a 5-7.
Yeah, they'd love to reset Astralis right away here, OG, but it's risky to be buying into to this kind of a situation. They have, what, 2 smokes, 2 flashbangs. That is all the nades they have. They have at least a couple of kits in play still, but not that much to fight with here. OG probably need to secure a 1 or 2 man advantage before any action really happens to the bomb site. If it goes into an afterplant, they don't have that much to really fight with, so it could get very awkward for the CT side. The bomb is getting picked up and kind of going a little bit of everywhere. Oh, Flames nearly good for another double.
I thought he had it. It's really hard for him to hold back from 2 kills, isn't it? It's really difficult, the position that he's putting himself in. He's been so disgusting these past 2 days. Good trade from Neofrag to clean up on Farlig. Blamef is going to come lurking up Catwalk a little bit late. Smoke's going to hold him at bay. And obviously, Neofrag has no idea. Scoped up. There's Glaive with the kill, and Blamef comes through. Right when he's about to pull the trigger, Dexter's going to try and pick up the pieces, but I think this round is lost. If he doesn't get a kill here very, very quickly, they've got no business going for this.
Especially because his teammate is so far away. That's a risky jump. He could have got picked off from Dexter there. But since they're not showing themselves, the chances now, it's not impossible. He could look for X's, I guess, but he's not going to get into the bomb site at this point. Wow, that move from Neofrag, you're right. He had no idea, maybe had no reason to suspect. And on the other hand, if he picks up the AWP and gets a kill on someone jumping out of the window, then he's the hero. Good bit of damage, but the round is going to go to Astralis. 2-3, still in OG's favor, but that did not look like a winnable round. The 2-for-1 trade at the start just looked like it was going to be everything.
Yeah. And I think that's exactly why you didn't expect Blamef. You know, Flames gets the 1 kill, he gets the tag, Neofrag cleans it up, and they never actually saw Blamef. You're not thinking there's going to be a 3rd player lurking around. So good kill from Blamef onto Neofrag right when he's about to pull the trigger. Actually, he did pull the trigger, missed the shot. 3-2. And OG's out of money. Saved AK, saved AWP. Let's see what they can do. Couple of flashbangs picked up to warm your little heart.
Yeah, always a good idea. And that AWP at Dexter, he was very passive with it when they were on Ancient on the CT side, when that was the only thing that he had. There were a couple of rounds there, but didn't do too much. See if he can find some more action with it here on the CT side of Mirage. He's already in middle, a little bit forward. There's a nice tag. He doesn't really get the headshot. And now he's, yeah, got to be thinking about trying to escape as well. You don't want to be stuck in here for too long. They have Molotovs and a lot of other things too. A little bit of a wall bang coming through. Tags him up at least a little bit. Config to get his first kill of the map.
Look at the way that OG is a little bit discombobulated at the moment. Everyone's kind of huddled around window room and murder hole. Flames is going to be here with the USP. That's not going to get the job. Excuse me? It will get the job done on Config. Somehow, some way.
Like 7 bullets later, he's able to do it.
But the AWP is rotated to the B-bomb site. The AK-47 is the only real piece of defense available. Timing onto Xyp9x is everything. He's peering in this direction. Free kill. Bomb is dropped.
Oops. Yeah, and it actually drops on the... They can't even just go back and pick it up quickly. He's ready for this. He sees it coming and takes down Farlig. It's just Nexor on his own winning the round right now.
And now the AWP is on catwalk. They can defend this bomb. Oh, this is a nightmare. This is a nightmare status. Dexter needs to be aggressive next. Almost with one more. And Dexter falls away. He didn't want the fight. They still don't have the bomb. 27 seconds and Dexter's going to go for this. He's got a kid in hand from the previous round as well.
Glaive, though, is ready to receive him. USP out, but Glaive is frozen in time on the other side. He does not want to take a single step forward. And now the bomb is planted, but are they going to be ready for it? Blamef sneaking forward, still USP in hand. Got to be careful now. The AWP comes back out. He has to commit to this and win it instantly. Just jiggling it out. Oh, that is such a play. And it's a 1 versus 1. And like you pointed out, he does have the kit. Be sneaking forward and picking up the AK instead. Still a little bit of time here. Deep flash over. If you go straight for it, Glaive might not be close enough to stop the defuse. Does he realize Dexter? He's looking everywhere, but he just can't find him. Now he goes for the defuse, but I think his back is showing Glaive. He should be able to get it, and he will. Oh, he's so close. What a scary round. Astralis, though, they make it through.
Yeah, just barely. That is so sketchy. What a performance from Nexa to be able to put a stop to that, to keep it within reach. Just the 2 weapons brought into this round, the AK and the AWP. That's nasty. Good positioning from Glaive, though. Way to be patient. That was brutal. Blamef had no chance there. And yeah, if it's a different diffuse position, maybe Dexter's able to stick it out and actually get it at the end of the day. But I think Dexter's believing it's going to be a peek from Palace. It's going to be a peek from behind the boxes. Yeah. He's not thinking that Glaive is going to be in position over towards jungle and window room. Timeout taken from Astralis. They want to talk things over.
There are so many different positions that he has to take a gamble at some point. So unfortunate, but still a pretty cool attempt. Interesting timeout here for Astralis in the victory. They kind of want to slow it down and keep the pressure on, maybe make sure that they have the right idea of how to approach some of these positions. OG going to be back with rifles now, and some more nades than previous rounds. Top con smoke coming out from Glaive, I'm assuming.
Ooh, Flames with the first, and he's going to duck away. Good kill on a Blamef trying to cross over. Man advantage for OG's defense. That's a lot of mid-control taken away from Astralis as well. Config is way more passive as he follows up. So nobody's going to be able to push over towards chair, push down mid towards underneath window.
And that did actually look a little bit like Blamef wanted to make the run that Danny was showing us in that video. Yep. Maybe a little bit delayed, and obviously in the video example that Danny was giving, you couldn't get there in time, so maybe Blamef had a slightly worse spawn and Flames had a slightly better spawn. Hard to say, but he did catch him.
Ooh, Farlug's going to make his play. He's feeling bold. He's feeling frisky. Deep Molotov is going to hold back Glaive. Farlug still hasn't peeked out again. He did work up the courage to take a initial glance into the bomb site and see nothing.
The Molotov could actually be interesting. Doesn't go quite deep enough. I thought maybe he was going to catch Dexter, who's back there with the M4. 50 seconds, and they're going to start to hit this bomb site, which could be scary. Flames, though, is nearby on the stairs. It's going to be a quick trade. CSGO taking down Dexter in return, 40 seconds. And Flames has shown up. Second kill of the round for him. He wants more. Building those multi-kills. He is such a god right now. 4th kill for him. He's up to 9 in total and winning another round for OG.
He's doing such a good job of just playing within his own game until there's a moment to pounce and grab the extra kills, right? He's not overextending and he knows what's coming. Look at this comfort to be able to wait patiently for Glaive to make the jump. And then you're just just playing off your teammates. You're playing off and trading kills that have come out already, trading off information that's been passed over to you, and that's a quad kill in the round from Flames.
A lot of stress in the eyes of Config. He's 1-7 as well. Farley is 2-7. Sip's got 3-6. Got a couple of players there that need to do something more. The Eagles out in this round. Good mid-air headshot picks him out of the sky.
Yikes. Get that head armor, kids. Fiku knows the footsteps, knows the position of Zipix. Takes a confident fight, easy headshot.
OG starting to look comfortable again. Starting to look like they remember what it's all about here on the CT side.
OG's looking like they want to send Astralis into a qualifying match in the absolute dumpster in terms of emotional energy.
What a yeah, what a rough day it could be. 5-3. And the 9th round. Smoke in the window. Jump out here, but Config, oh, he still wins the fight with a Galil no less. That is a big victory. Dexter, though, looking to take it back. Almost getting the right angle. Yeah, he has the right idea, but Config's going to stay alive somehow. Nice start. Good for Astralis.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big name to take down first. Quiet on the map.
Yeah, they want to make sure that there's no trickery from OG. Again, a notorious map, this one for CT aggression, so can't really blame Astralis for wanting to make absolutely sure.
And this is also what they did on an Ancient that worked so well, is you find an opening kill, and then Astralis just kind of waited for the follow-up play that was going to come. Config waiting again, but it doesn't matter. He was low on HP from Flames earlier, so that's the equalizing kill, and Blame F doesn't want to work up the courage to take the peek on the fall back. So we're going to go into the middle stage of this round in an even game until Glaive responds from Palace. That's an easy kill. Nexus position is known. Good frag from Glaive. That should be the round. That should be 4 for Astralis, but Fiku's coming over to try and pick up the pieces.
I mean, if he could get the range with the AK, maybe he can win this fight. But once the bomb is down, it's a different matter. Finally going to be responsible for that. It's a little bit of damage, but nothing to stop him from the plant, really. So now it's probably time to back on out. I appreciate the attempt, but you needed a really strong kill to even stop the bomb from getting planted there, and it doesn't happen. So 4-5. Glaive taking it upon himself to win the round.
Yeah, that's just that first kill that he gets out of Palace. I'm assuming it's just the angle out towards jungle that he just finds a player maybe a little bit lazy in the rotation back. We'll find out. Good shot from Config. Again, the head armor making these Galils do some work. Ooh, okay. That's a good find.
Yeah, it really makes a difference, doesn't it, at the end of the day? So we save the remaining rifles here on the OG side, no one being challenged. So it was a good little run, but still, you got to be careful if you're OG here. You don't have, I mean, you're almost any buffer, so...
Yeah, no, there's no kind of economic space to work with for OG. Down to nothing after this buy, although it's a very, very strong buy. Dexter with the op. Four strong rifles behind it. Plenty of utility. 2 kits to work with also.
Easy to see that it's Glaive doing all the lifting on Ancient, now all the lifting on Mirage. He's super determined at the moment to win this. Does not want to give it up easy. Inferno is the deciding match if we get there, and I hope that we do. Some real tension, maybe especially for Astralis, like we've been saying. Forward position for Neofrag. Gonna smoke it off and try and take a peek into middle, but that is a suspicious smoke. Either way, if you're on the T side, you kind of know, all right.
Ooh, look at the timing of this boost up as well. There's nobody even here to help out with this. Dexter's gonna come back. Good kill from Flames. Good find from Dexter, patiently waiting for that exact play. Blame F had an opportunity.
And now they're a man down. Glaive started to make his way onto the bomb site. Solo play with the Galil. It worked last time, so why not again?
Well, I like it too, because he's put himself in a position where it's hard to tell that he's even here. Like, they might know someone's aggressive, but you're not going to think someone's just kind of pushed out to this position and waiting. He's got cover because Zipex is peering towards window room from jungle, so he knows nobody's going to come from that angle. At this point, it's all if anyone from OG tries to move and shift into the bomb site, but this flank could ruin everything.
Yeah, Fiku, he's been running this way for a while now. 30 seconds, he's almost at the ramp. They haven't even put the bomb down. Oh, and that delay for Config could be be really painful. They are going to get the bomb plant, but Fiku's surely going to get a kill against Config here. A little bit of a long-range spray, and that should be panic on the Astralis side. He has no idea where to look right now, Glaive. They're just surrounding him. Tries to get the shot here, but surely going to get shot in the side of the head. Next, eventually showing up, and Sip, he's again got no real estate to stand on. He just can't survive in that position, so great flank, although there was a real moment in time where Glaive could have surprised someone. That 4 versus 3 could have started a 3-on-3 if Glaive just gets one kill because they just wander onto the bomb site.
Yeah, and I mean, who knows if it's just like straight up like solid self-control to not try and push into the bomb site, or if it's because Fiku's flanking. But the defenders kind of realize they don't need control of the bomb site. They don't need to shift into that position. They have a teammate coming through T-spawn. They can just wait, see what Astralis is going to do, and because they don't actually press the issue to challenge anything, Glaive's little off angles never come to fruition, never yield anything for Astralis.
Single Mac 10, AKs for the rest of it. Not all the nades you would want, but certainly some of them. Dexter, though, a lot more punch behind him on that AWP. Going to be taking down Config early in the round. Still a tough game for him and Farligan Sip. 3 out of 5 players on Astralis not having the best time to begin with. That can obviously change, but they don't have all day. And looking at the scoreboard for OG, everyone's doing something. Got the whole lineup ready to fight. Now they just slow it right down. Not that they get anything for it, although there is a little bit of a double push happening over here at the A ramp. Glaive up in the palace, so they're not going to find anyone, and they're not going to be found.
Not quite yet. Now starting to make their moves. Good shot from Glaive. The off was not set. Was not ready. A little bit of leg shows underneath the smoke. That's an easy kill for Flames. Nexus cleared out a ramp, so again, a little bit of an insurance policy. This is almost like that flank from the previous round. Flames gonna fight in the fire, goes down. Neofrag pulling attention away, and Glaive is aware of the possibility of Nexus position. He's got another one. The captain of Astralis delivering all the critical kills.
It really is. What a ridiculous performance this is from Glaive so far. Double kill up to 14. Fiku on his own with absolutely zero chance to win this round. At a minimum, he would probably need a smoke to put on top of the bomb to force a fight and probably get a kill before he even tried that. Can get some exit kills here, but I don't think he's going to get any closer to the actual defuse. So, should be a 5-6 scoreline here. Astralis coming back into it. Yeah, there's a good exit. The rest of them waiting by the ramp to make sure he's not tricking anyone. And it's going to be the round, so... Man, if not for Glaive, they might just lose this best of 3 almost immediately.
I know, they might just be completely washed on this map as well. He had that incredible triple kill earlier as well, coming out of Palace that delivered such a huge round at a big moment as well.
I believe Glaive was the player that Launders picked as the one that he was the most excited about across the last 10 years of Counter-Strike, you know, in the context of the 10-year anniversary and all the rest of it.
Okay. Interesting choice.
Yeah.
Very avant-garde.
Yeah, I think that's probably more rare, but you could probably defend that for a long time if you wanted to. It could be a long discussion. Definitely has an insane career behind him, so.
Yeah, he does. Well, here he goes. Calls a little pop through the A ramp. Thinks he's taking advantage of a low buy. There's rifles out, but oh, everyone's blind. Everybody is so blind. I don't know how Glaive's alive. I have no idea how he survived that kind of a swing. And it looks like they almost just want to fall back and disappear, but they've dumped all the utility. There's no plan B behind this tactic. It's all to make this work. Mac 10 doing damage, but not finding any kills. It's chaos. It's so hectic. And now the SMG chimes in. Glaive goes down, traded off by Blame F. And look at it. Astralis coming out on top of all the insanity. 4-on-3 at the moment, but we're not done yet.
Nope, it's going to continue. Configs still got some health on him here. Ready to see if anyone's going to come through the window. I've rarely ever seen such all-out madness happening. More smokes, more flashbangs, more shots through. Everyone's blind, and they're not finding the kills. But finally, it's going to be Astralis coming up with a big lead here. 2 versus 4, and probably time for OG to save what they got, if they even can.
Good find from Zip. That's going to seal it. And this is a great moment for Astralis to just take control of this half. There's going to be 3 rounds left after this, and there's no money for OG. Perfect timing for Astralis to deliver the knockout punch.
Feels like a really rare moment where you can set up all the initial utility for an A execute, get no kills, kind of have the utility almost, you know, peed out, and then recommit to the fight and still win it. It feels like most of the time, if you don't get that, at least a little bit of a connection on the first swing, it's hard to come back into it.
This is so crazy how much flashbangs and utilities just spent to just spam through smoke. I don't know how you can have any kind of clean communication if you're any of those players just stuck in that choke point. Round 13.
Yeah, tied up, which from Astralis' point of view is amazing news. Looking at the economy, it's even better. USPs, not even a flashbang. All grouped up though. Out for a little company trip, a little get together. Oh, they're gonna boost up into the window. It's great. I appreciate this. You can boost on the windowsill, like right next to where Fico is.
Okay.
And then the top player can lean really far forward.
Sure.
So you can see people's legs as they're coming through if they hug the wall on the right side from the T point of view.
Nice.
Yeah. It's actually easy to set up.
Okay. Well, it's not, yeah, the nice little stack towards the B bomb site.
Yeah?
I'm not going to denigrate your stack in any way.
All right.
That one I'm fine with.
Cool. That's kind of rare.
It's all the other ones that...
all the more insane positions.
Yeah, there's just this round is just nothing's happening. Stack towards the B bomb site. Astralis goes towards A.
Did you know you can with an AWP you can wallbang the default plant spot in B from the market through the grocery shelves, whatever they are?
Okay, I didn't know that.
No, it's doable. No one's ever
tried it?
No.
Now, when you say doable, are you saying it will connect with some damage, or are you saying
it's gonna?
It's something reliable.
I think it's gonna do. I think it'll do some 60-some damage if you do it.
Okay.
So probably you're not gonna outright kill someone, but.
And if you hit him in the head, will it kill him?
Yeah, definitely kill him.
Okay.
But I'm assuming either way they're gonna stop planting. You know.
Sure.
They hear the AWP take that. Even if you take 20 damage, you probably stop planting because it's the AWP. You know, you're like, oh, what's happening?
I'm trying to imagine that lineup right now. I can't envision it in my head.
It is obscure. I won't lie.
Okay.
But it can be done. 6-7. Astralis with a real nice return. And look at what it's done for Glaive. He's pulled all of the players in behind him. Right? Config started to do a little bit more. Farley started to do a little more. Sips up there with 7 kills. Everyone started to believe a bit now that the captain has shown up. And that's great. Usually, what's the idiom? Captain going down with the ship, but the ship's not going down, Jason. It's still afloat.
Still afloat.
It's like that one ship from Pirates of the Caribbean. What's the one that keeps coming up out of the water? It's been a while.
The Flying Dutchman?
There we go.
Yeah.
Someone can Photoshop.
Crewed by the undead?
Yeah. If somebody could Photoshop tentacles on the glaive, we'd have some kind of meme going.
Perfect. I always love it when tentacles come into the mix.
I know you do.
7-6. Let's pause it there. Neofrag's gonna push up into the corner. Nice flashbang. Nice flashbang, nice kill. Even checks really briefly to the right to make sure no one's up on the flower pot. He's gonna stay aggressive. Coming back for more. Timing is everything. He's got glaive.
He didn't even reload after. He had plenty of time, but he just didn't. He's like, no, it's not necessary. Next, with the double. And OG, they have a little bit of a knack for getting back into the round or the half right as it feels like they're about to be completely eclipsed. Because this was looking like it could easily be a 9-6 finish in favor of Astralis, which would have been really something. But now we're going to type the scoreline the other way, 7-7, and that means OG could still get an 8th round, obviously. Blamef trying to fight it. Long range to connect that spray with. And now 1 versus 3 with no health at all. Going to be some good damage. Molotov on top, but Nexa is going to escape. And with only 15 seconds, it's not so much even the mechanics for Blamef here. It's just you can't really put the bomb down with this little time in a 1 versus 3. So try as you might, it's going to be 7-7.
7-7, 1 round left in the first half. OG, actually both teams looking to take a lead. It was OG on Ancient who was able to take a first half lead. Good aggression, good flashbang, catching Farlig out in the open and then finding Glaive as well. That's a tough fight to win when you're peeking into him holding the angle, but OG handles everything well. Double kill from Nexa.
He was so flashed, Farlig at the beginning there.
Yeah, his eyes were burnt out of his head. The goggles, they do nothing.
That's a classic reference. I love it. I wonder if looking into a scope will magnify the effect of a flashbang. It feels like it should, on some level, make sense. You know.
I'm willing to test this out if you're the one looking through the scope.
Yeah, I think if you have a night vision on, that's where things get real rough. But
yes.
Oh, just the blind tap, almost getting the headshot, but still a lot of damage on the sit. Neofrag gonna get traded. Fiku is there. It's a good 1-2 punch combination and a flank coming in from Flames. I don't think do they even know?
I have no idea. Flameth isn't looking in this direction. He certainly should know now with that Molotov, and he somehow gets away. Is Exo aware that someone's pushed all the way up to the close right? That smoke, oh, it just barely covered him. Now he knows. Glay was way too tucked in, not actually looking for a fight. Flameth's in some trouble. He goes down next, and OG. 3v1 to take the second half advantage. It's gonna be 8-7. OG's defense recovers right at the end of the day. We're off to halftime. When we get back, OG's gonna try and close this out in 2. See you there.
This is hard. I think Simple's probably attended like all the majors. With Flipside, he did a lot of majors. I think he only did one with Flipside. On one? I think so.
I think Aragon is higher because he like played for a longer time than Simple.
Write in the comments who do you think attended more majors, and then we're gonna decide which is the right way.
I think just going by the age and experience, I would say Simple's lower. Lower. Take it. Thank you. Lower. Don't do a mistake now.
Yeah, no mistakes. This one is oh shit.
This is tough. I'm not sure. There's not big difference between them in ages. I think so. He has all the trophies, right? Yeah, but like that's my logic. Difference will be like one major between them. So at least lower. I'm gonna go a leash higher. Well, here we have the 4 major champ. This is not easy. I don't even know when he played his first major. Was it Astralis? Or did he play one before? You sound pretty confident. I'm thinking it might be Glaive, but...
Oh, it's a Glaive for sure?
Yeah, higher. Must be higher.
Higher?
All right. Yeah, let's go for Glaive lower. Yeah, Glaive lower. Oh, it's grand final, actually. Oh, Apex played almost every major, no? Yeah, he also has the older trophies as well. I think like Clan Mystic and stuff. This is tough. This is tough.
My first thought was lower.
Apex lower than Glaive?
Yeah, what's your?
Mine was higher. I'll go with Apex higher. Tessus is quite young. He's like 21 or 22, and it's just physically impossible for him to attend more majors than Apex, right?
For sure.
Lower, yeah. Okay.
Tessus has he wasn't playing majors before Heroic.
When did Tessus join Heroic? Like 2020, right? So higher? Higher. We're speedrunning this one. Going good. Dexter. Lower, right? Yeah, Dexter's only played one major, maybe. I think Dexter hasn't been to a major. He has last one, but he's Antwerp? So lower? Dexter lower. If I will had a Rio major that was in 2019, maybe we will be on the same. Mr. Tapson. We got Tapson Dexter. That's obviously higher. Last one. Finally an NA player, Grim.
And the last one.
We got Grim Tapson. But also lower. The fastest one in history, huh?
We are back once again. It's the second half, second map. We've got Astralis up against OG. And with a 1 map lead for OG, the second half on Mirage is going to be everything for Astralis. They really fought. Glaive has been battling to get his team back into the mix of things. They must win this half. They have to get to a third map. This is a huge day for Astralis, and they just need it. There's no slowing down right now.
Yeah, this is a game where you really need to get some positive vibes going. Let's see if they can close it out, bring it right back. Down 1 round into the pistol, 2 smokes put up. They know what's coming. Pop out of the holes as well. There's the dualies from Glaive. Nice double kill straight to the domes of Neofrag and Flames. Finally responded upon, and responded upon in a big way. Dexter's gonna keep pushing. Eventually goes down, and we're in a 2-on-2.
So much aggression. You could tell the bloodlust there once he had the fight going. He just wanted to keep it up. Flashbangs are all gone. Oh, what a nice peek from Fiku. And that means now they only have to worry about Config. And now they don't know where he is. There's no kit, no smoke yet. They don't even have to fight him. It's a 10-second defuse. Don't give him the chance here. Flash is amazing, but even then, leave him alone. He is never going to be able to get this bomb defused. Fiku toying with him a little bit, just peeking with the shoulder, and Config's realizing there's no way. Just save the armor if you can and try and walk away from it. Maybe get a couple of parting kills. You can buy some more in the next round. Get one of those FAMASs perhaps if you can keep it up. Nice attempt, but Nexa will find him at the end. And it's OG to win the pistol in the second half.
Yeah, what a great recovery after the 2 kills from Glaive. God, that if you're Glaive and you go down there, you feel like I've done my job. This should be a win for them, but Dexter's just a beast. Look at that one. Cleans up Farlig. Someone from Astralis trying to come through the smoke and just gets absolutely deleted. I believe that was Blame F. Tough round. Okay, just noises now.
Almost choo-choo sounds, which I like. I appreciate that. Maybe get some Thomas the Tank Engine memes going. My favorite. It's a personal favorite of mine.
It sounds so stupid.
It's
towards the B bombs that we go. Stop. I don't want to hear it.
No, it's all right.
I don't want to hear it. 2 players inside the site make that 1. Good control from Dexter. Farlig peeks out with the USB. He goes down as well. Dexter's feeling precise. And that's the site, as Blame F says, I want nothing to do with it. I'll save this P250.
Just to rewind a little bit, the shot that Dexter got the second kill, that was first bullet Glock, right? He got Glaive eventually. And then he spun around and fired 1 bullet towards CT spawn, and I think that was what killed Blame F, maybe? It was so ridiculous.
That was Farlig, and he'd been tagged up by Fiku already, I believe.
Okay,
so,
yeah.
It was a 1 bullet shot straight to the dome, but yeah, he'd already been damaged. Yeah,
crazy.
Still pretty nasty. Sometimes the Glock just like works out in your favor.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. Got like a wide variety band there. Like you don't really know what you're getting. Like sometimes you keep shooting and nothing happens.
Sometimes that goosh is just instant every player you look at.
Yeah.
Just like the Deagle. Sometimes with the Deagle, you watch players and you see a sequence and they get that first headshot and you really like feel the momentum. Be like, they're like, this Deagle feels on.
It's been calibrated perfectly. 7 to 10. 3-round gap. Money back in the hands of Astralis. It's finally to open up the round onto Dexter, and this is a critical round. Oh, Nexa, he's so close, and he nearly uses the momentum. He nearly gets a double entry, and that would have been everything. Awkward Molotov to force flames out. That's a friendly Molotov, so could be a little bit sketchy. Nice counter flash as well, and Config will clean it up with a double.
Yeah, some missed timings there for OG. Got a little bit disorganized, but if Nexa had been able to get that second kill onto Farlig with that MAC-10, been able to transfer it over, that would have been something special. That would have really thrown this round to hell for Astralis. Because he gets this kill, and there's no defender here. Then you have an attacker in that position, and Astralis' defense has to play things much differently. So that is very narrow to being a tough situation for Astralis to handle.
Ruggernet. Supremely happy with the round. Ooh, timing is good. Difficult spray when someone is jumping past like that, but Config's going to be found at the start of the round, so they're definitely going to take that. 4 on 5 to begin the 19th round with. And more than anything, OG want to make absolutely sure Astralis never have the comfort of having, well, the AWP on Farlig and just all of the rifles. That did happen at one point on Ancient, where they had those on the T side, but Astralis had that huge bank.
Yeah.
And they could keep buying 3 or 4 rounds in a row.
Ooh, that's a brutal nade. 55 damage. Actually, another HE tossed over to him. Blame F's going to do it again. If Flames had stuck around, likely would have been dead, but he's moved out of that position due to the damage he's taken. You're exactly right. If you're OG, you're feeling like, maybe not a breaking point, but you're like, we can apply a lot of pressure economically if we can win this round. Glaive is actually stuck in no man's land for the moment. He might get caught at an awkward position, but it's Neo-Frag instead. Fiku, Glaive never realized it. Good trade. Ooh, through the smoke, he's almost got Farlig. He's almost got him, low HP. Farlig's able to get into the bomb site, and Blame F is able to hold on to top con.
How is he still alive back here? 40 seconds. And it is a 3-on-3. They're starting to get the bomb up as well, though. That A-ramp. If they find him, yeah, he's dead. Just didn't have the health to take any fight. Blame F is going to be found eventually. Nexa, slightly awkward start to that battle. Sip, I don't think it's worth it, though. They just don't have the depth of funds here.
You know, you need the money, because Farlig can buy... Glaive can buy his own. Zipix, I think, should be able to drop something. Maybe a FAMAS. And he's got no kit. And now he's in the crappy situation where he's boxed in.
Even escaping could be difficult.
It's a triangle of doom.
He has picked up a kid in the meantime, so he's a tiny bit of money recovered, and assuming he can still escape the round, maybe that is something. They're not going to be running far enough away for him to just sneak onto the site and get a defuse. Those are so rare. It feels like whenever it happens, all pro players are just so worried about it happening again that they keep checking forever. But every once in a while, once every 1,000 games or so.
Yeah, there's at least an admirable attempt.
Yeah. Not like...
It's usually G2.
Yeah, well, that's not. Back in the day, you could just throw a smoke in the bomb site, and everyone was so stupid that no one checked it, and you would sit inside your own smoke. And,
yeah.
You know, walk out and defuse it.
Yeah, nobody lets those shenanigans happen anymore.
That's not a thing anymore.
Good round from OG, 11-8. Not only the scoreboard, but they've got the breaking point now. They can really pile it on Astralis. They can really lay out the red carpet for a nice 2-0.
Yeah, they're taking some steps in the right direction. They really are. And some of the key features for Astralis here, config. Even if he's getting more kills than he was, he's up to 10. So he's made up for it. You know, he was at 1-7 at one point. You know, really sort of having a hard time. It's not the config that'll take over a game. That's what we need. That's what they need to battle OG at this point in time.
Yeah, I think that's like kind of one of the great like unspoken factors of this Astralis team is individually all these players just seem lost in all the stresses and all the frustrations of not being able to find a solution to some of the issues they're having, and it just feels like individually everyone's playing at, you know, like 75% of their true potential.
Yeah.
A lot of fire on the balcony. Flames living up to his name in an unfortunate fashion.
But again, that's a friendly Molotov. Last time he jumped into it, this time he didn't take damage from it, but it stopped him from going anywhere. And it didn't seem like that was part of the plan because he kind of was awkwardly just stood there.
OG need to get this bomb planted like right now, and they've like lost the ability. They've been stalled out entirely. There's no more smokes jumping over. Dexter's got to provide an opening somehow, but I have no idea how he's going to do it. Astralis is just so patient, and look at the HP of all these players on OG. How the hell are you going to get back into this round? Good trades from Config. Neofrag's the only one left.
Yep, hoping for one more kill, but it's not going to happen. Sip will take him down. Good double from Config. And yeah, as soon as they realize they can't get the bomb plant, I even appreciate the idea of trying to move forward. But obviously what you're hoping moving in towards jungle like this is that maybe there's 3 people in CT spawn and only 2 people towards jungle and connector, and you can win the battle straight up there. But 3 people waiting around that area, just way too much to handle when you've only got a couple of people moving in. So good job on Astralis. That was definitely one of the breaking points, and instead, it's OG back on pistols. Deagle on Dexter, though. And one on Neofrag. Should be insignificant to the outcome of the round. Not really worth it.
Not at all.
Just let them be if they're gonna be.
Let them chill.
Yeah.
Let them have their powwow.
Gonna be up here anyway, then yeah, you're not risking anything, you're not giving anything away.
One deal shot would be great here though, although this is a near impossible position to actually clear. But if you get that one dig onto Zipix, there's not really any other defense. The next closest is Config over at Catwalk, and maybe you can at least get a bomb plant.
Flames hoping to get Config anyway. Oh, nice shot. Can they find Sip as well? He's down by the bench.
Do it, baby.
Yeah, they might as well do it quickly now because more backup is going to be showing up. There we go. Flames with another bang-out shot. 3 versus 3. And at least they made it a bit expensive. But unfortunately, the bomb is kind of stuck in a weird position. Oh, the Glock comes running in and catching Blameff. What a ridiculous play. And now Flames... Could he get a third one in there? There is a flank coming through. Farlik is walking through the hallways almost in time. Still 30 seconds left, by the way. Are they going to go aggressive? They might try and hunt him down. Flashbang. Oh, it's just a smoke instead. I thought maybe they're going to try and actually go and fight him. There's Farlik from the back and shutting down Nexa. Flames walking through the smoke. He hears him running. Almost catches him by the cash register. There's another headshot. And now it's a 1 versus 1. Flames.
10 seconds.
Brought out the deagle. Yes. 8 seconds now. He's going to go pick up the bomb. He fakes it once. Farlik. He doesn't commit to it, and now he just has to hold it in. He can just barely get the bomb down, and he makes his escape. 2 bullets left. Yep, time for a reload. Farlik comes up in flames. He swings, and he gets That's it! Absolutely godlike!
That's an unbelievable round. What the hell is going on with this guy? At this event, this is wild. This should be an unwinnable round. Remember, 2 deagles picked up. That's it. No utility, no armor. This is all flames. What a god.
Can't believe it. This feels a little bit like that the other round on Ancient where they were just saving, whereas like if you're not even meant to do much of anything.
Oh, that's a kick in the dick.
It truly is. He's unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable.
Oh my lord. I cannot believe that that just happened. That's one of the most disgusting rounds I've seen in a while.
It's made worse by the fact that you can almost feel the tidal wave coming, like you know,
the stomach ache.
Like for a minute you're just on the beach and the water is like pulling back and you're like, ah, this is nice, like nice view, and then whole village is gone, Jason.
Okay, so just village lost to the tide, not even a flood. Why'd you build it there in the first place?
Yeah.
Shout out to New Orleans. Here we go, Dexter.
Oh, they don't have anything to even rebuild the village with. They're out of funds.
There's a gap in that smoke. That could have been really dangerous.
$19 kills on Dexter, 17 on Flames, and then 15, 14-ish for the rest. They are a really powerful unit right now, OG. It's... I don't know. I feel like I haven't seen them yet in this tournament show real weakness. Even in maps that they've lost, they still look so powerful. Dexter, dinked up, low on health, but still gets a shot on Zip, and yeah, good read.
Zipix even heard that dink, and that's what pulled him into the fight, and he didn't even get a chance to really battle at it. Good shot from Dexter again, negating all the damage. Finally goes down to Config, but no way to build on top of it. BlameF left in this flank. It's only a matter of time before the alarm bells start going off inside of OG, and Fiku's gonna check it.
Yeah. Good little jump. If ever there was a chance, you at least needed the instant 1 versus 2 from sneaking up behind, but gonna be walking away. Maybe down to watch a little bit of television. Not even. That's when you know you're in a tough spot, when not even TV will cheer you up.
No.
I don't think do kids watch TV anymore. I don't think they do.
I mean, you gotta have something to watch Netflix on. I guess technically they're watching TV.
I don't. Does that count if you're watching your computer? It's not the same, is it? I don't know. Regardless, OG seemed to be right back in the swing of things. But again, I know we've put so much weight on this, but it's just that for Astralis, right? Given the qualifying match for the major, they seem so distraught in this one that the reset's going to be so hard, isn't it?
Yeah, losing is one thing. I mean, and then you get into a round where you just...
Oh, dear.
Yeah, it's just like they don't even have like a fighting chance. Like, I mean, you lose that round to Flames, right, with the Deagle and the AK-47. That is so crushing to just help you get back into a game like that. There's nothing you can really do to recover from a round like that.
And also, the losing team will have to play FaZe tomorrow. So.
That's right. My word. Astralis in for a very rough weekend.
It feels like it at the moment. Finally get it back here alone inside of the bomb site. He's got absolutely no help. Flames up the ladder. Still getting the kill on Farlig eventually.
Taking all the attention away, giving away the information of his position and making sure Farlig has a hard time tracking him. So, I mean, at the very least, doing something to make that easier. Config close up with the SMG. Gonna pull the trigger. They line up. Double kill for him. And a flashbang to slow things down afterwards. That is a fighting chance now for Astralis.
Yeah, might even be a decent chance at the moment. Nexus almost dead. He's trapped in there. Dexter up close with the AWP. He pulls out the Deagle, but he can't find the shot. And again, Nexus is just a bullet away. There should be nothing you do. No bomb plan either, so... what a round from Config here. Ends up with a quad kill. That SMG paying for itself in a huge way. They should have not won this round at all. But I guess they deserve to get one back.
They want to take over CT spawn, right? They get stopped by this reload, and that, I mean, that's just perfect. And remember, that's a position where there's just so little cover based off players being in con, based off players being in jungle or peeking from jungle. Like, there's only really that one little corner. Yeah, and you could see the frustration. He's saying, peek, we can't both be here. We can't both be in this spot. Config saves the day. So a little bit of life for Astralis. Another boost from Dexter.
Nexa going down. Nice aggressive move from Blamef. Oh, but he walks right into it. He had the right read. He was going to go check that, but smoke just slightly make it a little bit awkward. Maybe his bottom of his shoes joining now. That's very awkward. He's lost his damn mind, Jason. Oh, so is Config.
Yep.
This is the Config we want. We need this version of Config back. They need it badly, but Flames. Is it possible that it's in his contract? He signed a contract for his life that he has to get double kills, and so he's like every round he's like, please.
It's so dumb.
Let's see. Sit back in. They're low on health, and there is a minute, so he's gonna go check middle, not see anyone. Might be. How does he read where they're going? From his point of view, they've just left.
Well, this is where he's built his career. Situations like this, high pressure. Look, it's great having a Config in this kind of performance with the double kill he puts into the board. I'm not sure what that was, but this is so freakishly gross. Like, your form of Config doesn't matter if Flames just deletes you like that, and even Blame F has to give a little bit of respect in the round. Now, Xyp9x has read the situation perfectly. He's over here in market. He has the right read, and they're low on health.
Yeah, if you have a Molotov to get a little bit of safety behind that bomb plant, smoke as well. So at least they get that much. Now, he has a smoke of his own, and that's a huge tool if you want to try and force out the fight, especially if you could turn it into a 1 versus 1. Already creeping around. Got the right idea on one of them. Second one of the hallways. That's probably not a surprise, but he's so exposed out here. If he takes this fight early and they just double peek him, it's a disaster. Sneaking through, one still back here, and he misses the initial shot. He probably needed to get it almost immediately. He still will. Oh my god, that is a great 180 spin. And a little bit of life shown here from the clutch minister himself.
Yeah, huge save. An absolutely massive save. And that's maybe one of those scenarios where Neofrag just should have just played individually, let his teammate die there, not overextend and play with the bomb. Remember, with the bomb planted in this fashion with it running down, it's essentially a 3 versus 1. So maybe a little bit early for the pounce for Neofrag, but you can understand the idea. It was him. We asked who yesterday had the strong Corva. It's definitely him.
Yeah, he's perfected it.
Yep.
There's a online lesson I'd pay some money for, you know, language lesson, just to get it perfect, get the R's rolling.
Sure.
Really strong word. Anyway, we're seeing the coaches really involved here during the timeout. Everything is on the line at the moment. With I think you're right. With the time that was left, Neofrag definitely could have ducked back down in and just said, "All right, that's it. Like you even if you smoke it off, I'll have a lot of time," and you don't have that much time to fake it.
I mean, it's hard, and again, that's again a little bit more of a nitpicking on the situation, because he could have also been saying, okay, Xyp9x has got that kill, he's going to be hustling back to tap the bomb to try and pull me out. If I peek right now, he's not going to be expecting it. He'll be looking for the bomb. You know, there's a whole host of thoughts that go through your mind in that moment, and it's got to be a split-second decision.
Careful now. Don't want to be losing to the Deagles. Good job from BlameF. Following it up and taking down Nexa. Neofrag going to be found here. Dexter in flames. By the way, Dexter's up to 23 kills, so he's sort of quietly taken over everybody at this point in time, which is kind of cool. But it's a really good chance. Should be Astralis here at 12 to 13. That's a great catch-up. They still have a shot at doing this. They can still get us onto Inferno, which we deserve.
Dexter heard the op scope. Gonna turn, he should be able to find Blame F, but that aggressive push doesn't let him save his teammate. Never even got to worry about the ult back in CT spawn. 1 round back is Astralis.
Yeah, they're getting close. You could see that, you can read the stress in their faces right now. They are there's a veteran roster in some way. I mean, maybe not the roster itself, but in terms of the amount of years collectively having played Counter-Strike here on the Astralis side, right? It's absolutely absurd.
I mean, that's part of what makes it so absurd that they're still fighting for a spot in the major, which is
I know,
just a crazy thought. And the legacy of the Astralis as an organization.
Yeah, but you also think they've been under this kind of stress many times throughout their careers, so you have to assume that they can remember what it's like and try and dig themselves out from under. Almost the flick on Farlick. It's a nice attempt. Oh, and Flames with the opening just up on the back of that bench. He's ready for this one, too. That is such an extreme angle.
What are you supposed to do against this guy? Like,
he was reading the future, dude.
Yeah, maybe. He might actually be the one. That would have been the perfect example. 5-on-3. Dexter might be top of the scoreboard, but Flames is just unreal. Xyp9x pushed all the way up. No flashbang on Dexter. It's got to be a hard clear from Flames. He does it, but he can't win the fight. Xyp9x is trapped, though.
Yep, has to stick around. Oh, that's very awkward. Good smoke, though. 45 seconds. That'll really slow
Push
them
from
down.
config. Push from config. This is huge. Fiku's ready for it. Shuts him down.
You're right. That would have been the round-winning move. And now they're going to be finding Glaive. So even if Sip, I like everything about that. Winning the fight, putting up the smoke, buying a little bit of time for config, but they needed that little flank to work out.
And it would have been very easy to get caught by config there. You got to give props over to Fiku finding that kill, just being ready for the next fight that was going to follow up once they got stalled out. He very easily could have just been a little lazy turning that corner.
Oh, they want to take the AK, although that's becoming an expensive run here. They don't have any money really on the OG side, so at this point, they might just slow it down.
Yeah.
Some cash still on Astralis, so the AK is going to make a huge difference, but OG cannot afford to just throw everything away.
Yeah, I think actually those two weapons, that was maybe a little overeager on this hunt. You can understand why they went for it, but this is going to punish them massively going into the next round. Especially because, as you mentioned, with the money built up behind Astralis, it's going to be another very strong buy for the CT side. Not out of it just yet.
14 rounds on OG. They're not that far away, but economically, all it takes is one tiny slip up here, and it's done for. This is such a good peak, but the follow-up here is so crazy.
I know, it's just disgusting. Blemf is probably never in any world expecting a peak from that angle.
No. And the certainty of the peak as well is like, oh, you didn't just back into the corner and realize there was a fight. You actually, you planned it.
This round is everything. Astralis can be knocked down to the last chance against FaZe right here. If they can't win this round, they'll be out of money. And config with the 4-on-5 is going to feel the pressure to make a play. That's exactly what Fiku's hoping for. Here it comes. Good find. Good find from config.
Yeah, absolutely essential. The bomb quite far back. Not that config's going to go find it, but you've got to be a little bit careful. That's almost 3 people peeking that angle. One of them behind the box and a bomb site, but Glaive is going to be winning the fight against Dexter. A little bit of an awkward off angle there for Sip. Molotov will force him back out, and he almost had it. If not for the flashbang, he might have been able to actually find that kill. Instead, it's Flames with one on Sip. And usually when it comes to Flames, when there's one, there's got to be one followed up as well. Does he see it? He does, and he'll take down config. Eventually will fall, but Glaive, 1 versus 2, and the bomb planted. What do you even do? You almost have to just go for it.
And his position given up as well.
Yeah.
And he's got to do it quick. He's got no kit, but he does have 23 kills. He's been the hot hand for Astralis, and now he's got information on Nexa.
Yeah, he sees one. That's absolutely massive. And we'll see. There's a kit on the ground at least, so a little bit more time being gained. Walks right over it. 23 kills on Glaive. Looking for a quad kill clutch here. He's going to fake it out once with a smoke on top. He's a long time away from getting that kill. And Nexa instead will take him down. So close, but not close enough. If he would have got it, the other player would have been on the other side of the smoke, and maybe he could have gone for that defuse, but it is 15 on the side of OG.
This is the equalizing kill from config in that Palace push. That was a nice start. Yeah, he's a little bit surprised that config was able to see him that early, but Flames again with a double kill. The position from config is great, pushing in front of the smoke to catch him off guard, but couldn't find the first kill clean enough. 3 chances for OG to take this series, to knock Astralis down and start their day in a very rough way.
Yeah, true indeed. 15-12, and almost just what Deagles and Scout here to play with, to try and bring it into overtime. I think it's possible, Jason, that they are saving strats for the major. I'm sorry.
That's cruel.
I'm sorry.
Saving strats for the major qualifier.
There we go.
The qualifier to the major qualifier.
I like it.
The 4th pre-qualifier to the major qualifier.
Saving strats, maybe so that FaZe don't know.
It's a long-term plan.
28th round. We need more than just a miracle here for the Astralis side. A whole string of them, a whole cluster of miracles if possible. The damage on a Farley to begin with. trying to get that early deagle shot off. Config is in here as well. Definitely has some great deagle highlights in his career, Config. Now is the time, and he's back up to 20 kills again. Started this with 1-7 scoreline at 1 point early on in the map here. So good little recovery. Yes, nice shots. Flames out of the round.
That's the first one.
Yeah, do it. Give us another one.
Still going to be a tough round with just deagles. OG still encroaching towards this B bomb site. There's a kill from Nex, actually. Everyone's coming over. You're never going to expect Config beneath you. Trade it off. Bomb hits the deck, but it's close to the site. Two players here, one in Market and Xyp9x on the backside of the site. They've got to protect him, but they can't with just the deagle. Glaive can't get it done. Bomb going down, and yeah, right in the perfect moment.
Oh, and a jump out Glaive. He wanted to use that bomb being planted as a moment where you knew one of those three players wasn't going to be looking, and in the end, it'll be OG to shut down Astralis. 2 maps is what it took, and that'll send them to the last chance qualifier, and a very, very rough start to this day as well for the Danish squad.
What an impressive OG squad that we've had here in the fall groups. This has been a revelation of this roster coming together. Obviously, Flames and Neofrag made this team dangerous. Dexter seems to have brought them to a whole new level. I mean, yesterday's win was incredible over FaZe. This was spicy over Astralis, and for a long day for the Danish team to qualify for the major stills we referenced a couple of times. They have a best of 3 later on, just to see if they can get to the RMR, just to see if they can qualify for it. And they've got a tough day. They've got to reset in a massive, massive way. We've got Banks. He's ready for an interview with the winners.
He left me. He went to go fist bump, you know? I guess he was being very respectful of that one. I did literally have him by the side of me. Everyone else has stayed with me, I guess. FQ, come on, you left me alone. We're live, we're live, we're live. I know you're very hyped, I know you're very happy, you have a big smile on your face, but in the opening part of groups, you did not win a single map, right? Now you've gone the longest route. First, you had to take down Complexity, then FaZe yesterday, and now Astralis. That is one incredible run, but what changed between the first start of groups to what you have now?
Like, we had a talk, like big talk, about how we want to play and stuff like that to fix every mistake that we did, like the really basic mistakes that we did. We didn't communicate well and stuff like that. So we were like talking each other and in the group how we want to play, so we can like know each other better as well and stuff like that.
Well, these improvements have certainly shown, but I want to ask you as well, you're Ancient. You beat some of the best teams on it. Are you guys the best Ancient team in the world right now?
Yes.
Your coach is agreeing as well. He's always saying that. Now, when it comes to that Mirage, though, you played on it before. Mirage has been probably the best map for Astralis overall. Did you have a lot you were able to take away from the first time you played? Did you have a lot you learned?
Like, as I said, like for example, when we played Mirage versus FaZe as well, like we had 2-7 and we just stopped talking, like communicate, and it's like we won't win without communicate, right? So we were talking mostly about communication, and now even we had like tight scores or we are losing a bit, we are still talking and we're trying to keep the spirit in the team. So I think it's important. That's why we won probably.
And one thing I'll say as well, and I'm looking at you guys here, you guys have so much energy. This is this enjoyment for playing Counter-Strike. Is that how it feels when you're in?
Yeah.
There we go. That's the way you get it done. Well, Fiki, you've made it all the way to the full finals. You'll be there in the Royal Arena. You had a great showing at Lisbon as well. Is this the OG that's going to show up all the way? Do you think you can go even further than what we're seeing here?
I hope so.
I hope so. Let's see if you do. Fiki, thank you very much for your time, man.
An absolute dream run from the likes of OG. Despite a lackluster start to the tournament, they completely bounced back to tear down Complexity, take down the Titans of FaZe, and now cast Astralis to the curb. A well-deserved spot at the Royal Arena, if we do say so.
Yeah, they've done it cleanly. They've done it cleanly in 2 maps against Astralis. You mentioned that whole path they had to go through in the Gauntlet. No one gave them that berth to the fall final. No one gave them the keys to the Royal Arena. They had to seize it then. And the first man that we all have to talk about would be Flamesy, the hero of that OG lineup so far.
Yeah, he's played a great tournament. A big part of the reason why they were able to qualify in a clean fashion. Let's not forget they took down FaZe as well, the world #1 or #2, depending on where you look at it. Again, coming in against Astralis, I think most of us thought it was possible for OG, but the big difference maker on the server this time around was not Dexter, it was Flames. From start to finish, he was dictating the game with the rifle and the deagle as well. You see the clips right here as well. You know, in these eco rounds, these deagle rounds, Astralis could never feel safe on this.
I mean, his entries were impossible to control. I'm sure Astralis tried to keep their ear to the ground to know where he was going. annoying, but this was just not meant to be. Always multi-kill. It was ridiculous, something that Moses and Anders mentioned at the cast. How many times did he get not one, but two kills? Head on his swivel. Right here, another example. Boom, second shot, snap with the deagle. He had a barn burner of a game. 48 kills for Flamesy.
Yeah, it was absolutely ridiculous. You're a numbers man, Pimp. You were bringing up the numbers for his entry stats as well. Just huge, considering it's only 2 maps in this series as well.
It was insane. He was involved in so much. I believe 24 opening kills involvement, and he won, I believe, 17 of those.
That's actually stupid.
It's unreal over the course of 2 maps, right? If we're talking 3 maps, 4 maps, maybe it's realistic, but Flames, as said, he was dictating the game, and he did it with the rifle. And trust me, guys, it's harder to do it with a rifle consistently than it is with an AWP.
Yeah, and the fact that you bring up, it wasn't just reliant on Dexter, because I think that was kind of the key narrative coming into this tournament for OG. He was talking about the fact that he wanted to join this OG lineup because they were giving him so much space, the ability to be aggressive, to be free-flowing, and we were questioning, is that going to take space away from the other players? I love that we get to see somebody else taking up the mantle for OG.
You're correct. The premise for any doubt and any fear you would have for that OG lineup is that we would end up standing in the middle of this blast circle only talking about Dexter, only showing his highlight, only showing his clutches. And we said, if this is the Dexter show, they are not going to make it. But they have proven us wrong. They have proven us that no, it isn't only about Dexter. We're going to have a couple of FQ clutches here and there. We're going to have Flamesy showing up his best Counter-Strike in a while. And this is how you have a winning formula for OG. It goes through kind of outshining that dependency towards Dexter and having other players having impact.
Just to put it into context as well, we kind of seen it so far. The losses they've had, OG, Dexter was the man standing out. Dexter was the guy playing well. But in all their wins, Dexter has been part of the reason why they won. He hasn't been the reason. So it's good to see the rest of the team. You see the guys on your screen right here. All of them have had moments in this tournament where they stepped up massively, where they were part of the reason as why they won a map. So good to see that it's the team of OG and not only Dexter showing up.
Well, mum was certainly the word for OG in this eco play, because round number 21, they absolutely silenced Astralis with just a disgusting round. I think that's the way Moses put it.
Yeah, I think we have to have a look at the Flames once again, coming out with the deagle, getting it done. You see it right here. It's already a 5v4 for Astralis. You think to yourself, it shouldn't be possible. But that entry right here from Flames is just disgusting. Creating the space and putting a lot of pressure on this guy's siblings, who now has to juggle a lot of different angles, but he won't be allowed to do so. Flames would another one match you, and when you entry into the B side like this, it's just hard to do anything.
I know, and it's kind of a signal of the balls of Astralis as a team right now, because that 3 versus 3, even if the B side had been fallen, should have been Astralis' way all the time. They should have been fine. Him and Zip, when he falls as a second player on that, should have known the path he had to go and where he could be covered. That wasn't the case. What really transpires for me is an Astralis that was out of sorts at that moment. I was really uncomfortable.
And I feel you see it as a consequence here as well. Farley left for confidence. Why don't you shut it down right here? Why don't you jump down towards the bomb side? Pressure Flames. You let him run away, you let him reload his gun, and then you lose a 1v1 duel. They didn't apply any pressure to Flames right here, and it's a lack of confidence right there.
I want to talk about this clutch just for 1 second. Farley was at 11 kill when that happened. I truly feel, on an individual standpoint, that clutch broke Farley. I think it broke him. From that moment on, he knew, and we had a really great camera shot on him after that clutch. You could see all the despair in his face. He stopped being a factor. He became non-consequential in this game. He always found first death middle when he was speaking.
Yeah.
That completely put him to the ground. He realized how much he messed up in that 1v1.
And that confidence factor doesn't spell good things for Astralis going forward. We preface it coming into this game. The fact that they've got the RMR qualifier coming up later on today, literally the last chance just for Astralis to make it to the RMR, not the major itself.
Listen, since time immemorial, we've been used to see Astralis play the biggest of the biggest tournaments out there. And that may still be the case given the structure of the scene, but we always had high hopes for Astralis. We always believed that they were going to bounce back. We always believed they were going to be a factor. Now they stand in a situation where they go up against FaZe in a last chance qualifier game here at Blast in order to qualify for the fall finals. They're not likely to win that one. We've seen how much they've struggled in the best of ones as well in the major qualifier. They've lost out of 3 different occasions, and they're even replaying one of the teams they lost to in another qualifier tonight. I can not stand right here on my feet saying that I believe that Astralis would qualify for the major, and that is a disaster just to think about.
It's a crossroad for them. It is a crossroad. Today is going to either mark a tragic day in their history, or it's going to be just one of these which you smile about in a couple of weeks. You remember that time when we almost didn't make the RMR? We are about to see. I don't know mentally where they're at. I think it's going to take a great work, not only from the mentors of this lineup, and I'm referring to the Glaive and the Xiplings of this world, but also the coaching staff, to make sure that everyone takes a freaking deep breath right now. They have something huge coming their way. They're going to play for their life in the RMR. This is going to be a time to qualify for Showdown, or for full finals rather. But for now, focus on the RMR.
Yeah, pressure would be an understatement for the Danes just going forward into today. But before they do dive into those games later on, Config did have time to spare a few words with us.
So Config, you got up against OG again this time. They're Ancient is something they've been playing a lot, right? They've been coming into it. I know it's a key map for you guys as well. When it comes to Ancient, though, did you feel like you had a good read, and could you sense that a lot had changed maybe since what you'd prepared for?
I only think that they're a really individually strong team at the moment. They're really good at like manipulating rotations and doing the right calls in mid-round. So it's always hard to read when they're just playing better than you, and they were doing that today.
And in terms of Mirage, this is your kind of core map at the moment. This is one where we have the complete faith in Astralis. But even like when we look at that fourth round where they just had a few pistols and the Glocks coming in, it still feels like something's not right there with you guys. What is it? Can you put your finger on it? Do you know?
Honestly, right now, as I haven't seen it yet, but I remember a round where I got one deked from Flames, and he was like really on fire with the deagle, so he deserved that. So yeah, they were just individually better today. That was how it felt at least.
And how's your confidence? Because I know when I had good interviews with you, right, you're hyped up, you're ready, there's the conflict that's all powered up. How do we get that back? How do we see this as far as? Because obviously there is certain expectations that comes with this level of team.
I think it's hard right now because we just bombed out of 3 qualifiers in a row and we've lost to God knows who. So I think it's hard to like get back on track when it's those kind of games you lose. You always lose confidence when you lose against worse teams than yourself. So yeah, I think I'll just have to grind it back somehow, and I usually do my best at it, and hopefully we'll qualify today in the major qualifier and then show our real face tomorrow.
Not hopefully, you will qualify today. And what are you going to do to make sure now you just get a little rest in before that happens, mate?
Get some good food, relax, chill, just make a little reset. I think that we need that after a loss. So reset and just focus on the game, and then we'll dominate in the qualifier.
Oh, I'm sure you will. Config, that's what I want to hear. Thank you. Go on, you got this.
Yeah, Astralis definitely going to have to retake that driving seat if they want to be qualifying for the RMR, let alone coming into that game versus FaZe later on. You did want to give some props to Config, though, coming into the later stages of Mirage was a little bit too little too late.
Yeah, you could say so. He started out having a 2-11 score, and I thought to myself, uh-oh, it's going to be a nightmare game for Config. He then researched himself, he came into the server, and he was a big part of the reason why Astralis made the game on Mirage competitive. So maybe that's a bit of a positive note to leave the game from for Config, you know, going into the qualifiers, that at least he individually stepped up when, yeah, I guess he was needed the most, but not quite enough.
Yeah, of course, Astralis will have that last chance going up against FaZe. Obviously, that's going to be taking place tomorrow. But as we've been saying, Matthew, a hell of a lot more Counter-Strike on the cards for them, and that could totally change their mentality coming into the matchup tomorrow. That's what's so heartbreaking.
It almost feels like it's in an eternity of time for Astralis. I don't even believe they begin to think about this game versus FaZe. The next few hours will determine what kind of Astralis we see tomorrow. Will they be completely disheartened or maybe in a better mood, in a better groove? I think surprises can happen here at Blast. We've seen it already, but for now, in Astralis, the goal and the objective happens this evening.
Yeah, Astralis hard work indeed coming into the rest of their matches over this weekend. But we do need to crown another champion into the Royal Arena, and it's going to be between Heroic and Liquid coming up next. One of these two teams will be joining OG on Copenhagen's coveted stage, and it's coming up in just a few.
The Royal Arena is just one step away. Cadian's men on a high from defeating FaZe. A heroic performance needed if they're to make the stage.
2 on Squeaky. Searson caught with a NATO.
The final American team looked to rise again.
8 seconds, tries to pre-fire the corner. Yakinder lines him up.
But after scraping by the Ninjas, they'll need to dig deep to snatch a full final spot from the Danes.
It's the clash of the clans as Heroic and Team Liquid both fighting tooth and nail to claw themselves away onto the stage here in Copenhagen. The Royal Arena waits for one of these two squads. The first time we're going to be seeing Heroic taken to the stage in these best of threes thanks to a stellar performance in that group stage. But for Liquid, we saw them taking on NIP yesterday. And looking at the results of that matchup, much more of a nail-biter than maybe that 2-0 would be indicative of.
It was an extremely hard-fought battles for Liquid to pass the NIP obstacle. I think, of course, the Swedes must have regrets about that game. And there's obviously two readings. There's two ways you can look at that game. You can either talk about the mistakes that Liquid did, which there were plenty of, I guarantee you. But I would like to focus on the resilience. Something that I believe Yakinder is bringing with him right now is the ability for Liquid to play their best Counter-Strike at 14-14, 14-15. And this is such an invaluable asset to have for a team. To know that you're going to have a player within your ranks that's going to hold his ground at round 28, I think Yakinder is bringing that with him.
It's crazy how much belief can do to a team, right? Just bringing in Yakinder feels like NA Counter-Strike have a hope now. Feels like the Liquid players themselves are starting to believe in themselves again. You hear Leash constantly talk about how he likes structure, how he's playing better. You hear the other players, you know, speaking about the environment within the team, which is much, much better now. One player came into Team Liquid, Yakinder, and made them relevant again. That's all it took. Of course, on the server, he's doing an awful lot of good stuff. You know, T-sides opening up, creating space. But just in terms of raw belief in own abilities, Liquid seems like a complete new team coming out of the break.
Yeah, just needed to sprinkle a little bit of Latvian love in there to resurge NA's hopes. And luckily, we do have a few words from Yakinder heading into this series.
So Yakinder, the first thing I want to touch on is the fact that obviously things are definitely looking better with you inside Liquid, but I want to see the system and the style that they play and how you feel that benefits you.
I mean, actually, like when I first came into Liquid before Cologne, we literally started from a new start because when Shox was there has been like some problems and a lot of practice has been like skipped and people would not play a map for like 3 months. And when there's that type of game, you need to structure everything from the start, and you need to like, especially when I like to like secondary call and bring ideas, obviously, and since haven't been a lot of things on these maps, I started from the start, so it's easier, so everybody understands my way of thinking, and especially me, Nick, and Damien. We were like Nitro and Apps. We were like heavily thinking about all our maps and trying to improve and having different ideas. I think I gained a lot of different approach to the game that I didn't have in VP, especially now with some of the role changes. I'm now playing not necessarily an entry fragger. I aggressive lurk. I still take space and I'm in the back, right? But in some certain situations, Nitro is entry fragging while I'm somewhere behind. So I think it improves me as an individual and as a player. So. Yeah.
And I was just going to ask you about that. In terms of your actual individual performance, do you feel like you can reach a higher peak here than what you did with Outsiders?
Yeah, I definitely can. I mean, like entry fragging is, you don't have to be smart to entry frag, you know? You have to know what grenades are thrown behind you and what grenades and how do your team support you, right? While like lurking or like throwing the necessary utility and whatever and staying in the clutch situations, that's something that you need to gain experience in. And since I was basically dedicated entry fragger before, that experience is now, I'm now gaining it from playing in Liquid. I think it improves every player. If you're able to play any role, you're super versatile, I think you're much more valuable than if you're playing only one role.
I've always said you're smart, Yakinder, and you just give me the perfect answer for that one as well. Now, I also want to touch on the fact of your and Lee's relationship, because he talks so highly about your interviews, you're obviously talking about him. So what's that like? Explain that to me.
I mean, I think with John, it's been the easiest. I think he's the most experienced in the team. He understands the game really good, and his way of his thinking is really similar to mine. And it was super easy to get new things in that he understands instantly, you know, and especially in some certain situation, he helps me with like micro details and with his thought of the game, because it's not fully the same, but it has. I mean, my side of the map as well.
Some great insight there, Yakinda. Thank you very much, man.
Thank you.
Was that
And
redacted?
we've seen a whole lot of romance
Did we just redact the whole interview? Was like maybe he spilled beans? He divulged information for the national security?
Too many secrets.
Is that the
FBI
NSA just watching? Like, just cut the interview, cut the Yakinda interview right now.
Yeah, too much love for Elige, apparently, in that one. And that is apt, because they have been such a dynamic duo since Yakinda has entered the stage for Liquid.
Listen, we talked about it. He's giving belief to the rest of the team, and he's giving belief to Elige. And I do want to point out, you know, on this graphic, we see the disparity in damage dealt per round. There's these unique types of players out there who always, even if they're not having a great game, deals an awful lot of damage on the server. Elige has always been like that. Yakinda's always been like that. You look at those two's KD and you think to yourself, they're not that good, you know, they don't really have that much of a plus score, but in terms of raw damage on the server, that is a deadly duo to have on your team.
And you know, also from a structural standpoint, from how the team is working and functioning, I think it's really important Yakinda and Elige have sort of the same idea on how they want to play Counter-Strike. I really want to wish for them to have completely contradictory ideas, because we know how hard it might be at time to kind of synchronize on what you want to do and how you want to play. If these two characters actually see Counter-Strike the same way, I think it's a huge plus for Liquid.
You just want chaos, Matthew. That's all you want.
No, I want happiness in the world.
Happiness
you want chaos.
and love. And,
exactly. I'm all about it. A good glass of wine.
Well, some more love going out to OC as well, because he's been an absolute can opener when we're looking at these opening entry attempts as well. Obviously, we kind of prefaced it coming into the pre-show that a lot of AWPers making this list, but he tops this list, Matthew.
Yes, he does indeed. The best entry fragger that we have at the event, at least at the beginning of the day. It might have changed now that we've just played a series, but I think that his name has kind of left the headlights because Yakinda came in, because there are other news in the realm of Counter-Strike that have happened, of course, but he is slowly but surely maturing as a player, and I am really liking what I see from OC. I think he's becoming more and more assertive on the server. He's having some crazy impact, also opening situations on the T side. He is turning into the AWP that NA had longed for so long.
That's the exciting thing to me about Team Liquid. If OC and Nafla is supposed to be the third and the fourth best player on this lineup, there's an awful lot of firepower within Team Liquid. There's an awful lot of potential. So the fact that we see OC perform well, the fact that we see him become a little bit more consistent as well, it bounces well, I'd say, for Team Liquid's future.
The OC supremacy really coming through and through. All the NA fans very happy in the chat. Somebody else who's had a supreme performance throughout kind of the duration of the year, particularly when we're looking at those LAN performances, we've got to throw Stan's name into the mix for the side of Heroic.
Oh yes, if we're talking about Heroic right now, the discussion has to start with Stan, who I don't think people realize is one of the 5 best player in the world in 2022. You look at the numbers and they don't lie. That is it. You filter it top 20. You only look at the LAN performances, and his name is the 4th on the list. His consistency in terms of output is insane. He has been the #1 player. He has been the go-to. He has been the needed one, the ace of base for Heroic, and I think we should celebrate it. I don't think we talk about him enough.
No, he doesn't talk a lot about himself. That's the problem, right? He's not that flamboyant. He's not a guy that is out there in all the interviews and you know, yelling about himself and talking about how good he is. Staun is a very silent warrior, as I like to call him, you know, who's always, as you said, always have output on the server, but especially within the team as well. You stand behind Heroic, you listen into the communication, and you can hear that and a lot of the ideas, you know, a lot of the dictation of where to go in certain rounds, what timings to hit, how to set up your teammate. It comes from Staun as well. He is the right hand of KDN. Not only on the server does he have the output as one of the best players in the entire world, I agree with you, especially CT side, T side for that matter as well, but in terms of raw communication and helping out KDN being the in-game leader he is, he also provides a lot of value.
Yeah, you were talking about it during, I believe it was the big game on Nuke, right? The final round of the entire map. That was Staun's cool.
15-14, 3v3, and Staun takes over the lead, you know, takes over the round, tells the teammate what to do, and it worked out perfectly fine, and then the round was never in jeopardy for Heroic. I love to see that. I love to see that you have a player next to the in-game leader who at any given time can take over and provide as much value, if not even more. There's also the case to be made that he's a better AWPer than KDN as well, which is, you know, speaks into how, I guess, versatile Staun is as a player.
Yeah, definitely versatile indeed. But let's hear from another Dane that's going to be entering the server today. It's Shush with Banks.
Today, right, you're going up against Liquid. You've had a bit more time than other teams in order to wait and see how this has all been going down. But how has practice been going now with the team and what you guys have been able to do? Where did you put your focus across these last few days?
Practice has been going really well, with some ups and downs sometimes, but I think we practice to improve all the time, all the small things and all the big stuff. Some practice we just do our own stuff, just go into practice, not careless, but doing our what we feel comfortable in doing, and some practice we go in and to actually practice stuff. So we definitely keep on learning, and it also makes it fun that we have like different styles of practicing.
That's what it is. Mix it up, right? Don't make it too boring, for sure. Now, obviously, this game would qualify you for the full finals, put you in the Royal Arena. How important is that for you guys, right? Being a Danish team on home soil.
It's so important for us. Like last year, we played there and we lost the semifinals or quarterfinals. I don't even remember semifinals. I think it was against Astralis, and we 100% wanted to be there again. And we want to give Jabby the same experience as well. We want him to get that.
A very special experience for sure in that arena. You got to get past Liquid today, though. And I just want to see with their changes that come in, what you've learned about them. Do you think they're in a position where they can challenge you, like they can make this one competitive, or do you still see yourselves with quite an advantage?
I think we have the advantage since they're a new team. They have a new way of thinking. They have some old players with the old style of CS, but I think Ikinda brings some new kind of style to them. So it's going to be interesting how they play, but I think we have a good idea.
Well, I look forward to seeing it. Shush, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I'm going to continue that Yekunda conversation, obviously coming into Liquid's pick of Vertigo, because one of his two favorite positions to be playing, that A-ramp.
Yeah, absolutely. You can talk about the CT side, the A-ramp, and how, I guess, involved he's going to be in the action. I guarantee you he's going to be in the kill feed quite often. But also, I want to talk about the T side and the work that Yekinder is doing on B. I think he alone has become such a menace for any team that faces Liquid, because he can wait and wait and wait and take a timing at 27 seconds, and he's not afraid at all to just reorientate the game towards his B side, offering a solution, offering a way out to Nitro. And for any team that plays against Liquid on Vertigo now, you cannot ever rush a rotation. You have to be ready for your Yekinder.
I'm a little scared on behalf of Team Liquid, to be completely honest. The fact that Vertigo is their map pick, we all remember what happened in the group stage where they were playing Complexity. They arguably should have lost that game. NAVI bowed them out with an amazing 1v3 clutch, and they made a good comeback, but you're going up against a team that is much, much better right now. A Heroic that has a lot to play for, as you can hear behind me. Very motivated, very loud as well. Damn. I am worried that Team Liquid don't have anywhere to go in the map video, and they ended up in Vertigo in a scenario where they couldn't choose anything else. So, I need to see Yekinder and Unleash play better than I saw last time.
Yeah, Pure Fire and Fury from the Danes coming hot into this one, but it is their opponent's map pick of Vertigo coming into the mix first. Liquid hoping to wash the dreams of the Danes away, and we're going to see how it goes down in just a few moments.
We are back. It's the second map of the day, second match of the day, I suppose, between this time Liquid and Heroic. What a game it could end up with. Heroic with a slight lead in the odds.
Yeah.
I don't know about this one.
Yeah, I think it probably should be the case based off, maybe a resume of results, but I think certainly the vibe around Team Liquid right now is that they are becoming a very, very powerful team and on the verge of overtaking teams like Heroic and actually, raising in our esteem as they kind of continue this march towards the major. They looked very, very good, and especially on this map yesterday. Remember, they had a 13-2 CT half against NIP. Now, they almost lost it. They still only won the map 16-13 because of a rough T side as well, and that's where they'll be starting here against Heroic.
But definitely a lot of room here for an explosive game, no doubt. Heroic, let's see what they've got for us. Over at the A ramp, we do have Cadian a little bit forward. He's just jiggling for some information. And a little bit of a stack at the B bomb site. 2 people. No real hard commitment for Heroic towards the middle of the map. I mean, have a little bit of a loose setup with Tessus there, but he's going to start to fall back.
Look how close Osi is. They have no idea.
Yeah.
Now he's going to stop it. That's a good thing to fall back to. There's the Molotov. They want to pounce up. They want to punish this. Sound is burning, saved by a smoke. That should give information over to Team Liquid.
They do have a second Molotov if they really wanted to be hard with it.
I think it's exactly what they're going to do.
Oh, no.
I think it's exactly what they're waiting for right now.
You know what? There's not a second off at all. Smoke for Heroic. They don't have one. Oh, no. Yeah, barbecue. They've got to catch him, though. Otherwise, it's going to be all for nothing. And running in Tessus. Oh, what a counterplay coming out. Heroic absolutely crushing Liquid as all of their attention was on the back of those sandbags.
Yeah, what a push from Tessus, and what a high-risk push and trap to set up as well. That's still a pretty tough angle to manage. Headshot angle. Tessus with the first one, and they were lined up way far back as well. Yekindar goes down. What a great trap to spring. Yeah, a little bit of a wave over as well.
Good times. I mean, it's hard even to say anything about Liquid. That's a good move, They saw it coming. They're like, yeah, you're going to smoke it out. You don't have a second smoke because it's a pistol round, and we're probably going to get this kill.
Joke's on them.
Yeah, it turned around a bit. Well, you can see the plan at any rate.
Sure.
Oh, bomb plant, and Deagle picked up an Elige. Neff taking a timeout. Personal timeout.
Yeah, personal moment.
Staring at the plaster wall for a minute.
Drywall's a fascinating thing. Cadian tracks across, tight angle for these pistols to work with, holding the line, 3 kills, pistols out, and he's going to start backing away. Look for a new angle to fight at. He's got NAF. Does he want to push it for the ace?
It's Cadian. Of course he wants to push it for the ace. Oh, it's getting denied.
I hope Yekindar waves back. Ooh. Ooh.
Do it again. Right. He wanted to.
Yeah. Fair play. Nice round from Cadian. Quad kill. We're going to move forward into the gun rounds. Liquid's going to get the AK-47s, the Galils, and all the utility out. These are some good shots from Yekindar, just jiggle peek in the corner over and over and again to find 2 frags in the round.
A little bit of disappointment. But, as you said, good round either way. 2-0, and a third one now up against Rifles is coming up. Not all the grenades in the world there on the Liquid side of things, but we'll see what they could do with them. Battle for this ramp, which is just so crucial. It can be very, very hard to get control over on the T side if you don't, if sometimes you don't find the right rhythm, maybe you don't put enough fear into the CT side, and they just keep having a lot of confidence in taking this battle, and they keep winning it. Oh, nice grenade.
So much utility to drop down there for Heroic. Hard to dodge all of it. Nitro eats some spam and then catches the grenade. Elige is up next with no utility. All focus can be on the rifle, tucked against the wall. Important trade. But still a 4-on-3. Still a man advantage for Heroic's defense.
A boost? That's really interesting. I mean, in a pistol round, maybe if they have nothing else, that's to be expected. Or in a save round. But in a round like this, I don't think anyone's going to be reading that. Cadian taking down NAF and bringing it back into a 2-on-4 in favor of Heroic. It's a very, very decent start right here. Osi's creeping up, and he's going to be catching Cadian's face, so at least they have a shot at it still. 40 seconds. Smokes are going up onto the bomb site. Almost catching Stout. Oh, I can't believe the timing on that.
Yeah. He's going to be pissed off looking back at this replay. He had the exact lineup, the exact play he needed. This is going to be a tough affair, although OC does have a full set of utility. He can drop a smoke to allow himself to cross over into the bomb site. He even has an HE grenade to do a little bit of damage if he'd prefer to go that route. And that didn't go very deep at all.
It did not. There's a flank as well coming in. Shush is walking up right behind them. So either way, they're in a world of trouble. And it happens way before the internal timer on Liquid starts to say, wait a minute, something is up. So, yeah, unfortunate, but a good wraparound for Heroic and a good round overall.
Yeah, Elige does have to keep his attention forward to make sure nobody's going to jump on that plant. That would have been the round as well. So many different ways to lose and hard to read what's coming next. Good slow-paced flank. There's the trade from OC. Early timeout taken from Liquid, as you can hear. 3-0. Heroic's had a couple good reactions to what Liquid's bringing to the table early on.
Yeah, I mean, I like everything about it. The early nade kill and then the sort of recommitment to the ramp to just snipe up one more kill, making it really difficult for Liquid to get up there with too many casualties. I gotta say, like, the boost in the middle of the round is a little bit unorthodox at this point in the game. I feel like that's something that happens when you have scouts and deagles and you're trying anything you can, you know.
It's also a nice time to pull it out when you know Team Liquid doesn't have the utility, right? You know, at some point during this half, you're going to see a Molotov at that corner to prevent that boost from coming in, and you're going to have all kinds of spam coming through. And this time around, Liquid just didn't have the resources to fully negate every eventuality. So not a timeout, just a tech issue that we're going to work through real quick.
Okay.
Tense music nonetheless, though.
It is. Good little composition someone's made. I appreciate it. Yeah, admins are on it though. Some sound issue. I'm guessing. They seem to be worried about that. And then hopefully we'll get back into it. They did get the bomb plant at the very least, Liquid. So there is that.
Winner of this series, if you're just tuning in, goes on to the fall final in the Royal Arena. They qualified to join up with OG, who we just saw dispatch Astralis in the previous series. Loser goes to the last chance stage, which is tomorrow.
Ouch. Tough break if you have to go and play that. Shots from earlier. There's one thing Cadian definitely knows. It's getting people hyped up on that team.
Yeah, and also, I mean, if there's one team that would really probably suck to play in this kind of an environment where you can stare at each other and hear each other clearly across the studio, it would be against Cadian and Heroic.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, you want to win the game no matter what, but you definitely don't want to lose it to someone who's screaming like a maniac across the room. But that might be what happens. Here we go. We're back into it. Appreciate it. Thanks to the admins for clearing up any issues quickly.
The loser of this series plays NIP for their last chance to make it to the fall, or to last chance to make it through.
Either way, that's going to be a good game, whether it's Liquid or Heroic. That should be a fun game to watch. So a little bit blessed in that sense. Cadian is 7-3, of course. You know, 4 of those kills were in one round, so still, it's a decent start.
Utility in middle. Tech9 on Nitro. They found a perfect time to call this tactic, and that's the only kill at the B bomb site. Shush gets sent all the way down the building. Careful now.
I'm so shocked that they checked this.
Oh, I'm so shocked that he actually gets a dink through that little pillar.
Yeah.
19 HP on Jabby. Yabby.
Works. We'll let it slide either way. I'm sure we'll all save both, and probably maybe third variations too. Bomb has been planted, and it's a fairly quick bomb plant, so Heroic, they're kind of slowing it down. I'm not sure why they're being this slow about it. Eventually, they're going to have to move. Now, they do not currently have a kit picked up, so Molotov deep in there, doesn't get extinguished by the smoke, and they really need to speed this up. Nitro with a headshot to take down Stown, and they are already backing out.
Yeah. That's it. That's just a clean strategic win out of spawn for Team Liquid. They call fast-paced mid-B split. And there was only one defender home. That was Shush. He got sent to the Nether Realm early, and nobody from Heroic was close by at all. They were expecting a lot of pressure towards the A bomb site, and it just wasn't the case. So just a tactical victory right from the get-go.
A long way down from Shush. There's 51 stories.
Something like that. Someone did the math at one point. I've seen the Reddit post.
Yeah, 1 kill to win the round, basically. NAF buying a little bit of time over on the other side. 3-1 scoreline. Probably not the round you would have expected Liquid to kind of announce their presence back into the game with, but also means they get a bit more money to work with now. So it all works out at the end for them, at least. Kindar making a move. That would have easily been a kill.
Yeah, should have been a kill. He'll be frustrated. Good nade. Chunks shush down to 75. Ooh, he can't see it. Couldn't see it. But it looks like he still wants to challenge. At least apply pressure and force out some early utility from this defense here. Being very proactive and making sure presence is known.
Quite a forward defense over at the A ramp. Not something the rest of Liquid has been successful in pushing back yet. Kind of meandering around at the bottom of the bomb or the map still. Not quite at the B stairs, not quite at the A ramp. 50 seconds now. What they get for this though is obviously Heroic spending more and more utility. Nitro feeling some of that, and now they're starting to get this I was gonna say silent boost, but it's not.
Yeah, that'll be frustrating. You can even see Elise just call it off. He's like, I already made the noise. I don't want anyone staring at me next time I try it, so screw it. We're just gonna do this the old-fashioned way. Good peek from NAV, but can't clean up the fight. Can't find the headshot onto Yabi. Now they stream into the site. Molotovs everywhere. Elysia's shut down as well. Heroic can start playing this a little bit more passively. You can see them just holding on behind the generator. Molotovs to slow down any kind of a plant. And Nitro's all the way over at the A bomb site trying to lurk behind this, but they need the bomb plant. They need it now.
And that must be frustrating with your Nitro. There's no way that Stound should have been watching that, but he was somehow. 2 versus 4 as they at least get the 1 kill, but a nuclear grenade onto Kindar brings him very low on health. OC back here. Definitely one of the more exciting players on the lineup, but in a 1 versus 4, almost at least, Kindar's still alive, but you have to assume not for that much longer. It's going to be hard for him to win it. There we go. Kindar's out of it, and now it's all on OC. He's going to pick up one of them there. Good, strong AWP kill. They're trying to bait him up with the front of the gun there. Cadian goes down. They nearly lined up for it. Oh, I believe for a minute there that he could have had it either way. It's an expensive round, but Liquid, they can't quite pull it through.
Yeah, they make it costly, just losing way too much on the entrance. NAF not able to win the fight in middle. Obviously, Elige going down as well. Just didn't pan out the way they wanted it. That kill is a missed opportunity also. Ooh. Look at that. Tracer just going by his ear.
A wonderful shot.
Wonderful sandbags to take a lot of the damage out of that bullet, a lot of the sting out of the headshot. And yeah, even Elysia was with you. He was like, he sees it coming, sees the lineup.
Could have happened. Definitely could have happened.
And Nitro, I think, forced to make that flank try and work a little bit earlier than he would have liked.
I think the brand on the sandbags is called Protex or something like that.
Yeah, living up to its name.
Because they do. Gabby going down. Liege finding some early success. Puts Heroic in it. That kill happens really early on in the round. So I wonder what Heroic will try and respond with. Creeping around in the middle is Cadian with the AWP scoped up. Hoping to just catch a stray Liquid player who's maybe not quite ready. Although Naf is on the other side. Deep nade here. Oh, that's not bad.
Ooh, there it is.
God damn.
We switched over just in time to really get a POV of that bullet connecting with his face. 5 on 3 and plenty of time for Team Liquid. They don't want to let Tesses get away. Nitro's there for the trade, nice and quick. Coming back is Stound to hold on to the A bomb site. Cadian's shifting over with the AWP as well. And if Liquid, if they pick up the pace here a little bit, Utility's being chucked out just now to protect themselves to get into the bomb site. Stound's looking for something, anything before Cadian arrives. Up over the top, Nitro finds him, and now you got to save the AWP.
Huge round for Nitro. That's a nice double. And as you said, not letting, or was it Tesses get away? Just catching him before he can start to escape. It'll be 4-2. And they could maybe try and look for Cadian. The map in that sense is a big map, but it's split up in a weird way. So Cadian, if you can find him up here on the upper part of the map, maybe you can steal this AWP away.
They're sending 2 players really dedicated to the hunt. Yekindar and Naf starting to clear things out, but Cadian's finding a relative safe spot right above the ladder. I don't think anyone's going to go this far in terms of hunting down the AWP. So Liquid knows it'll be on the board. They know otherwise it should be a completely shattered defense. And 2 rounds already. 2 rounds for Team Liquid. 2 rounds separating between the 2 teams.
Happy that it's the ult that they get to save on Cadian, because he is one of those characters that'll...
He really goes for it.
Crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, he really goes for some wild stuff.
He's just always entertaining, so I appreciate it. Yeah, good stuff from Nitro here. All right.
Had a good talk with Nitro the other day on one of the media days, doing the Push to Talk podcast. Good discussion, talking about all things Liquid, kind of coming in off the break, a little bit more time with Yekindar, what he's truly brought to them in terms of revamping their style, revamping their gameplay. Nitro individually starting to feel a little bit more comfortable, and I think the whole team, he mentioned, feeling very confident that as they kind of go through these tournaments, their kind of cycle and their goal to ramp up leading into the RMR and leading into the major, they're feeling very good about it.
Do you think there's ever going to be very many other players, if any at all, that can sort of stop playing Counter-Strike for the amount of time that Nitro did and then actually come back again? I feel like that's almost impossible to do. Whether you play another game or not, I just feel like too much of a break is just... it's tricky.
Yeah, it is. I don't know. Nitro, even before he went to that switch over, Nitro was always the guy you heard stories about from the other Team Liquid players. Like, he's one of those guys who just picks up any random game and he's good at it. Like, he just naturally, for whatever reason, is able to kind of find what clicks, find how to be good at a game. Good entrance from Elige, and Yekindar seals the round. That's it. Force buy from Heroic. But yeah, he's had that quality.
All right, that might help him.
That he's just good at games. And, you know, his time in Valorant wasn't super long.
No, I guess that's true. I still think, yeah, the game moves so fast at the highest level these days. It's punishing if you start to spend too much time outside of it. NAF goes down on a little bit of a mission to find KDM perhaps. Again, I can't really blame Liquid for trying this. It feels like if you can steal some of these rifles away, then it's really going to punish Heroic. Either way, it's going to be a 4-3 scoreline here for Liquid as they try to pick off the remaining rifles. And Stan's got some health, but KDM is starting to get tagged up. Bomb is still not detonating yet, so there may be still an opportunity. KDM is going to get one more kill. 2 people down.
Nice.
Oh, there's the pick
from
off
OC.
down. Yeah, that's huge. They can't get the AWP, but still, they take 4 out of 5 away.
Yeah, still just the AWP, and there's really no chance that Heroic is going to have any kind of a force buy in this one. Here's the opening from Elige. Gabby peeks off the timing of the flashbang, but Elige and Yekindar, that's a pretty deadly 1-2 punch to enter into a bomb site. Cracks it open here with ease. 1 round separating the 2, and let's see if Katie can get his AWP involved in the action. Ooh, mid-rush.
Yeah, they're going for it. Let's see if they're going to find anyone. They will get NAF. He's been anchoring the middle for the T side, but at the same time, they're already at the B stairs, so they just know, all right, great, we have all the information. Did give over an AK, but should be able to get a bomb plant. Ooh, shush. Oh, good read for Yekindar. Smoke right in front, and he's going to jump on over. Very aggressive move. OC catches shush through the smoke. That's a bit random, but Yekindar doing a lot of the heavy lifting in the round with getting those 2 kills and just taking that forward space.
Absolutely. He even picks up the AWP for OC as well. He'll be able to pass that one over.
These are some huge rounds. Even a lot of saving of this 1 AWP, and even at the end, they end up letting go of it.
Well, I mean, it's so much information as well. Like, when NAF gets that double kill in mid, he's obviously killed Katie, and they know where the one saved rifle is, so, I mean, they're just taking a huge advantage, and OC's got the AWP now. $8,200 in the bank as well. Money has grown quite heavily on the side of Team Liquid, and because of that force buy just a few rounds ago, Heroic's money it's not bad, but it is a little sketchy. You're missing some tools that you'd like to have.
Tied up. And that economy, you're right. Sketchy work there on the Heroic side. Like you pointed out yesterday, Liquid were struggling on the T side of this map. Oh, good pick off on Acadian. So the fact that they're already tied up and it's 4-4, that must be a good feel for Liquid.
Yeah, it took them, I mean, took them 14 rounds, I think it was, to get the 3 rounds necessary on their T side for a victory yesterday. So already overcoming that obstacle here against Heroic. 5 on 4. Yekindar's tagged up pretty low. Molotov going to keep Tess's away. Now it's the CT side that is light on utility, light on the tools to use to get in positions that they'd like.
Tessus can find a kill. They can call in some reinforcements and try to sort of fight for the A bomb side, but it feels almost like if Liquid keep doing this and they just get the bomb plant, I don't even know what they're starting to push out. All right.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the pacing for Team Liquid, right? They need, if they can get into this, because actually Heroic cleared everything out. Now they're rotating back. They could be here in time because Liquid is really, not slow. They're making sure they get all the utility down, but they were moving Not as fast as they could have. No, not at all. Once it comes out, this is beautiful. And this is a different look, right? Sometimes you're expecting that smoke wall to come up, and they put one smoke to the left, Molotov to the right, and I think Heroic was moving out of this position thinking there'd be the cover of smokes themselves to help Heroic, and that just wasn't the case.
I think that's exactly what happened. They thought, all right, it's going to get smoked off, and we can set up behind it, and then instead...
Spam through, maybe we get lucky.
And you could even slightly tell that first smoke was really deep in the hallway, right? It's not the forward smoke that we're normally seeing, so maybe there was a slight second where Heroic could have said, wait a minute, that's not the regular smoke that we're used to seeing, but huge amount of pressure once they actually went for it. That's the early pickoff, but yeah, this run here, Kindar all the way back, and Nitro, double kill for him again, flashed into the next one. Absolutely well played.
It's another good conversation point with Nitro, so you want to keep your ears for that podcast, but he's a player who's played pretty much every position you kind of can.
Yeah,
you know, he started his career way back when as an entry fragger. He moved into like some more supportive roles. He obviously was thrust into the in-game leadership role out of necessity, thrust into the opping role out of necessity. So I mean, as an in-game leader, what an incredible wealth of knowledge to have of all the different positions that you can play.
Yeah, he knows what it's like to be in every different position. It's kind of crazy. Technical pause, but Liquid are in the lead. They have the money behind them. They've shut down Heroic's economy. This is looking like a really good first half. Just good so far.
Yeah.
Could build into a great one if they keep going this way. And Heroic just hopefully going to clear up some of the audio issues. But it's tough when you don't have the money to defend that CT side with.
Yeah, I mean, they could be really regretting that force buy.
Yeah. So much of the metagame, especially on the A ramp, really is in, you know, when to smoke. Are you going to be smoking deep on that ramp? Are you, like, you have a Molotov HE combo? Do you want to, like, there's a lot of different ways to deal with it. But obviously, we don't have the nades, then...
Same with, I mean, you look on the other side of the map too. I mean, the kind of the counter utility battle that goes on there between Molotovs and smokes to make sure nobody's going to challenge. I mean, that's a popular spot on the map for riflers, especially the strong riflers that Liquid have, to be able to find some one-on-one duels. Counter flashbangs during executes to make buy an extra second for the defense. Without those, it gets very rough, and Team Liquid's able to rattle up 4 in a row, 5 of the last 6, and give them a lead for the first time in this game.
$10,000 on OC.
Rich.
Yeah. You really make it work now. And just upgraded pistols, some scattered utility. Kindar on a mission. This is so smooth. What a great find.
Peace.
Yeah.
Give him a different look. Just a little march up the stairs around the smoke. Deagles to contend with. Yekandar's going to take that fight all day long. I don't think he spotted Cadian. Naps out in mid. In some trouble, but he's going to work his way out of it and comes back for more. AK-47 passed over, and Cadian's already thinking save.
Yeah, who can blame him? This round is not going to be won by Heroic, so might as well just try and steal that rifle away. Yeah, Tess is right to be paranoid. Okay, good shot. It's down, able to catch one of them. It's another AK. Let's see if they can actually escape with both of them alive, but...
I think Cadian should be fine. It's Down who's got to worry a little bit. 58 HP. Yekandar's coming for him. He's thirsty. 2 different angles to manage, and he's being wrapped upon all the way from up the ramp. I think Down is... Ooh, good find. But here's Elige still.
Yeah, right below him. Oh, he's in a very dangerous position. He should probably be dead. Right as the bomb goes, Elige decides, yeah, I'm going to swing for it. So only the 1 AK saved. Still... I mean, they take 3 rifles away there at the end from Team Liquid. It's something to build on, right? If they can win the next round, then maybe the 3 rifles, Liquid wish they could have them back, so on and so forth.
Yeah, in a way. But remember, we mentioned, I mean, OC was at 10K before the round even ended, so there's just so much money. It's not going to be the biggest dent in the world for Team Liquid. Heading into the final 5 rounds of the opening half. 6-4 lead for Team Liquid.
A great run that they're on at the moment. Kindar up at 11-5, so he's been doing some great work. Oh, might curse him there. Taken down by Tessus just as we were talking about him, but a good wall bang in return. Elige able to find him. Very thin curtain that's between the scaffolding and the actual ramp. And, oh, okay, that doesn't get any better. Perfect pop flash, perfect headshot.
I don't even know if Elige was necessarily blind, but he was certainly looking away. He certainly wasn't ready for that kind of a peek. Nav might be able to get an angle behind the Molotov to a certain extent. 97 HP on him, and gonna back away. Inside the smoke, just disappears.
Yeah, another attempt to get flashed in, but that was the last flashbang for Heroic. So gotta be a bit careful at least. Don't have any more 4 versus 3 though, and all the way down to the B stairs. Shush has already been taking a look, so they kind of know that there's nobody immediately ready for any kind of a trickery, you know, fall back quick to the B bomb side. That's not happening at the moment, and Heroic know it. They even started to bring Shush all the way over to help out. So 40 seconds. They need this fight, and they need to win it. Nitro almost with another good opening. He's been great on that, but missed opportunity. OC on his own, and in a 1 versus 4. Try to make it expensive if you can, but not going to be possible. Run down by Stown at the end. Great round for Rick. They absolutely needed a round like this one. They wipe out all the players in Liquid, and they get 4 people alive.
Yeah, and that was actually very close to losing a lot of players. So, I mean, there's a little bit of a tightrope walking from Heroic there. Good on them to win the round. There's a lot of pressure on this B bomb site from the start of the round. Liquid was up that ramp very, very quickly. So, as you mentioned, all the counter utility from Heroic eventually running out, but they're still able to handle the pressure. Really cool stuff. 5-5. Or, excuse me, 5-6.
Shooting through that construction curtain down there reminds me of another scene from Lethal Weapon with the nail gun.
Oh, yeah. Good call.
Tessa's, again, this is the utility battle we were talking about earlier. You throw a Molotov, we're going to throw a smoke. You know, maybe you have to clear it again with something else later. Ooh, and this is it. Tess is still sticking around, catching your Kinder. Nitro is just a second late. And if he wanted to challenge the Molotov, he would have to believe that he could sort of run through the fire to catch Tessa's. Oh, that's awful.
That's funny.
It's really funny. You take it for a minute, Jason.
Well, Cadian's going to hold the angle with his 57 HP. All that's really left here is to apply the pressure. Naf is on the other side of the map. Lurking. Flick doesn't land, but it's close. 43 seconds on the clock. Cadian still perched. Still with no pressure heading in his direction. Heroic feeling very comfortable. 5-on-3.
Clock running a bit low now. If they wanted a chance to get back into this round, they need to do it right now. Naf is still halfway across the map. Nitro's actually going to be joining with the bomb. Naf, there's the opening. They take down Shush, and now they're just going to run for it. Now they'll hear OC running, but there's no surprises. They definitely know this is a B hit. 15 seconds. Yabby's shown up in the right position. AK in hand, and he catches the bomb, making the cross. And that's all they needed. That was the only kill that was relevant here at the end. OC might as well pack it up with the AWP.
That's a cool way for Team Liquid to apply a lot of pressure onto Heroic, though, because, I mean, they knew that whole time Heroic was not peeking behind any of the utility. They were just kind of letting Liquid sit back. Naf almost able to crack that round open. 6-6.
Did he really get the last kill?
OC?
Yeah, I mean, he got one of them jumping. Could have added one more.
I don't think so. That would have been...
You know, this. So the best thing about this is the fact that he's actually tracking his own nade. He's like, oh...
He's watching it happen.
And then his captain walks into it. But if I'm Tessa's in that moment, I'm just going to be like, oh, they landed a nade on you, did they?
Yeah.
I pretend it wasn't me, you know?
Oh, man, that was a great nade from Team Liquid.
Yeah. Try and get out like that.
Yep. It works until demo review. Second timeout used by Team Liquid.
Yeah, still a competitive first half, all things considered, but if we take that game against NIP as kind of a vector for it, Liquid certainly doing a fine job right now. And Heroic don't have the luxury of a crazy economy yet on the CT side, which is, I don't know, that makes it scary, you know, still, it's decent, but could be a lot better. Liquid in a worse position now. We're all tied up at 6-6. Kinder eating a little bit of nade damage. As they blow up the cone. Oh.
Good find. Good find from Elige. He was picked off the middle by Cadian's ult previously. Those shots from Nitro are eerily close to picking off a player through the smoke. And Liquid get to play a minute and a half in a 5-on-4 and a man advantage. Oh, maybe even get more off it. Look at NAF. Look at Cadian and Shush. They seem eager.
Yeah, this is one hell of an off angle. Even with the AWP, because you're not going to see him turning the first corner. I'm assuming that if you keep going forward from that position, you're going to be in trouble. Oh, Shush, he should be so dead, and he will be. What a catch. What a find.
Yeah, and now you can even keep playing it slow if you really want. Although Yekendar's at least going to take the advantage to go investigate the B bomb site and see nobody's home. And this is a round Heroic just have to sit back and try and save the rifles yet again. 7th round for Team Liquid based off that push.
Great patience to allow Heroic to come offer themselves up in the middle. That's great to see. And you're right, saving the guns. Not that, again, Liquid don't have that much and in the past when they've been out running and hunting, they've lost a fair few rifles. So maybe you don't want to be too aggressive with it here. 7-6. It's a good start. Cadian is still having himself a decent game with 13 kills. Down up there at 10. Shush a little bit quiet, but he's been anchoring that B bomb site.
Yeah.
It's been a bit tough.
He's had a couple different looks thrown at him and a couple difficult rounds to deal with. 1 round lead.
Terrorists win. 1 round lead, but on the T side, absolutely worth a lot here. Flash, and then just...
Ooh.
Sees a couple of knees.
Yeah. Love knees. NAF. That's a nice double kill lineup. I don't think Cadian felt like he had a clean shot to take. Because at that moment, he knew the round was lost.
Yeah. Exactly right. Smoke here. Ooh, a little bit of a nade right down in front. That's a huge double nade, I think. Not bad.
Doesn't dissuade them in any way. Look at this timing.
Yeah, they want to go for it. 3 people are here from Heroic, but let's see how it goes on the first swing. There's some revenge for Shush. Tough game for him, but a double kill to shut down most of this. Push it. Wallbang coming back. All right. Still is a 4 versus 3. Cadian is all the way back here with the AWP. If there are no nades thrown at him yet, it's going to be impossible to get up those stairs. Lucky to be alive even on that jump.
Certainly. Doesn't look like they want anything to do with this B bomb site for the moment. They might just go quiet and patient and see what kind of push Heroic is going to come up with, if any. If you're Stown, you got to be really careful not to give away this kill. And he does indeed. Back into a 3 versus 3. Still 2 players holding onto the B bomb site. But the longer this clock ticks, maybe 3 more seconds, Cadian or Shush, one of them is going to have to address middle.
Yeah, they have to worry about it. Yep, there we go. Shush is realizing if NAF keeps pushing, then he can wreck the whole round. So we have to take a look. Nitro still hit with the bomb. And obviously for those of us who can watch the minimap, that is the big giveaway. Cadian still back here, but they do have 2 smokes, 2 Molotovs, 2 flashbangs. They can do a lot. They can actually smoke out Cadian in a big way. Molotov's going to go all the way back there, but it's the 2 smokes that we're really worried about. There's one of them. Shush is pushing in front. Does not want to give up the bomb site so easily, but what a godlike flashbang to get rid of him. And Cadian, as much as he wants to, he just can't risk it. Bomb gets planted, and now it's a big question here for Heroic. Do you want to risk making this a 9-6 half by throwing away these 2 rifles in a 2-on-3?
You're hoping for a kill right now. You're hoping someone from Team Liquid peeks into the AWP or peeks into the AK-47. It's just not happening. So now, the further this bomb timer goes down, the more the decision has to come in quicker for Heroic.
Oh, not the smoke, and that seals it, but now they lose Tess. Perfect for Liquid. That very, very late smoke, it baited Heroic to take 1 more step, and then they get knocked out. Cadian close by, no one's going to be exiting his way, so he'll save the AWP. But that's an 8-6 scoreline with almost all of the money gone for Heroic.
And this was a 5-on-3 for Heroic. Don't forget that. Shush finally had a very good double kill to stop Yekendar and stop Elige coming up the stairs to actually attack into that bomb site.
Yeah.
NAF finds this kill, which equalizes things in a 3-on-3 after a spam kill. And from there, it's all Liquid. Great utility usage. Good calling from Nitro as well. And as you mentioned, I think... That's a funny look. I think Heroic just caught off guard by the fact that Liquid had so much utility left in the late round. As you said, 2 Molotovs, 2 smokes, 2 flashes to use on that hit, and it's perfect.
Deep breath right now in the Heroic camp. I think 3 other players had enough money to buy something, or 2 of them, and they had the AWP, so they probably have a decent buy with some FAMASas on top, but it's not going to be the all-out, all-in kind of buy that they've got going on here on the CT side. Probably lacking some utility, but a chance for them anyway to get a 7th round, which I feel like they desperately need at the moment. Liquid are looking strong, T side. All right, not even the FAMAS. They had even way more than I thought. My math is horrible.
It's okay.
It's not even close to okay.
No, well, yeah.
It's off by like a couple of thousand, I think. But thanks.
Only a couple, though. You know, could be worse. Ooh, Nitro really wanted to hunt that down. Tesses gets aggressive, finds Yekindar peeping his head through the smoke. No ability to trade that for Team Liquid. Another disadvantaged situation.
That was so... You could feel it coming. Oh. At least it didn't throw it on...
On a teammate.
Yeah.
Great nade from Heroic, huh?
Exactly. Been tacked up. Still a lot of time left. And Shush, once again, has been left alone all the way at the back of the B-bomb site.
I think Liquid's just... There's not going to be anything tricky like we saw in the previous round. This is just going to be a hit at the A-bomb site. They've got the utility for it. They're just going to drop everything and kind of go with it. Molotov being spent. Smoke's about to be put up as well. Flashbangs coming out. Yabby's boosted up over the top. Double peek. Oh, they both go down. They both go down. OC falls next. Kadian trying to hold the line, but everyone's blind. He's going to be stuck. He's somehow still alive. Another Molotov forced him to make a decision. He can't turn the corner. He can't go anywhere. Oh, no.
No!
Exiting B.
Yeah. Oh, that is so unfortunate. He jumped away from the flames and right into it. Oh, so actually I might have stopped him from hitting one of the enemies as well. He was right behind. I can't believe it. Ooh. 2 versus 3, almost caught jumping. Down and Shush trying to retake this, but it's an absolutely desperate round for Heroic, and it's not going to be working out. A 9-6 finish at the end of the half in favor of Liquid. It's a strong start on Vertigo. We'll see if they can close it out once we get to the second half. It's coming up right after this.
He starts to come back around the corner. Diha's got the defuse if he can't do anything about it. And Diha comes off.
Wait, what?
How does...
Oh, he got the defuse and then killed him.
Oh, and then the animation comes... Okay.
Wow, he just did that.
That was weird timing.
He just did that really fast, yeah.
I didn't like that one bit.
That's actually nuts.
He gets the defuse, then the kill.
How many frames is this?
What? What?
Yeah, that looked so nuts because it was actually instant. He's so confused.
They're tossing all of the grenades at him. He puts out the Molotov. It's a pretty good read right here. And he gets the one on Misuta, but he's going to have to do a lot more back here. He's a one-man army at this point in time. He takes down Magisk as well and keeps going. Monesi, he's stolen the round from them. Saiwo is on his own now, and he just doesn't know where to find him. Inside of the smoke, trying to bait out that last shot with the AWP, but there's 10 seconds left. And Monesi, what an absolutely godlike round.
A double-man advantage that feels like surely Vitality have already got enough. But what about that flash from SDY? How about this hold from Perfecto? Incendiary to the right. Sumdai Young turns his attention. Oh! All 3! Sumdai Young and Sumdai again and again and again. 11-4, 11 rounds straight, and a dominant overpass CT side.
It's not bad. A kill on a bomb plant with almost nothing at all. What's happening? What is going on?
They think it's down low.
There's no way. No.
They think it's down low. They're not going to lose. It doesn't matter, but...
They're not going to. They're still checking the bomb site. Jason, please.
This can't be possible.
What is happening? Please.
No.
Somebody.
You don't lose this round.
Anybody pick up the phone. They're not doing it. Oh, no. He's holding it. Is there time?
There's time.
There must be
Someone
time.
has a kit.
They have a kit.
Ooh.
Oh, my God.
Let's just let that one sink in for a moment.
Damn.
Clears out that B side. Good read by Nexa, of course. Just, you know, takes the data, assesses it.
Data.
I can hear production laughing at me. Everybody's laughing at me, and it's because of you, Launders.
We're back once again. This time it is the second half of Vertigo opening map in this best of 3 between Liquid and Heroic.
And that was supposed to be the rougher side for Team Liquid, as we kind of mentioned. They really struggled to get even 3 rounds on the board yesterday against NIP. This CT half against NIP yesterday was a 13-2 victory for Team Liquid. So cards stacked against Heroic at the moment.
Does that mean it's already done? It's in the bag. Order the champagne now if you're Liquid?
Listen, you never do that with Team Liquid. You never, ever. I know you're new to this.
True. Just freshly on board the Liquid train.
Yeah, just look.
None of the heartache.
Stay away from the drink car.
Okay, well, let's find out. Elige on the duelist. That's gonna get you excited, surely.
That gets me real jazzed up.
He's in a good position for it. Walking back in, gotta be careful though. Tess is close with the Glock. Elige, he doesn't even care about his back. He just keeps on fighting. That's very aggressive.
Yeah, super aggressive.
He double, triple, quadruple down on that fight.
Classic esports play. Good double nades. Speaking of which, OC does end Yabby. Cadian moves in a position. They might think this plant spot is clear. This could actually be really sneaky from Cadian.
Yeah, maybe the one position you don't check at this point in time. Yakinda goes for the opening, but misses the first headshot. Stound's going to be taken down 1. P250 in play. Yakinda trying to bring the round back. Incredible headshot to do so, and nearly getting a third. 2-on-2, but time is running out behind him, and it's so hard to find these heroic players. Yakinda just keeps fighting. Nitro's going to get it.
They have
spin it around. Surely not.
No, they got it, for sure.
Oh my god. How did they find them? They ran so far back. Yakinda, 3 kills, and in the last millisecond, they win the round.
Again, it just hangs there. It's just so long just to tease you. 0.08. I think is that what I just heard. 0.08 left in that bomb timer to get the defuse.
So less than a tenth of a second. No way. That's so stupid.
How pissed you have to be, though, if you're heroic. How pissed you have to be you lost that round.
So angry, you buy AKs straight in the second round. You're like, all right.
Like, no, we're getting back into it. Good tag on the Yekindar. They trade damage. Cadian coming out on top of the exchange.
What an unlikely round to win at that point in time. Elige dipping his toes into the fire.
Establishing dominance.
Yeah, new kind of spa treatment.
It's not the fishes. Burning the dead skin off your toes.
I'm sure that would work. Give it 6 months and we'll see it.
Nade combo with the SMG up top. There's one. Molotov goes down. Another Molotov to keep spacing. Another nade to do a little bit more damage. And NAF has disappeared. So is Nitro. 5-on-4, but there's some decent damage done to these Liquid players. They can get traded down. They can get chunked down. They can get multi-killed very, very easily. Elijah's staying aggressive, though. He wants to be an early warning system. Look at all the utility from Heroic.
He's so close. Now, they do look paranoid. Gonna throw some flashes to get around the corner, but they'll lose a couple to Elige. And even just as an early warning system, that's amazing. 2 versus 4 now. And a lot of trouble here for Heroic. If they wanted the early swing back here in the second round, that's looking unlikely.
Nitro and NAF aren't rotating either. They're actually shifting forward for a flank. So actually, I mean, there's some options here for OC. If he wants to back away from this and not be aggressive, he can actually just sink back, join up with Yekindar, but he's going to hold on. He's going to go down because of it. But there's the flank at the perfect moment. And it looks like there's going to be some free AK-47s on the ground for Team Liquid.
Which is great when you get, what, 4 or 5 SMG kills. You can upgrade into the AKs. You're loving that. You know, if you did make that kind of a spot, Jason, you could call it, you know, D Inferno. And I don't know what the crossover is between, you know, like, what is that, like, foot, I guess, foot care and Counter-Strike players.
Sure.
Fans.
You look, feet are
a niche market.
You got to take care of your feet. Massively important.
So there's something.
Ooh,
nice.
Run boost. It's been a minute. Doesn't land a single shot, but style points.
That looks very cool, doesn't it?
Judges score 3 out of 10.
I thought, for a brief moment, I thought it was some sort of like comedy attempt because I thought it was a Glock that he had. I was like, why are you doing that? But it was an upgrade. It was a P250. So he could have done something.
Could have, should have, would have.
Now they're just down below. You know, I think it's sad on this map. There should be like a built-in, because you know those signs track when people fall over the ledge?
Yes, sir.
There should be a way to track the cone flips. They mean a lot to me. Throw an HE, flip the cone, it lands right side up.
You might be the only one.
Yeah, but, you know, that's how all great things start, you know.
Good point.
You gotta, if you want to start a revolution like that, you know, I'm sure.
You have to be the first one out on the ledge?
Yeah, someone has to take like a strong stand. It's an important issue. Work safety as well, you know.
OSHA and all that?
Yeah, kind of a cones lying around.
All right, OC. Just a USP. Nice shot. One's gonna drop down, able to get 2 before falling. That ain't bad work with the USP. Yabby, the last one left, and no chance. Liquid off to a good start. Great start in this second half.
Yeah, they really are heroic. They must be starting to feel the pressure now.
It's 12-6.
And that early buy that they went for in the second half here, when it doesn't work out, it gives a nice runway for Liquid, right? They get to save a lot more, and they, as we said, they upgrade into AKs. They had SMGs to even get the kills, so they have a lot of money early on in this game.
Yeah, it doesn't change anything really buy-wise for Heroic to any kind of crazy degree, but it certainly does give Team Liquid a little bit of extra cash to work with early on in their CT side to start feeling comfortable. Fast pace from Stown, he goes down. Yekindar handles it, and no shots connect from Stown. No damage dealt to Team Liquid's defense. And they're happy to take the 5-on-4.
I'm fairly sure you cannot hurt him running up there behind the scaffolding, so they knew that there was someone was coming, someone with speed. Obviously couldn't know it was going to be just him or a lot of other people.
I don't think they realized that Cadian, oh yep, one's dead. Yekindar's reloading as well. He's lucky to be alive. Cadian's gonna hunt that down. Yekindar comes back for the fight. He sinks away. Nitro stuck out in the open with 1 kill, and Yekindar comes back for more. They're not giving any inch over to Heroic, and it's just shush.
Very aggressive. You cannot try to retake a position that you probably would never clear, especially when you're alone like this, but he just got caught in the middle of it, so a little bit unfortunate. Shush finding his 4th kill. Tough game for him here, and he's gonna go down to OC at the end. Big steps in the right direction, denying almost everything. No bomb plants here for Heroic. They do a little bit more damage in this round at the very least, but not enough to be super happy with.
No, Cadian, if he gets that kill, then maybe it's all on. But yeah, I can't believe Yekindar comes back for this fight after the reload. Nitro gets caught out in the open. He knows they're turning the corner for Yekindar, providing some covering fire. And Yekindar ain't gonna leave his boy out to dry like that, so he comes back to double up on the final kill. That's a huge round for Team Liquid.
What's that, 18 kills on Yekindar now, I think? Something like that? He's way up there. Starting to build a strong opening map. Quick timeout here for it. 3 out of 4 being used. That keyboard cannot get any more angled. It's not... I guess you could invert it all the way. Glue it to the back of the monitor, maybe.
You go past 180 degrees and it starts getting a little weird.
Go back. Personally, I play with it like 360, Jason.
Yeah? Shut up. You need Brolin arms to start playing at that point.
There we go. Well done.
13-6. 7-round lead.
There was a comment someone made on Twitter, I think. Someone said, like, he did the interview with his back turned because it looked like he just turned his head. Ooh! Oh my god, that is a nice nade to set that up with. Now, he only gets the 1 kill, but it's a lot of damage behind it. And even just putting pressure on Heroic that deep on the ramp, it's something they've had to deal with before with Elige down there with the MP9, but it's frustrating when you can't even take this part of the map.
Yeah, and that's even a world in which Elige might have been able to have even a double or triple kill at some point. Probably should have had at least 2, but it's all good. As you said, damage is done. Information is there as well. They could feel safe around the map. Nitro is kind of flanking down ladder, and even he says, okay, everyone's backing away. There's no reason for me to be here, so just playing it safe. Heroic has a flash and 2 smokes, but they don't want to use any of it to give away the game. Now they've been spotted. Good kill from Nitro. Molotov down is not even necessary. Nice transfer. Another day in the office for the NAFers.
That is such a sick transfer. That was a fair bit of distance between the two. Okay. Like, it's like second bullet maybe that he connects with.
Sometimes it just works, baby.
All right. 14-6 and the 21st round. Heroic have kind of gone missing from the map now. Nowhere to be found at the moment, so that's unfortunate. Now I'm gonna go trying to set up a one-way. Actually, not even gonna use that. Might just be an attempt to try and bait out some utility from the Liquid side then. I didn't know what it would take from Heroic to get back into this map. It just... They seemed really competitive for a long time, even if the scoreline was started to tilt against, you know, towards Liquid. But now it just kind of feels like maybe not at all.
I think the problem is they've been so demolished towards A ramp. Like, that's what a critical part of the map that we always discuss. And I mean, Liquid's been able to shut them down a number of times in that position, at least do massive damage. So if you're Heroic, you're not super motivated about that engagement right now. You're looking for an opening kill elsewhere, because this initial battle has just gone so horribly wrong for you. Flashbang out, gonna try and take it in the mid-round. 50 seconds, nobody from Team Liquid is here for the moment. Nade from Yekender does a little bit of work. Alicia's ready and waiting, and he's... Oh, good shot from Tess's.
He's feeling a bit lonesome right now. He's got OC behind him with the AWP. Ooh, misses the first shot, though. They don't quite check the corner, and that's a big mistake. Yukinna's going to get a kill that he probably shouldn't have had at all then. OC gets a bit of space to warm up that AWP. It's a good headshot from Gabby, but still, Katie and back here going to get sent flying down towards the pavement. Nice shots from OC in this round. 3 kills. He was, you know, missing that first one looked like it was going to spell disaster for the A defense, but make up for it.
Man, he's had a, I don't want to say quiet game, but he hasn't really been called upon too often. I mean, when he has been OC, he's delivered.
Yeah.
But I mean, a lot of the work has been done by Yekender. Nitro's had some very good rounds, but look how quick this shot is. OC is going to be a very exciting opera to watch for some time. 15-6.
Mac 10 on Cadian.
They're getting blanked. This is 2 maps in a row now. Liquid CT side of Vertigo has looked sharp.
Yeah, amazing stuff. Although the counter flashbang coming out there in Chiquinta was really good. And that's enough to take him down. So at least it's a start. OC walking up close with this AWP. Could be a risk. If he misses the shot, he might go down, but he's not going to do that. And if Shush wanted to follow him, you could see OC was ready for that too.
You can see Shush is a little bit scared to follow him. Good shot from Stown, who's got position at sandbags. Molotov to force him into the open, but the rest of Heroic is here to help get him into safety, to challenge some of these fights, and Shush has opened up the escape route.
Yes, he has. And the bomb is still dropped below, so they can fall back, pick it up, and run here. He's so close behind. Do they I thought they were going to relocate to B. I think maybe eventually they will.
They have no idea yet. They have no idea that it's all clear. They might just be thinking that Heroic is paused somewhere. They're getting the information now, and the question becomes, does Liquid really want to go for it? They've got plenty of money. They've got a huge lead to work with.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But to a certain level, you don't really need to risk it if you don't want to, if you're not feeling comfortable in the retake.
Heroic need 9 rounds in a row, and all you need to do is make sure that as many of those rounds as possible are going to be rifle rounds.
And why would you give away a free AWP? Why would you, as you just mentioned, dig into your economy for no reason? So I think I'd be interested. It looks like Liquid for the moment is going investigating. Maybe if they get this kill on the stairs.
Yeah, if you catch someone looking the wrong way, maybe you just go straight for it. Stown not looking the wrong way, but still, Nitro.
And we're on.
He's had himself a nice game. They don't have that much utility. Last smoke being put up right now by Heroic, trying to slow them down. Molotov doesn't really do anything, but doesn't matter because nobody was there. Nice swing again. Nitro, second kill of the round for him, and it's just Shush on his own. They're already on the defuse. He can't stop it, and they just retake the bomb site like it was nothing. 16 rounds for Liquid as they win the opening game here against Heroic. That's huge.
Like a hot knife through butter, baby. That defense just cuts down Heroic. They had no chance anywhere. Retakes, clutches, round openings. Heroic is stumped. Map number 2 is coming up next, and Liquid's looking dominant.
I don't want people to think that was me.
I was kind of trying to anticipate your answer.
Going along with the theme of 10 years of Counter-Strike, we're doing the highlights and the lowlights of Cadian's Counter-Strike career.
Yeah. Some tough losses back there.
Let's start with the lowlights. What do you think is the lowlight of Cadian's career?
I put...
You're doing it wrong already.
Just
turn it around.
I'm just going to turn it around. I put being exiled from Danish Counter-Strike, and having to move to America for a while.
Yep.
Obviously, in the end, probably turned out to be a good thing, but I'm imagining at the time that didn't feel great. So that I put as the low light.
Okay.
I mean, mine is kicked from North.
Okay.
I mean, I think yours is really good, Anderson, potentially also could be the right one. Okay, we also talked about it in the podcast I had with Jason, where like it was definitely a long path coming back from that tough beginning, and I mean that was the main reason I went to the US, was because that I didn't have the options in Danish Counter-Strike that I felt like I deserved.
But now that you mentioned that, I realized something else. You did a stand-in. I remember the map. It was on Inferno with Dupree and Device and all those people. I remember you played good on that game, but I remember there was this weird feeling in Danish Counter-Strike. It was kind of like, yeah, he's like pretty good, but he just doesn't have like the right mentality or something like that. There was some feeling of being told that by Dupree and Device and whoever else. Is like that's a really harsh sentence.
Well, let's go from the negative to the positive. I actually, I thought I was gonna put both on one page, so I've really restricted myself to the top half. My highlight of Cadian's career, I put making the semifinals of the Stockholm Major with Heroic. Yeah. I figured, that after everything you'd been through, and then having that team and all the doubts and the controversy and everything on that team and all the eyeballs on you guys going into that event, making the semifinals had to have felt like king of the castle type situation.
I mean, I was kind of trying to anticipate your answer.
Okay, yeah. I thought about going for that one too, but
that
I was like,
the obvious one. Yeah.
To this whole journey with the Vertigo performance coming out in spades, and I'm just going to say, did you expect it to be that good? Because you guys are rolling over them. They had a bit of a beginning start to it, right, where it was something interesting that they might be able to battle back, but it was just liquid all the way and there was no slowing you down.
I definitely didn't expect it to be as clean as it was, just because I think they're one of the teams we struggle versus the most in scrims recently, so I'm happy that we came out firing on all cylinders.
And in terms of overpass, right, we saw what happened last time. You had a fantastic CD side. You'll get to start on the CT side once again. But in terms of the T side, what did you talk over from learn from NIP now going into this one?
We hesitated a lot in the NIP match, and I think we felt unnecessary pressure when we didn't really need to, especially being up so much in that game. So we talked about it last night, and we just can't run into the same situation where we're like not reacting off the info we get.
And do you think that in terms of the overpass you're expecting Heroic to play, is it going to be that much different from what you saw from NIP? Is it going to have to be a different style you have to get used to?
I definitely think Heroic plays CT side very well on their overpass. They throw in a lot of like fast-paced stuff, and I think they'll challenge us a lot more than NIP does. So we just can't be caught off guard by that kind of stuff, but we're prepared for the game.
It definitely seems like your individuals are ready as well. Thank you very much, Daps.
Thank you.
A slight tussle in the first, but a complete tsunami in the second. Liquid drown out any dreams of Heroic posting a T side. Not a single round for them on the board. Completely flawless from Liquid to be closing that one out.
Yeah, an excellent first map from Liquid, and do not let the score of the first half deceive you. Yes, it was a 9-6, but Heroic won 4 out of the first 5 rounds. Liquid definitely know the ropes of that T side. They had multiple different facets, multiple different faces and shapes of the Counter-Strike they wanted to play. Would it be the mid to B splits, where Shush struggled massively, or some of these more screamy A executes? There was everything on the strings for Liquid. That was a great first map.
That was a very, very scary performance coming out of Team Liquid. Of course, we highlighted some of the players coming in, but this was more about the team performance coming out of Liquid. Everyone attributed, everyone committed into this plan that Nitro and Daps put in for Vertigo. And as you said, Matthew, they had a wide variety of different ways of winning rounds. It wasn't just only clutches. It wasn't only based on Yakinda going in and finding entry duels. Everyone chimed in, everyone contributed, and if Liquid is playing at this level, we spoke about it, right? If OC and NAVI is supposed to be your third and your fourth best asset on your team, then you got a really scary lineup on your hand.
Yeah, and we can see that kind of reflected in the statistics, the pure firepower coming out of them. It really was a true team victory for Liquid through and through. But I do want to throw one man into the mix. And yes, it is going to be Yakinda. Once again, we talk about him kind of being a master of particular positions on this map of Vertigo. Once again, really paying off the dividends, both on the T and CT side.
Yeah, he keeps on delivering with this Liquid lineup. And we talked about it in the pre-show. Vertigo seems to be one of the maps where he can have the biggest footprint on that Team Liquid in terms of influence and how they want to play Counter-Strike. You will see a couple, and hell, a few of these kills. We're about to see these highlight reels happens on that B side where he is playing all alone. And he's not just being selfishly lurking as some other players do in the top scene. No. He's bringing the team with him at times. Whenever he spots there is a weakness, he's going to bring in Nitro, quick B execute with the flank on coming in from Yakinda. Great performance once more.
Yeah, the proactive lurk from Yakinda, as we've seen so many times pistol around here as well. There's been so many great moments from Yakinda throughout this game and throughout his time in Liquid already. He also started off a little bit slow. Don't forget that in Cologne, people were questioning, okay, individually speaking, he didn't contribute that much. After the break, once he's been fully integrated into Team Liquid, once they've had a chance to practice with him, we get to see the real face of Yakinda, and there's a reason why he was a top 10 player, last year. He's one of the best in the game at what he does.
Pimp, you mentioned that second pistol round. I want to bring that up once more again in our eco play because that really set Liquid up for a stellar CT side coming into that second half.
Yes, it's bringing Yakinda under the spotlight once again. I mean, he does deserve to be under these. We're going to see that second pistol round, which was the beginning of the end for Heroic. It's going to start with Elish being a little bit overzealous. Right here, you can see with the duel there, just going in full all in the duel, being caught out by TeSeS. It's a 5v4. The utility has been set by Heroic. And surely, Jacob, from this point on, this could be Heroic all the way.
Yeah, it was going to be Liquid all the way, though, at this point, right? It was going to be Liquid's time to shine. I feel like winning this pistol round was one of the few facets and one of the few hopes that Heroic had to get back into the game. Didn't really materialize for them. I always look at a round like this in a 4v4. You have Glocks left, right, and center. You have Glocks close to them. It's almost impossible to lose if you're Heroic, but Yakinda coming in with two crisp headshots and just shutting them down. Look at this, keeping calm, keeping composed, even when he's pressured the most. Time is of the essence as well. Let's be honest, the kill coming in right here, we're talking milliseconds, but you're right. At this point, Liquid is laughing all the way to the bank because that was game done right here. It was Liquid winning Vertigo without a doubt.
You know what I call that one, Matthew?
Tell me.
The Yakinda Joy.
Yes.
See, another one. We got it in the bag.
We got the bingo card at home. We're doing all the Kinder, so...
all the Kinder puns coming your
Kinders.
way. I mean, is it going to still be Joy going forward to the next map, which is going to be Overpass? Coming into the mix, we saw, obviously, Liquid playing NIP against them yesterday. Great CT side, then kind of an abysmal T side from both sides of the equation. It ended up getting incredibly close.
You know what? Something that Daps actually said to James when they talked together in the interview is that NIP and Heroic play different brands of Counter-Strike. He's also not afraid of Heroic at all. I think he said their CT side was a little bit shaky, to not say shitty. And I don't think that we can just take Liquid's game against NIP and just think that this is going to be a BIS replica. I don't think that's the case. We have two teams with two different identities on Overpass. We know the defense from Liquid is strong. Is it going to be strong enough for Heroic?
I think it's a very open matchup now, right? I thought Heroic coming into this best of three were the slight favorites, but the way Liquid were playing on Vertigo, how demanding they were on the server, gives me a little doubt now. Now, make no mistake, we saw Heroic in the group stage beat Big twice, and they also took down FaZe in a manner where they were controlling the game. I expect Heroic to show up in a better fashion. I expect them to play some better Counter-Strike on Overpass. The problem for me is they're starting on the T side, and we saw Liquid shut down NIP yesterday. We saw OC be the opening machine. We saw Nitro. We saw everyone chiming in and doing a good job for Team Liquid. So I could be worried that if Heroic is not getting into the game early on, it could be over, match.
Oh, you can be worried, my man. You can be worried because it is on for Liquid. It is on. They did what they had to do on Vertigo. They're starting on the CT side now. Yakinda had a great first map. He's going to be pivotal once more on the CT side to disrupt any Encadian's plan. So I'm all the way. That's 2-0 Liquid.
I feel like we've been putting the individuals on the side of Liquid under the spotlight. Anybody you're going to throw into the ring for Heroic, particularly coming into Overpass?
I mean, Stown, we talked about him, one of the best players in the world. We didn't really get to see him on Vertigo, and on a map like Overpass, you can't really hide, right? It's a very open map. You take charge into your own manner, so I expect Stown to go in there and have an impact. Same could be said for Cadian as well. CT side, AWPing, he needs to have a presence. He needs to not outmatch OC, but at least live up to the same hype as him.
Well, in the words of Maniac, it's on like Donkey Kong, baby. Of course, it is Heroic's map pick coming into things. It is Overpass and potentially a chance for them to push it to a third and final decider. We're going to be back in just a tick as it's going down in just a few.
Get your tickets. Do not miss out. It's going to be amazing. And we have to find more teams to put into that arena. One of them is going to be Liquid. One of them is going to be Heroic. Second map's coming up. Obviously, Liquid taking a little bit of a lead in the odds. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I was going to say it's probably going to be in Liquid based on what we just saw on the first map. What a lockdown defense that was. They played really, really well and got themselves out of a couple tough spots on the T side. I mean, just from start to finish, that was a well put together game from Team Liquid. Let's see if Heroic can respond. Overpass, which is a map that Liquid knows is kind of going to be targeted towards them a little bit, and I know they put some work on it. I know they put some work on it because they know they need to improve it because they believe that teams are going to see this as a weakness. So I believe they even had a good game on this map yesterday and a victory against NIP as well.
We're going to find out. Hopefully Heroic can find a way to summon some more strength because that did fall flat at the end. Even if they look competitive for a good part of it, eventually Liquid just took over the whole game, and especially that second half.
No, it wasn't against NIP, excuse me. Forget I said that. Let's not worry about it. Let's forget about it for now. Pistol round is live.
It's fine.
P250 in the hands of Stown. Counter flash in the hands of Nitro. Yekindar and Cadian with a lurk face-off at the staircase in the blue door.
Okay, Liege back with the Cowboy team as well. Got those dualies.
You know a gun's good when a Liege is holding on to it. That man doesn't mess around with weak weapons.
No, it's a good test. He's got a flashbang Nitro as well in his hands. Going to be putting it in right now for a check. They did see, you know,
that's a cool little bait to get that flashbang.
Yeah.
You hear those steps kind of just thrown out there. Yekindar's done. Oh my lord, no, he's not. Oh no.
Well, Elige is getting some kills as well. Tess's is going to be alone. Can we call a timeout on behalf of Heroic? Is that possible? Can we do that?
I can't believe it.
I'd like to call a timeout if it's possible.
Yeah. Redo. Guys, are we live?
Maybe like a...
No, don't show it.
No. Why are you doing this?
Oh, slow motion as well. Oh, no. Ooh.
Do we have... We need like one of those like emotional support animals, like a golden retriever.
To just walk up to the guy and miss the shots.
Yeah, I think we could
put his head on their legs. We need an exorcist for that clip.
Yes. All right. That's how I can't. No, wait. I need another like 10 seconds. All right. I feel better now. We're back into it. Second round. Nav taking a little bit of nade damage at the start. Yekindar is on a wild adventure.
Oh, he missed every bullet.
Jason. I know.
Look at this flank from Yekindar.
I know they say not to repress things, but sometimes you should. You know?
Sometimes you should just forget. Oh, that's the bomb. Whoop. Not ideal. Yekindar's giving Cadian one back. There is success at the B bomb site. However, they can't turn around quite yet to help him out. That's the bomb drop. That should, in theory, seal the round, but with the insanity of things that have been happening in just these 2 rounds in the game so far, you never know.
Yeah, the bomb even drops up onto the ledge. Not that it's still going to be bad no matter what. Good cleanup. Nice little recovery there. Long mission for you. He was there. He walked there the whole way. Like, immediately. He didn't even stop. He was like, I'm just going to go there and see if I can find someone. So, nice, aggressive play from him. Liquid on a second round. But, I mean, some damage, nonetheless, here for the side of Heroic. Is there a fly in the...
Might have been.
B
that looked like a whole... Some stupid fly flew in front of my eyeballs.
Animation time for the creative people out there.
Yeah. 2-0. Hero AK on Stown. Tech 9. And light armor on a couple players. Flashbang in the eyes of Stown. There goes the AK. Yekindar's going to continue to challenge. Maybe looking for another flashbang to come in. Or just a dry peek. You won't expect it. Why would you? Jumping in the air is Cadian. He's had a series of awkward rounds to open up this map, Cadian.
Surely very, very frustrating when the cat keeps happening. Shush, though, trying to pick it up. Definitely the worst performer for Heroic on the opening map on Vertigo. But making up for it now, triple kill, looking to get the ace clutch. Oh, he's going to get caught in the middle of it. That's unfortunate. Didn't quite check it. Hard to check everything, though. NAV will catch him eventually, and it's a good start for Liquid once again.
Yeah, 3-0, although they take a little bit more damage this time in these past 2 rounds. I think, what, a pair of kills in each one of them. So at least Heroic doing a little bit better job of limiting the financial growth, the portfolio of Liquid, if you will.
You know that move could have been as well from Relige?
Sure.
could have been that it's actually a replay from the earlier round, from the pistol round, and he's a Sith, and he used, like, he pushed Cadian's mouse. That's why I missed.
Once again, another phenomenal input from Anders. Yekindar pushed up towards the fountain. 2 kills. Nosy picks off 1. Yekindar shuts him down in the back, and the defense is in a 5-on-3 already.
Yeah, right out the gate. That's one of the most disturbing parts of it here. Not even a chance to take any control on that side of the map. And what do you do now? Whatever you do here, it's going to be red. It's so telegraphed. You've lost the entire other side of the map. So it's not like you're, ooh, they're coming B. What a surprise. You know what's happening.
Yeah, you really do. Yabi eats a nade down to 51 HP. Actually, the smoke makes it a little awkward for Elige to have vision, but just takes a bullet. Down to 69 HP.
And Kinda's balled on the other side. He's even pushed up a little bit further, sort of checking it out now. Oh, that's great. Double nade.
Yeah, there's a good start. Good way to get back into the round. NAF is still here, though. That's a smoke thrown all the way from the A bomb site. Plenty of time. Flashbang works, and oh, good trade. Yekindar even grabs one from behind, and quickly it's just down to Cadian. 0-3 so far for the heroic in-game leader. 40 seconds on the clock. He does at least have the bomb in hand. Got a long route to go, though.
Ooh.
Peace.
Kindar takes him down. He's 0-4 right now. So much of a pacifist, they're going to start calling him Canadian. All right. This is it's a tough start for He's great for Liquid. They're in an awesome position.
It's phenomenal for Liquid.
Yekindar is 9-1.
Yeah.
And because he's playing a critical role over by the birthday party, controlling an entire part of the map like that. Now he's down here instead. Does almost walk into the Deagle. That's always risky. But that's all they have really on the heroic side. Some Deagles.
Nade's not going to do much either. Nothing at all, in fact. OC's out at long. Yekindar at the stairs. Run boost. Let's see what OC's got. Boom. Right out of the sky. Cadian, man.
Why'd it have to be him?
Look, if you miss the shots like you did in the pistol round as Cadian, this is just the bad fortune that comes to you next.
Yeah, it has to be.
This is like cosmic punishment.
Like, you disrespected the game, and
we gave you a freebie, and you let it slip, and now we're going to ruin everything for the rest of the half.
Good sense of humor for Heroic, though, to be the one to throw him into the AWP, though. That's funny.
That is pretty funny.
You have to appreciate that, if nothing else. But yeah, there's so many things that are working out right now for the Liquid side. That really early AWP on OC, getting a nice fun time at the beginning here of Overpass.
Shush is close up with a Deagle. OC's got that. I don't even know if he spotted it, but definitely went for the peek. Tag through the wall. Yekindar cleans that up, and up on top of the flowers is Stown with nowhere to go. Elige wants them eco kills, but NAF is going to take it.
Yeah. Traveling across the map to find that one.
All 5 players survive.
He sees... That's...
Oh.
No, what? What's even happening?
He's quick, man. He's quick.
He just saw some boots that, like, flew by.
Yep. Some little clown shoes.
Oh, dear. That's actually so quick.
He didn't even let him land with that flick.
Nope.
Nice. Look at that smug look.
Daps has had such an interesting and challenging career. First of all, he's playing North American Counter-Strike, so we're already starting in a tough
on the back foot, yeah.
But obviously, you know, multiple times where whatever team he's managed to build has been taken away by Stanislaw every time. I don't know,
just
something like that.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of that stuff happening, and now he's in this insane position with Liquid. He's got, he's got Nitro back. He's got Yekindar adding, the CIS. So this is everything seemed to be working out.
Yeah, it's all coming together. Liquid's looking like a dangerous team.
So if someone should be allowed to have a smug smile, it's got to be Daps, right?
How is Cadian going to die this round?
I think there are a lot of creative ways. No one's thrown any nades at him yet from his teammates, so this stuff's still waiting to happen. Shush. Try to force it out there with a little bit of a flashbang, but Yukinda, he's playing everything perfectly. He's 11-1.
Yeah, he's just controlling such a huge portion of the map from the staircase. He's all alone as well. Liquid's just like, yeah, man, you're on your own. We trust you. Do whatever.
See if we could find the timing. There is a smoke, so you can't escape, but that will leave the A-bomb side a little bit vulnerable.
Yeah, that's why NAF is shifting just now. They found the timing for that. So Yekindar saying, I'm evacuating with the cover of the smoke. NAF, you need to shift over, and he's going to do just that. Molotov down. Yabby, oh, he's going to move forward. OC's got that. You can see Nitro, you heard the tick, was just about to turn his attention, but his boy's got his back.
That's actually a very easy point in time to make a huge mistake there if you're on the Liquid side. I think even OC just even being aware and looking that way is already a good sign.
Or the shallow Molotov as well. Could have gone way deeper and never tagged Yabby to begin with.
Yeah, that's true. Tessa's sneaking up close. Now, if he can find the opening on NAF, maybe there is a way to get into this round again. 3 versus 5. It's hard to take down NAF, though. He himself is having himself a decent game. He's 6-1 right now. And backing out with 20 seconds.
Cadian still hasn't budged with the bomb. This round's over. Cadian hasn't been able to get involved.
Yeah, but he's not going to die, Jason.
It's true. He's not going to die. There is that. Although, I would laugh if OC just spammed him. Just went over to the boards.
Oh, you can die.
Took one shot.
Yeah, no, I think it'll be fine this time. No issue. Joke's on us, I guess.
Heroic haven't even really had a chance in any of these rounds. That's the scary part if you're Heroic right now, is there's been no opportunities outside of the pistol. There has been really nothing to make you feel like Heroic was going to be able to win a round.
Yeah, the pistol had a huge chance, but they gave it back, unfortunately. Is generous on some level.
Yeah. It's nice of them. If you're just tuning in, we had OG taking down Astralis earlier today to make their way to the Royal Arena for the Blast Fall Finals. This series as well, Liquid up 1-0. Winner of this series goes to the Blast Fall Finals of the Royal Arena as well. They'll join OG there. We've got one more series a little bit later, but let's hold the phone on that one because here comes an attempted execute. Alicia has basically already shut it down.
Yeah, great double kill, and he can just exit back in. No troubles at all. Still got 4 people down to the B-bomb site. And we're into 3-on-5 again. We've had a couple of these rounds just straight out of the gate, and Liquid with a massive lead that they almost have to try to throw away at this point in time. And you're right, the last series, they NAVI versus Vitality.
Yes.
With Scrawny and Launders.
And Simple. Don't forget him. He's back.
Simple.
He wasn't here in the opening best-of-1 stage, the seeding stage. Cadian, does he want this peak? He's looking for a mistake. 56 seconds. There's one flashbang on Shush. If they want to give Cadian an opportunity to peek into it, but he's just going to go for the slow crouch in. And he gets pinned against the wall. Still 0 kills for Cadian. 40 seconds on the clock.
For a good long while there, while Cadian was at the L-bend, the entire minimap was frozen. Just all 8 players just all stood still. Waiting for anything, and they're not getting anything, right? Liquid, why would they give it away? Shush hoping for some more exits or some more late round kills, but it's not going to happen. You can start looking for him. Even though at this point, Liquid, even the high fives seem like they're like, oh, it's not even like we're not even having to put a lot of effort in, you know?
Yeah.
Even they're not excited. They're like, oh.
What normally the criticism is, you know, Liquid when they're losing, no one's emotional and they can't get them back into the game, and now you're even criticizing for being emotionless when they're winning.
Yeah, I know.
They just literally can't win.
And yet somehow they're up 7-2. This is I don't know what I'm really seeing here. This is so unexpected. We're going to try for a really fast rush towards the B-bomb side. It's a classic, of course, but Elige is there to shut down at least Jabby to begin with. Tess is trying to get back into it with the Tech 9. Oh, bomb being shut down. It's Elige and NAF. Great crossfire, and Cadian on his own. Still 0-6, looking for something with the P250. Nearly catching it, but not quite. Shot at the back at the same time.
I mean, that you really can't get a whole lot better than that kind of opening for Heroic in a sense. I know the kills don't go their way, right? But all the flashbangs that cause chaos, that blind Elige, force him back. You actually get a MAC-10 dropping in behind the bomb site. You get Tech 9s pushing up to the pillar, finding a kill on the Toxic Barrel players. That's exactly what you kind of want in a round like that, and are not able to capitalize. What a great recovery from Elige. Huh.
Well, I mean, we're here and waiting. Heroic just need to... They need to deliver something to us.
I mean, yeah. Yekindar, again on his own. Again, just on an island. He's delivered each and every time. He's got an opening kill here. Shush now. Jiggling it out, he finds the kill, but he gets spammed. Even when something goes right, it goes wrong at the end of the day. And OC's waiting out it long.
Were there 3 people wallbanging that from the B-bomb side? That's pretty aggressive.
Look, at least they've handled Yekindar. He's been able to be alone there for so frequently, controlling the map just as a solo player in the stairs. At least they've gotten that. It was costly, and the tough part is you got to go up against OC, who, as we've seen, has a very, very fast and accurate op, and you've got no flashbangs, you've got no smokes.
Yeah, a bit of a couple of Molotovs maybe. Oh, you almost caught the timing on that. That would have been a hard way to go down. The only real hope here is to try and split the attention of the A-bomb site between long and restrooms, and then just hope that you can get the early kill. NAF is not going to be distracted at all. Taking down Stown. So TeSeS and Yabi left 2 versus 4, and about 40 seconds on the clock as well. Trying to see if they could find the entry, but really far back here. The grenades have already been used for the T side. They're going to go for the bomb plant as well. OC, there's some good damage with the wall bang, but at least they get the bomb plant down, Heroic. That's a start. And the afterplant, very tricky now.
TeSeS has to get aggressive. He can't just sit here and wait. He's got to go find at least this fight against the AWP. Doing it now. He's found it. Some safety and bank. He needs that kill. Can't control the recoil. And Liquid win yet another one. Timeout you can see Exist calling for.
Yeah, they need it. They need it badly at this point in time. 9-0. This is the
double spam?
Yeah. I think I might have even been all 3. There was a lot of people shooting through at any rate. Only 2, all right. I like the idea of having the entire B-bomb site just dedicated to
spamming into the blue door.
Could be risky, but
yeah.
What do you say during a timeout like this?
Forget about the scoreboard. Focus on getting the first round. What have we seen? You know you've had Yekindar solo and stairs. I know it's probably a tough prospect considering the game he's having so far, but if you can force that into an advantage trade, maybe you get the clean entry on him. Maybe you just go 1 for 1, something to secure that middle of the map. They did it in the previous round, just unfortunately the spam kind of ruined everything.
Yeah, try to...
And again, I mean, it's equally difficult because as I mentioned, outside of the pistol round, like most of these rounds have been starting out 5-on-3 for Team Liquid, 2 opening kills for Team Liquid, complete shutdown at the start for Team Liquid.
Those double opening rounds are just so brutal, and you're right, there's been a fair few of them. Let's find out if the timeout was going to be helpful, if they have what it takes to build something in the first half. It's not too late, even if it's looked absolutely shocking so far. Liquid coming in unbelievable form here today. And Yekindar, no one's checked him yet. Nice opening onto OC, but they're going to be really careful. They're going to go take a look. TeSeS going down fast, and he's still not aware. There's a second player coming in. There's the Jabby with a nice shot. Elige, though, taking over Yekindar's former position.
And even though they gain control towards the A bomb site, look at the position of the bomb itself. Yabi's got that all the way back towards T spawn. Now, Liquid doesn't know that either. But Heroic can't really do anything at the moment. They're looking for reactions in this 3-on-3. They've spread the map quite well.
Crazy as it sounds, almost feels like this is one of those rounds where you don't want to let the 9-0 scoreline also make you double and triple think everything. You almost need to sort of forget about it and say, okay, wait a minute, we have a 3-on-3. That's a great advantage on the T side. We have, maybe not that much map control, but let's do something. They try to get Jabby to find out what's happening in the B bomb site, and it doesn't work out. So 2 versus 3 now instead.
Elige's looking like he's going to play this passively. Play for the retake, although actually they're over rotating towards the A bomb site. Elige thinks better of it. Liquid's in a good position to just play the post plant. Get some information. Don't do anything to your teammates come over. I don't believe he spotted that whatsoever.
No, I don't think he did. Chance now for a strong kill against Elige if they could... Ooh, there's definitely a spot, yep. Saw that one. 13 seconds on the clock. The bomb is going to be planted. Cadian down there, the Elben with the AWP. And the timing is good for that shot. But Nitro on top of the smoke turns it into a 1 versus 2. And NAF is coming in from the other side. Good find for Stown. Getting the first one. No idea where NAF is at the moment. And that's the big concern. Element of surprise definitely there for NAF. He's going to get a little bit closer. Walking up with that M4. And he could probably guess where Stown has gone to. There is a kit, of course, but no more nades. Either Stown's got the right idea and he gets the headshot. And finally, a round on the side of Heroic.
That was just so difficult. Very, very difficult, but a great win. 2 on 3 as well, finding it at the end of the day. Good 1v2 clutch for Stown as Cadian falls to the trade of Nitro, but NAF not close enough to really have the information or pounce off that frag from Stown. And a clean headshot at the end. 9-1. Heroics at least on the board.
Yeah, they get that first one. See if they can keep building it into something more. Deep nades. Here comes another one, and they're actually stacked up. That's really awkward.
That's painful. Good utility damage early on from Team Liquid, from Yekindar. Chip damage softens him up. Drops a smoke at the end of Monster. And Heroic are just playing for trades, playing in pack mentality. Obviously, individually, Team Liquid is just besting them at the moment. So stay together and make sure the fights you take, especially at the beginning of the rounds, are tradable. It's not just one player going down with no response. You have to stick close by on someone's hip.
Yeah, line up. They walk right through the smoke, and it catches Yekindar. Great start. Once again, they find him. And with a lot of time on the clock, the bomb is making its way back towards the B bomb site. They're trying to make a little bit of noise out here by the restrooms. It's pulled a lot of people back to the A bomb site. Nitro alone down there on B. So they have a real big opening right here. If they can just defeat Nitro, they should get a bomb line and probably a round.
Yeah, they're going to go quiet. They started using some cheese, Heroic. You could see that walking through their own smoke and bathrooms really messed with the timing of Yekindar. Now just walking out Monster as well makes Nitro feel uncomfortable, has no idea what's coming. Any mistake on his part in this round's probably over.
But he has a very interesting off angle as well. Bad from Heroic's point of view. How do they check that? Once they go silent, right, they don't have any flashes to get rid of him, so he's going to be in trouble there.
Team flash.
Yeah, he can't see a thing, but he gets his vision back just in the last second. And Cadian will fall victim to him. 18 seconds on the clock, and they're going to have to go for it right here. They need that bomb plant. It's a 1 versus 3 for Stown, and this time, he's not going to be able to make it out.
Oh, they team flashed themselves twice. I cannot believe Nitro is able to survive. What happened to the first player that he actually gets the kill on? He like realized Nitro was there and jumped into safety, but almost didn't come back and commit to the fight.
Yeah, I don't know if
this one right here.
He might have been really
bomb out. You get the gun out. You come back for it. Yeah, and at that point, Nitro's vision is cleared. That's Cadian again. Which, I'm sorry, Cadian, if you're watching this back, but to the outside observer, it's funny.
It is, but also, I mean, it could very well be one of those things where once you have such a tough game going, you question everything. They're trying to get through that tiny chokehold of a doorway, and they're going to trade 2 for 1 getting in there. Yeah, it's pretty obvious that something could be happening in the Monster Tunnel, so Nitro not going to get caught off guard here. Almost stuck his head into the Deagle, though. But eventually, they're going to be able to clean that one up, too. Good double for Nitro. I feel like sometimes that's the downside of having a bad game, is that you make more mistakes even because... And not because you really have to, but just you second-guess yourself like an extra half a second. Which could be a long time.
The mounting frustration, and you add on to it, Cadian's also the in-game leader, so not only is he having a frustrating game individually, he's trying to find a solution to this Liquid defense that has showed up on Overpass and just been impenetrable. That's what I meant to say.
I think they need... somehow they need that mental reset, but it's very easy to say, but I have no idea how you actually do this being down this far, and especially maybe the way that they got here on the back of the first map as well, which the second half they got wiped out, and then we started off like this. Tough to find the, I don't know, the fighting speech that'll get everyone fired up.
And they've used, the other thing is they've used 3 timeouts for it as well.
Yeah. Maybe they don't need to fight. Maybe they need to fire him up. Maybe they just need to get him to feel nothing.
Liquid is 18-1 in CT-sided rounds so far in this series.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
That's not...
7-0 on Vertigo to close out the map, and 11-1 here.
Where was that shot from? It's just a battle, I guess. Took a lot of damage. Tessa's going to be forced back. Grenade stack from the Heroic side didn't catch anybody, so still worth trying. And Yekindar is back to his old antics.
And he's even sent OC over now, because look at all the information he has. Yabi takes nade damage as well. Utility damage for Liquid, it's got to be off the charts. Go for a little boost up. Ooh, Nitro's done. He's toast. But because, again, of Yekandar's pulled into this. Tessa's heard those footsteps for sure. He still peeks it. Still peeks it and still clears it. Heads up play. Heroic's coming up the stairs right at him, though.
Yeah, they want to go fight him. I can understand that. A lot of footsteps here. They are looking. They're not even going to go his way. They're just going to keep running. OC burning alive to Molotov. That's really far away. I have no idea why that happened. And now they've left that AWP behind, but Yekinda finding the headshot, taking down Cadian. And this falls apart again for Heroic. 2 versus 4. And even if OC's low on health, they're in trouble. Quick trade. Naf right behind his AWPer. And Stow now. 30 seconds for a 1 versus 3. Gonna get shot in the back. It's another beautiful round for Yekinda.
They have no answer at the moment. This is crushing. I mean, you're attacking that bomb site. You're trying to find a pocket where Yekandar's so pushed forward that he's actually out of the fight. Yekandar gets a kill from behind, and OC gets a kill at the A bomb site itself. So your push is not only stopped, but you have nowhere to fall back to. Everything gets split. Look at those kills coming out at the same time. Just ruins everything. 12-1.
They need to adopt that Gen C mentality. It is what it is. You know, like I've seen that meme all over the place. So that's what they need on the Heroic side. Don't even try to get them hyped up. Just say, yeah, whatever.
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
Sure.
Wherever you go, there you are.
Yes, indeed. Well, Yekandar's having a lot of fun this game. He wants to have a little bit more. The transfer over is almost clean. He's still got 86 HP. Eventually does go down. Elige falls at the same time. Synchronized fragging from Heroic. They have a man advantage.
He's 19 and 5. Some of these plays from him alone out there, if you analyze them in isolation, you would say this actually makes no sense. Like, why would you risk it? But then if you look at the squad, you realize, well, because he's winning everything.
Because he's destroying everyone.
So then it makes absolutely sense. Nitro, this is a cool push forward. When you're down a man like this, but you have so much information, he could catch 1 or 2 of them in a real... Even if they get onto the bomb site, it's going to be awkward.
He's calling for the big flank, though, is the problem. There's no one at this bomb site now. I guess the flashbangs might turn him around. They're clearing it out anyways. He's not within vision. Naf knows. Nitro can come back for it. This flank might be the only thing that can get Liquid back into the round.
And Yappy's looking for it. He's well aware that something could be up. Still going to go down, but 3 versus 3. Bomb gets planted. No more nades on the Heroic side, and only the 1 Molotov there on Nitro. Does he know any lineups that could make this useful from out here? He's going to have to use it pretty quickly. Wants to check close. Tess is taking out OC at the same time, and they lose Nafly, so that should make it impossible. Although you just get the kill on Tessus at the very least, but that bomb is already far ticked. He'd have to get a smoke and just try and put it down, and I don't think there's one on the ground, so it might just be impossible here. Shush will take him down, and finally, there's a second round for Heroic.
Yeah, a little bit of life. But it can't make you feel all that good. 129 ADR as well. Doesn't even factor in the intangibles of just the map control he's been able to have.
I was going to say, it's the ridiculous luxury of having one of your players occupy like 45% of the map. It's dumb like that. It's he's just controlling everything over on that side.
And then we even saw the stats from Naf, 14 and 5 himself. And when you go over to the B bomb site, Elige and Nitro have been having a very good game there. OC's chimed in again when necessary, but hasn't really been called upon to be any kind of significant force in this map. Again, an early kill, and again, early chip damage.
Well, they're trying to walk through. Again, they did this over at the restrooms, and they wanted to try and see if they could flash their way through this time in the monster tunnel. Nitro, smoke up just in the last second, and he still gets run down, but the lineup is there for Elige. An easy double kill. That's the sort of stuff you dream of. It's down low on health, and Elige almost tracking it, but it's going to have to use the pistol instead, and it will not be enough firepower either. OC is getting dropped. Tessus on the triple, and Yekinda is now on his own. 1 versus 2. What a recovery for Heroic, looking to take this 15th round and just at least get something, the bare minimum, on the board in the first half. Yekinda's going to be walking through, open hand. And yeah, he knows where at least one of them probably knows where they both are. Still going to be going down. Stown with a kill and a 3rd round for Heroic. It's something. It's a tiny, tiny bit at the end of the half. We'll see what happens in the second half right after this.
Hello everybody, here we are. It's the Coinbase hot swaps with Rez and with Apex. It's Elige, it's Hunter, Cirque, I'm joined by Kerrigan. It's the fall season, boys. The fall season of 2022. Way more roster moves than some people can keep up to. So I want to get your guys' thoughts on roster swaps, negative and positive.
Vitality. Let's say Vitality. Yeah, I think positive, probably Vitality.
I think the Vitality change with bringing Spinks reminds a lot about the phase with Rob's joining. An upgrade in kind of the role and the position and the philosophy of the team.
For me, honestly, Vitality signing Spinks, I think it's a very good move because Spinks, I know he's a really good guy and a really good player, honestly, and that's the piece they needed.
I didn't really think that like ENCE was doing too bad. Like maybe they needed to change something to like improve them, but you know they were like a top team like this entire year. Sure. So to see that change was pretty surprising for me.
Took I think one of the best lurker right now, who is Spinks Lawton. He's been fantastic for the first 6 months in his role, and we try to not change his role at all almost. We try to put him in best condition when he arrived into the team.
I thought Dexter to OG was a really big one, where it's like, you know, he had Lisbon as a stand-in, and then he got the permanent spot over Montu, and I mean, after the major run, after what they did, I mean, nobody had OG playing in the playoffs of Lisbon, and
I think, yes, I mean, Dexter is a really great player, a great topper, and next, I think he's very happy that he's working with young players, young guys, so they will just listen to him, they will trust him.
If they can like get back to, you know, that point where they were before with Dexter and like that level of confidence, then they could be a really strong team as well.
At the beginning of this year, we brought Remy, X-Stars coach, we brought Alex new IGL and new Oper Monesi, so we needed to start from zero.
I think I was kind of thinking the same thing as you, where it's not like you need like a blockbuster signing. Like you already have like 3 insane players with Nico, Hunter, and Monesi.
I think G2 on the paper is like people are like scratching their head, like thinking it could make sense, but it could also like when you look player for player, it looks worse. But we all know that sometimes a player change or philosophy change changes the whole team, right? So yeah. I think it's a high risk that they actually let LXCB go.
I think JKS is insane. I think Uxie is maybe a little different style than Alexi,
So I think having Uxie will be a really great add, but let's see how we'll adapt to everyone.
I have mixed feelings, honestly. Yeah. I feel like he did a really good job in ENCE, and I think he was a core piece for them. Maybe he didn't have the insanely good highlights, and maybe he didn't have insane stats or whatever, but I think he, like if we watch the games, I think he did really well.
This has been the Coinbase Hot Swaps Season 2 of 2022. We'll see you guys in the server.
Here we go, Jason. We're back. Sweet. Second half, second map. Liquid are, I don't know. There's nothing that can stop them right now, it feels like.
Yeah, well, at least you have a heroic that was what they scraped together the last 2 rounds of that half, I believe it was. They actually got up to 3 rounds overall.
Bit more than 3 kills.
Which is obviously not good. It's obviously not good, but you've at least I don't know. You've got a chance.
Go on. Wow, you've really convinced me, Jason. I'm absolutely. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
That's inspirational.
I know. I was trying to find something as we went along. Good trade from Nitro. Elige spotted 2 players pushed out towards long, but he thought they'd both fallen back, so there's a clever peek from Stown. However, Liquid's going to be able to take over this bomb site, at least get things planted over at the truck, and they'll have a 3-on-4 in the post plant. Problem is, where do you go from here? You can't go long. You know those USPs at range, although Yabby's very low.
Yeah, it's a very awkward afterplant for the T side. They are going to exit this way, but you got to be really careful that someone doesn't run under the bomb and get stuck back there behind the truck, because you might not be able to reach them again. And for Heroic, it's possibly also very awkward. They're not quite sure what the rest of Liquid are. OC with the headshot, and now they're coming for Katie and the dualies. Even with all those bullets, finding it a difficult task to get more than the 1 kill there. And now OC running for it, gonna get shot in the back. No, Katie!
He got off.
He needs to get that kill.
Is there time?
Do they have the time for it is the big question. No, they don't. Oh no, please.
He got off it as well. When Katie had started shooting, Stown got off it. He tapped the bomb, which forced OC up the steps. And he got off.
I really need that golden retriever.
For us.
Yeah, for me now. Yeah, it's true. Like so just something.
It's like, all right, we'll take that. Liquid's like, yeah, that was all us, baby.
Yeah, we did the work. Oh my dear.
What a weird game this has been. What a weird game this has been. An unfortunate game for Heroic, obviously. They've had some really uncanny ways to lose rounds and get killed and blah, 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 and all that. Here we go. Fast pace towards the B bomb side. Yekindar wrapping around through the smoke. Yabby can't handle it. Stown can't handle it. Elige is there for the trade. Back and forth we go, and one inside the smoke. Nitro's got to figure it out. OC's going to give away the information. In there, Shush with one kill. He's somehow dodging every bullet. And it's all down to Nitro 1v3, and he is surrounded. He goes down as well. Again, just insanity injected into the round.
But at the minimum, at the very least, it goes the way of Heroic. They managed to recover it. Man, you could tell they're just probably a little bit numb from everything that's going on at the moment here. 4-13 going to be the scoreline now. TeSS from the high ground raining down some good Deagle shots.
Yeah, and they just couldn't kill the player at Toxic. They couldn't connect those shots. Nitro spammed an entire magazine to the MAC-10 to do it, and just nothing landed. So AK-47 on Elige. There to do some economic damage.
Yeah, I mean, it's even in a completely regular game, not really that uncommon to see this kind of an AK vibe, but in a game where you're feeling this fresh, why not try and go for it? Might be even easier to make the call and say, yeah, you know what, maybe we could sneak in around with just the AK. And if Elige goes down, throw it over to Yekindar. He's got everything. Nice. That would catch there. TeSS.
Yeah, deep off angle. He's going to call out armor as well, although no one else in the Liquid team has armor. So it's just the AK-47 on OC for the moment. Good scout shot from Cadian, cleaned up by Stown. And there goes Nitro. OC finds one with the boost up over the top of the smoke, and they can just barely get out of danger. This will be a 5th round for Heroic. I'm calling it. Gonna take the risk, gonna take the leap.
Feels like this whole game is, you know, when you get up at night and you're trying to like go to the kitchen or somebody gets something to drink and you stub your toe, like it's cold, like you've got those cold feet, and stub your toe.
Yeah.
But then in this case, you know, you crouch down to like break the fall a little bit, and you know your knee hits like a Lego that's on the ground. So now you've got that.
Your knee hits Lego.
Yeah, it's like, oh, it's dug deep in there, and then you just continue to fall, and you know, face comes down to the floor, chip your tooth.
Okay.
Phone was in your pocket, so that's broken too.
Shattered.
That's Heroic's day right now.
Okay.
A lot of long sequence of
unfortunate events.
Things, yeah. You get to the kitchen, there aren't even any cookies or anything there. Like
you make a bowl of cereal, and then you open the refrigerator, and there's no milk.
Just, oh. Yeah. One of those days.
One of those days. Round 19. 8-round lead for Team Liquid. Yekindar's fully invested in Tech-9 and armor. He's down to $50. He's the only one in that situation. NAF has P250 and armor as well.
Still can't believe you started the second half trying to lie to the audience that there was... So, comeback here for Heroic. You know?
So there's a chance. There's always a chance, Anders. No matter how small. Peace.
In Europe, we just call that lying.
Okay. In America, we call it politics.
Good. I like it. NAF on his own. Heroic are getting something at the very least. This must feel like, you know, at the very least, you just don't want to get completely ranked. So get up to 6-13, start to wake up a little bit more. And, you know, honestly, in terms of the individual, right? TeSS is 16 kills, Shush has got 18. So if you hold your hand over the rest of the scoreboard, it looks amazing.
Okay, you just try to criticize me for lying. You're sitting here talking up the impact of waking up into a game. You're down 13-5 in an elimination map. You better be woken up at this point. There's no waking up.
No. Yeah, it's possible to wake up so late that you look at the, you know, like the train schedule, the bus or whatever you're trying to get to, and you're like, it's already gone.
Nav has really put himself out of position. He can't even really die after the timer.
No. And he can't pick up the bomb. It's like it's kind of the worst of everything. Oh, he's really trying. And he does succeed.
Okay. Fair play.
They give it to him.
Who am I to doubt the sloth?
Scary, though. It could have been a bit awkward if that had completely failed. 13-6, and in spite of losing the pistol in the opening round of the second half here. They started to do a bit of work, Heroic. AWP back on OC. They've slowed down Yakinda for a while, partly due to the economy, but still, they have. And there is an AWP on Cadian, who's had one of the roughest games, it feels like, of the year for himself.
Ooh, Elige takes a lot of damage. Flashbang is just going to blind Stown long enough for him to make that play in towards Playground. Still has no clue of this positioning. Stown is in a massive position at this moment. Little gap in the smoke.
I love this. It feels like he's almost matching Yakinda's energy here, but oh, the timing! He's actually going to get the kill. It looked like he was about to completely go down, just get shot at the back of the head, but...
They're going to need someone to be able to match what Yekindar did. Cause chaos, cause the offense to get discombobulated, throw it out of sync. Let's see how long he can handle that. He can have that kind of a performance. Nade was actually denied the vision, and no one's looking. Nobody's looking at all. Free entries.
What a way to enter. Instead of the flashbang, you get the huge debris field coming out of the HE grenade, and you just push right through. Stown's going to be going down, and this is great. 2 versus 3 now as they get the kill, but with the health that's left on Tess, it's not worth it. There's no way. Molotov not going to touch anyone, not going to force anyone out into his scope, so Cadian did get the kill, but I don't think they could. Yeah, he's already far, far away. It's going to be 14-6 here. Liquid with a strong punch back into this round after a little bit of trouble initially. That's great. That way of entering the monster tunnel, because that far back position on the grading could be very hard to check, even with a flashbang.
Yeah, I mean, both of them playing anti-flash at the same time. Nobody actually had eyes on the step through. And I think even actually Nitro got one of the entries coming off sandbags as well. So there's just way too much space for Team Liquid to take advantage of in that kind of a round. Especially considering it's a 5-on-4. There's Yekindar not looking. Nitro coming out sandbags. Perfect. Nice shot from NAF as well, just to put a little exclamation point on things. Some sprinkles on that sundae. The whipped cream on the apple pie.
Ooh, okay. Got a little bit of a theme going.
Yeah.
They might need some of that on the heroic side. You know, emotional eating at the end. I don't know.
All right, get the chocolate ready. They need something to cheer him back up. Final timeout used by Heroic. That's a long way back without being able to get the coach involved until Liquid allows it. Once more into the breach, 14-6.
Let's see. Double or Stown and Cadian with 1 each. Everything, almost all of the money that they have poured into this round for Heroic. So if they lose it, they're gonna have to fight the 22nd round with pretty much no economy whatsoever, and I guess that'd be kind of par for the course for how this match has gone so far for Heroic, but not obviously what they want. Shush. Just guessing. Playing real-time battleships. Classic game from before computers were invented.
It's a wonderful game. Another smoke coming in, refreshed. Silence for the most part on the map. Liquid's giving NAF all the time in the world to clear out blue door. Make sure he can secure the center of the map. Is there a flashbang this time?
Yes. Oh no, just a miss? That's unbelievable. Shush is gonna get traded as well. Oh, it looked like Stan would have had that for sure, but that's a great opening. Nitro onto the bomb site, clearing so much space. Still aware that someone could be down in the water in front. Molotov there, trying to secure the bomb plant, and they're gonna overwhelm him. Nap and Elige with the follow-up entries, and Cadian.
What a knockout punch.
Yeah, walking around on his own, scoped up.
What a way to open up a bomb site. Yeah, missed shot. I guess the shadow might have messed with his aim or his focus a little bit.
Yeah, definitely feels like it. Cadian getting some revenge, but obviously at the point in time where the round is over. Ooh, running past it. That's a nice, I like that. That's cool. Missed the shot, but why not?
Yeah, but I think that's also to a certain degree a signal that the game's over, right? Like if you're really feeling like that comeback is happening and building up, you're saving that up. You're getting those 2 kills and you're just bailing out, and Cadian at the end trying to just get a little flashy. I think that should be the signal. that Heroic is just mentally knocked out of this series. And I mean, I don't know if you can really blame them. Liquid's had all the answers. I think if you talk to the Heroic players candidly after this, they'd probably say we felt like we had no chance.
Yeah, probably. And you get some games like that every once in a while.
Yep.
Happens to everybody. Oh, nice little boost over here. That should catch at least one, but
oh my lord,
flick nearly dropping. Oh, that's not even that one.
Okay.
Jabby on the other side. I thought that was Jabby.
Yeah.
No.
I did too. I thought he hit that
good.
flick. I was like, no way. Alicia out towards long. Okay. Good rebuttal from Tess's, but Cadian again just has to eat a one tap to the face for no good reason.
Yeah.
He did something wrong today.
Maybe we should ask him about that.
Like there's some really bad karma coming back on Cadian in this map.
Walked under a ladder. Broke him. I don't know what.
Saw a black cat.
Exactly.
Picked up a penny that was tails up.
Oh, is that not allowed to? All right. Tess's good kills hunted down by Nitro, but that should be plenty enough. Nitro's low on health. Again, Tess's and Trish are really doing a remarkable amount of work here. Nitro getting rid of the excess AWP. And Mac 10 is going to be finding Nitro right here. So, Heroic get to stay alive a little bit longer. It feels like it's just a matter of time. Oh, there's the spam. Classic spam coming out.
Tessus doesn't hit that one dig. This round's probably over.
Yeah, good point.
It's so funny how like even when you're up 15-6 and you get killed, it's still extremely frustrating at all times. It's just all stress. There's never any relief.
On some level, it is the Counter-Strike experience, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, a little bit of nade damage onto Liege. They've got mostly pistols. The one AK here on your Kinda. Still 22 and 12, even though he's been slowed down somewhat. Good couple of kills. Shush gonna keep on going. Kinda will finally find him, but doesn't realize there's a second player right there. And that almost gets him killed. 34 health. And a 1 versus 3. Boom.
Boom shakalaka.
Ran like he was gonna catch that nade.
Yeah, he did. All right, still a long way back for Heroic, but they've got some fight in them.
Would it not, though, be the most liquid game? If
Shut your mouth. Don't even.
I won't.
7 more chances to close out this series. 7 more chances to book a ticket to the Royal Arena.
Yeah, that is what is on the line. Crazy. And what? The loser gets to play an IP, I believe? Was that what you said?
Yes.
We were saying earlier? Liquid on their first time out. Doing fine on that front. Tense moment for Heroic.
15-8. Let's see what they come up with. Should be a buy from Team Liquid. They've got plenty of money. Mostly saving in the previous round a couple lone weapons picked up just to keep limiting the economy and just a little Hail Mary to see if one AK-47 or one Galil can provide everything for you. This time they've got 4 rifles and the Deagle on NAF. Smoke onto the Molotov to swing in towards Playground. Alish takes a ton of damage from the nade.
Yeah, nicely done. Every tiny little bit helps here. Double setup over at long. This time, Cadian saying, you know what, I don't want to be behind that tree because I got shot in the face last time, so you take that position, and I'm going to be up close to the wall. And see how that works out. Swinging against him, and he's going to get the early kill there on Elige, so nicely done. Flashbang didn't really do much of anything for the kind of positions they had.
Yeah, but with someone being that aggressive, you can almost call out if you're Team Liquid that it's probably 2 players, which is why you see the bodies taking control of empty space towards the site. Good headshot from Nitro. Now Cadian's falling back. NAF is going to lurk this with the Deagle, but remember, Cadian threw that rifle away, so NAF's not going to be able to find any weapon he can upgrade to, but he does have a massive flank.
Yep, and it's happening pretty quickly. He's running a long ways here. Gotta be careful, but they're pushing on the other side. Even if they heard, they can't turn around for it because they're gonna get shot from the A-bomb site. Great maneuver there from Liquid. They didn't even plant the bomb. They just wanted to crush that long setup. Like you said, they probably knew there was 2 of them, so they went to check. And now the nades come in, slowing them down on that ramp. Bomb is finally going to be planted here. 2 versus 3. Sjuush and Jabbi to try and hold on to it. And Sjuush is going to be traded right away. And Jabbi walking through, waiting for that smoke to fade. But I don't know. The bomb, oh, if you could have caught OC, maybe there was a chance. A little bit awkward position for the bomb here. Smoking it up, but Naf's already seen it, and it is Liquid making their way to the arena over Heroic with a 2-0 victory.
Yeah, we'll be seeing Liquid at the fall finals. They get to avoid coming back for the showdown taking place right before the major. And for Heroic, they get one more chance. They get one more chance at the final last chance qualifier tomorrow, or last chance match, I guess we'd call it, against NIP. But I mean, look, that's a scary Liquid that we just witnessed today in the series.
Yes, it is. I mean, right when they brought Yakinda on, obviously we talked about the information, but maybe his personal level is a little bit lower. But they look great right now, and we've got James ready with an interview.
That's right, I've managed to grab myself a Liege, and well, that was a bit of a thrashing there, Liege. You guys looked strong from start to finish. This looked like you were just unstoppable. What was going on?
Yeah, we were playing really well. I think our game plan coming into it was solid, and Yakinda was obviously owning everyone. So yeah, I mean, super good job.
But what's it like for you guys, right? Because even Nitro seems to be paying the benefits of it as well. You're watching it entry, watching him clear out. Like, there was not much Heroic could do, even when they were trying to battle back. This seems like, again, I said it to you yesterday, the best Liquid we've seen in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's the structure of, how confident that we feel in all of our plays, like our micro adjustments and the timings that we're going to be taking things. And I think it just gives more confidence in, like, us knowing that it's going to work.
And in terms of what Heroic pulled out there, right, and playing on their overpass coming into this, obviously you've had a nice few runs of overpass to try into, but did you expect them to put up more of a fight? Did you expect it to be like that? Because this looks just very simple.
Yeah, we definitely thought it would be a lot harder because, they've been kind of owning us recently, like in practices, and they're obviously a really good team. But yeah, I mean, I guess we just have their number. I guess we just stylistically just own them. I don't know what to say.
Job done. Yeah, it definitely seems like a job done.
I don't know, man.
But this duo of you and Yakinda, right? Why is this working so well so early on?
I think that Marius just really knows how to be taking everything in the macro way, when you can skimp out on utility and when you should be using it, the times that we're gonna hit, and on some maps we're working as a pair, some of them we're kind of lurking on other sides, and I'm kind of just taking I'm just going off of his lead. Whatever he's gonna be doing, I'm just following up and trying to either trade or complement him as best as I can.
And you've made it to the full finals, you've made it to the Royal Arena, no showdown this time around. How does it feel?
It feels really good. Not having to go to the showdown is definitely a sigh of relief, and beating a good team like Heroic makes it really nice too.
Well, congratulations, mate. Well done.
Thank you.
They came, they saw, they conquered, and in dominant fashion to net themselves a spot in the Royal Arena. On their opponent's map pick, no less, Matthew, let's not forget, Heroic were the ones to bring Overpass into the mix.
Indeed.
And Liquid started things off with an absolutely impenetrable CT side.
Elish put it very eloquently. They kind of owned them. They kind of owned them. That's what happened. Very strong CT side once again. We panned out as one of the win conditions for Liquid to be able to have the same kind of defensive prowess as they had against Heroic and against NIP. That's exactly what happened. Same scoreline, 13-2, absolute roadblock.
It's a team that is starting to look very, very dangerous if you look to the broad landscape of Counter-Strike. Liquid with a performance like this, not only qualifying for the fall finals, but also making a statement to the rest of the world that if Yakinda can keep up on this level, if the team can still grow together. Let's not forget they've only been together for 8, 9, 10 practice with Yakinda. Let's see in a month or two from now, is Liquid back at a level where we can expect them to go into a deep playoff run at a major? Is Liquid back at a level where we can expect them to perhaps win a trophy for the rest of the season? It feels like it's a team that is starting to jockeying for the position.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible to see how Yakinda is integrated so smoothly into the team as well. And I use the word team because it was a team effort throughout the entirety of the series. We can see it in terms of the firepower put up on the board, which is why we're going to bring a round number 11 under the spotlight from Nitro doing some nice.
Yeah, let's give some love to Nitro because I think that at times in this very game, he had brilliant moments, and this right here was a great example. It starts off pretty well for Heroic. They're gonna find Yakinda, the man of the hour, out of position. They redirect, but look at this very clever positioning from Nitro, knowing that he's alone, hiding with off angle, and when you don't know it, Zimzalabim, he strikes. First kill from Nitro, and from that moment on, it's just about surviving. Great utility usage, down to the Molotov, giving time for his teammates to come. He closed off the angle here. A little bit of luck. You need a little bit of luck if you want to survive here. Double kill, but he has already done enough. He has given time for the rest of the rotation to be here. We can see his teammate trimming down in the water. That was very well played from Nitro and a missed opportunity for Heroic.
And again, a very scary prospect, right? There's no doubt that if you look towards Team Liquid as a lineup, the weak link will always be mentioned to be Nitro, right? He's the guy with the individual firepower that has had a tough time to keep up with the rest of the boys. He came back from Relevant. He hasn't really found his old self just yet. But I think he's been good here, right? And we're starting to see more and more glimpses of, dare say, the old Nitro. And then again, I just want to reiterate the point that I've been banking on throughout this entire series. If OC and NAVI is supposed to be your third and your fourth best player, and Nitro is your weak link in a team like Liquid, then you have a very strong foundation to be a top team. Not only a team that can place in top 8, but perhaps a team that can contest once again for winning trophies.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely incredible to be witnessing. Of course, Liquid do cement themselves a spot in the Royal Arena with that victory over Heroica. Their name's kind of in the mud as we're progressing forward, but they do have one more chance for redemption, as it's going to be them taking on NIP in our last chance game tomorrow. I'm interested to hear your kind of opening thoughts on how you think that matchup's going to go.
That's going to need a reset from Heroic. I feel like ever since that change with Yabi coming in, Refresh out, we've been waiting patiently for the moment where everything kind of clicks, and then we find the same all across the board quality in Heroic plus Yabi, who's supposed to be an upgrade, an improvement, right? It hasn't really materialized quite yet. There are a few moments. Stone is obviously going to deliver. Shush at times can be also a little bit brilliant, but it hasn't really come down yet. I haven't seen that from Heroic. I'm a little bit worried against NIP.
Yeah, I'm worried for NIP as well, to be honest.
We're worried for everybody.
Yeah, we're worried for everybody.
Worried.
It feels like that's the one game, you know, where both teams have struggled throughout the tournament. They're getting in a position where they have a shot at the last chance qualifier, but I think all of us agree that the way NIP has played so far in this tournament has been underwhelming, to say the least. They came in with a lot of confidence. They came in saying that we're ready to win trophies, or at least we're ready to fight for them, but right now we're not even sure they're going to qualify for the fall finals.
Well, Liquid taking the crown here and the spot at the Royal Arena, but one more matchup on the cards tonight. It's NAVI taking on Vitality.
From being the #1 team winning a major to then losing your in-game leader, normally you have some kind of a drop-off, and that hasn't happened for NAVI at all. I'm super impressed with Electronics in-game leading, especially because it happened so quick. Coming in and winning his very first event in Lisbon was an incredible feat.
Ну, я считаю, что мне предстоит большой объем работы в любом случае, потому что роль ГЛ — это всегда сложная роль для любого. Когда проигрывает команда, чувствуется больше ответственности на тебе, как на капитане. Ты думаешь, что ты мог бы помочь тиммейтам разыграть лучше. Наша цель всегда — это постоянно побеждать на турнирах, показывать максимально хорошие результаты и радовать болельщиков.
I think he's still adapting. The amount of time he was being in the role of a player is too big.
Андрей старается во многом помогать мне, давать некоторые советы, как мне лучше скоординировать в ту или иную ситуацию.
When you consider that Blade is one of the first real mentor voices in Electronics' career, that's going to be a huge benefit for them moving forward.
И, соответственно, мы проводим с ним много бесед по поводу Counter-Strike и делимся мыслями между собой.
For myself, I see like perfect picture. The perfect image for me is having a player like Sam Young doing a lot of important things in the game. My expectations of how good he must be is not satisfied at the moment.
He seems to have a very good mentality. Basically, all he mentions is Blade and some of the other players constantly pointing out the mistakes that he's making. And he seems very receptive to it. And I feel like if you're constantly talking about your team pointing out mistakes you're making, that could you off pretty quick. But SDY seems to have a very level head about it and a very good approach to it.
Но я думаю, что Вите стало гораздо комфортнее играть. Он чувствует себя увереннее во время игры и, соответственно, проявляет больше инициативы.
I'm not trying to be very harsh. I know that it's hard for him. He has a lot of time to reach his goal. The future is very simple. He is playing with us the major. I mean, this is a line at this moment, so we don't look further.
I have to think that this NAVI team could reach a higher ceiling. All the changes that were made coming into 2022 to challenge that NAVI team worked if you think of FaZe's perspective.
They are still like beatable, and the way how we beat them in last Lisbon was also a sign for us.
I don't think NAVI needs to change anything. I think they're going to be just fine.
I think if we would play like 2 more months with CSGO, we could beat them in the grand final.
For NAVI, it's just a matter of sitting tight, keep incorporating SDY into the team, and start looking towards building up towards the Rio Major.
Down but never out, the Na'Vi Nation are born to win and have their star back where he belongs.
They certainly have the confidence, for good reason. Bit there with the AK, chewing them all up.
The full finals in touching distance for the reigning champs. Vitality won the international bout, but their toughest challenge lays ahead.
The one-man army. Dupree shuts it all down.
A spring final rematch for a full final spot.
The flagship matchup of the night, the top 2 rated teams at the tournament, both tussling for a spot at the Royal Arena. Vitality landing themselves a spot here after taking down G2 yesterday. But Na'Vi, they come in after a group victory, but in quite a different situation, as guess what, guys? Simple, he is back, baby.
Simple is back, and not only is he back, but Na'Vi played beautifully even without him. And that's what was so crazy about it. They started their journey here in Copenhagen by losing their first map. We started being worried. We created scenarios in our mind about maybe they had to fight back to the gauntlet. None of that bullcrap. They destroyed everybody in best of 1 in very convincing manners, and now the best player in the world to ever do it is back.
And that's the question, right, coming in for Na'Vi. They're coming in as a new team. They're coming in with Simple once again. For the rest of the teams here at the Blast group stage so far, we've seen, what they're made of. We've seen the progress they've made. We've seen them from one week to another. Coming in with Simple now, Na'Vi is a new team coming out of a break. Hetrick did just fine, standing in as a player. Picked up the AWP role as well, had some great performances, but having Simple back in your lineup, it's a complete new iteration of this Na'Vi lineup that we're going to see for the second half of the season. So let's be honest, it's the first time we're going to see them play in a very long while.
Yeah, completely different Na'Vi, completely different beast coming into the server today. I like that Hetrick is still here with the squad, though. We saw him watching the guys warming up, obviously learning a lot from the big guns on the screen we do see here. I do want to throw SDY's name into the mix, though. We know that he's going to be with the squad, at least until after the Rio Major. We had a nice little piece just before the break on him as well. I want to get a temperature check from him, or from you guys on him. How do you feel he's been faring so far?
Look, you're talking about this beautiful piece we had just before the break, and I want to touch on it very quickly because I think that Blade's perspective on SDY is one of the healthiest and very rare that we have in esports, right? You usually see teams when they have a rookie coming in, they're trying to protect him, like shell him from a PR perspective. Like, he's doing amazing, we're very happy with him, it's going to be all right. I think that Blade has a very nuanced but also true approach to it, which is to say he is not quite where I want him to be, but it is also okay. And I think by doing that, you are proving to your player that you are being honest with him, right? You're being honest. You are not delivering what you're supposed to, but you're also not supposed to do it right now. We're going to give you time. You're not where you're supposed to be, but it's going to be all right. And I think it's a very refreshing and healthy approach to it.
It's music to my ears, right? I'm getting sick and tired of all these, as you said, different GMs, different players, different incomings. He's doing a great job. No, he's not. Look at the way he's playing on the server. Look at the contribution he has. It's not going well right now. Doesn't mean it can't change over time, and that's exactly what Blade is talking about. They will give him time in order to meet set expectations. Right now, Samdar Young hasn't really played as good as you would have liked to, but as a team, they're still finding success. They won Blast Lisbon. They did it in convincing fashion as well. Got a trophy, and now they're ready to play the major rhythm as well. So as an individual player, I guess, in terms of output on the server, not quite up there what they like him to be. As a team, it's going just fine. So I like the perspective as well.
Well, let's get some thoughts from the man himself. It's Samdar Young with Banks.
When it comes to your role is a very important one, right? There's a lot of things for you to do within the team. Do you see that, like, it's crucial? Do you feel like there's a lot of pressure on you in that sense?
It's like every person in the team is really important. It doesn't matter, like, what role do you play. So the pressure is, like, on the same level for everyone.
Look at that very, very PR answer there, SDY. I like it. I like it. Now, you're going up against Vitality today, who obviously they bring in Spinks, but they've changed a lot in terms of position. Blade is a guy who loves to do his preparation, but they've only played 5 maps with this team. So is it a harder team to feel ready for, or are you still confident?
Yeah, of course, it's a really small map pool that they played, as you said, and it's going to be harder to read them properly. But overall, we are confident in our gameplay, and we have new things that we will show.
Oh, new things. I'm looking forward to it. SDY, thank you very much.
New things, I mean, the most obvious one being Simple's return to the server for Na'Vi. We can't hype this one up enough. As you aptly said, Jacob, the first time we're going to see Simple entering the server out of this player break. I am very excited.
Yeah, the question remains, how much have they been practicing with Simple, right? He was stuck in another country trying to get it all sorted out, and now he's coming back into play with Na'Vi. How much time have they had to practice? We know Vitality, they've been boot camping for a couple of days. We heard Heroic, they were boot camping. NIP came out of the best boot camp they've ever had. Na'Vi, you can't really give them the same benefit of the doubt in the sense that they haven't really been boot camping with Simple. Simple in the lineup. So give it a little bit of time. We know the qualities are Simple, so it's not going to be a problem. But in terms of like seeing a new Navi with new stuff, not quite sure yet.
I guess if you're in the Vitality camp, you might just inject that copium straight into your leg and thinking, listen, with Simple, they're not reaching that altitude quite yet. Maybe he's going to need a couple of maps just to warm up. But we know what the man is made of. And I myself, being a Vitality fan, I have no hope. I think Simple is going to bring the fire straight from the get-go.
Well, Jacob, you had questions about how much time they've had to practice, how much time they've had to boot camp, and I believe we do have some answers with the GOAT himself.
So Simple, you're back in action, but the team did a very good job during the group stage without you. You were cheering on from the sidelines, but were you impressed that they were able to make that run and the classic Navi lower bracket run?
Yeah, of course. I mean, they did so well with hat-trick stand-in. And yeah, I always believed that they'll win, and the way how they won last 2 games was really, really cool. They had a big score, you know.
Yeah. Completely dominated their opponent for sure. But now you're back, right? And things are as normal for the team. Blade was very worried when I spoke to him before about how much practice you guys would get with you coming back in. So how long has it been? How much practice have you had and how do you feel?
We had 5 game days, practice days, and that's it. And of course, some individual practice.
And you're smiling when you say individual practice. How is your individual form right now? How are you feeling?
I don't know. I mean, I need to play more games. I wish I played more games, but seems like we need to win only one best of 3.
And in terms of that, right, winning just one best of 3, you're going up against the Vitality, who they've made a lot of position and role changes. When you've looked at this, do you think that they've become a stronger Vitality than when you last faced them?
Of course, yeah. They upgrade their communication, and they got more team play. I see more setups for CT side, and the way how they play much better. So even if we beat them a lot time before, we still pretty, you know, like we're trying to let us be scared a bit, you know. So we cannot underrate them. Because they always can play better and better during the game, especially they have a really good individual players.
And also from these improvements, we've seen all of the players kind of look a bit better in form. What has Blade looked at in particular, and is there some maps where you feel like you have a big advantage over these guys?
Not really. We just try to change a bit our game, and even we change some positions. You know, the way how we play on T side as well. So it's becoming a bit different because we start to understand that people start to learn more of us, you know, and they expect from us to do the same things, so we need to change our game a bit.
So we're expecting a new exciting Navi to come out today, and are you confident you're going to go get that full final spot off this win?
Hopefully. We 100% need the spot for Blast, so we can just focus on other events.
That's what it's all about. Simple. Thank you very much and good luck.
From a GOAT to another reason why we are calling this a flagship matchup of the night. Simple versus Saiwu going down on the server.
Yeah, and I am glad that in the last few months we can once again have this conversation of who is the best between these two, because at the very beginning of the year, and you know how fond I am of Saiwu, that conversation was not happening. There wasn't a conversation. Simple has put everyone behind in 2022, and Saiwu won his hand at a very poor start by his own standards, I need to add, because for the rest of the population he played amazingly. By his standards, slow start, but he's rising back up again.
Seems to be the trend for not only Saiwu, but also Vitality. This is a great opportunity of putting in a dent towards Navi, right? Navi's not coming in with the best preparation. On the other hand, Vitality is off to a great start with Spinks, off to a great start with Saiwu as well. If there ever was a time to beat Navi in a best of 3, maybe now would be the time for Vitality. So I think they're highly focused and highly motivated to go in here and make a statement if they have the abilities to do so.
Yeah, we've seen the elevation of Saiwu in particular coming into this sort of new look Vitality with Spinks at the helm, obviously taking on a bit more of a sort of late round role as well. That's what the coach rather Zonic was talking about, the importance of coming into things. I also want to just talk about the T-side rating for this team, the highest rated T-side team so far at the full groups by the numbers.
And that is a little bit of a surprise. I have to be honest. I thought that the CT side would actually be where they make the whole of a difference. But hell no, apparently their T side have been clicking a lot. And of course, we can talk about the multi-kill ability from Spinx. That is definitely going to be a factor. Saiwu rising to a good level as well is. But I think that Apex did also a good job. We just have this T side on Nuke in mind, where this was the anti-Christ of the performance for Vitality. But for the rest of it, it's been quite good.
It's been very good. 57% win rate on the T side, and that's very legit, and that's taking into account they had a rough run on the T side on Nuke. Again, adding Spinx, it adds more firepower, it adds more closure. We heard Sonic say it, we need a bit more firepower because communication-wise, we can't really do it. And I think the 4v5 conversion rate speaks into that. Now that you have Spinx on the server, you can afford having Apex going out there looking for an entry kill, dying, and then you still have enough firepower behind in order to fight your way back into the round. You have Spinx, you have Saiwu, you have Debris, you have Magic, you have some of the most tenured players in the entirety of Counter-Strike to do that for you. So it's a way more healthy Vitality we've seen so far.
Well, before we dive rather into this series, we do have an update from Debris.
So Debris, this new Vitality project has got off to a good start, at least, with Spinx coming in. But obviously, you're learning a lot from these moments. Is it a lot less stressful, though? Because you seem to be at least more smiley on cameras.
I mean, I think it's always easy to smile when everything is going according to the plan and like you're having a good time. I'm not saying that I didn't have like a good time in the old roster, but I mean, I think when the season started and we have like the roles more set in stone, everything is working out the way we want. It's obviously a lot easier to smile, and having also created like a decent result so far. So yeah, it's good smile so far, but there's still a lot of work ahead of us. So yeah.
And in terms of that, I keep hearing from you guys about these role changes, position changes. We can see it's benefiting now, but did it need Spinx to come in for that to happen, or why couldn't it be done earlier, for you to try and find a success before?
I think one of the main issues we have with the old roster was that Misuta and me, we wanted to play like the same kind of style. Like we both wanted to take map control on a lot of the maps, especially on the T side. And that just eventually made it so we had to cut it in 50-50 for each player. And, that meant that for the 50% of the time I was playing a role that I didn't feel comfortable in, and the same thing for him. And yeah, I think we just needed to look at the team and see like, what are we actually good as individuals? And then we needed to have someone that really could contribute with something else that we didn't have in the team already. And I hope that we have found that with Spinx. I mean, so far it's been going really well, so I'm hoping for a bright future.
And would you say now we've got maybe this start of a new Vitality style, which is a balance between what Apex wants, what Zonic wants, rather than just kind of what the old Vitality style was and Apex's way of leading?
Both yes and no. I mean, we still have some of the stuff that we had last year, but we're also looking to improve on especially the tactical part, but mostly maybe on the individual part this year. So I think it's a very big mix of the players putting in more effort and more time into the game and being more stable players and making the right decisions. And we are focusing on becoming like this great tactical team. It's a very big mix of things, and sometimes we might look at the game and be like, oh, we should have done this different as a team, as a team in terms of tactical mindset. Yep. But sometimes it's all about like, we're just not there as individuals. We make too many individual mistakes, and that costs rounds and everything. So I think it's very depending on the situation and what that kind of form we're in.
Okay, interesting. Now, today you're going up against NAVI again, who, at least in the past, has been a difficult team for you guys to deal with. But obviously, this looks like a Vitality that can actually challenge and can fight against this. Do you think they're going to be ready for it? Because you only have 5 maps shown on record, right? And also, it's just 1 game on each, so Blade can't do his normal research.
The one thing about NAVI is I think they will always be ready. I think they are this type of team that's been playing together for so long and have so many experienced players that, they will always be ready, like no matter what. I mean, even if they don't have anti-strat, they will just play their own game, and they're still hard to play. So they are a very strong team in so many ways. And, it's players that I have been playing against in my career for multiple years, so I know them far back from also my time in Astralis. And, so I'm really happy to see that Simple is back in the team. Obviously, if he had something to take care of, I'm happy that that's resolved for him, and having him back so we can play like the full iteration of NAVI. I think that's always the good thing. You want to play him in full force. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be really interesting, and I think we're going to be the clear underdog this one. I don't think there's anything to discuss in that one, but we're going to go in with hopefully no regrets, and we just want to go out and show that what we have worked on so far, and maybe it will be enough, maybe it will not. Time will tell.
Time will tell. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Debris, thank you very much.
Inferno, the first map on the cards, brought into the mix by Vitality. We do have a moment from Mahone to be breaking down before we dive into this one. What have we got?
Yeah, so Dupree mentioned that they're working a lot on their tactical aspects and working together, and I have an example that just shows that on Inferno. So right here we're going to see on the CT side, Dupree, Apex, and Spinx, they're all playing this bomb site together. And the main thing I want to kind of highlight here is even though they have 3 players here towards B, it's always important to kind of figure out how they're going to work together. These 2 players here are separated from Spinx over here towards B, and G2, they're basically going for an all-out B take. Now what we're going to see here is actually, it looks like it froze a little bit. What we're going to see here is the B take go through. There's going to be a smoke here for CT, the Molotovs towards triple, and I want to highlight how they kind of interact with each other. So you see here that Spinx, he smokes the Molotov at triple, and Dupree, he and Apex are going to go for a late boost at CT. And by going for a late boost, what that does is it kind of makes the CTs, or rather the Ts, as they're scaling towards the site, they're not going to spot the boost right away. That's why you want to do a late boost. So by Hunter scaling and peeking and not seeing anything, he thinks it's clear. First contact will go to Spinx here, but then look at what happens next. Dupree, because he goes for the late boost, he gets the next contact, pulling the attention back towards him, and then you'll see that Apex, who was the person boosting, he's going to throw a flash up high to pull the contact back to Spinx. So the flash goes right here, and now Spinx, he re-peeks towards the right side, kind of having this ping-pong effect where one person peeks from one side, other person peeks from the other, and they have the flashes to coordinate it. So just really good teamwork that's coming out of Vitality, and that's something that, you know, they've definitely been working on.
Excellent work from Danny once again to preface us heading into the first map of this best of 3 series. Gentlemen, final thoughts before we dive into it?
Look, the strategies might have been improved for Vitality, but when you go up against Navi, it's a test of skill. It's a test of roster. We need to see quality coming over from the Danes of Magisk and Dupree. We know Zywoo's quality. We know Spinx will deliver. If you can add the Danes on top of it, then you have an embarras de richesse.
It's the first real test for Vitality, I feel. If they can win this game or make it very, very competitive, perhaps we can start the conversation about Vitality being a team that can contend for the major, being a team that can contend with FaZe, with Navi in the future as well. Can they get a win right here? That could be a statement for the future.
Well, Vitality definitely hoping to sting Navi where it hurts. And maybe their best chance coming up on their map pick, it's going to be first on Inferno. We're going to see who is catapulting themselves to the Royal Arena as our first map is going down in just a few.
Well, we've got another set of tickets to the Royal Arena on the line this evening. It's the last best of 3 of this day. And unfortunately for one of these two teams, the journey keeps going. But Vitality, who looked good, not only with ZywOo, not only with Spinks, but with dupreeh and Magisk also putting up some numbers yesterday. I think they've got maybe a good chance at taking Navi down a peg. But, you know, if you are Vitality and you've created this roster and you went for the hard upgrade that is Spinks, I truly believe at this point, there's kind of 2 teams you look up to, 2 teams that you want to target. That's got to be FaZe and that's got to be Navi. So tonight, they'll prove to us whether this change, this one piece, this one fresh face in Spinks is enough to drop the likes of Navi.
That's a good way to put it. I think at the end of the day, everyone's just trying to be able to win tournaments, and Navi and FaZe, they stand in the way. So if Vitality can't challenge Navi right now, then they got big problems. So we'll see if they can pull it off. Pimp just walked into the cast room and flipped us off. All right, good way to start the day.
Nice to be at work. Yep, okay. Yep. Ooh, Spinks getting to work early. They're going to find that push. Simple Perfecto wanted to get a little weird with the mid push. Instead, it's a 4 versus 3. At least SDY is able to bring one back from middle. But we do have Bit alone on Banana. He's got 2 guns, as all the cool kids seem to nowadays. ZywOo putting those things to work yesterday, and look, he's grabbed a pair off the dead body. Actually, no, excuse me, these are his own. He brought him to the gunfight. Magisk catching SDY. That's an open A site now. Once upon a time, it was Bit alone at B, but Electronic made that rotate, and Vitality are just going to slice through this A site like butter.
Yeah, no problem. The dualies are just, yeah. I mean, people are wondering. They just, so much ammo, really high fire rate, and tear through armor. So if anybody does armor buys, they're just really strong. There's the only thing that stops, I think, teams from buying more is just like when you need utility or like 1 or 2 people on armor. But outside of that, it's hard to argue against getting as many dualies as possible, to be honest. So this is kind of cool. Well, we got Simple back on the server. We have Navi here at full strength, and we have Vitality, who have looked good. And Spinks is just not a problem. Spinks is he's fragging as well as ZywOo. He's first or second at the top of every scoreboard so far. He's even been able to adapt to maps that he hasn't been used to, like Inferno, for example, where he didn't even really play that map on ends outside of a handful of times. And he's been playing the B site like a veteran. So love to see this. I think Navi will be a real big test for Vitality on Inferno. And it'll be nice to see like how they stack up against each other. We'll also start with kind of the Spinks T side to kick things off. So it all starts with a pistol here. Force up comes in, and Simple on the scope instantly.
Let's see it. Electronic MP9. Armor pistols just sprinkled into the mix. Solo Bit again. So we've got that presence top middle, just like last round. Little boost. Now, nice scout shot from Simple, but the SMG of Electronic can't follow forward, so it is man advantage Team Vitality. Barely. ZywOo, very low, very important. Damn, and Apex gets the upgrade.
Let's go. We have seen Simple come into events on very low hours and do just fine. He's so good. I don't know if there's any, I don't think there's anyone else that can do that, you know.
Must be nice.
Yeah, there's like maybe ZywOo, you know what I mean? I don't know if there's anybody else that can really do that, but came into Lisbon, super low hours, won the whole damn thing. Still the best player of the year by a really high margin, even if things have tapered off slightly. And outside of the missing the week, no, there's really nothing to be worried about when it comes to Simple, to be honest.
It's a really fair point you bring up. You know, we are looking at the Lisbon Grand Finals rematch, however, with what's supposed to be the new and improved Vitality. And that was, of course, one of the best showings we got out of Vitality throughout the course of that last roster. Their first and only big stage playoff showing.
Navi, a team with a lot of stability versus the team that I think objectively won the offseason. I don't think the competition was that fierce for this offseason, but obviously they integrated Spinks so well. I would just see. I mean, my prediction is they make playoffs at every event for the rest of the year. Maybe that's not a super brave thing to say. I think that they are, you know, potentially in contention to actually win tournaments, but that does mean being able to beat teams like Navi or FaZe in finals, which is something we haven't seen yet. You know, that would be a huge improvement. So we'll see if that's the case. Again, like in 2021, it was Vitality the only team outside of NAVI to win a tournament, period. And it was only a tournament where NAVI weren't attending. So now there's FaZe.
Someone's got to win.
Yeah, someone's got to win. And now there's FaZe in the mix, who are neck and neck with NAVI.
We talk about the winner of the offseason. Fair to say that, you know, it was a team we saw right before the break as well, but this Dexter moved to OG, man.
Yeah, that's true.
That's another one that was kind of under the radar. We had a content piece with some of the players before this event started, just talking about, you know, the offseason and the moving pieces and whatnot, and Dexter's name came up more than once. Just kind of as like one of those underrated moves, you know. It's not one of the headliner teams necessarily, OG. You know, fans far and few between. I can't think of any.
All right. I'll just pretend I don't exist.
But now, obviously, Vitality looking to plug and play just like they did. Scout on Simple, MP9 for Perfecto. Very similar situation to the last round, which, again, was just Electronic dying top mid early. Simple coming at it from a different angle. So trying to keep those positions nice and fresh. The nade finds both him and Bit.
Could have been worse. Goes a little far, I think. So they get tagged up a touch. And Apex looks for some space. Jocks for a position after seeing that boost come down. We know NAVI like to stack. They have stacked up quite heavily here, but keeping tabs on Arch. There's so much time left in the round still. Unclear where Vitality will end. Though, as I say that, they set up for some smokes. And are met by some as well.
Boost on Arch side, but Spink starting to reel backwards here as the Molotovs will indicate the commit. Magisk with the foot flash. Bit, nice Beretta kill. Kicks it off. But how about Perfecto behind those boxes? Seems to have gone unnoticed for now. Ooh, and that's it. Primed perfectly. Perfecto comes out. Almost a third kill with that one. Spink's going to have to clutch this. They get swarmed. Because of those rotates through the CT spawn, doing damage through that smoke, they kind of, for that moment, forgot about the possibility of Perfecto.
Yeah, they got a little distracted, and the smokes were coming up, and they just had so many targets to deal with. So, well done on the positioning. Everything works out well. I think their entry was Magisk. I believe Dupree dropped the flash at his feet. It's either Dupree or Magisk who's up in front.
Magisk, yep.
And he ate Apex's flash. So a little bit of a mistiming as they tried to execute. And it's not a small thing to lose your first player, even if you have a nice rifle advantage. So that space gets taken away.
Great little bonus round pickup from NAVI. Straight into the big guns, one of them free. SDY swinging the AK. Simple still on the scout. It's not full powered Simple, but still a beast nonetheless. Apex, oof, close one. Already almost dead. Falls away from that banana fight. Worse for wear.
Shout out to Hedrick, did an excellent job in Simple's absence just a week ago. Maybe G2 can buy him too.
They say money solves all problems. Keep going, Carlos. Bit waiting.
Ooh, they're not so.
Oh, no check.
Ooh, it's a little messy
as well. That's welcoming.
That's a bad smoke too. Look at that.
Naded. Dunked on Perfecto. Good utility. Zywoo, not a comfortable push whatsoever. Again, that rotate comes through from the CTs. They stop it in the spawn.
They're looking for Spinks to potentially make a play, but he just doesn't have a way to get this, you know, pit anchor off his position. SDY still up on the balcony waiting. And so they'll peel back off of this. So a messy exec, another messy exec actually from Vitality, and it really cost them the round. They left CT open, I think, purposefully, but after losing their first player, the second one maybe to check upper, and they didn't get that first kill, then there was just a crossfire that just was pre-existing that was basically untouched, and that was the issue. I think they maybe would have died from quad here even.
Nade that finds Apex really solidifies it. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly how that's going to feel.
That's how I look when I'm going to space.
Tough spot early, Vitality. 3 AKs up. Not nearly facing for Banana as early as they were last round, but Bit still hunting his shots and Simple tucked in. He's going to be first contact. He looks away. Worst possible moment to turn his attention. Double kill from Dupree. Let's see if SDY can hold this on his own. He gets one, retreats into the big pit. Spinks up above him. Bit trying to move over with Perfecto. Perfecto goes down, and so will SDY. That's that first bullet accuracy that we saw right out of the gate yesterday from ZywOo. Just dismantling G2 on Vertigo with that cleanliness that he here employs. So 4 up for Vitality. They've all got to look at Dupree and send him a thank you.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Simple looked behind him there. Maybe he was trying to dodge a flash really quickly, but the timing did not work out, and his teammate in the back didn't get the kill either. SDY got real overstressed in the big pit, and they did a good job of just not attacking him as they got to the end of halls, and they got up on the hay cart. All they had to do was show him that they were there, and then let the Arch guys go ahead and complete the wrap, and that ended up working out well. So we had a couple of messy rounds from Vitality, but that one's a little bit cleaner. And they also were very aggressive about the way that they pushed up towards mid, so early timing for them. They get that bomb down, they keep 4 alive, and I think there still should be enough money here for Navi to answer back, but still, this is good for the confidence.
Ooh, and he gets away from that second fight, re-engages nicely.
Wow.
Pop. Electronic gets popped. Oh yeah, a little roll of the eyes, doesn't feel good for Simple. It's Vitality. Making sure their success doesn't run up dry early on. But here we go, Simple on the op. Now the game begins. ZywOo chipped away at, stuck between the fire. Easy pickup there for Bit. Utility did not make ZywOo's job easy whatsoever.
Yeah, that was kind of a perfect read with the Molotovs. They made him run through a lot to find a fight. Bit had a huge advantage. And at least Vitality come away with top banana control, but look at the re-aggression coming in. Bit with the flash. Ooh, Magic with the flash dodge, though.
Very nice.
That's perfect. And Apex, actually, it might have been his that he was turning from.
Vitality dancing around Banana. Gonna try this B hit yet again. The bullets whizzing by Perfecto. Electronic. Ooh, he got a little pocket on that new box.
That one's finicky. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
They won't know that he's alive as well. And I think they've looked this direction, so I don't know if they clear him.
Tag up Simple as he sits in the back of the CT spawn. There it is. Element of surprise again. It's a player in a back pocket of the B site with a 2K, just like the time Perfecto goes unchecked. Magis doing it all here. 3 kills in. And it was both Magisk and Dupree that our resident analyst Maniac brought up prior to this game going live.
Yeah, let's drop a scaling flash here, so we'll see if anybody peeks Simple, but for now, he's going to be able to allow SDY to get out.
Oh, looked like that was going to be the moment. A re-peek in from Dupree. Both CTs now incredibly low, nowhere to go. Dupree is going to offer up a double. That's a Danish full house.
Yeah, they make that happen. So, I mean, Electronic gets 2 from his position after he's offered up a little bit of space. And this is where it all begins. So that makes it the 4v4, and then they do a good job of killing everyone else. So even though Electronic does so much damage, it doesn't matter at this point. The post plant is really well played in an unfortunate situation, but they were also gifted the ability for Electronic to get away with that. That specific Molly lineup that they throw, it's a little finicky. Sometimes it doesn't spread properly, and I'm not sure if that's because a lineup is a pixel off, but it should be the late spread that always catches it behind quad.
Boiler peak. Sumdai Young goes down. Vitality looking to just flex the weapons advantage. We've got Simple and Electronic here. Good headshot into Apex. Still able to offer us a frag. Electronic's nades got Apex's name on it, but somehow that doesn't kill him. We need a close-up on that. Oof. He survived a deagle shot to the forehead and a grenade on his feet.
Time to buy a lottery ticket.
He's got that titanium armor tonight. Bit stuck into the corner, could catch Magisk if he's not looking the right way at the right moment. Bomb will soon to be picked back up, and all is good. This is actually a huge one for Vitality, considering how low Apex is, Dupree as well. Hell, even Zywoo's on half health. These kills could have been pretty important.
Yeah, must feel debilitating to know. Like, you could pick up kills here, but they're going to be hard to find in SP250. Well, that helps out. And there's still a total of 3 players who are super low. Oh, Bit almost finds his way in, but no dice. So a very clean round overall. Again, 3 up.
Legends of Counter-Strike here, head-to-head. Trying to rally the troops.
I feel like there were people in history that they made statues of that looked a lot like Blade.
Yeah, okay, fair, sure. I'm surprised that Denmark hasn't put up a statue of Zonic yet.
Yeah, that's, you know, at least out of macaroni or something. You know, at least something.
Yeah. School projects.
Yeah.
Yeah, now that you've said that, it would make a good statue.
It would make a good statue, right? It's the chin placement.
Ah, it's
so
important.
Just the angle, it's like 20 degrees higher than most.
Very chiseled.
Yeah. Very commanding chin from Blade.
3-round lead from Vitality and a buyback in from NAVI. When's the last time you saw Simple with 0 kills 8 rounds into a game?
I was too. I don't have memories from that age.
Oh, okay.
It was too long ago.
Yes, this is before
my brain plasticity wasn't there yet.
Before the dawn of man.
Yeah.
Let's see what he can offer us here in round number 8. Good little vie for control here. Ooh, 2 players in apartments with 3 on short side for the Na'Vi setup. This could be Spinks' chance. Haven't quite seen, you know, a big glowing moment from him. But the timing could work out wonderfully. He's going to creep it out. Insta-kill versus SDY, gets caught, and there's the trade from Dupree. So Vitality coming out on top of this. However, Apex, unsuspecting of a third, and a fast rotate from Perfecto could cause problems. He does a ton of damage. In fact, Magisk and Dupree barely alive in this 2v2. But the bomb's been dropped down by the hay cart as Magisk falls into the pit.
Whoa.
And Dupree hasn't really found a way to enter.
This is interesting. Yeah, Dupree going back to mid, and Electronic's been real patient here. But I don't know if he's going to get any brownie points for it if Dupree takes just long enough. And look at him, he's actually going all the way through underpass. So Magisk is going to draw some attention, and it could come down to the overextension from Electronic. It's going to be very hard to read that he's this far back, but he's starting to come up now. Oh, and Bit goes down. Electronic trades him out, and now 1v1, Magisk low.
But the bomb, he needs it. Ooh, and Electronic, a little shoulder dance. 15 health there makes the difference between Electronic and Magisk. Means in that fight specifically, Magisk cranks out more damage, but Electronic had more health to start with.
Yeah.
So he hangs on by a thread.
And he doesn't, you know, he shoots like he has more HP. He takes his time with it, makes sure to get that one bullet in right here. As you can see on this last shoulder.
Oof.
And it's well done. That's the composure you expect from the new captain of Na'Vi.
But look at this situation.
Oh, this is
Triple MP9.
Yeah, this is a terrible situation.
Oh, that's including, of course, the one save. AK held on to the last, but Bit, he can circumvent the weapon disadvantage just by trying to get up close. Magisk still, however, barrel stuffs him and then falls back with the 5v4. So Vitality, this is a huge chance. You win this one, economy's crushed. 6 rounds on this T side already. Big moment.
Yeah, you're in the money, for sure. It doesn't clear it with conviction. Jumps up on the logs, looks to the right, but not all the way deep enough. That's just the smallest mistake that they need. That would have been Bit upgrading to a better gun, having the 5v4 and bottom B control. World of difference. And now Vitality can start to influence the rotates with all this map control.
Little info at least gathered. Nobody inside the apps at that moment, but Spinks is never too far. It's been a treat to watch Dupree and Spinks work through apps as of late. Think about Apex, right? We talk about the CT side of Vitality. Him over on that B site. Apex gets the upgrade. Been playing with Masuda over there for a little too long. Firepower looking to just encroach on A.
There's still a lot of guns here.
That's the properly stacked site. Simple within the bomb site itself. Finds Dupree. So far, so good. It's near flawless. Speaks with a double kill, goes down. Magisk pinched. He's got a problem with the player in pit, but he still hangs on. Again, down to the wire.
That was a fun round. Well, that's a tough one. Vitality, they try to go for something. Navi just meet and greet there over on the A side. They're like, yeah, we're overstaffed. We think you're going to come here. So simple. They all do a good job of drawing attention away from each other. Of course, you can see this crossfire. It's kind of like a triangle.
It's carnage.
Yeah.
8 players all fighting tooth and nail.
Spinks does very well to get the 2 kills that he does. But that's just about it. So with a 3 MP9 round, they're back in the game. And now they only have 2 MP9s.
Still hanging on. Tight one. Everybody's money on the line this time, so Vitality going to get a taste of what Navi had to deal with, and Electronic opens up 5v4. Apex.
They've been getting a lot out of this. Fast push up mid to kill the Arch players, but they obviously risk powering up the Arch player, and that's Electronic on 11 kills already this early.
Ooh, Magisk burned.
What was that? That was like an HE as well, I think, that combined with the molly. Died almost instantaneously.
Just combusts over by the logs. A really big ask of what's left of Vitality. A little flash here for Electronic. Shh, don't shoot. Quiet. What? Comes out, lines him up. Ooh, there it is. That's hilarious. Sees him and just goes right back.
Yeah.
Almost got busted.
Is that just like ultimate discipline? I don't even know. He just started drooling. He saw him.
Ooh, Spinks though. Nice Khalil shot. Grabs the bomb, but he's thinking there's still somebody in that corner. Gets stuck on a swivel and goes down easy. So Navi, after surviving the triple MP9 round, the double MP9 round, this time they should just be able to feast on the lesser weapon Vitality.
Spinks not on a terribly low sensitivity, 1.1 at 900 DPI.
That looked like one of those moments where you hit the side of your keyboard.
Yeah.
Just run out.
Call that the flusha.
Deagle's in for Vitality, as we alluded to, the limitations. CT side finding a bit of a comfort zone.
Dupree in the interview with James was great. He kind of talked about how, like, you know, Navi, it's just like they have interchangeable pieces because their system is just so foundationally strong. They have players that all know how everything works on top of very high performing, high output players, and they can all carry. So, you know, even when Hedrick was on the team, you know, he fit in really well, and then they just had so much carry outside of just Hedrick and the Opper, I should say, you know, whoever the Opper is going to be, that you couldn't even tell there was a substitution in some situations. But right now, it is really Electronic doing most of the heavy lifting. And finally, Navi have 0 MP9s.
Saw the movement. Posts up, looking for feet.
Yeah. This one way is really huge. It's not really possible for Magisk to see Perfecto, so the smoke is great for that reason as well. And they know the Ts are here, but the CTs are not pushing.
Just putting down more and more utility here. Burning down the clock into that red zone. 20 seconds.
Yeah, they're both out, so simple now rotate over.
Time to go. It's going to take a zinger of a Deeg shot from someone, and he's got the lineup. 2 easy frags for Perfecto. Gives himself a third. Simple rotates in, and the last one goes down nice and smooth.
Yeah, that's clean. I mean, they got that little info off the crack spot, and that's why you see people shouldering from Banana. It's just guaranteed info. It's really hard to kill someone in that spot. If you have an op, you know, you can get punished, but it's still worth it most rounds to try that. And then this crossfire. It's a classic crossfire in Counter-Strike from CT and Quad. And there's just no way to step past that line. They also don't bring a lot of utility to the fight in terms of smokes to exec, so they just try to do it with the pistols and go for the contact explode.
Finding themselves back in with the buy. And Magisk. How bad do you want to fight for this? Oh my god, he's down to 8 HP already. He's just been bombarded by utility. And there it is.
Yeah, the final bell nade right there.
Mortar strike on Magisk.
Yeah, they trade back inside a middle. Oh, that's a cool find.
Magisk taking the brunt of the utility damage these last few rounds. We saw Apex get absolutely hit by it throughout this event so far. Magisk taking one for him. But they still get banana control, so it's what they wanted. They fought for it. They'll find it.
Like one of the benefits of playing versus Navi CT side is they don't really play a lot of aggressive positions, especially around mid. Of course, Simple dies peeking down this time around, but most of the time they're very comfortable in passive setups, sitting and waiting. But they're down to 1 smoke on B. So that means Bit can't play a position like quad. He can't smoke himself, but this emo pillar is one of the best for multi-fragging anyways.
Feels like one of those spots you have to have good aim for, though. Luckily, it's in his repertoire.
No, but you're right. There's certain spots where some aimers, you put them there because they're going to multi-frag. Some people, you want them in one-and-dones. Of course, Bit is the former.
Ooh. Molly still finds him.
Ooh, yeah, that's a good spread.
Apex gets the insta-dink. Perfecto from the pocket yet again. This side of the bomb site's been problematic for Vitality, but with 4 seconds to spare, they'll get their plant and despair for Navi because no rotate ever got near.
That might have been a good read from Vitality. I mean, they don't even bother Molly and quad in this spot, and it's targeting Bit where he's standing. And I think he actually does have a place to sit properly. They might have just thrown a really optimized Molotov, just doesn't land right in the back of quad or back of emo, and instead
I'd love to
spreads
see
out
it.
far. Yeah. I guess he's unable to peek the left side. So if he's stuck on that one angle, maybe his body's sticking out the whole time. Just the simple fact that it makes him nervous about the spread can be enough to get a player killed sometimes. So a good exec here from Vitality is they just wait it out. You know, they can't deny the fact that Navi used a ton of utility really early on, even after killing Magisk, to try to retake top banana control. And yeah, Simple's not exactly in the game just yet.
Apex, nice.
That's clean.
Look at this one too as well, right? First bullet. 2 first bullet kills for Apex. That's what you're looking for.
Hell yeah.
You know, flashback to the old days where all he was an entry.
Yeah.
Still got it.
Still got it.
Still got it. Isn't that funny? Wow, that's actually 2 players that I think that are transitioning so well. Like we look, you know, sometimes you forget what Apex used to be, which was just kind of like the jackknife to open bomb sites. Now he's taken on the role. It was one of those guys who you thought, like, really, can he do this? And now he's touted as a great IGL. And we look across the server, we've got Electronic also filling shoes that we thought wouldn't fit him. So great trajectories.
Yeah, it's true. I think Apex is the last person that, I mean, and there was a point where he like took a short break. I think he said he'd be back in a couple months, came back in like 2 weeks.
Yeah,
but
I remember that.
Yeah, but it worked. Simple on the noob tube.
Went it out. Shotty's out. What's he gonna do with it? Sit inside of the apartment, looking for Sphinx, perhaps.
Smarter Vitality, sit back and wait. They have been suffering a lot of losses on early banana attempts. Usually Magisk getting pelleted.
Not a great duel here for Perfecto. He's just kind of surveying with that MP9. This is what they wanted. For the T's to run into the M4 instead. Perfecto loses his teammate, but at least it's a decent hold. We've got man advantage. We've got a rotate coming over. And now that they're nice and close and personal, Perfecto stuffs Magisk as he comes around that corner.
Wow.
Double man advantage. So the banana fight definitely not going the way Vitality would have hoped. However, there's still something to keep our eyes on. We've got that Sphinx versus Simple fight on balcony, primed and ready to go. And if ZywOo can just walk away, you know, it's a doable 2 versus 4. We've got utility still for Vitality to work with. Utility starts to go over top. It's just about getting past the XM1014. And with a headshot like that from Sphinx, they've got the open door. Now, Bit could chase fast enough to deny ZywOo if he doesn't plant tucked in the site, or if he just takes too long. The SMG's good. Spinks into the clutch. A 1 versus 3 with no time for it, and he just gets hit. Felt like ZywOo had to run in and plant right then and there, but they were worried about, I guess, the close corner being occupied.
Yeah, there's anything they didn't really have info on outside of Spinks getting that kill right off the bat. So that's the opening engagement one right here, and then the MP9 of Perfecto, right? That's the heroic play of the round. He does this falling back after his teammate, I think, gets 1 kill or fails to get the second. And Navi somehow have a lead in this game. It feels like it's much closer than that, or it feels like Vitality are maybe a bit ahead based on some of the rounds they've won. But Navi, I think on 2 or 3 rounds where they've had a couple of MP9s, have been able to win.
That really did feel like the test of the half, right? Triple MP9 into double MP9.
They're giving Navi a chance to get to 9 here, but they are intending to buy next round.
Simple with an op. Feels like we've had Simple on a sniper far and few between.
Yeah, even CT Inferno, it's not entirely, it's kind of up to preference stylistically if you want to use it. This map is so much more about utility than it is about rifles or ops, honestly.
I suppose we bring up those MP9 rounds. No surprise that maybe money's been thin. But Magisk gets sniped down. Bit. Easy first one versus Apex. Tucks in as Spinks tries to get any kind of a trade frag going for Vitality. For the 2 AKs they bought up, they get nothing out of this one. No entry, no bomb plant, not even a damn chance. So as this one fizzles out and Navi taking 8th, that 9-6 half could very well be likely.
Yeah, it's on the horizon. Apex will certainly have to make concessions next round no matter what he wants to buy. And this goes well. So we get Simple at the top of B, grabbing his frag, and everybody else coming in hot. Now, Electronic 16 and 5, most kills, least deaths. It's kind of crazy considering the scoreline is just 7-6 at this moment. And it's a lot to do with the fact that they didn't really go for retakes in situations where they lost B control, and that's very classic Navi to like either stack early and just not attempt it. If they have to, they try to go for it, but most of the time they try to stop those plans if possible.
Easy pickup there from Simple. Every fight going swimmingly here for Navi.
Yeah, it's just been a dream for Electronic.
And, you know, we look back to yesterday, we had 2 phenomenal maps out of Vitality, Stomp G2 in the opening and the deciding, but then it was that 28 kill performance from Nico on Nuke that just sucked the life rate out of Vitality. We're kind of getting something on that line from Electronic here within Inferno. Enough rounds so far, so we'll see if Electronic can keep it up. We'll see if Vitality can break through. For now, it's going to be Magisk dead again on his plight to fight for Banana. Simple walking this off up close. First shot's great, and the second's just as nice. We said slower start from Simple, but you put that op in his hands, and he's going to deliver a few kills over the course of these last 2 rounds.
Yeah, we almost ended a half without a Simple highlight. I knew something was wrong.
Yeah, there we go. Everything's back to normal. It's going to be a tough attempt to close out the half. 9 for Navi on this defense. Opponent's map pick, all's good. Just needed Electronic to go carry mode until everybody else woke up a bit.
Another thing Navi have done pretty well, I think, overall, is just like killing Magisk, getting a lot of utility damage early on Banana, but just the amount of mix-ups that they've had with the different pieces of utility that they used, I think, have won them a lot of rounds here on B.
Final attempt from Vitality to close out the half. ZywOo goes flying forward into Bit. Little bomb plant on the coffins. Perfecto doesn't pull the trigger. They know he's close. Ooh, 2v5. Fun stuff.
And Simple is very slow at the bottom of Banana, so this spot right on default is actually kind of strong.
Oh, good chance for the lineup there. You've put ZywOo in a 1v3. Apex got pegged by that decoy, and ZywOo's not able to best Some Die Young with that 9-6 on the half. A 17-6 half out of Electronic puts him at the top of the scoreboard, leading the server tonight.
first one's tough.
Yes, it is. Rain's entry fragger. But he's been playing for longer.
Yeah, this I think Rain played much more games than Magus, so I guess Rain.
You want more clutches?
I think so.
Yeah.
But Magus is good clutcher, I think.
So we remember at least already two clutches of Rain. Okay, do you remember a clutch of Magisk?
I believe in Magisk here.
So
Rain lower than Magus. Higher. Rain higher.
Floppy, Rain.
This guy played way more years.
I mean,
can you imagine it? If Floppy was higher? Surely not.
Floppy clutches a lot, but Rain's obviously played for longer.
Yeah, it's Rain.
Floppy lower.
Yeah, this one.
He's very good clutcher. I think.
You think so?
I think so. This is a tougher one again.
Yeah.
It's probably higher, right? He's playing for a long time.
Yeah.
I'd assume Ezetak has played more maps than Floppy.
Yeah. I mean, he's still been farming NA. So
go higher. Yeah, higher.
Ezetak lower.
I mean, Electronic was always super strong in clutches.
Yeah. Electronic?
Yeah, I think we can agree on this one.
Yeah, I think we can safely agree on this one. And he's good clutcher.
Yeah, he's very good, but yeah, I think Electronic should be higher, no? Yeah, let's go Electronic.
Yeah,
higher.
I think higher.
Yeah,
I think higher as well. That's fast. I like it.
Oh. Over. Okay, rock, paper, scissors.
But Sesson play more like loot-baked cup and stuff like this, so it might
Yeah, it's true. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Just because of Electronics' experience and how much he's played, I would say Sesson lower. Sesson is lower. Higher. Nice. I think lower.
The Astralis lower?
Yeah. I have to take this one.
Yeah.
He have higher than Electronics and he have higher than Stan for sure.
Stan lower.
I think lower as well.
Higher.
Yeah, higher.
I think NAF is higher. I'm just saying it instantly. I'm pretty sure it's Keith.
Yeah.
In my opinion, probably NAF.
Yeah, I'd go NAF higher.
Keith has gotta be higher.
Higher. Here's Nico.
That's hard. I think Nico also gets some clutches sometimes.
Yeah, I think NAF as well, again. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I follow you winning.
I don't remember that much Nico clutches.
Because of his flashiness and how many clutches he's ever had in his career. Nico higher. Lower.
This one is tough, I think.
Oh, no.
Lower. I've seen how Config plays, and a lot of the times he kills 2 and dies.
Yeah.
While Nico is always like more steady and slow.
Oh, I still say probably
Nico.
I think Nico is higher. So
lower.
Both times we've had Nico and Config, I've said Nico.
No smoke. Hey, slow boys on the smokes here. I'm dodging. I have CT.
I'm blind.
I'm
blind.
maybe.
Wins.
Let's go, boys. We need to go.
Smoke CT.
Smoke. Dead. Triple. Dead.
One more low, boys. One more low.
Yeah,
I'm smoking seats again.
Yeah,
Can you watch boost, Emil?
Reload. Take your time.
I'm watching boost right now, Emil.
Hold it. I'm just gonna plant.
Yeah, just
hopefully he doesn't go coils.
On coils?
Build coils.
He has to be left side coils.
Both low.
Both low.
He did it.
Nice! Boys.
Nice, Emil. Good job.
Thank you guys.
Damn, man. Sonic just as loud as the players, even though he's not a part of the mic'd up moment. That's intensity, and obviously, we've still got that 3-round lead for NAVI. So a comfortable spot for them to kick off their T side. Ultimately, it's the Electronic show. 17 kills on the defense, swaps over to the attack. We got utility here between Magisk and Apex, and a 3-man lean on A.
Yeah, that obviously has a huge impact on what the round score is right now. Look how fast we're moving. Oh my god. And Zaiwu has been extremely consistent with the dualies on these pistol rounds. That is no exception.
Just first bullet, insta-kill.
I think they were just using the poor guy to fake too. There's no attack that comes out behind it exactly.
Spinks on Arch side, about to have 3 players peeking him. He is currently the top fragger of Vitality. Ooh, now he sees a few players confirmed.
They're getting up pretty fast though. Soon Halls will be compromised, so they need to push into this. And Zaiwu goes down, and now Spinks loosens up, so passive setup.
Opens up a perfect split. We still got the graveyard here. Element of surprise. Dupree tucks back in. Very tough to get him out. point blank. Oh, headshot into Electronic. Nice shooting from Dupree, but we've got simple 1v3. And Apex rallies. Headshot from him gives Vitality the pistol.
Massive second kill there from Dupree. I mean, that was not easy at all. And that position got really overstressed. I thought really that Spinks would try to challenge a little bit more as they came in. They had the appropriate reaction, pushing into Holster to try to get control, but then Zywoo dies. And then it comes down to this one, Dane, and he does deliver. So that's ultimately what it's all about. Graveyard, particularly strong, especially with USPs versus pistols that cannot wallbang you. So now we are on the path to getting an even game. I don't want to sleep on the Deagles, but...
They're not even armored launders.
That's true. Someone say you don't need armor for Deagles.
That sounds like the kind of person who buys Deagles in the pistol round, though.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
Two players layered. On porch side, Magisk thinking about taking a little gander down mid, but he actually catches nothing. And that's going to pull one off. The MP9 getting further back. Dupree as well. Oh, could be like false sense. Those players were right there. Oh, Apex dunks one on Bit. So, Utility coming in strong. Magisk, a one and done, but Dupree with the mow down. Easy with the A1S.
Really great timing. Perfect re-aggression. Crawling up into those angles and laying down the ADR. We'll skip that one. Just a quick kill. Vitality, I mean, they're going to feel great. We've seen some great CT sides on Inferno from Vitality. Lots of fluid transitions between setups. I think inspired B performances. I think Spinks again steals a show as a player who barely has any Inferno experience. He does a great job of tethering with his team here. I'd love to see him get tested by NAVI in this position.
Ooh, nade finds Spinks.
And honestly, I think everybody gets a pass on T-side right now. Like, there's only like 3 players in the whole world that even have like a positive T-side rating because of how hard it is these days. And Spinks, I don't know if he's there, but he's close. And I think it's very impressive that, again, on a brand new team, he can push the envelope on the attacking side, because that's just everyone is struggling there now.
I think it's especially fair considering, like, Spinks, all we knew him for was this ENTS run, right? It's not one of these players that's been plopped around and succeeded in multiple iterations.
Yeah, he just bounced around for a bit, started to get a little bit better, all of a sudden took off, never looked back. And yeah, he's getting into prodigious territory with his last 6 months.
It's pretty tucked in. Got Magisk just behind Apex here. So MP9, oh, had a chance, but nice shot from Electronic and an even better double third.
Damn.
3 kills from Dupree on the short side. Again, it's a multi-kill in this position. However, this time it's versus full-fledged guns.
Yeah, that's nice from Dupree, man.
Killer instinct.
All the way to the last bullet.
And then he just pulled out that deagle like he was ready for a fourth.
Yeah, you could see the clip in his mind's eye. And with 15 seconds, I mean, the attack it has been put out. There's no way to get back into this. They're going to turn tail and run and go and save and try again next round. But this one's all about Dupree on that mid-hold. Even after Apex dies, perfect trade.
Counter-terrorists win. So we are all tied up. Oh, look at that little snap from Electronic. Little pre-fire on that boiler one, too.
Just reading the trade.
Yep.
You know, especially risky considering the ammo capacity there for the A1S.
Also, the fact that the trade peak could have actually come from middle, where the third player does. You know, so he takes that little bit of a gamble, and does it ever pay off? And it feels like, you know, back when we didn't have Spinks on this team, Zywoo was Mr. Consistent. Once he got over that, you know, little bit of English barrier. And Dupree was kind of like the right-hand man, but then even Dupree kind of started to fade ever so slightly. Ever since Spinks has been back, feels like Dupree is right back at it.
Yeah, he's feeling the honeymoon. This new lineup. And I mean, even, yeah, ZywOo was even down a little bit towards the end before their last move, just because, you know, probably they just didn't feel like they could win. And he's really stepped up as the second best player.
Oof, Apex.
Overall, nice spray from Apex.
Dangerous, dangerous game, but gets away with the opening kill. And still 60 health. Just trying to flex that weapon advantage. Galil exchanges hands from Bit's dead body to Electronic's lively good grasp. SDY doesn't want to take that invitation. Could have been a very nice shot there from Perfecto. Spinks drops his utility. He's now got an empty belt, so hands on the FAMAS, eyes wide open, ready for the push.
Perfecto wants to be careful. The only player right now that has any utility to work with. They're actually leaving him in this outpost at the top of Banana, but I don't know if they're coming back to it. If he is, that makes sense. Got to pay close attention to the utility that he uses right now. But it's certainly not the optimal place to throw it from. Oh, the nade misses.
Yeah, bad bounce. Just caught the corner of the wall. Looked like it could have been huge. We'll see if the pistols can get themselves in. Oh, Electronic with the Galil and SDY pushing forward to CT. ZywOo just diving back around the corner, but that primes Samda Young to come through with the double.
Ooh, that's a little tragic for Vitality. They had everything in place, 3 players alive, all the regular spots. They weren't even going up against that much utility on top of bad guns. They had done some damage as well. And SDY runs through the CT smoke, gets his Tech 9 kill, turns it into construction with a better gun, and takes out the next trade. And that's just where you have to call this one. So ZywOo going down is the final piece of the puzzle. And NAVI take 10 first.
A huge one. Huge round to pick up. Making sure Vitality don't grab a lead. Freebies in terms of weapons saved from this as well. 3 players up for Navi. Samda Young, take a bow. Flustering ZywOo from the other side of construction.
They really kept that simple. Now ZywOo will be picking up the op here, which he also doesn't do very often, even CT side of Inferno. He likes to rifle. This map gives him an excuse to use the rifle more, which he kind of always expressed that he wants to do.
He's ahead of the grenades. Got to be cautious here, Vitality. They will get back, throwing a player up on oranges. Another Molotov as well to just keep Simple at bay. Little part of me can't help but wonder, had that nade landed in the last round.
Yeah, it could have been a really good bounce. I think the timing was right.
Mind you, with how clean Navi kept those kills. Galil straight to the face of Spinks. Barely even got a chance to shoot back.
Wow, look how much they've locked him out of peeking into mid on both sides. So the arc smoke is going to come up, but ZywOo was the first one to have info, and he's sitting back on the site waiting for the exec to come through. So there will be no support flashes for the moment for the B players in the site. They're going to play within smokes as well. They want this fight.
Rotates far.
Yeah, still no rotations. Still no rotations, still no info at all here for Vitality.
Trying to hold this B site blind. Statuesque is that A setup.
Can't help but feel like this one comes a lot down to Spinks.
70 health for him, up and above. Dodges the flash, gets nothing. Apex, deep corner, also empty-handed. So that is just Navi, easy 11.
Uh-oh. Yeah, that's not a great round to look back on if you're Vitality. They froze up a little bit. I think it was Daps in the interview with Liquid who talked about how when action would happen, they weren't doing a good job of reacting to it. They were just kind of seize up a little bit, weren't as aggressive as they needed to be or felt like they needed to be. And Vitality, throughout the last year, we've seen the system be good and bad, you know. And usually when you say system, that means consistency in the way you play. But I think for them, they're an exception where if the calling's a little foggy, the ideas aren't there that day, they do play vanilla CS. On a day they're playing well, they're going through fluid motions. They're never playing without info. Again, I think I talked about it the last time. You see so many flash assists in the kill feed, and this is a round where you don't see that at all. They sit back, they wait, they split the difference. No banana control. Navi even took a good amount of time doing nothing. No one peeking mid, no one putting pressure down. The smoke and Molotov that came down at Porch and Arch respectively, they both came up and no one peeked behind it to clear out bracket. So they were very scared of Navi in the situation. They paid for it.
So the Navi lead grows.
And what's very important there is not necessarily to have 3 players in B, but to have someone who's at least leading off so that you can have a flash support over the roof of quad. So your players in the back of the site can, you know, rely on that.
Yeah, it feels like we saw it with Spinks on box, right? He's looking away from Navi's flash, and it's not as if he's got anything else to work with to kind of get the advantage back. So.
And even a bit of spam from back there is underrated. You know, the idea that someone could be up on CT or shooting you on the cross and you have the temptation to shoot back. Even if that player doesn't do damage, that can be huge presence. But they don't have it. So 2 straight for Navi. Another rifle here for Vitality, though.
Deep smoke cuts Simple off from the pack. Got ZywOo here, so a new face at this B site. But just as he arrives, he also falls back. Spinks, ooh, blinded. Simple comes through that smoke with vengeance, and Apex is at least able to trade. He gets back into the site. ZywOo a close rotate.
Oh
Apex still busy throwing nades, and ZywOo almost gets caught by that jump up. Electronics blinded. Apex is too. Caught on the corner. He's in no man's land. How does he get those? How in God's name is Apex not dead in that situation? Everybody's blind.
Holy moly quad.
ZywOo's gonna miss a shot. He's got Bit crossing over. Oh, and he finds nothing here.
Oh, they did such a good job of dealing with them. Man, the continuation flashes this round are absolutely insane. Now, it's not over, and they have a B flank coming in fast. We're switching to Danish.
Good amounts of utility. Molly in first. Dupree starts to test the site, gets the first challenge. Bit keeps his head tucked. Magisk loses his.
There's no chance now.
And that's a safe call.
Yeah, they can fall back to Con. It's opened up, so the first kill in this 2v2 was critical. They couldn't find it.
What a round.
That's it. Yeah, I mean, outside of Apex's crazy 2K that they got, they basically stood no chance of holding down this site, right? Opening duel on Spinks one that early, but everyone was blind that entire way through. We can give some credit to the counter flashes from the CT side, but ultimately it's the T flashes that make the most difference. And even the final play, they continue to layer the utility as ZywOo is stuck between Emo and looking to move to quad, which would be the golden position for him to stand. And they molly it as the exec is already taking place. So they don't switch to running out dry. And yeah, all you can do is laugh. I don't know. I think he did pretty good.
He did fantastic.
I think he did really good.
I love he hits that critical moment where it's like, oh, I didn't get back? Well, then this is all I can try to do.
Right. Yeah, I think he
the fact
in fact he did the most.
Yeah.
He did the most of
Three
anybody.
kills. 3 kills. He traded out the first
he did
one.
3. Wow.
Yeah, he got Simple on that quick trade right before he fell back. Just the fact that Apex gets a 3K and they still lose the B site. Dupree the solo M4 as he saved in the last round, so he quickly goes and clears alt mid. Spinks with the point blank deeg. Electronic just deleted, but perfecto.
Oh, that could
got
be
the side of that.
As soon as they went to go get the gun, he shot him.
Spinks nearly a same situation. Smoke grenade fades. Everybody's leaned over. Now they didn't get that second M4 over here because Dupree's still doing his own thing on the A site. Spinks has grabbed it. Oh, deleted by Bit though. Clean headshot with the AK. And now the pistols are going to try to squeeze anything else out of this, but it seems like Navi have tons of runway to keep this T side moving.
No wasted space there by Bit. Every single flick, every single clear. On point. They'll chill for the plant. It's unstoppable though. Strong entries. That refrag through the smoke from Perfecto was huge. Like as soon as they went to go pick up the gun, right? That would have been 5v4 and it would have been scary sitting behind the smoke, but that changes it up. So Navi hit 13. I don't know if Vitality break the piggy bank next round, but they might want to. Actually, are they good? No, they did save this one, so they should have enough, yeah.
Sem4 could help. But it's not going to be kept. So, bomb pops. 3 survive here for Navi. Again, it's just rinse and repeat, ramming their way through this B site.
Yeah. At the end of the day, this map has not been about simple, but the other pieces of Navi have been pretty extraordinary still, so there's really no shame in losing. At least from here. But the thing is, Vitality CT side, absolutely they could come back. We've seen it before. We know how strong their CT Inferno is, definitely. But I don't know if they're playing at full strength right now. I think when they shine the most is with the top banana retakes. Not even the bottom banana takes. Just the catch grenades to Molly Car, flash retake. And we see Navi have an affinity for taking the site when it's open.
Man, if I was on Vitality and I looked across the room and saw Blade reading an encyclopedia, I'd feel like they'd know what I was doing no matter what I tried to play.
There's an intimidation factor. I mean, it could be gibberish.
Just doodles. For now, gonna send Simple to the top of Banana, see what he can get. I like that too. T-side Molly behind the logs, even though they've already got it cleared.
I think they're trying to goad them into taking it. So here is the Molly that comes down, and they can boost to see over top of the smoke if they want to. And yeah, they start to make presence. I honestly think if you wait this out, the CTs are the ones who will get the most scared.
Good grenade damage.
Yeah, and they peel back.
Still a lot of time, though, in that little banana play that just cost all the grenades on that B site, essentially.
Yeah.
Apex still has... Oh, never mind. Spinks just grabbed another smoke.
I think, yeah, there's a couple of things on the ground, and Navi have used a lot of utility themselves, but they have just enough to go through with an entirely full exec, especially with the Molotovs left over. It makes me feel like they still want to end at the B site.
Magisk. Why? Falls down, doesn't get caught. Would have exchanged glances with Sumdai Young.
Wow, is this a late fake? They're not going to wrap through Arch. They are pressing the time right now. 25 seconds. And the bomb is starting to go back to A now.
This is crazy. Bits ahead of all the grenades. Sees Spinks' arm. Tracks in. Spinks comes out.
Okay.
Gets the kill. Zywoo will be chased. And Simple's looking for the follow-up here. We've got 5 seconds to spare. He gets the player in pit. Dupree just needs to stop bomb. And Perfecto. No.
Ooh.
Not by the looks of things. Ah, just misses that bomb plant. Would have been a squeeze that he'd still have to pull out in that 1v2 with 30 health.
Yeah, and they actually don't push him, even though the round ended, so they could have had a chance there to do a dent to the economy, but they got to worry about their own. CT side, everything's so expensive. So they'll take that win. I think Navi beat themselves a little bit here. They could have done either site pretty effectively because they had this utility advantage, but this fake isn't really that useful at this point in the round because there's no rotations that are going to come out. Spinks would have taken some time to get there. His teammate had already left. That felt more like attacking 2 sites at once as opposed to faking one side and taking the other.
Forget about that A site and just hit B again. This has gone very well for Navi multiple times, but Apex, quick kill versus Simple. Bit's got the trade. Spinks, you gotta get something. Player goes over top, doesn't react and dies. Man advantage for Navi. Bomb plant on the B site, but at the very least for Vitality, they do still have players near. Still though, just desperate. Everybody tagged up from Navi. It's not an ideal spot, but they've also still got the CT smoked out and a very, very compelling save here from Vitality. So they walk out, they leave.
Yeah, so I mean, I had a lot of great things to say about Spinks, I think, and again, where a lot of his highlights came from were not within the site, they were like while pushing. In this spot, Spinks is starting to repeat positions a lot. Like he was up top on oranges, they heard him drop, and then when his teammate died, there was no way for him to get out of there. There's a molly behind him. He can only swing a little bit, so put himself in an awkward position, and he's kind of been eating the flash over and over again when he's been sitting up there. So I think in terms of where they're both playing together, they could add a little bit more flavor, try something new.
Could have been worse. They come in with more grenades, decent amounts of guns, vitality. They let Navi get 15 here. Strapped for cash and a tough way to end, but those grenades are phenomenal. Damage wasn't a problem, even last round as well. Vitality, they softened him up, but you gotta knock him down. And I think this is more what you were talking about when Spinx's performance is kind of hit on this B site, right?
Yeah.
Getting out of that bomb site, moving it forward. With a flash like that, he gets one. And he's got ZywOo behind him, but no overcommitment here from Vitality. Navi's starting to suss out the apartments.
And with ZywOo to get that kill on Apex, this of course shows him that it's definitely a 3B setup. They're not moving up to mid. I think instead they're hoping that Vitality, the ones who get scared, maybe rotate out. Oh, this push.
Apex, ballsy, but ZywOo empty-handed.
Oh man, they thought that Navi were going to go back after seeing him, maybe.
Oh, that's a tough one to recover.
Yeah, they actually just stood patient. I thought they were making the right play, like waiting it out, letting Navi come back to them.
Do you go for this? I mean, the nade could find, nope, not even. Yeah, it'll hit some Young. If that nade falls on Simple or Bit, then maybe it's a kill.
That's a cool nade. It goes over quad?
Yep, look like it.
Wow, just no chance to get back into this. So yeah, again, I think what happened is that ZywOo gets his kill after Spinx peeks.
No, then Spinx got it first.
After Spinx peeks. And then they think that it's 3B because ZywOo gets the kill. And after they trade him, or after he goes back, then Vitality are like, all right, well, they're probably going to go back to A now. But that just never happened.
Uh-oh. So be it. Cut your losses. You've got 5 map points to close out Inferno. Did they see him? Oh, the assist. Yep. Spinx takes the first kill with him. And a tough one. I don't know about the thumbs up, man. CT side still trying to figure out this B hold. Again, you've got the guns, you got the grenades. Last round was a bit more boisterous, got aggressive. Just the fact ZywOo dies empty-handed on that third attempt. Oh, and it's fast from Bit. Right past the flames. And a molly to push him back. Dupree. Man, I feel like we haven't seen much go down in apartments. And some Young's going to change that. Magisk, a lot to do here. You know, this has been the same problem with the B site, the numbers game that Navi have just been leaning into. Magisk has to deliver and then some. Molly to try and cut them off. He gets electronic first. Sees the player dive into the site. He's got a problem. Some Young, 2 kills in the apps, and now you have to go for this. Taking ZywOo off of that A site, putting him on B in back-to-back rounds. And Navi just reacting one step faster. 2 smokes, 2 flashes. But they still have to wait out the one in front of Moto. Now it's been clear. Apex looking for the contact as the 2 other CTs tried to press up, but they lose Apex before they see anything. And now 4 members of Navi just ready to gun them down. A 16-10 from Navi on Inferno. Looked like we had a competitive game. Hell, we did at one point, but then once Navi started to tear up that T side, Vitality simply moving pieces left and right, but couldn't keep up tonight.
Yeah, they couldn't. I mean, it was marginally close, I suppose, but yeah, in the second half, Navi just got way more out of that. I think they did put enough pressure on Spinx to make him have not a great game on the CT side. Actually did a bit better on the T side, which is pretty impressive. But that's it for them on Inferno.
And good look from Navi, right? They didn't lean on that simple show, but everybody else putting up the numbers, enough to dispatch a Vitality for the first of this best of 3.
I beatbox like I do the song with my mouth.
Interesting, I've never done that one before.
It's gonna be pretty hard for me to make some sounds.
Firearms is not very relaxing in my opinion. Just like that.
Played a great opening start here on your opponent's map pick. We saw Simple come back in, but it wasn't needed to be the Simple show. Things have certainly changed around, so is this a new system working out already?
Maybe, I hope. Simple is not in a good shape. I mean, not in his best shape by this moment, but on T side, he was pretty good.
And in terms of that, right, is it nice the fact that obviously even on the group stage, you didn't need to have him there in order to find success? Is this the proof that the system you're trying to implement is starting to work?
You say.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You can see it either way, Blade. Now we're going to Mirage, so that's what's coming up next. Your pick, your bread and butter in it. How confident are you feeling when it comes to this lineup and what they're able to do? Like you said, Simple not being in shape, and you don't seem that worried. You seem fine.
We're not confident like 100% on all maps because it's only the start of the season. We didn't have a lot of practice on all maps, but we know that all maps are like almost the same in terms of our confidence, but we will try. I think they lost last time versus Astralis, so we will try to abuse some weaknesses.
And in terms of what you're saying there, right, about being fully ready, fully confident on it, how confident are you with the practice you had in just now with Simple, obviously being a little bit less than what you would have wanted?
Practice was really hard, like very close scores, not everything not so perfect. Okay. But we know that we're only starting.
Well, hopefully the start continues to be very good. Thank you very much, Blade.
NAVI in the land of the living, despite this one being Vitality's map pick. 16-10 in their favor are the grounds of Inferno after winning the last 7 of the 8 T rounds to close this one out, Matthew.
A bit of a disillusion for the fans of Vitality around the world, myself included. I had higher hopes for the defense, but I have to be honest, I have to give it to Blade. They truly put Vitality's defense through the fine-tooth comb to find the weaknesses, to find the gaps. You could see Apex and Spinx were at loss for solutions on the B side. I think they reacted way too late in changing the structure of the defense, and Navi just had a field day on that B side.
I feel like this game overall fell a little bit flat for Vitality. It fell a little bit flat for Navi for that matter as well, of course. They win the opponent's map pick. You can never argue about that. That's never a sad thing. But even their own CT side wasn't really up there where you'd expect it to be. Vitality again, CT side-wise, we talked about their T sides being strong. We talked about the CT sides, maybe not so much. We got to see that a couple of times in this game as well. You end up losing 7 out of 8 rounds, to finish off the game. That's going to leave a bad taste in your mouth. By all means, not the game I had expected.
It was just too passive from Vitality, and it is something that Londers brought out to the cast very rightfully. They were just somehow either off tempo in their attempt at finding information, or they were just plainly not doing it, flatly just not doing it. We have a couple of highlights coming over now from the first half, and I guess my tone should change because this was some good moments for Vitality. Yeah. A huge focus on the B side, which is why I'm so surprised. It seemed to be their target, but where was the focus on the CT side?
Yeah, they just couldn't get it done, unfortunately, in a scenario where Vitality, as you said, got off to a good start, were part of the game early on. I thought it was one of those moments where, sure thing, this is going to be a good game, it's going to be back and forth, both teams are going to pick up the pace from time to time, but as I said, it was a very slow-paced game throughout the entire time. A lot of the fights were happening towards the B-bomb side over and over and over again, not only in the first half, but also in the second.
Yeah, we talk about the importance of banana control, the importance of being able to get onto that B side. And you were talking about, Matthew, the fact that, NAVI were just able to break through that defense better than Vitality were in that first half.
Yes, if we were to compare both defenses, I would say NAVI did a much better job at adjusting on the fly what was going wrong. You could see at the very beginning, we have a couple of images coming right now. Vitality were the ones that had the success on banana. They found the opening kills they could exec, but then from a moment, there was a switch that clicked, and NAVI started playing differently. They started using more utility. Majisk didn't even play the last 3 or 4 rounds. He got blasted into oblivion with nades and timed molotovs and good flashes to pop him. So Blade and again, NAVI for that matter, understood what was going wrong, and they came out with new ideas, new solution, new feeling. For Vitality, it was just rinse and repeat, trying to come up with the same defense, and they started to change way too late in the game.
We kind of highlighted this game as the big battle between ZywOo and Simple, right? ZywOo reforming into the old ZywOo, let's put it that way, putting up a fight against Simple. Maybe perhaps, you could have a conversation whether or not ZywOo has been on par with Simple the last couple of months. In this game, they were both conspicuous by their absence. In the game that none of them showed up, it was not a game about the stars at all. And then I want to bring on a point as well that I kind of got intrigued by what Blade said right here in terms of the system. Vitality, I have the same feeling about Vitality I've had all year long. Last couple of years, to be honest. Without ZywOo playing well, Vitality is not going to win their games. But we've seen for NAVI that without Simple playing well, they can still win Counter-Strike games. They even did it without Simple on the server just a week ago. When Simple is not playing well, NAVI is a team you can talk to, I'd say. But when Simple is playing well, they're just untouchable.
It's truly a testament to the value and the quality of this NAVI team, right? Like, we're never, ever going to take anything away from Simple. One cannot do that if you know just a little bit about Counter-Strike. But these moments make you realize how much work there is into just their philosophy, their understanding of the game, and the talent across the board. We have Electronics just stepping up massively, having a great CT side. We had Perfecto in day one here at Blast, having a great moment. Bit is obviously providing. There are so many assets that actually NAVI can go from, not just relying on Simple, whereas for Vitality, it's a rude awakening again. If ZywOo isn't having a good game, you're not beating NAVI.
It's also a testament to the progression that they've been in NAVI camp, that is, right? The last couple of years, every single time we had a death segment, we talked about Simple. Simple's playing well, NAVI's going to win. Simple's not playing well, they're not going to win. Today, it's a complete different scenario. I think the system Blade is integrated with these guys, bringing in Bit as well, having Electronic as an in-game leader. There's so many assets to this lineup now. Perfecto as well, evolving into a clutch monster, a role player, up there, perhaps the best in his role in the world. So there's just so many attributes to this lineup that I'm happy to see, because it's getting boring talking about Simple all the time, but now, finally, we have time to talk about all of the players.
Yeah, and of course, we will be progressing onto Navi's map pick. That does come down to the grounds of Mirage. Already saw them playing up against G2. That was a very tight 16-14 victory, but we heard Blade alluding to it in the interview with James Banks. Obviously, we saw Vitality narrowly losing out to Astralis in that overtime. So how are we weighing up both these sides coming into this map?
There is a little bit of tape out there for NAVI to kind of study Vitality on Mirage and how they try to tackle some of their structural issues with Spinks coming in. The thing that really jumped to my mind is that now we see Dupree and Apex most of the time playing towards the B side. This is something absolutely new. They try to make space for Spinks in that connector position, which we know he wants to be involved. We know he wants to be in the fight, and when you have that talent, might as well just throw him in there. But he talked about weaknesses. He talked about some abuse that would happen. Would that be the B side? That could be a possibility.
It's a possibility. It's definitely a possibility. I'm curious to see what the bounce back is going to look like from Vitality. Mirage, historically speaking, for this lineup has been a little bit up and down. They integrated it now, coming in with Dupree and Magic, Sonic as a coach as well. They came from Astralis, where they never played the map in a long, long period. They've had some decent results, but it's always been very much up and down. As you said, we saw them play it against Astralis. They lost very narrowly. early. Now they're going up a complete different beast. You saw Saivu, he was sitting right there. He was warming up throughout the entire break. I think he wants to make a statement right here. And as we said before, without Saivu playing well, Vitality is not going to win this map.
It's possible that Vitality lose to NAVI right here, right now. Of course, NAVI is a better team, but what I absolutely don't want to see is Vitality again just slowly going towards a defeat without reacting. Please, go again. Try something. If it's not working, change. Throw everything you have at the battle. If you lose, it's fine, but go out there with a bang.
Yeah, we want to see that bounce back from Vitality coming in if they have any hopes of pushing this to a third and final deciding map. Mirage up next on the cards. Navi's pick coming into things and a chance for them to grab that spot at the Royal Arena hands-on. It's coming up with Nordics and Scrawny in just a few.
Fuck them!
Whoa!
Oh my God.
Hey now.
Jesus.
Trying to keep this place clean, Magis.
That was some Danish I understood.
Yeah, for once. Spambabab Fierkant.
Spambabab Fierkant, my favorite cartoon.
It's about all I got in the pocket. Navi, well, they got a lot more than that because Vitality, well, they were hanging on. We had a good game. It was competitive, looked tight. Thought maybe today we were going to end with a bang. Then Navi, well, they had Vitality whimpering. By the end of that CT side, they were just losing bomb site after bomb site, B to A to A to B. Didn't quite matter where Navi went, they were finding the success. And now we go to their map pick. It's Mirage, folks, that Vitality are going to have to hang on to. If they can't, of course, Vitality will have one more chance versus G2 tomorrow. And we'll be saying see you in the Royal Arena, Navi.
Sue.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know how to say it. Like, why is there an I in there, but It's not just Sue.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm no linguist. Magisk. He's got away with words. And he's gotten away from that smoke for the time being. Spink's going to move it around Ticket. For all they know, they got players about to pummel that A site. And honestly, that's exactly what's about to happen. 5-man pop from Navi into A. Magisk has to give it all up. Zoned very much by that utility. We got the old 5v5 post plant in a pistol. A classic. Magisk, first man dead. Little gap here for Apex to try and shave one off the jungle, but honestly, Navi don't have to fight this.
Yeah, this is really hard to get back window control now, so what can they do? I mean, they can try to go up and... I don't even know, man. Dupree's so low. They normally try to jump into the window where SDY is aiming from Cat, but they're literally saving. They lost one player in this pistol round, and they're saving because genuinely, like, how do you even pull off this retake? Just a flash and a nade on Apex, and yeah, they don't even have a kit, so... Actually, no chance. Not every day you see one person dying and then a pistol save. On Mirage, it's not a great map for Vitality. They're coming off of 2 losses. They have a 40% pistol round win percentage. They are below 50 on CT side and T side. What's weird is they took a big win over Ents at Cologne, but Ents were starting to get worse at Cologne. Like, that was like a not great tournament for them. So there's a 16-7 win for them there. So we know they can win a Mirage every once in a while, and they have played it 6 times since Dallas. But yeah, this is incredibly favored towards Navi and their map pick as well, of course.
Lickety split into the B side.
Deagle.
Oh no. That's confidence. Brimming. Over top. And with that 1 kill, look at him run. Look at him run. Like mice, they scatter Vitality all the way back to the other side of the map. A single kill as fast as humanly possible on that B bomb site. And we've got Navi to the 2-0 start.
Yeah, who actually rushes B on pistol rounds? It just doesn't happen these days.
No, it doesn't.
We got to bring that back. Normally it's slow cat splits, mid control, see where the stack is. No, they cut the fat off.
See, that's why Simple didn't buy a gun, because he just found a free MP9.
There you go.
Now, next round, we got 4 SMGs across the board here.
Oh, man, they're going to keep it?
Maybe.
What if... Well, this is
rinse and repeat.
What if they just did that again? There will be some free, like, you know, $300 upgrades into the head armor for Vitality, so they'll be a lot better versus the SMGs. But they could just rush B again.
Do it again.
They could. That'd be very funny and interesting.
You know, I'm no genius.
Okay.
But I think they should do it twice.
Just imagine.
Luckily, of course, Team Vitality kept a bunch of bells and whistles from that last one. So let's see if the 3 Fami can hang on. Versus an Armada.
Well, good thing they didn't rush B.
Yeah, it was indeed. It was indeed stacked.
We were on the Vitality wavelength with that one.
No rush. Just a nice spread across the board here from Navi. Electronic sees nothing towards middle, so he's going to double back. Bit sensing an opening on this A site. And boy, is he ever right. The only thing here are the dual Berettas of Magisk. Oof, gets the dink on Pit, but pistols not quite enough. And now if Navi wanted to, they could just stampede in before the cavalry arrives. Apex and his horsemen galloping over, trying to stop this from happening. Navi follow through with the proper motions, utility all around this. They can plant comfortably on this side of triple. Apex, does he run through smoke? No. And the stack of Fomuses on the side of Ticket also sees nothing for the time being. Nice kill from Simple, predicting that spot and following up. Galil, good for the 2 kills. Bit of damage here versus Bitten Perfecto, but it shouldn't go any further than that.
Oh, they wish they had a kit now. Apex coming in with no armor, picks up this Fomus, and they're creeping up towards the site, but I mean, I think it's too far gone anyway, so they'll have to walk away. But some good kills here from Spinks, of course, starting off 3-0. And this is, even though I praise Spinks for how fast he's adapted to Inferno and some of the good maps we've seen already, that wasn't so good this last time around. Mirage is a home map for Spinks. I mean, this is a map that he is insanely good on. I think he also got a spot. I can't remember. We already watched them play Mirage once, but he's playing on Cat.
Yes. And
that means he got the space he wanted to. Or it's Dupree. No, sorry. He's playing Con, and he switched to top Con. Dupree stays on Cat, keeps his space. But both are very high frag positions that should kind of exemplify how good an individual is. So it would be interesting to watch him play there.
Capable mid players when it comes to Mirage. But here it is. The coveted rush. Right back at it. Good grenade damage. Bit lucky to be alive. A single point of health taken down by Apex. But at least that 1 point of health is used to kind of just get Apex off the angle. You know, you got to deal with the guy with 1 HP. Can't then establish the multi-kill. But Dupree with a frag to his name. Kind of got lost there. Thinking maybe he was getting hit from Cat. Instead, 2 versus 4 turned 2v3. And Simple gets that bomb down. So Spinks into the flank. ZywOo's got the kit. And all of Vitality with grenades to try and piece this together. Some Die Young on the bench.
Ooh, they smoked Simple. It kind of makes for an interesting situation.
Molly lands on SDY, but he seems to have found a little pocket back there, so they're going to continue to try and just bombard him with grenades. Here comes SDY from the side of bench. Time is of the essence. No second kill for Some Die Young. ZywOo did have a kit, so they should have the defuse. Yeah, plenty of time.
Okay, well done there on the retake. Good. I mean, that's all about SDY. First of all, very tricky drop. There's a smoke on the molly at the end of the halls, and SDY gets off of the balcony without showing himself to whoever was in the site, and then he trades out Dupree after slinking into this bench, and of course gets the third and final kill for NAVI in this situation. But overall, he kind of did as much as he could. And it went a little under talked about, I'll admit. But over on Inferno, he also did a good job of kind of getting at least 1 of 2 of entries almost every single time they were trying to hit the B site.
Ooh, first one from ZywOo connects. Good trade there from Bit.
Ooh.
And a pretty big kill from Some Die Young as well. 4v3. Apex not able to reclaim this territory, not at least with the kill, but he's still positioned here. Uh-oh, Bit's coming.
Yeah.
Bit with that off, grabbed it off Simple's dead body.
Yeah, that was weird, because he kind of like overstayed, but at the same time, they're down a player, so he has to take some kind of risk. But of course, that's a really easy clear here for Bit. You know, but with Spinks still alive, I think there's always a chance on Mirage. Ooh, this is an interesting late round position. I'm calling it late round just because there's down so many numbers. Of course, there's still a full minute, but Spinks left side window, he could find a timing. Yeah, he does grab it.
Oh, and then the dink to Perfecto. Magisk, wow. Despite the damage there on Perfecto and Magisk's attempt to take down Electronic, it's just 3 alive for Navi.
Yeah.
Now, is that a round 1 in the apartments?
Yes, it is. And with this trade from Bit, of course, and here, this push being held onto from SDY, I think what we saw that was the best part for Navi was not getting tunnel visioned on one initial trade, right? Even though there's some action that goes down at the bottom of the underpass, SDY is still on duty, understands his job of making sure a second push doesn't come through. And there is, oh, dead before he hits the ground. Spinks is out of the rounds.
And Magisk can't even fall back from the triple box. Yo, Navi are kind of horrifying right now, dude. This is ferocious.
No, I mean, what's crazy about this is last week they played with Head Trick, right? And they still managed to do pretty damn well. But then we also have Simple, who had to take a little break, and he came back. And they still have one Inferno, and already looked pretty impressive. But the craziest part of all is if Navi win this game, then Pimp goes 0-3 in predictions today.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
And that's the thing I think we need to focus on the most.
Do you remember after the first day of this event when Pimp was in first place and all he could talk about was predictions?
I don't, because it was so long ago.
Yeah, that's right. And by the end of the second day, I think he was already... Yeah, he had already... Hey, don't throw French fry.
You can't throw fry at me.
I forgot the green room was that close.
Talk about him and he'll show up.
Yeah, careful.
Still toxic.
Yep. Yep, toxic as ever.
I'm tweeting this French fry for evidence. He's lucky it's Sage. Would have seen him in court.
You know what? That's how you know that hit the mark.
It was a headshot, actually.
It was a headshot.
Yeah, Pimp still got it.
Got grease on my forehead. But I'm not as greasy as Navi, man. This is a well-oiled machine so far on this T side. 5-1. Quickly killing all these pistols. Wait, they have us on camera at all times, so there's video evidence of that French fry.
Oh my god, that's right.
Oh.
We saw it take place.
Pimp canceled. But let's focus on the good Counter-Strike players.
Look at this shot, dude. Oh, man.
It looked like he's off the screen. Because he's even looking down.
Yeah.
Trying to tuck his head.
That was just too fast. Of course, that's a spot. If they start a window, they could have, you know, seen Electronic in that spot, but just a great shot. He's opping. I mean...
It gets away. That's probably what Spinks was looking to get up to last round. Early fight. Possibilities there if you don't lose your head in the first 10 seconds. And they get away as well. Bit's looking to come trade this, but he's gone like a ghost. Dupree instead takes the helm, front-facing top mid. It's simple and Electronic with 3 CTs just over that ledge. Yo! Of course he does.
What?
Dupree goes for the peek, gets snapped down on. Suddenly Spinks probably feeling a little more lonely, but a second one's not coming out of simple. Oh! 3! He turns that upside down. And just like that, Vitality looking at their second round win, 2 kills away from it. Spinks saves the day.
Damn. That's what Spinks is all about, man. Those rifle multi-frags, that is so ridiculous.
A couple times in this event, he's had those like little 90-degree snapshots. You know, sometimes when that crosshair has to travel X distance, players kind of just lose their sharpness.
But well, yeah, it's for the simple fact that like you've only got so much mouse pad and your aim's best in the center. So as soon as somebody does that turnaround flick, you know, that just speaks to their mechanical abilities where they can aim in a position where their hand's not exactly comfortable. And Spinks does that really consistently.
Wow. Well done. Just made this one doable. Now, of course, it comes at another cost. Apex, at least they don't have the time to rush that B site, but 3 survive for Vitality, and I mean, that is all Spinks all day.
Seriously. And after that beautiful shot from Simple to open up, it's pretty much a lost position, right? Because they have 2 CTs in mid as the Ts are about to start scaling. So Dupree dying means this should be a death sentence for Spinks, and he just doesn't need any help. Normally, you'd have the crossfire so 2 people can watch the top of mid and the underpass push. It's just Spinks. Crazy. But just the second round, so at least both teams full strength now.
Looking like a palace pop. We got 2 players close, I believe, here from Vitality. Of course, Magisk and Dupree. Saibu back on triple. The utility, of course, is here for Navi. But for now, they just wait, hoping somebody gives him that jungle peek. And honestly, with the window smoked, Spinks could offer it up. He's backing up now. Oh, man.
Yeah, it's free.
Sitting duck.
Map is just so quiet. I just don't really like that very much for Vitality. But in, you know, even though Spinks dies here, so this might lead them towards the site where there's still 3 players alive, and the op is still up on triple. This setup isn't perfect, but Saibu can make the difference, and he gets some damage.
Could help. Gets the kill to Electronic. Ramp play comes out. Magisk holds on to that part. Ooh, Perfecto catching Magisk on that jump up. A flash underneath. No clear entry just yet. In fact, it's health advantage, but that is so nice. Perfecto straight to the forehead. Oh, and through the floor. Dupree just gets owned, and Apex sent on his own back to that B bomb site. Vitality. They can't hang on.
There are so many players on this team. You know what I mean? Like, anyone can take it over. Perfecto right there. They had the, remember when we were, you know, back in the online period, and they had the backdrops for Navi, and they had customized all their patterns.
Yeah.
And Perfecto had the drill.
The drill. The perforator.
The perforator.
What they call them.
Yeah, that's pretty much what that was.
Shooting through the floorboards. In that case, Dupree couldn't run and couldn't hide.
That's disgusting. But I didn't really like how, I don't know. I mean, the double, I didn't really like the setup. Oh, I can't exactly put my finger on it, but just the double under balk setup. I feel like it's great when you have a read if there's going to be a full exec and then you're baiting with one player. But in this position, you know, Dupree's kind of useless the whole time. He's delaying, but once he has to smoke the molly, he can't move. They also lose Magisk, who just walks out towards Tetris, and they try to clear the A ramp. It doesn't really feel like there's a lot of cohesion. They're not making the most of having 3 players alive on the site. At least that's just kind of my visceral feeling looking at how that panned out. Of course, we see the version where Perfecto kills all 3 and hits nice shots in the process, but...
There's a slight chance in this one from Vitality. Magisk opens up early. Irretrievable gun, of course. Now Magisk loses his line of sight on middle. So it's going to take a deagle from someone. Place your bets. Spinx, ZywOo, or Apex. Another window smoke goes down, I believe. So Magisk still playing the waiting game.
Oh, they let him get to cat corner now with the op posted as well.
It's going to be a real test on this B site. Simple just hunting for that M4. It is right in the window still. Apex gives himself a little pocket. Dupree's gone unchecked. These pistol players both have their little cubbies, and look at that. A kill apiece. 35 seconds. Simple and Perfecto in a 2 versus 4. ZywOo gets out from the window. Simple's blind as hell. Perfecto recovers with the first one close. Dupree goes for the peek into the dink. Still dies. Nice headshot. And there's Apex to claw this one back. It's Simple 1v2. He's got Apex ahead. A deagle in hand and a bomb up top. It's Vitality with the robbery.
Well, they pull that setup off. First kill comes down because of Magisk on cat. And then they have a cool setup where if there's no B-Apps presence, there's a guy who's up on the balcony. He's covering for Vent, and they have 1 smoke for the Van pillar, and that's enough to make it really hard for NAVI to dismantle this. And that's actually a beautiful shot from Apex. He could have easily lost a teammate, still got that kill, and it, you know, they probably would have lost, actually, if he didn't hit it that quickly. So good cover from the captain of Vitality. And they've done some not irreparable damage, but pretty significant damage here to Navi's economy.
Ooh, Spinx, big chance. Oh, doesn't catch that second one close.
Oh, the flash was so good. It was blind for an extra second or 2, but he had this poofy smoking connector to work off of. But it's kind of by design that the CTs want this so that they can peek the other side.
They fall back in the 4v4. Palace walked out. Worked very well for NAVI last time around. Thanks to this man on your screen. You know, it's not as frequent as some of the other members of NAVI, but I do love a good Perfecto performance.
If you don't, you're kind of an asshole, I think.
Well.
Yeah, they're out there.
Bit gets out ramp first. Thinking about maybe an under Palace setup. No one there. Dupree doesn't come up with a kill. Magisk dies as well, so it's got to be ZywOo through and through.
ZywOo's missed, and now he can't really fight safely, so his teammates die. He gets a kill later on, but it's...
Drop bomb, drop bomb.
Oh, true.
Oh, but he's so blind. That flashbang from Bit is just the saving grace of that one. Keeps 3 up for NAVI, and yeah, they can laugh off what could have been a sketchy situation.
Yeah, and we should actually talk about, I mean, ZywOo has missed a few shots here and there where it is round defining. I mean, he is so good to the point that he should be hitting some of these, and when he got some damage in connector but didn't get that kill, that helped his opponent's skill. Here he misses an opening duel, which allows them to flood out of the Palace, and even though he gets the kill after, it's just a little too late. So not perfect form here from ZywOo.
But he still has the op. Reinvested in this one. So better late than never, but we are already 2/3 of the way through this first half, and NAVI comfortable 4-round lead. Considering that one of those 3 rounds from Vitality is when they had that 1 M4 on Magisk, you know, it's not putting much stock in the rifle versus rifle. But the call is correct. Vitality, they've stacked the right site. ZywOo to do his own thing at B. So worst case, nothing goes well on the A site. ZywOo can try to transition that off into round number 12. Best case, they set him up in a clutchable situation. Flying through the sky is electronic.
Did he just W straight into that?
Yes, sir. Zaps him down in sandwich, and it's flawless. Even ZywOo dies. He didn't even stick around on that B site, so it wasn't about the save. It was about the attempt, and the attempt nets them nothing.
People don't really know, but Electronic's a movement player from 1.6. He's been going crazy ever since, and it's just small things in CSGO that get to show you it, but...
He is fully airborne here, right?
Yeah, but he's holding W for this turn. I think he might have. He might have just let go at the end.
That laugh, bro. It's so evil.
Yeah.
Counter-Strike must be so fun when you're these guys.
Yeah.
He knows exactly what he did.
I laugh like that when I do something bad.
I always thought you were a saint. 5-round lead for NAVI. But the guns are back in the hands of Vitality. Oof, bleak CT side, I must say.
Yep, it's a map they tried to adopt as soon as they got on the Astralis players, even though that was a map that Astralis didn't play, because it was already good for Vitality. But they never really hit their stride on Mirage, unfortunately. Just never ended up working out. With Spinks, I mean, they should have a huge Mirage upgrade, and we've already seen him help out a ton. But there still might be some new growing pains just with the roster move, so...
Yeah, I remember when they first adopted it, dude, ZywOo looked like just like a lost sheep. The amount of times he'd just be blindsided. Mid setups were always weird. We've seen improvements since then, but still not enough to compete. Could always chalk up some of that language issues. Here we go. Mist's flash. Won't cost them anything. Some Young tries to trap Apex. Ooh. Maybe it will cost them. Apex goes down to Bit, and a missed shot from Simple. Electronic will trade out Dupree, but Dupree still offered 2 kills. Spink slides out from Market. They drop the bomb. That one could come back to haunt them.
Yeah, and they've got a tempo here with the flank.
What?
But
Electronic. Oh, he didn't see him? Oh, what the? Are your eyes open?
The thing is, his teammate might die, and Spinks just on the site.
Electronic comes back. Spinks is probably wondering, how did that happen? Fully exposed to the Electronic wraparound, but there's no second kill there for Electronic, so Spinks gets his name into the kill feed, and Vitality will be back into the scoreboard.
Yeah, so very sneaky there from Spinks. Sneaks out, plays off the corner of the smoke. Doesn't know Electronic walks by, but is perfectly covered and saves this round for sure. I think you would be quite kind of nervous after, picking up Spinks. Like, oh, how much is this? Just how comfortable he was in Snappy, plus all the space and everything just working really well. But he has really proven that he's the truth. Not that you can't give credit to that development on Ents, though. That's for sure. A lot of it comes down to how good that team was. SDY dies holding the ramp. And, Perfecto, if he wants to do a lap, could actually just go back and get this gun from SDY. He's not feeling the cardio.
Ooh.
Oh, where the
catwalk? Must have been on the bricks. Oh, just the deagle for Perfecto.
Man, he's been a menace in the halls.
Yeah, it's like the one spot.
Where's that molly at?
In front of Magisk. Electronic will get the job done, but costs him a bunch of HP. ZywOo's still back towards the ticket. Will be pressured by Utility. We got a man in the open. Apex catching Perfecto on the fall down. And so with 40 seconds, it falls on to Simple and Electronic. He jumps over to the stairs. Didn't get spotted. tries to run for default. Good call. Little pocket of safety here. It's going to be the wraparound from dupreeh all the way through T-spawn.
Is there a molly for him? No. It's going to be hard to actually dislodge him from default, and simple as the op-up.
That's going to keep him distracted. Goes back, misses the shot. dupreeh goes through Palace, of course, so this actually gives good time to Simple. But he's going to be on full display for the dupreeh peak right now. And with that, it's just 12 health between Vitality and a fifth. The CT side starting to collect some rounds finally.
Yeah, well handled. dupreeh went for the long con, and it looked like, oh, maybe he should have gone for the A ramp play, but he's just in time. Oh, it's dupreeh up top on the bricks. I was like, how could he see him down there? That one caught a Perfecto off guard. A few nice kills here from Apex.
Yeah, decided to take things into his own hands. Caught him on the bench.
Zonic said, let's fly away with this one.
Economy stalls out here for NAVI towards the end of the half, so a very real chance at Vitality to maybe double that round count that once was, and Perfecto dead in an instant. But he is still the top fragger for NAVI. And they still have an excellent T-side going. With a gun round to follow suit. Oof. Bit tries to get a piece of Apex. Instead, it's a 5v3.
It's feeling a bit more calm here, I think, for Vitality. They know it's an Antico. They got their first 2 kills. Deagle's walking out. Electronic doesn't get his. Well, it's been a pretty fun game so far. Still, NAVI still looking good. Of course. Right, they never left. But, yeah, this would be a huge win for Vitality. Again, coming off of 2 losses. Funnily enough, they beat Ents, who had Spinks on the lineup the last time.
And then they stole him.
And they actually have a loss to NAVI 8-16 at the Blast Fall Finals. Over in Lisbon a couple of months ago. Has it been that long already?
Since spring finals?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Wow.
We had the whole player break. All sorts of shenanigans.
Oof.
Perfecto. He opens up. Magisk was getting a little adventurous. Not the best half for Magisk, in fact. 4-11. And that'll be his final score. Spinks. Ooh, setting up ZywOo for a second kill off the op from Cat. So a 3v3 to close out the half. This one could end close as can be. The Perforator in Palace. Taps Apex so slightly. He's going to serve up a distraction. We'll see if that puts ZywOo into a compromised spot for maybe Bit to pick up the kill.
Top con. Ooh, the grate is not broken inside of ladder room. It does limit the amount of places that ZywOo can go in this situation. The bomb will rocket back. And ZywOo's kind of tied up here a little bit. I mean, he can't be sure that they're not going to come off of Cat or put pressure on him. So it might be dupreeh alone for the meantime. And because of this lack of information in the ladder room, Apex had to compensate by rotating himself out of A to make sure they aren't going B apps. dupreeh up to the plate.
25 seconds. ZywOo could maybe catch an angle, but feels like it's going to have to be dupreeh. Utility's been heard. He's buying his time and waiting. Now they commit. Element of surprise, catching one off. Can't find the bomb plant. They got him off it, though. Ooh, ZywOo putting that bomb down to the dirt. And Perfecto, just no time. He's going to have to stick the plant. He fakes it instead. Gets the first headshot. And ZywOo just cannot be found. So, a decent recovery from Vitality on that CT side. But they're going to need an impeccable offense.
Hi, I'm Config. This is my boy Flames.
Estak here from NIP, and I think this is dupreeh.
It's Nico here, and I'm here with Ozzy, and we'll be doing CS Money, Rate My Inventory.
I think the pattern is pretty cool.
I like it.
The red on red is always a good combo.
It's cool. I mean, red is cool.
Sometimes I just feel like I want some mixed colors, so I put the red AK, and I'm just running and shooting.
Big fan of this one.
Yeah, the Blaze.
There's no mistake with this one.
Blaze?
I mean, he definitely copied Nico's inventory.
Yeah.
I'm good to you, so I'll definitely give you an S.
I think the Blaze gives it an A.
For sure.
So maybe
like a middle B guy?
I'm not a fan of the Ursus.
Felt like it looked nice, but then everybody made a meme out of it.
Why is everyone using
It's
red
red team
skins?
again, or?
No. I mean, Dake is good, but just like...
He's a Vulcan guy. I like that. It's also old, a
Vulcan
little
is
bit
a-
old skin.
yeah,
as well.
it's good old
I like
skin.
it. I like it.
Where's the match? Where's the match?
There's no match.
Yeah.
The Vulcan jumped you to S tier instantly.
I mean, I would probably put him at like a C.
I think
That's not the worst. I'd give it a C maybe. You think?
That's an ugly knife. Yeah, that's really ugly.
It does look
Fire
good.
nice.
Yes, of course.
Yeah,
The
no,
right?
no.
You see the theme?
I honestly don't like this AK a lot.
It's much better than Conflicts at least.
Yeah.
Of course.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you know,
I think
my best highlight ever in my CS career was done with that skin.
I'm gonna put you here.
I'd give it either a B or A.
Better than Flames, I guess.
Yeah.
I think the knife looks actually trash.
Not a fan of that though.
And of course, Dreams a Nightmare.
Yeah.
Patrick,
Love this
it's my favorite skin. So I mean, in that sense, you scored maximum points in the AK.
Oh.
The AK is good. I like the AK.
I like the AK.
I used it.
That's a good one. And you know, we're Deagle brothers.
He was way better than him. So it's like
Yeah, 2 Danes. I just see.
Like brothers.
Yeah, exactly.
So now we're creating like
Yeah,
a
exactly.
weird
We
ass
have like a
triple
small
tower.
bromance. Yeah.
and there's OC, the butterfly fade. I feel like it's a pretty cool skin to be honest.
But yeah, this knife is one of the better ones.
I think it's like a 1 week thing again.
I saw you using it like a while back, and I actually bought one because he.
Bloodsport is always good.
Yeah.
I like it as well. It's one of the AKs that I've used a lot.
I think it's pretty cool because we haven't seen one.
Print stream. I think it's a classic.
I have been thinking about investing in like a red one though, so it matches my gloves.
Red gloves, they go here, bro.
I'm just gonna give you S because I used very similar combo.
I think it's like A.
He's A.
Yeah.
For sure.
I like this knife, to be honest.
I don't know how it looks in game, what the animations are, but I feel like it's a cool skin.
Actually, from this picture, it looks really cool.
And then Vulcan, he's definitely close to an S now, but he's still a
Vulcan guy. I can respect that.
This goes with everything, man. I'm keeping the Blaze.
Oh, but that's the famous Dagger. We should put him on S. We'll get on S, but we should separate him. Like
yeah, he should be a little bit like here,
yeah,
right?
that fits perfect.
Well, he doesn't really have a theme, so maybe we should go all the way out here. You know?
All the way out here?
He's not part of the pack, you know.
Okay.
I think I have to give you an A for this one. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah.
Have they done enough to recover from what was a very strong, very tenacious T side from NAVI? Man, they started that off with the B rushes. The momentum through middle carried them to a strong lead. And Vitality, they gave us something to watch. But now they got to follow through on the offense. It's utility for Apex and a CT side that could just completely cancel out Vitality.
So TopCon gets smoked right off, and they see someone coming in from underpass. Electronic will take that and leave.
Big gonna keep it quiet with Dupree down beneath him. 2 players crawling forward. He's got Spinks point blank. Oh,
wow.
Poor Spinks just slides right into the crosshair.
If there's anyone fast enough.
Now Electronic could go for the peak because Zywoo's kind of locked in this duel. And even though Zywoo dies, at least he brings Bit with him. Singular man advantage here. As Dupree and Magisk lean into the A site, Apex is going to have to find a route through with Bomb. Oh, that's what you need from Magisk. The old P250 tap. But Electronic, of course, to take it right back. This has been a very clean pistol round.
Yeah, from both sides. The numbers getting thinned. Oh, okay. People are just not using ammo here.
Please miss for the sake of making the rest of us feel human, because that is just way too easy.
How much ammo did get used there? I mean,
I feel like 7 people died.
Like 1 bullet, right?
In a total of like 15 bullets max.
Yeah. I don't think anyone reloaded this round. Or maybe Bit just did there as he jumps away.
Oh,
okay.
Well, we didn't see that one.
We didn't see that one. Prius knew how to spectate this one.
Yeah, he made him look real good.
Yeah.
All right.
That's what it is. Counter-Strike is hard, folks.
For some
Better
more
to
than
watch
others.
than play. Yes.
Well, that's NAVI. Both pistols so far on Mirage.
It's a matter of converting, and if I was a gambling man, I'm not putting it on 5 Glocks.
Yeah. That pistol is kind of catch-all for Vitality. TopCon being smoked is great. It's an important vision line for the CT side, and just like, you have a lot of options when you smoke TopCon on the T side if you take mid. So the way that they set up, I wasn't sure if they were going to plan to do something or if they were just going to follow kills or try to get as much space as Navi wanted to give them. But yeah, there's nothing bad about it. But they do struggle on pistols. That's not the first time they've lost one.
We wait out the smoke at the minute mark. It's going to be a meat grinder, hate to say it. Perfecto ready to just pad those stats and pull further ahead of the rest of his team. Down goes Apex. Simple holds him back, and middle belongs to Navi. Looks like maybe Electronic would be swept away by the sea of Glocks, but he survives the test.
8 rounds is the quota to beat their record against Navi the last time they played against them on Mirage. But it's more than that here. I mean, they need the map just to get to map 3. This one's for a fall final spot. And I mean, as much as we had Vitality, they beat G2 last time to get this opportunity. Who knows what's going to happen in the rematch?
Yeah, they also got blown out on one of those 3 maps.
Nuke, yeah.
So kind of reminded us that if Nico's doing Nico things, Vitality are not impervious. Also nice to see that Navi, considered, you know, to be right up there with FaZe as 1 and 2. Still keeping some distance between them and the rest of the pack. We got guns up here from Vitality, and they've got mid completely theirs.
Yeah, it's definitely a good starting position. They got tons of control. See, this A-side setup is really nice if you don't have to worry about Palace. So they have someone inside of A-ramp. Everyone's kind of taking care of themselves. And they are shifting in the right direction as well, as the third player now works his way over to be. It's the captain of Navi as they spot Spinks at the top of halls. And this might serve as a distraction for the MP9 up close. We'll see. Nope, Spinks comes for the clear, but he doesn't get the kill.
Ooh, bit wounded now. Nearing that halfway point, Dupree able to catch him close. Electronic's position known, and he'll die to the wall bang. But Perfecto's still up, and Simple slides out. 2 headshots from Simple. Just sucks the life right out of that one. And Zywoo, ooh, he's got it back. He's into the clutch. It's him versus Sumdai Young. MP9 at that range? I don't think so. So he goes for the plant. And Sumdai Young uses that as an invitation to close the distance. He walks into the open, and by closing that gap, he closes the round.
Wow.
Navi win another.
Yeah, we weren't seeing that much for Zywoo until the end of the first half, where he put together a nice clip on the A site with that op, and now he almost turned it into a 1v3 when they really needed it the most. But shut down with the MP9. The Simple walk up here.
Nice kills.
Yeah, it looked like this round was over before those first 2 came down.
Just Simple and Zywoo putting up critical 2Ks. Kind of see the round go back and forth with each of those ones. But Sumdai Young makes the difference.
As he has been. That first half was very solid from him.
Limited utility here for Vitality. Couple of smokes. Oh, but they get the fast opener. Electronic gets sliced as he tries to jump out mid.
Yeah. They saw him just trying to sneak into underpass. So they can take it a little faster. I don't know if he got his smoke out. It looks like not. You see how tricky this is. It can get you killed being in this position, but it can also be a good way to get a timing. And there's Spinks dead with some additional damage, maybe.
Ooh, can he get out?
It looks like he might be safe.
He's fine.
That is a huge play from Bit.
Well, not fine. 58 health, but still alive and kicking. Smoke top connector with Bit having lost his position. Now there's a huge question mark over top of middle.
I feel like Navi have been taking advantage of this no Palace presence. Maybe knowing that Vitality don't want to go here. What a shot. Oh my God.
Hello, Dupree, and goodbye, Bit. Dupree's going to get that 2K into the B site.
And despite Navi's best efforts at the start of this round, it's going to slide the way of Vitality. The T side has begun.
That was disgusting, man. Long range AK, one bullet into Perfecto. And with the game Perfecto's had, probably the best player in NAVI so far, you think, all right, he's going to hold on to the site, but... And you shoot him. When you see him, you shoot him. That was nasty.
And he did. Did he ever? dupreeh, very clean. I forgot that he had actually gotten electronic in that fashion to start the round, so that is very much the Dane with impact. Single-handedly wins it, considering the other two players from Navi just transition into the save.
It's a round that you can kind of walk off. There's still a lead, and there's still money as well. But it is one that inspires confidence if you're on Vitality. Like, okay, very clean one. I like how much action is taking place inside of middle in their T defaults. But again, I do feel like that Navi are abusing the fact that they're leaving Palace open or don't want to often walk out of Palace, maybe. Simple starts us off by killing the star player last round. dupreeh dead at the top of middle. And it's actually scarier for Apex to come out in this position, but CT start to move back. This is such a tempo that Simple is still here on Cat waiting.
He retreats.
Oh, the boost could catch him.
Spinks worried that somebody's close.
Is the grate open inside a window?
It's going to walk right in. Simple takes down Apex, who had just finished boosting Spinks.
Nice shot.
But at least Spinks' play comes through with some success for Vitality. He blocks off Murder Hole, starts to move towards A. Oh! Right into Sumdai Young. They don't know where Electronic's gotten off to. They're going to hear that rotate coming from Market towards this A site. So does ZywOo want to play for the commitment? Oh, Electronic. He had turned back towards Palace, so that's an easy pickup. And now, remember, they heard that movement, so there is time for a rotate if they want, but they opt not to.
Oh man, they're taking a lot of time. The CTs are starting to get into interesting spots. They'll get spotted on default, and the trade comes. Now Simple, 1-on-3, sitting in CT spawn.
Whoa, you know he's good for it. Magisk, ooh, nice grenade, 50 damage on that. But wow, flash, not enough to keep Magisk alive. The trade is right there though. Vitality win another.
Damn. I can't believe Spinks wins this round. You know, the fact that he gets the kill on the side of default after trading out, getting into window, making things interesting, just speaks to how sharp he is. And this kill right there can be damning. This trade as well. I mean, it wasn't an easy shot.
This one.
Yeah, but this is just... Oof. He's just going postal.
Of course, Electronic going to be beating himself up that eyes weren't turned towards ramp.
Yeah, that's a tough one because he can play more inside the ramp, but if he's not literally on top of the pot, then he also has to worry about someone coming over top of the stairs. So that was a symptom of the fact that his teammate died and they lost connector control. So he signed up for it.
Now Navi should go down easy. Just the pistols unarmored. We could very well have a game on our hands, but Simple maybe doesn't want to die just yet. Kind of just sucked the life out of that B hit.
Oh, look at this movement here from the CT side. They just leave B entirely. You want to be very, very frugal with your footsteps in a position like this, knowing the T's are just sitting in very close spots, listening to try to get clues. But it looks like they'll actually read this correctly after not seeing anything there inside the window.
Coming. Nobody's gonna face early, so Vitality getting uncomfortably close to these pistol players. Now a couple go down easy. Electronic in a prime position. Again, no armor, no guns, and no teammates. Understandable that he falls. Vitality convert the easy one for 3 in a row.
Yeah, that's well handled. And just some patience. We see Spinks who do the same thing on Inferno, where he kind of gets to the end of halls, or he's lurking by himself and just waiting. And we'll slowly try to initiate on the exec with the pack coming in afterwards. Did they have the money to buy, actually? I saw someone with 4,300. I don't think they all have money, though, huh?
It looks like there'll be some limitations.
The first time out of the game here for NAVI. And they, of course, half buy in this spot. And for Vitality, I think they, you know, if you don't know if it's a rifle or an eco, you just treat it like an anti-eco both times, because that's going to be the safer option. And then you can try to read the map that way.
Should be a decent buy, though. Yeah. Famas.
Oh, yeah, the off
Perfecto
still.
and Electronic.
Yeah, okay, they're good.
You know, a few less grenades on Simple. No kit, though.
No kit.
No kit. Remember that. Bomb goes down. It's a full 10-second. Ooh, very fast pressure off of the pause. Vitality cranking the dial. And SDY, good for the first. Bit comes through. That's 3 kills to the favor of Navi. Apex and Magisk looking to recover. They wanted that fight fast. They got it, and it cost them. Simple's got the gap in the kill. Magisk with the trade frag and the bomb on his back in a 1 versus 4. Shots whizzing over top. Oh, and he gets sprayed down. Some Die Young putting his name on this one.
Hey, that was a big confident move from Some Die Young. Instead of just falling back into CT and waiting, he swung on default and tried to make sure that they couldn't plant on the right side of sight. And everybody kept joining into the fray just with their little movements, right? Coming out of the corner, the smoke is bit, and he helps out. Then Simple pops up and Connector gets an op shot off. And Apex wanted that one bad. It feels great to be able to win a fast round, especially when you know they were on the brink of destroying the economy of Navi. But suddenly that power changes hands.
Ooh, caught in the open though. Magisk, a little bit of pressure out from Electronic early. Right through both those smokes. CTs try to fight.
Yeah, he actually does that play a lot. And Electronic will have a flash come over Con. He can peek out, and it's because one of the best things that you can do on fast rounds, jumping through the cat smoke into the bottom of Con, and oh my god, no way, SDY goes with a full jump up and kills Apex. That's already a really unfun fight for the T side, sitting up in the halls. And normally you don't have to jump up that high to get it, but he actually goes unfazed. 100 HP here still for SDY.
Can't believe it. Not one bullet hits. Oh, nades. Phenomenal.
Yeah. He said 1 minute? Okay, now.
Pretty lucky to be alive. Maybe we just transition into that 1 minute save because Vitality, not quite sure where you get your opening nor any extra money. This is Navi to the 13-10.
Yeah, it's great to have mid, but unfortunately, no. They can give that up comfortably at this point. You're at risk of getting opt. So they're all up here in the halls. And this might be the end of round for Vitality, so they'll make it 13. And again, here's that play from Electronics. And yeah.
You seeing this?
It's going to happen.
You seeing this?
This was funny.
And the nades? Ooh.
Huge.
That first one was a little closer inside connector. Womp, womp, womp.
What's it like to live with that many emotions? More fun?
Probably. Probably.
He's in the present.
Yeah.
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 But how come when like monks are in the present, they just don't move and react to anything?
Well, I think they focus on controlling emotion.
Okay.
You know?
So Apex is like the opposite of a monk, but exactly the same.
In some ways.
Yeah.
I think he just wears his heart on his sleeve, man. He is who he is.
Yes.
No filter.
Neo Napoleon.
11 and 16, 36 ADR.
You did not need to bring that up, production.
Dude, they've been, honestly, production been doing people dirty this event.
Yeah.
They brought up Simple when he had a slow start.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on to you guys, man.
I like the hair. The hair evolution. Giving up 13 stings when you're down a map.
And might be even rougher.
Yes, and they save these guns, but I don't think Spinks didn't have enough money to rebuy any utility as well.
Oh. Bit gets away. He had to try and jump over those deagle shots originally.
honestly gets away all right. 71 health, it's plenty to work with.
Feels like the game plan is actually kind of fake pressure, just don't die, because they need to keep this utility for an exec potentially. And it looks like they just want to make sure that no push comes down. So I don't know if they re-attack mid with this window smoke. What the deal is. I mean, they have enough to do anything. They could smoke at the bottom of Cat as well if they want to take it, or get into con, but I think a con split might be a little harder. 45 seconds now.
Oh, blinded. Wild blinded.
But they have someone behind it. So even though Dupree gets this kill, they didn't really win the information entirely, and they know no one's on Cat in this spot.
It's going to set up Perfecto and Bit to just stay focused on the apartments. Oh, they start to scramble.
It works.
But they hear it. Bit gets that last second info. Apex, poor guy, deleted. Spinks is going to come out from the door, and he does trade this one back. So pressure on Perfecto. Now it's all on Perfecto. He's getting squeezed. He delivers the first. ZywOo point blank with the trade frag back. Vitality. They find their entries.
Spinks is unreal. Whew. Spinks is unreal. He kills a door player as well.
What a pickup.
Yeah. That was pure magic. Actually, the strat was pretty cool. I mean, they had Dupree come down. They made a little bit of utility go a long way. You know, that was Dupree flicking down. He was blind, but he kind of understood exactly what was coming in his direction off the audio. And then Spinks hits that kill. That's so crazy. This one as well. Wow. He's bringing rounds together where there, you know, there wouldn't be anything.
That follow-up into the market door as well. You think if Electronic doesn't get killed by Spinks there, then suddenly Perfecto just has to guard the bomb site. Electronic's helping out with that cat split.
Yeah, it's a whole new round, really.
But Spinks wastes no time and no ammunition. Insta headshot into Electronic. Pretty damn good.
He gets hard frags, man. Very regularly. And again, also very good on T side. And I heard he's a great guy.
Well, you know, that's worth something. Ooh, Apex. It's just the SMG. He knows he's got him stuck in the corner. Perfecto gets away, though. Could have combined with a nice little spray, but not quite. Nobody in the palace for Vitality. It's 4 middle now. And Apex wrapping back around spawn. Again.
Money.
Again. This time 10 seconds sooner. Still exactly what NAVI are looking for. Magisk tucked in. 3 players to be sent up connector. That's going to preoccupy a bit for sure. If SDY can catch Apex here, ooh, now he can set his eyes back on the bomb site. Bit calling the audio. They know they're out from con. Electronic cuts off Dupree first to push back through smoke. And from inside sight, ZywOo with 2. Magisk activates from window. Simple, off of ticket, down goes ZywOo, and the stairs player 2.
Oh, man. He never had a break, dude. This guy is so crazy. That round went so well for Vitality up until that last moment. Feels like about 10 kills in 2 seconds. As Spinks finds his trade off of stairs, that was already insane. Stopping Bit from coming out, and then Simple puts together this clip.
Ooh. ZywOo gives him a sliver. Magisk has nowhere to run.
God damn. It's going to happen sometimes. Sometimes, a lot of times.
There's a whole lot of talent in this server. And it's hard to shine as bright as Simple. Welcome back. 22 and 15, surpassing Perfecto. NAVI 2 rounds away from the win.
And look, they got Vitality to participate into another bye with just 2 Deagles defending against match point. They're done with it. I was about to say, like, Vitality are actually starting to move nice, and they were using mid a lot, and they even made some of their low buys look pretty good. Clearly have been putting some effort into their Mirage, and I think, you know, especially with the Spinks pickup, it makes sense. A map he loves, a map that you've been wanting to play. But then to get shut down like this Feels like they beat a lot of teams right now. But Navi showing they're from a different cloth. They're just having a much better day.
Whoa. Simple almost went back through the top of that. Oh, and because he didn't, his second attempt to retreat gets caught by Spinks. They got something to offer here. Dupree onto the op. Spinks and ZywOo still alive. SDY stuffed.
Wait,
but then Bit kills Spinks just behind him?
Oh yeah, that's what happened.
That was weird. Perspective changing, and so's momentum, vitality. They have managed to get themselves into the post plant. It's Electronics' chance to 1v3 from a similar spot as Simple's. But ZywOo's already behind the default. Dupree's got this angle cut off, and we've got vitality right in. We need to see what the hell just happened inside Con.
Was it Bit on stairs? No, it wasn't. It was Electronic.
SDY on stairs.
Oh, it was SDY? Okay. Yeah, something crazy happened there. I'm not exactly sure what it was.
I'm gonna need that top down.
Yeah. Try that run back.
Wow, doesn't get flustered by his teammate shooting him in the back of the head. Oh, we do have the top down. SDY stuffed. Bit gets the kill in Spinks. That must have been from Cat. Yeah.
So maybe Bit was in window?
No. Spinks dies in connector from the Cat player, which was Bit.
All right.
Wow, what a shift. That is, I mean, that is huge. That is a huge moment for Spinks to pick up 2 kills top mid. I mean, I said momentum. I didn't realize this much.
Yeah, true.
Unarmored pistols here for Navi, a potential 13th to vitality. Not potential, but highly likely.
Yeah, I was checked out there for a second because
we got a 30-round game
of the Deagles, but yeah, in this situation, vitality have won it back, and we look back on the 1v3 and think that was a good start to that round as well. So, you know, easy as ever. There is one gun here in a good spot to find action, but look how quickly Vitality have organized. They're already ready to hit the A site. They've got it primed and ready to go. Yeah, it looks like we could go all the way. Which creates for a very interesting situation. Now, if we fast forward a bit, I wonder what Navi are going to do in light of the fact that there has been so much mid-control out of Vitality. And to be fair, it's not like it's one tone. It's quite dynamic. They're doing it in a multitude of different styles. So that'll be hard for Navi to just like attack in one way and just say like, this is the answer. But again, something that I think they put into for sure is that Palace have been open a lot. They can take control of that early instead of A ramp, which is a place that sometimes Vitality are killing the A ramp guy a little later on, winning the round based on that kill. And also, they attempted to go underpass once. Dupree off the fast mid spawn without the smoke, swung and killed Electronic jumping in there. But that's still an option. And I think outside of that, on an anti-eco, we had Bit jump out and play to catch someone at the bottom of Con. And wow, okay.
Costly.
This is, yeah, that was very expensive. That's a lot of guns won. Damn it, I was just talking.
No, that's fair. I mean, I paid attention. I'm sorry, not that you weren't paying attention.
I wasn't. I don't know. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened.
Everything you said was very relevant, and it sets up the next round importantly.
I was like, yeah, I'm talking.
Man, I love the sound of my own voice.
Yeah.
No. All good. Dupree trying to offer up those kills, but, you know, Navi making the most of those pistols. So, economically, any little bonus vitality we're hoping for is gone. Spinks fire spreads to his feet and gets into the corner. He'll be all right. But yeah, that's just the lifeline that got kind of taken away from Vitality. Losing 15 now, they're in a tough spot. They would have had money. Spinks, ooh, the first casualty. Perfecto. He wouldn't have been alone there. In fact, Simple's ready for the next. Oh, wow, he hits that 80 damage into Apex.
Yeah, that was right in the nuts. And that makes things different now. Looks like that Molly damage could have come into play as well. Perfecto getting away with half HP. No compensation back here for Vitality. Navi, they don't want to let him get comfortable. This is a position where they can get match point. There's still space here to work.
Dupree doing his own thing. He's had impact in middle. And with the top con smoke, Electronic should be taken out of the equation. High likelihood for a good split. Oh, Perfecto through smoke. No chance whatsoever. Vitality cut down before they even see the finish line. And instantly, the last two players call this one quits.
Damn, there's nothing you can do about that, man. Perfecto gets the first kill and the 2 to close it. That's it. It was a fine idea to go into the B site. Like, they had Smoke Topcon, Dupree to make sure to babysit Connector to make sure that Electronic doesn't get in there. They know no one's inside of mid. It'll be 2 players on B, holding versus 4. And then the rotators will come in later. But it doesn't even get to that point. They don't get out the window. They get stuffed to the doorway. This Perfecto's the doorman, and that's it. They get bounced.
He kicked it off as well. This kill supported by Simple behind him. Nice shot from Simple. They don't even get to the first smoke.
Yeah.
Called out and culled.
I think there's definitely something here, though, for Vitality. They're looking scary in mid-round situations.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, that round we go back where they lost a bunch of players in the post plant, even though it was just pistols, they lost 3 extra players. They had 4 alive with the plant, and I believe only 1 got away. So let's see as we come into this, just how limited Vitality are from that.
Yeah, looks like Spinks have been neutered a little bit.
They would literally have 5 guns, if not.
That makes a huge, and I was just talking the whole time. Well, okay, let's see how far they can stretch this. So I was quietly climbed up to a 20-13 scoreline. He's on the op as well. This is for everything.
For a spot in the Royal Arena. The sigh of relief that comes with dodging the showdown. Vitality will have one last chance tomorrow versus G2 if they cannot extend this series.
Spinks looks to do his best bid impression. Maybe we'll join in with this as Vitality have chosen to keep it simple. Staggered attack here on the A site. What? They only have 1 smoke.
How is this going to work?
I have no idea. Unless they dropped it for someone to throw the full exec, I'm not exactly sure. Maybe they did. You can throw all the smokes from this position, but let's see.
Yeah. No, that was the flash. Time will tell, but right now they're just walking it up. Oh, that's massive frag grenade damage, softens them up. You'd think now SDY's job's infinitely easier. Magisk seemingly with no other smoke grenades, so it is just that one. And Dupree's cut off as he tries to walk out into the site. The SMG still resides beneath the palace. The kings of this A site in NAVI. And you can just feel the discomfort here. 20 seconds, bomb in the dirt, and it's done. NAVI closing out on Mirage. Vitality, a great effort to bring it back, but ultimately, even though they show stark improvements with this recent Spinks edition, it is still NAVI cut from a different cloth. They are #1 at the moment, interchangeable with FaZe. Vitality, they've still got that gap to close.
Yeah, it was a big game. There's a lot to see still from Vitality, and we'll get to see that again tomorrow in the rematch versus G2. But for now, wow. I mean, Simple's back, picked up that 1v3, put it down in a 2-0 fashion, and beat a team that he's got history with.
And a cool first map too, where Simple wasn't necessarily needed. Good showing from NAVI tonight. We throw it down to James.
I've got Simple with me here after NAVI do make it to the full finals once again. And Sasha, I'll say you said you weren't sure about how your individual performance would be. By second map, you seemed warmed up, mate.
Yeah, it was okay.
Just okay? I think this was a good performance from you, but a good performance from the team. Obviously, Blade was talking about the changes, you know. You said to me about what was going on the T side, some small adjustments coming in. But this was a good game for sure. Certainly Vitality, though, a bit more challenging, a bit more threatening.
Yeah, I mean, we played so much better in team game on both maps, and it was really comfortable back playing, you know, with team.
That's what it's all about. Now, how does it feel for you, though, to be out of the tournament, come in, play 1 best-of-3 and qualify straight to the main event?
Nothing has changed.
Nothing changes, the same old thing. But talk to me a little bit about Electronic's development, right, as an in-game leader. He's now seems more confident, not just leading, but also fragging out as well. It seems like everything's working, and we've got the full team performance, NAVI, here.
Yeah, he's good.
You're going to give me very few answers to this. Okay, well, let me give you this one then. Okay. You're the defending champions, right, of the full finals again. How confident are you feeling with this NAVI in order to get it again, do back-to-back?
I just need to get better form. So it was just warm up,
Yes.
It sounds like Blade. Your answers sound like Blade. Better form, continue to improve. Now, I got one more question for you from the fans. This comes from the Blast TV viewers, and it says, if you could bring back one player from retirement, who would it be and why? They can be someone who you played against or someone that you want to play on your team.
Hiko.
Hiko, there you go.
He can save an A.
He can save an A. Can we see if Hiko can save an A? I'm sure Moses will be very happy with that one.
NAVI, they get the job done in 2. They take down Vitality in a 2-map affair this series. And of course, they will be returning to the grounds of the Royal Arena, where just last year, they managed to lift the trophy, also doing it at the spring finals as well. I guess the defending Blast champions back to defend their crown once again.
And very deservedly so. Yeah. That was once again a relatively clean sheet coming out of NAVI, once more proving that their offensive side has the upper end on the defense from Vitality. It has to be the recurring theme of this best of 3, Freya. The French/Danish/Israeli never able to win a CT half. That was 4 rounds in the first map. That was 7 in here. They could never stop the offense from NAVI.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about it coming into the game, right? The T side for Vitality so far in the tournament has been good. We saw that against NAVI as well. They tried to come back here to Mirage. I think Dupree stepped up. I think Spinks stepped up. There was a few positive signs coming out of Vitality on their T sides. But as we spoke about, the CT side, they couldn't get it done. They couldn't win against NAVI today. And so far in the tournament, that's been the big strugglesome period for them. I know they're changing positions. I know we saw Apex play on Ramp on Nuke, which we're not too big of a fan of. But
still not sure about that one.
Still not sure about that one. And I think that's the whole project for Vitality right now. They're changing it up a little bit. So maybe a little bit too soon for them to find that consistency.
Yeah, and of course, we will be seeing a little bit more from Vitality going forward. We will be getting that rematch tomorrow versus G2 in that last chance qualifier for a spot at the Royal Arena. But looking a bit closely, more closely rather, at this game at hand, it was an interesting kind of resurgence from the superstars on both sides of the equation. Obviously, Simple was the more impactful one at the end of the day. But it started off, again, relatively quiet for both Simple and Zywo coming into this. Of course, Simple getting that beautiful clutch towards the latter end of this map. I feel like that kind of just powered him through to be closing this one out.
Yeah, I mean, that 1 versus 3 from Simple was obviously the final nail in the coffin if you're a Vitality fan or Apex for that matter. He had a great map. He was way more impactful. Zywo took a little bit of time to warm up, but we could feel his influence more and more and more towards the end of the first half. He had that quasi-clutch where he loses to a great MP9 from SDY. I think this could have been a turning point. His impact was felt as well, I think, in the trading department. Zywo was extremely good following Spinks, being able to find these kills. Spinks also deserves a shout out, I think. But Simple was definitely the man of the match on Mirage.
I just can't help to admire the man you see on the screen right here. I think Simple perhaps could be in the worst form he's been in a very long time, and this is the low level for Simple. This is the worst he can be on a server, and he's still, you know, going up against a team like Vitality and still becomes the best man on Mirage right here. I'm afraid of what happens to Simple when he once again starts to get into the drive, into the mood where he focuses on the major. We perhaps have another, you know, fantastic Simple season ahead of us.
Yeah, no, very much looking forward to seeing what he's going to be delivering for the rest of the season. Yeah, this was just absolutely
It changes the game.
beautiful.
It changes the game in a sense that Vitality are close to completely break the economy cycle from NAVI. It's 13-11. This could be a 13-12 with money on the side of Vitality and Entai could have come, and then 13-13, you reshuffle the cards. Simple just said, hell no. 14-11, we have the money, you suffer.
I want to get your take on just the Vitality that we saw turning up to the server today, because I feel like we got a different vibe from what we saw in that G2 matchup just yesterday, and kind of earlier on in the tournament as well, because we were, you know, speaking their praises. Obviously, there was that one map blip where they kind of got decimated by G2. But I felt like, I don't know, I just wasn't feeling the Vitality vibes today.
A bit more timid, a bit more shy, and there are really 2 explanations. So there could be 2 explanations. One could be they crumbled under the stakes that were happening here, right? We're talking about a spot at the Royal Arena that's obviously extremely important, extremely meaningful, or this could be the versus NAVI effect. Because I never really saw them take over, and the problem that they had throughout the course of this series, that whenever Apex tried to pick up the pace and play a little bit faster to win easy rounds, he got absolutely shut down by NAVI, and I think it forced him to slow his pace and kind of, you know, grind his teeth and say, how the hell am I supposed to play? He never had an easy round.
Felt like it was too much too soon for Vitality. Yeah, I think I want to reiterate the point that you bring in a guy like Spinks, you're changing up your CT setups, you're moving around your pieces, and you're really doing a lot in order to accommodate Spinks and make sure he feels comfortable. We've seen the result of that. Spinks has had a great tournament. He's had a great start to Vitality, but some of the other players are suffering a little bit from that just yet. So give it a little more time. I think it's too much too soon for Vitality, but still putting up a decent effort here.
Well, you speak of the man, Apex. Let's get a few words from him after that loss versus NAVI.
Apex, a pretty good game there against the NAVI. They come back and you have to face them in full force. I want to come on to Inferno a little bit, though, with you guys, because Inferno, obviously a map that you guys have been confident in even before Spinks. When we see it come into this side of things, it was a little bit harder, for sure, but how would you rate the performance overall? What was missing?
Yeah, I don't think that was that bad today. They play better for sure. We lost some key runs, most likely on Mirage. The 1v3 from Simple from City side, was pretty tough for us. When we had, they had the right call, they were 4A, so it was kind of tough. But yeah, it's how it is. I think I'm just okay. Mirage, Inferno, I don't know, we just didn't play good, most likely on the City side. We did so much trouble. Mirage, we lose both pistol, still managed to go 16-13, so that's improvements. We need to learn from that, and that's what is really important.
And that's what I was going to ask you. Are you taking away a lot of positive signs from this? Because again, like Spinks has just come in, you've not played that much in terms of official games together, and then you go up against NAVI that brings the Simple back and the full roster to play.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they've been playing really well. I mean, they together, the core is together for a long time. For us, it's a big adjustment as well, because it's not most, on every map Spinks is playing like really key positions. So it's really important for us to get more time. B today wasn't that good, but it's how it is. I mean, we're gonna improve from that, and that's what matters.
And that B-side, right, we had a conversation about that before as well, the role changing with it. Is that still something where you're not feeling fully comfortable just yet?
Well, yes, of course. Mirage is still something we need to work on. Inferno as well for Spinks. It's 2 new positions for him. Inferno didn't play it for 1.5 years. Mirage is he used to play short, so it's really important for him to play a bit more and just to get used to it.
Now looking forward, right, you've got a game tomorrow now, last chance to get to the full final, otherwise you go down to the showdown. How are you feeling for that one though? Now more officials on the belt, do you feel more confident going into it?
Yeah, it's good. Actually, at least we will get more officials together, so that's a good point. I just think that we have to watch our game together and see what improvement we have to make. Yeah, that wasn't pretty, but being ready on 6 map with a new player is tough, and we will need time for sure. So let's get another official to be even more ready for the future.
Keep the grind going. Dan, thank you very much. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, Apex definitely kind of reiterating our thought there of it's going to take a little bit more time, a little bit more practice, a little bit more preparation, particularly when we're just looking at Spinks alone. As he was saying, you know, he didn't play Inferno on the side events, and a completely new position for him coming into this Mirage 2. It's going to take time for him and the team to truly be integrating into the system.
Yeah, I think the improvements are twofold, right? One fold is obviously on an individual standpoint. You have to have players who are just getting used to their new positions. That's the case for Spinks on Mirage. Hell, Apex playing ramp on Nuke. That's not something he's used to. I can tell you that firsthand. So some of the players will have to figure that out. But I also think there should be some deep team-oriented thought process about how they want to play the CT side, because their T side, it feels like they have found sort of the blueprint of how they should play Counter-Strike. Their mid-rounds have been quite good, but on the CT side, it's a bit more stale, a bit more passive, so maybe put some thought into that as well. I want to see different ideas for the CT side.
You can't help to be optimistic though, right? You could fear that the T side would struggle a little bit having to integrate a new player like Spinks, but they're working fine, and as you said, the CT sides, give it a little more time. You know? I'm optimistic on behalf of Vitality. I think what they've shown us so far has been good. Obviously, if they went on to lose tomorrow and not qualify for the fall finals, it would be classified as a bit of a disappointment. But overall, what they've shown on the server so far, I've been satisfied.
Yeah, of course, time for them to be getting that spot and netting it at the Royal Arena itself. So much action going down today, and it's time for you guys to get involved at home in our CS Money Play of the Day. Make sure you're heading over to the Blast Premier Instagram to get your votes locked in. Who's our first choice in this category, Matthew?
We are starting with a little bit of a 1v3 from Nexa with a very great decomposition of the action, singling out 1v1s in his game versus Astralis. That was a very important round, as you can see. 8th round clutch from Nexa.
Another OG player, and a player maybe in contention to be MVP of this tournament. Flames has stepped up massively, and he did it against Astralis today as well with the Deagle. A double entry coming in towards the B bomb side at a very crucial moment in the game. 11-9 for OG, but Flames wants it differently, putting down 3 kills and ending up in a 1v1 where he's also going to win it against Farley. Well done by Flames.
And who else? Who else but Simple to close out our applicants today for the CS Money Play of the Day? It's the 1 versus 3. It's the famousness of Simple's AWP absolutely wrecking havoc right here. Tonight he can drink, eat, and be merry because they made it to Royal Arena.
Yeah, Simple, certainly not the man in the street. An MVP-worthy performance coming into that map of Mirage. And I believe James Banks will be happy with that one, particularly when we're looking at our Mersk MVP.
Oh yes, it's time for our check-in once again for the Maersk MVP and see which players have a chance at grabbing that trophy at the end of it all. And you can see the list we've got down here, and a NAVI player has slipped on after today, but the games are done there as Perfecto was big, braining his way throughout this one. Looked very good from start to finish, something he can be very confident with. And also they had the team performance coming in there. Then Zywoo, the rating is still high enough even with the loss, and they've got one more game to play. Some good numbers coming out from him. But we've been talking about Yakinda and Elysia all day. Well, Yakinda, he's sat right in the middle middle spot right now, and he looks so good. He's fitting in incredibly well with the North American lineup. He's delivering from start to finish. He's got a lot of space. He's got confidence, and he says he's enjoying how this is all going. This is the Team Liquid that we can start to get very excited about, that's for sure. Alongside him is going to be Nico right at the top, and it's two G2 players to sit there right with huge 1.40 and above ratings. Manesi, though, he's been putting up those numbers, but can they grab themselves a slot? Some fantastic performances, an incredible clutch from him, and they said this in the interview when I did it with Hunter, that they're going to start to position him as the star. He's got the big green gun in his hand, the AWP, to do all the damage with, and this guy is only 17, positioned as such, one of the expensive Academy League players. That is all of our players we have so far. Will it change tomorrow? Will someone else be able to grab it just in time? Well, you have to see tomorrow.
And you know what I'm loving particularly about this as well? 3 out of the 5 players in contention for our Mersk MVP haven't even qualified for the Royal Arena, and they will be going head-to-head in tomorrow's matchups. We can take a look at the gauntlet to see exactly how the land is laying after our results today. Of course, so 3 of the teams netting themselves a spot in that Royal Arena. As we take a look at how this bracket has been progressing, we are landing into our last chance qualifiers going on tomorrow. The loser of that will be banished to the showdown. Nobody wants to be going there, Matthew.
No, I'm just gonna say a few names will end up in the showdown that we didn't really expect to be there. The likes of Vitality and or G2, none of these you would imagine going to the showdown. I think Astralis is going to have to overperform massively if they want to challenge the likes of FaZe in the best of 3. And for Heroic and IP, it's all up in the air. Neither of these teams have given us true insurances, and neither of these teams truly, really deserves to be at the Royal Arena right now.
Still curious to see what kind of Astralis there's going to show up tomorrow. They just beat Blue Jays in the game.
They beat him?
They beat him, right? 16-11, I believe. So they're 1 game away now from qualifying for the RMR. So Astralis could potentially come in tomorrow with a lot of confidence, or they could come in shattered. And if so, they probably won't end up here in the fall.
Yeah, 3 more spots that are going to be awarded here that are going down tomorrow in the last chance qualifiers. Of course, the other 2 going to be awarded to the North American and European representatives going down in the showdown later on in October. Some winners and some losers, both in terms of the teams and our Betway predictions today. I'm just going to close my eyes right now. I think maybe me and Pimp just misspelled something.
How the mighty has fallen. After day 1, I was king of the hill, and today I feel like a fool. I was caught with my pants down, I'm not gonna lie. Heroic, they were supposed to beat Liquid. I'm not sure Astralis was supposed to beat OG. I'd expected it. Vitality, that was a bit of a gamble, but I give up now. It's over for me.
I demand a recount.
I really appreciate you two just kind of hiding me and my poor result today, because both y'all being 0-3, I can just style on with my Liquid pick. But it didn't really go well for me either. I'm going to have to live with James Banks' breath down my neck in the prediction.
Why am I getting all the flack for going 0-3? No one has mentioned your name at all throughout this fair.
I don't know, maybe
sliding
people
out.
just kind of like me more than you, Jacob. Anyway, let's take a look at what we got on the cards for tomorrow, because we do have 3 more games going down tomorrow to be rounding out the Blast Premier full groups. Of course, Astralis taking on FaZe Clan. That is going to be an absolute fight for the Danes to try and take down the world #1. Heroic taking on NIP again for a spot in that Royal Arena. And the final spot will be awarded to either G2 or Vitality in a rematch. Banger after banger after banger going down tomorrow.
Man, that means that either Spinks and Zywo will have to go through the showdown to qualify, or Nico, Hunter, and Manesi will have to. What the hell is that showdown supposed to be?
That's horrible. I hate this.
Can we just petition to have like more spots given to the showdown, something like that?
Yeah, maybe.
We're trying to round out some signatures out
we
there.
We gotta get the noobs out, right? Only the good teams can qualify.
Well, we're going to see exactly how it does go down tomorrow. Of course, Astralis and FaZe kicking the proceedings off here, same time, same place tomorrow. You don't want to miss out on the final day of the Blast Premier full groups.